The memories stored in the mind are set in an alternate world, not Earth, with different territorial areas and other distinctions from reality. Classmates, tomorrow is the day when the school will conduct the Unified Talent Awakening. After awakening, you will officially embark on the path of martial arts. Before the awakening, there are a few important things I need to remind everyone of. First, after awakening your talent, no matter how strong or weak it is, never reveal it to others lightly. Currently, there are still some heretics lurking among the human race's rear lines. Your talent is the key support for your future in martial arts, and you must not disclose it, even to those closest to you. Second, after awakening your talent, there will be 6 months, approximately 180 days, until the college entrance examination. This period will be the most critical phase of your life. I hope all of you will take it very seriously. I will also communicate with your families to ensure they prepare sufficient blood energy medicines and blood food for you. What you need to do is give your all to improve your strength and strive to achieve excellent results in the college entrance examination. The final point, the battles between the human race and the myriad races are gradually turning in our favor. I believe that with the addition of your fresh blood, one day, the myriad races will be completely expelled from our homeland. I wish you all prosperity in martial arts and hope you contribute your strength to the human race's victory over the myriad races. The bald middle-aged man on the podium was delivering an impassioned speech. Below the stage, the students clenched their fists one after another. For over a decade, they had been diligently studying martial arts and knowledge about the myriad races, all for this very moment. However, among the many students, there was a young man with delicate features, black hair, and black eyes who seemed somewhat absent-minded. His expression was dazed, as if he hadn't been inspired by the teacher's words. His deskmate noticed something unusual and gently nudged him with an elbow. Muji, what's wrong with you today? You don't seem quite yourself, just zoning out all the time. Gently nudged by his deskmate, Sumu snapped out of his daze. He looked at his deskmate, remained silent for a moment, and then slowly asked, "Do you think the human race will go extinct?" Hearing this, his deskmate burst into laughter as if he had just heard the biggest joke in the world. "Brother Mu, you must be groggy from sleep. Ever since the 7 saints of the human race slaughtered all the god kings of the 10 divine clans 50 years ago, we've been dominating the battles against the myriad races. If anyone's going extinct, it should be the myriad races. How could the human race possibly go extinct?" That was indeed the case. 10,000 years ago, the myriad races invaded Blue Star. During that time, the ancestors discovered a secret technique that allowed humans to awaken powerful talents and step into the martial path. This marked the beginning of the high martial era and the start of the human race's battles against the myriad races. Over the millennia, countless powerful figures have emerged among the human race. It was precisely these human powerhouses who fought relentlessly, enabling humanity to evolve from being utterly defenseless to gradually standing on equal footing with the myriad races. 50 years ago, the 7 saints of humanity even slew the god kings of the 10 divine clans. Today, humanity is gradually gaining the upper hand in the battles. In such a situation, how could humanity face extinction? But Sumu knew clearly that this was no joke. Just yesterday, he came into possession of a strange diary. Opening the first page, the first sentence that caught his eye sent a shiver down his spine, leaving him utterly horrified. "My name is Sumu. By the time you read this sentence, the human race will have already perished." At first, he thought this was nothing more than someone's prank, deliberately using his name to fabricate lies and spout absurd claims about the extinction of humanity. However, as he continued flipping through the diary, all his doubts were gradually overturned. "Ah, the me from 10 years ago. I know your first reaction upon reading this sentence will definitely be to think it's someone's prank. But don't rush, I'll use 3 things to prove that I am you, your future self." At that point in time, you should have been on the verge of your talent awakening, which coincided with my senior year of high school. The first thing is, you actually had a crush on your neighbor's older sister, Gu Yanxi. Unfortunately, Gu Yanxi was admitted to Longjing Martial Arts University during your first year of high school, and her family moved to the 9th safe zone. From then on, your crush could only gradually fade away without resolution. Upon reading this, Sumu's already skeptical mindset began to waver. His crush on Gu Yanxi was something no one else knew about. Even Gu Yanxi herself had never noticed. Just to clarify, I wrote this to enrich the protagonist's character, and it doesn't necessarily mean they will end up together. After all, who hasn't had a crush on someone in real life? But liking someone doesn't always mean you'll be together, so don't overthink it. The second thing is the one you regret the most from your childhood. Back then, you were still young and sneaked into the elderly neighbor's house to watch TV. In the afternoon, your parents were searching for you everywhere. When they passed by the room where you were watching, they even called your name loudly. But you thought they were there to catch you and take you home, so you quietly turned off the TV, afraid of making any noise, and pretended no one was there. Later, you found out that your grandfather had suddenly fallen seriously ill that afternoon, and his dying wish was to see you one last time. Since then, you never watched TV again. Reading this, Sumu almost couldn't hold the diary in his hands. This was his deepest regret. His grandfather was one of the people who loved him the most when he was young. Back then, he was still chubby, and every time he went swimming in the river, his grandfather would watch him from the shore, proudly telling others, "That fair and chubby one is my grandson." Whenever he thought about not being able to see his grandfather one last time, his heart would ache uncontrollably. It was precisely because of this regret that he never turned on the TV again from that day forward. This secret was deeply buried in his heart. He dared not mention it, nor did he want to recall it. Now, the future version of himself in the diary not only knew the cause and effect of this event but also understood his feelings completely. The third thing, well, the first two were relatively lighthearted. As for the third one, to be honest, even I feel a bit ashamed. But I believe that after I tell you this third thing, you won't have any doubts that I am your future self. Right, Su, the rising star of humanity, the eighth saint yet to emerge, peerless genius, future guardian of humanity. Mu. To be honest, if Sumu had seen this third thing first, he probably wouldn't have needed to read the first two to confirm that the one who left this diary was undoubtedly his future self. But confirming this also meant one thing: humanity would face extinction in the future. What concerned Sumu even more was the line written in blood-red ink beneath the third thing in the diary. Definitely kill Ning Yi. I'm back. As soon as he got home, Sumu threw his school bag onto the sofa. You're back, more. Go wash your hands and eat. Today, your mom made braised pork with black-haired pork for you. I originally suggested waiting until you awaken your talent tomorrow to make it for you, to help boost your vitality, but your mom insisted on making some for you to try first. Su Dashan, shirtless and sweating profusely, carried the electric fan out of Sumu's room and directed it toward the dining table. I'm just giving it a try. This is the first time cooking with meat from another species. I don't know if you all will like it. Lu Yufan spoke as she brought the reheated leftovers to the table. The young boy, already seated at the dining table, called out to Sumu, "Brother, if you don't come eat soon, I'll finish it all." Lu Yufan shot the boy a glare and said, "Yanger, just have a taste. This meat was bought especially for your brother. Besides, your brother has only 6 months. Until the college entrance exams, he needs to replenish his energy and blood. If you really want to eat, I'll buy regular pork later and make you a big plate of it." Su Yang listened, swallowed his grievances, and obediently nodded. "Got it, Mom." At this moment, Sumu also sat down at the dining table, but his mind wasn't on the food at all. Instead, he was constantly pondering the contents of the diary. According to the diary, his future self had set conditions within it, and only at specific times or when Sumu had gained sufficient strength would certain content be revealed. He roughly guessed the reason why his future self had done this. Some things and people, if the outcome were known in advance, would change his mindset when facing them. Knowing too early might even cause trouble. Just like the person named Ning Yi mentioned in the diary, only the name was mentioned, with no additional information. Sumu speculated that his future self wanted to tell him that this person named Ning Yi was extremely important. However, with his current strength and background, even if he encountered him, he probably wouldn't be able to kill him. So, information about this person would likely only surface at some point in the future or when Sumu's strength reached a certain level. But why did his future self leave such a sentence in bright red text? Based on Sumu's understanding of himself, he guessed that this person must be incredibly significant, so significant that his future self, knowing the slim chances, still couldn't help but use this method to ensure his present self remembered the name firmly, clinging to a faint possibility of eliminating this Ning Yi in advance. Although he was filled with curiosity about Ning Yi, at this moment, Sumu was more eager to know the next contents of the diary. According to the diary, the content on the next page will be revealed 12 hours before the awakening of one's talent, which is at midnight tonight. More, what's wrong? Why aren't you eating? Is it because you don't like the dishes Mom made? Lu Yufan noticed Sumu's unusual expression and placed a piece of braised pork into his bowl. She also tasted the flavor on her chopsticks and curiously said in a soft voice, "I simmered it for over an hour. It should be flavorful enough, right?" "Yanger, is this braised pork flavorful?" Su Yang, whose face was covered in sauce, quickly nodded upon hearing this. MHM, this black-haired pork tastes 10,000 times better than regular pork." Lu Yufan smiled with satisfaction and said, "It's not that exaggerated. You can have one more piece, but no more after that. Leave the rest for your brother." Su Yang nodded in response. "Got it, Mom. I really want to grow up quickly. When it's time for the college entrance exams, I can eat delicious food every day too." "You little foodie." Su Dashan laughed heartily from the side. "This is nothing. If you get into a top martial arts university in the future, the food there is what you'd call amazing. I heard the cafeteria uses exotic beast meat from the battlefield for cooking every day, and every martial arts university student gets a monthly blood food subsidy." Hearing this, Su Yang's eyes lit up. "Really? Then when my brother gets into a top martial arts university, can I tag along and eat delicious food too?" Lu Yufan rolled her eyes at him. "All you do is rely on your brother. By then, your brother won't even have enough for himself." Su Yang chuckled. "I'll just have a taste. I won't eat too much." Sumu seemed to be influenced by the warm atmosphere later at the dining table. He shook his head and decided not to think about the diary for now. After all, the new content wouldn't appear until midnight, and overthinking it now would only add unnecessary worries. "I'm fine, Mom." Sumu took a big bite of braised pork. "This meat is really good." "Dad, Mom, you should try some too." Su Dashin and Lu Yufan exchanged a glance and said, "It's fine, it's enough for you and Yang to eat. You two are still growing, and these old bones of ours can't handle too much nourishment." Su Yang hurriedly interjected, "Brother, I can eat. I won't be too weak to handle the nourishment." Sumu gave him a sidelong glance, then placed a piece of braised pork into Su Yang's bowl while laughing. "You're the one who can eat. But after eating, you better study hard. I'll check tonight how well you've learned human history." Upon hearing this, the originally enticing braised pork suddenly lost half of its appeal in Su Yang's eyes. The dining table was instantly filled with laughter and joy. Yet, amidst the laughter, Sumu couldn't hide a trace of worry in his heart. "Dad, Mom, Xiao Yang, I won't let anything happen to you. Humanity will not perish." "It won't." The night gradually deepened. At this moment, Sumu had already returned to his room. The room was small, less than 10 square meters, but to him, this tiny space was his freest haven. He lay on the bed, closed the Introduction to Martial Arts in his hand, and turned his gaze to the alarm clock beside him. The hour hand was already pointing to 11:59. The time was almost here. Sumu climbed off the bed, retrieved a leather-bound diary from under it, and walked to the desk. As he turned on the desk lamp, the time struck 12. He eagerly opened the diary, and the bright red text on the previous page about the extinction of the human race was still striking. Sumu attempted to turn to the next page, which had previously been impossible to open, but now it unfolded effortlessly. Upon opening it, the first sentence once again sent a shock through his heart. "After your talent awakens, you must immediately die at Chen Bin's hands." So, how do you feel after seeing this sentence? Did it give you a fright? But I'm not joking. Next, listen to me explain it to you slowly. Tomorrow at noon, you will begin to awaken your talent, and your talent will break through its limits, becoming an unprecedented EX-level talent. Seeing this, Sumu was instantly stunned. EX-level talent? According to the talent knowledge he had previously learned, the highest level was only SSS-level. And in the diary, his future self seemed to have noticed his confusion and specifically provided an explanation. The so-called EX-level talent is an existence that surpasses SSS-level. In the history of the human race, no one has ever possessed EX-level talent. Even among the myriad races, those with EX-level talent are extremely rare, and each one is strictly protected. Therefore, the highest talent level known to the human race is SSS-level. EX-level talent is incredibly powerful, and without exception, those who possess it become absolute powerhouses. Until the extinction of the human race, no second person with EX-level talent ever appeared. Am I the only human with EX-level talent? Sumu felt his breathing start to quicken. However, your EX-level talent is considered the most useless EX-level talent because it is posthumous replication. Posthumous replication, as the name suggests, means that after you die, you can replicate the talent of the person who killed you. But think about it, if you're already dead, what good is it to replicate the other person's talent? Isn't it quite useless? Sumu's heart instantly sank. Just as his future self had said, indeed, if one is dead, even if the other person's talent is replicated, what use is it? However, he quickly adjusted his mindset. Since his future self said so, it must not be merely mocking him. Previously, it was mentioned that he must be killed by Chen Bin. Could this have something to do with Chen Bin? Chen Bin was a wealthy second-generation student in their class. His grades were average, but his family was extremely rich. Even before awakening his talent, his family had bought him plenty of supplements, such as talent enhancement liquids and talent boosters, and he often showed off in class. Sumu, a child from an ordinary family, and Chen Bin, a second-generation rich kid, were inherently people from two different worlds. Moreover, Chen Bin looked down on someone like Sumu, who came from a humble background yet was better than him, so the two often clashed. Sumu couldn't be bothered to pay attention to this. He continued flipping through the contents of the diary. The clever you must have guessed it. That's right, the key lies with Chen Bin. Chen Bin's awakening talent tomorrow is SSS level. Death rewind 12 hours. Death rewind 12 hours means being able to return to the time and space 12 hours before death. This ability is extremely defiant. If it weren't for its limitations, it could even be considered the weakest EX level talent. And when your post-death replication encounters death rewind 12 hours, what kind of change will occur? Post-death replication combined with death rewind 12 hours. Sumu's head seemed to explode instantly. His talent was to replicate the talent of the person who killed him after his death, while Chen Bin's talent allowed him to return to 12 hours earlier after dying. This meant that with each death, Sumu could not only replicate the opponent's talent but also rewind to 12 hours earlier. Theoretically, he could infinitely replicate talents. You've thought of it too, haven't you? That's right, it's the ability to infinitely replicate talents. With Chen Bin's talent, your seemingly useless EX level talent will instantly become the strongest EX level talent, one of a kind. And this is just the first step. Seeing this, Sumu felt a surge of excitement welling up in his heart. If what his future self said is true, he will become incredibly powerful. The first step, you must ensure that you die at Chenbin's hands. Only if you die at his hands will it work. If you die at someone else's hands, you will truly be dead. This sentence was like a bucket of cold water, bringing Sumu back to his senses. Indeed, if he died at someone else's hands, even if he copied the other person's talent, it would be meaningless. By then, he would already be completely dead. Moreover, this act of willingly sending himself to death, even though he understood the ins and outs of it, still made him feel uneasy. He irritably closed the diary, pondered for a long time, and then reopened it. If what his future self said was true, that he awakened to posthumous replication while Chenbin awakened to a 12-hour death rollback, then no matter what, all of this was worth a gamble. Death, what does it matter? What is there to fear? Sumu let out a long breath, opened the diary again, and carefully read its contents. How about it? I suppose you still need some time to adjust your mindset, but I know myself, if all of this is true, I wouldn't mind taking the risk. So I trust you, you can definitely do it. After taking the first step, everything is far from over. What I'm about to tell you next is equally crucial. Chenbin, son of Chen Tianhe from the Chun family in Baihe City, awakened an SSS-level talent at the age of 18, a 12-hour rollback ability. With this talent and the support of his family, he successfully enrolled in Longjing Martial Arts University. During his time there, he entered the battlefield of myriad races multiple times. With the power of his innate talent, Chenbin quickly accumulated merits on the battlefield of all races, and within 7 years, he was promoted to a third-realm martial artist. In the year 11,129 of the martial Dao calendar, Chenbin stepped into the fourth realm. Among his peers, 8 other outstanding talents made significant contributions. Together, the 9 of them were hailed as the 9 stars of the human race. In July of the same year, Chenbin killed the other 8 human race 9 stars, stole the defense map of the human race's eastern war zone on the battlefield of all races, and defected from the human race. In the year 11,130 of the martial Dao calendar, Chenbin, as the leader of the vanguard forces of the allied races against the human race, led an army of 100,000 non-human races to breach the eastern war zone of the battlefield of all races. Looking at this heavy record in the diary, Sumu's fists gradually clenched. He originally thought that Chenbin was just a spoiled rich second generation. Although he didn't like Chenbin, there wasn't much enmity between them. However, he never expected that his future self would say Chenbin would become a traitor to humanity. Why would he betray humanity? His future self seemed to have seen through his doubts. You must be very curious about why he betrayed humanity, right? I asked him the same question. Do you know how he answered me? He said that after encountering someone on the battlefield of all races, he realized that such a person could exist among the myriad races, and humanity simply had no chance of winning. Instead of following humanity to inevitable defeat, it was better to switch sides early. Strange, isn't it? What kind of person could make someone with the talent of death rollback, who has experienced countless deaths, so afraid that they would betray humanity? I have some idea, but I can't tell you right now. However, I can be certain of one thing: if there's anyone in humanity who can defeat that person, it must be you. After saying so much, let's get back to the main topic. If you've successfully completed the first step, then you must immediately start on the second step as I mentioned. Kill Chenbin before he awakens his talent. He's about to awaken his talent. Brother Mu, are you excited? Unknowingly, the day to awaken talents has finally arrived. All the senior year students gathered on the school playground, standing in line. A temporary talent awakening machine had been set up on the playground. Sumu's class was assigned to the third area, and many of his classmates were excitedly staring at the machine in front of them. His deskmate, Li Xiangdong, also came over to his side. I'm not exactly excited, just a little nervous. Sumu let out a long breath, his gaze turning behind him. Not far away, a blonde-haired young man was basking smugly in the flattery of those around him. It was none other than their class's rich second generation, Chenbin. Chenbin seemed unaware that a pair of cold eyes in the distance was staring at him. Now we will begin the talent awakening. Please line up according to your student numbers. When your name is called, step forward to awaken your talent. After awakening, do not linger. In the square, you may proceed directly to the training hall for martial arts practice or go to the library to find body refinement techniques and breathing methods suitable for you. The person in charge of the talent awakening device shouted loudly. Immediately, the classmates lined up one by one. At this moment, Sumu suddenly stepped out of the line and quickly walked to the front. Excuse me, Fongling, my phone is out of battery. Could I borrow your phone to send a text to my family? I forgot something at home and want to ask them to bring it over. The girl named Fongling was momentarily stunned, then quickly took out her phone from her bag. Sumu took the phone, smiled at her, and then quickly walked away into the distance. Watching Sumu's figure gradually fade into the distance, a few girls nearby gathered together, whispering gossip with curious expressions. Lingling, what did Sumu want from you just now? I heard it. It seemed like he was borrowing Lingling's phone. Hee hee, so strange. Why did he choose not to borrow from us. Exactly. Why didn't he just ask us to borrow a phone? Isn't it because our Ling is the class beauty? Look at Su, the handsome guy, usually so aloof, but he still couldn't resist Ling Ling's charm. Ling's cheeks turned slightly red from their teasing, and she said coyly, "What nonsense are you talking about? He just borrowed my phone, that's all." During the 3 years of high school, it was a time when everyone was in the throes of youthful innocence. Any slight interaction between boys and girls would always be met with teasing. Before long, Sumu returned, handed the phone back to Ling, and rejoined the team. After waiting in line for about half an hour, it was finally his turn. The talent awakener was a completely black metallic sphere. The awakener needed to enter the metallic sphere, place their hand on the instrument inside, and the talent awakener would activate, assisting the awakener in unlocking their talent. Sumu stepped into the talent awakener, officially beginning the process of awakening his talent. A sharp sound rang in his ears. The next moment, a message appeared in Sumu's mind. EX-level talent, posthumous replication. Posthumous replication, after death, the ability to replicate the opponent's talent. As strength increases, the scope of replication also expands. The brief introduction instantly made Sumu's breath catch. On one hand, it was because this talent was exactly as described by his future self in the diary. On the other hand, according to the introduction, as one's strength improves, this posthumous replication not only can replicate talents but also seems capable of replicating more. It must be said, this truly deserves to be an EX-level talent. Unfortunately, this talent is currently just a useless EX-level talent. Classmate, if you've finished awakening, hurry up and come out. The voice of the person in charge of the nearby instrument interrupted Sumu, who was still in a daze. Sumu nodded and quickly walked out of the talent awakening device. After leaving, he did not go to the training hall or the library but instead came to a secluded grove in the school. After waiting in the grove for about 10 minutes, a figure appeared. That person had golden hair, extremely eye-catching. "Lingling, I'm here. Where are you? Do you have something to tell me?" The newcomer was none other than Chen Bin. Nowadays, Chen Bin could be said to be riding high, having awakened an SSS-level talent that made him almost invincible. Just after awakening, he received a message from the goddess, asking him to meet her alone in the small grove at school. Damn it, excelling in martial arts and reaping success in love, Chen Bin felt like he was the legendary favored child of heaven. Perhaps because he was in such a good mood, he even felt that the air had become sweet. Just as he was thinking, an unexpected figure suddenly appeared before him. "Sumu, why are you here? Where is Lingling?" Chen Bin stared at Sumu in disbelief. Sumu did not answer his question but instead asked, "If I'm not mistaken, your awakened talent is a 12-hour death rollback, right?" Chen Bin's expression was extraordinarily vivid upon hearing this. How do you know?" After receiving Chen Bin's affirmative response, Sumu finally felt relieved. Although it was certain that the diary was left by his future self, this was, after all, a plan courting death, so he had to be extremely cautious. Now, not only has his own talent been confirmed, but Chen Bin's talent has also been verified, leaving no room for any errors or deviations in this plan. Sumu looked directly into Chen Bin's eyes. "I not only know that you awakened an SSS-level talent, but I also know that the reason you transferred schools was because you had a manic episode at your previous school and killed a classmate. Although you used your family's connections to escape the punishment of the warrior law, do you really think you can get away with it? You're talking nonsense." Chen Bin's eyes instantly turned bloodshot as he grabbed Sumu by the collar. "You won't get away. I'll expose everything about you, even your talent. When that happens, everyone will spit on you. You're asking for death." Chen Bin panted heavily, completely unaware that Sumu had already taken out a fruit knife from his pocket and was pressing it into Chen Bin's hand. "What's the use of shouting? You're nothing but a coward who only knows how to run away. Without your family, you're nothing. Someone like you, Ling will never like you in her entire life." It seemed to hit a sore spot, or perhaps for some other reason. Chen Bin finally couldn't hold back and roared furiously, "I'll kill you." The next moment, splat, a white blade went in, and a red blade came out. Put, put, put. The intense pain twisted Sumu's face into a grimace. As his consciousness gradually blurred, he couldn't help but complain, "The duration of this frenzy incense is really long." Immediately after, Sumu's vision plunged into complete darkness. Frenzy incense, with its sweet aroma. For ordinary people, it accelerates blood circulation and temporarily boosts attack power. If a person with mania smells it, they will fall into a frenzy and lose their sanity. 1 milliliter costs 3,000 yuan. This small bottle of frenzy perfume used up Sumu's New Year money saved over more than 10 years. Fortunately, the effect is quite good. When Sumu opened his eyes again, what came into view was a pitch-black space. In the very center, there was a golden light sphere, rapidly flying toward him under his gaze. The next moment, the light sphere merged into his body. At that instant, a piece of information appeared in his mind. SSS-level talent, death rewind 12 hours. Death rewind 12 hours. After each death, you can rewind to 12 hours earlier. However, each rewind consumes mental energy. If mental energy is insufficient and the rewinds are excessive, it may lead to a mental breakdown. He successfully copied Chen Bin's SSS-level talent. Right after he successfully copied it, he suddenly felt as if his entire body was being pulled by a force, and his vision plunged into darkness once again. When he opened his eyes again, the room that came into view was one he was extremely familiar with. Without hesitation, Sumu grabbed the alarm clock by the bedside. June 7th, 1:07 a.m. The time for them to awaken their talents was June 7th at noon, adding the time consumed by awakening talents and the time he spent waiting in the grove. In other words, he really rewound to exactly 12 hours before his death. At the same time, a strong sense of fatigue swept over him. Sumu knew that this was the side effect of using the 12-hour death rewind. His mental strength had been depleted. Even at this moment, he could vaguely remember the sharp pain of the dagger piercing his body at the time of death. A surge of warmth flowed out from his abdomen, as if all the strength in his body was gradually draining away. Is that what death feels like? Sumu smiled wryly. However, now is not the time to reminisce. He retrieved the diary wrapped in a sheepskin cover from under the bed and quickly walked to the desk. He turned on the desk lamp and opened the diary. Sure enough, the next page that couldn't be turned before can now be turned. If you are reading this sentence smoothly, it means you have been killed by Chen Bin according to the information I provided and successfully copied his talent. In that case, we should proceed to the second step: kill Chen Bin before he awakens his talent. You are also aware that Chen Bin's talent is a 12-hour death rollback. If we wait until he awakens his talent to kill him, it will be extremely difficult to succeed. Therefore, we must act before his awakening. This is also the reason I previously told you about Chen Bin's future, to help ease your psychological burden. After all, this is your first time killing someone. Let me remind you once again, the person you are going to kill is a human traitor who will bring disaster to humanity in the future. Everything you do is to protect humanity and your family. Sumu had to admit that his future self indeed understood him best. With just a few words, he had helped him mentally prepare. He took a deep breath and continued flipping through the diary. To kill Chen Bin, especially behind enemy lines, is by no means an easy task for an ordinary person like you who has yet to awaken your talent. But fortunately, the rear of humanity is not as peaceful as it seems. You can leverage the power of others. Sumu quickly finished reading the contents of the diary. The 12-hour side effect brought by the death rollback caused a few beads of sweat to appear on his forehead. This kind of mental exhaustion, aside from relying on certain psychiatric drugs, was best alleviated by a good sleep. However, now was definitely not the time to rest. Sumu quickly took out a fresh sheet of white paper, tore off a corner, drew a pattern on it with a red pen, and carefully folded it into the shape of a heart. Next, he rummaged through a box under the bed where clothes were stored and pulled out an all-black outfit, a mask, and a baseball cap. After changing, he didn't choose to leave through the front door but instead opened the window and quietly climbed out. Their family lives on the second floor, so going out through the window isn't too dangerous. After leaving home, Sumu quickly followed the directions in the diary and headed to a nearby subway station. Although it was already nighttime, the subway station was still bustling with people. He arrived at exit 2 of the subway station. Next to exit number 2, there is a newsstand, which is already closed due to the night. But Sumu didn't mind and quickly stuffed the folded heart-shaped paper into the gap under the iron door of the newsstand. Afterward, he gently knocked on the iron door a few times. After completing all this, Sumu left quickly. About half an hour later, the metal door of the newsstand suddenly opened a very small crack, and a hand quickly took the heart-shaped paper inside. At this moment, Sumu had already returned to his room. The outfit, mask, and hat he wore outside were discarded without hesitation by a river somewhere. Back in the room, Sumu finally let out a sigh of relief. As long as nothing unexpected happens, he will most likely never see Chen Bin again tomorrow. The method he just used was precisely the extremely secretive means of contact among the heretical cult recorded in the diary, used behind human lines. This method is known only to the high-ranking members of the heretical cult. The heretical cult consists of a group of traitorous humans who have no faith in their own kind and attempt to preserve themselves by relying on the power of alien races. Many of them lurk behind the human race's lines, often secretly assassinating some human geniuses or creating various disturbances. This is precisely why the teacher previously warned them not to casually reveal their talents. The human race has not neglected the idea of purging these lurking heretical traitors, but because they themselves are human and are deeply embedded within the human race, they are extremely difficult to detect. Some have even remained hidden for over a decade or two, living daily lives indistinguishable from ordinary people. Wanting to eliminate them, the difficulty is imaginable. Lying on the bed, Sumu felt conflicted. The first time killing someone, though it was through someone else's hand and the target was a future human traitor, that strange feeling in his heart lingered. Perhaps this is also why his future self refrained from revealing too many details in the diary. Sumu shook his head with a bitter smile, forcing himself not to overthink. He turned his attention to the contents of the diary. According to the records, tomorrow, or rather, later today, after he awakens his talent again, the next page will open. If nothing unexpected happens, he should awaken 2 talents talents this time. Thinking and thinking, Sumu gradually fell into a deep sleep. The awakening of talents is coming soon, Mu-ge. Are you excited? Excited? There's nothing to be excited about. Sumu yawned. It was still those familiar words. On the school playground, it was filled with senior students, all lining up and waiting for their talent awakening. The only difference was that Chinbin, with his dyed blonde hair, was nowhere to be seen today. Just as Sumu and his companions were waiting for their awakening, the homeroom teacher received a phone call, looking anxious, and quickly left the playground. Soon, he returned to the playground with a serious expression. All students of Class 5 returned to the classroom after awakening. I have something to say. Seeing the homeroom teacher's stern demeanor, the students of Class 5 began to discuss among themselves. Mu-ge, what do you think the teacher wants to say? Judging by his expression, it doesn't seem good. Li Xiangdong curiously leaned close to Sumu. Sumu shook his head and said, not sure, probably something related to talent. He knew it was most likely related to Chenbin, but he couldn't say it outright. Soon, it was Sumu's turn to awaken. Once again stepping into that black sphere-like talent awakening machine, he felt a sense of being transported to another world. He placed his hand on the instrument. In the next moment, two pieces of information appeared in his mind. EX-level talent, posthumous replication. SSS-level talent, death rewind 12 hours. Success! Sumu finally breathed a sigh of relief. This time, he didn't wait for the instrument operator to call him and directly walked out of the talent awakening device. After waiting outside for a short while, Li Xiangdong soon appeared, and the two headed together toward Class 5. When they arrived at the classroom, many classmates were already seated inside. Everyone was discussing why the homeroom teacher had suddenly called them back to the office. Do you think the teacher might want to teach us some special body refinement techniques or breathing methods? The body refinement techniques and breathing methods in the school library are all very basic. If the teacher could give us some extra lessons, that would be amazing. Don't overthink it. Since the teacher stayed behind to teach high school, their strength is probably only at the 7th or 8th level of martial disciple. How could they have any advanced body refinement techniques or breathing methods? I'm just fantasizing, after all. On the path of martial arts, aside from talent, the key factors that determine strength are nothing more than body refinement techniques, breathing methods, and martial skills. We aren't qualified to learn martial skills yet, so body refinement techniques and breathing methods are the only things we can strive for. If you really want better body refining techniques and breathing methods, it's best to have your family spend some money at the market to buy some. It's just 100 or 200,000, and at least it's a level higher than the schools. We're getting off track. Weren't we talking about the homeroom teacher? I actually made a discovery. What discovery? Didn't you notice? Chenbin didn't show up during the talent awakening today. While they were chatting, the homeroom teacher walked into the classroom, and the room instantly fell silent. His face was solemn as he quickly scanned the room, confirming the head count before speaking. Class, I have some very grievous news to share with you. Just moments ago, I received word that our classmate Chenbin was attacked by heretics early this morning and tragically passed away. As soon as the homeroom teacher finished speaking, the classroom erupted into murmurs. The boys were mostly shocked, while the girls couldn't hide their sadness. The teacher had anticipated these reactions and did not immediately intervene. After waiting for a moment, he said, "All right, everyone, please quiet down. Chenbin's passing is regrettable, but while we mourn the loss, we must remember that the past cannot be undone, and we must remain vigilant for the future. I want to remind everyone to not only stay vigilant against the myriad races that may attack at any time but also to beware of traitors hidden within the human race, collaborators. Protecting yourself is the only way to contribute to the human race and to avoid causing grief to your family and friends. Most importantly, focus on improving your strength as quickly as possible. Only when you possess sufficient power will you not be harmed by the parasites lurking in the shadows. After returning home tonight, those who have the means can ask their families to help purchase body refinement techniques and breathing methods suitable for themselves. For those without the means, practicing the courses available in the school library will suffice. Additionally, do not neglect the preparation of blood food. Everyone must strive to improve their strength. During these 6 months, the school will do its best to support you, providing a monthly subsidy of 1,000 yuan per person. Although it's not much, it should be enough to meet the minimum blood food requirements. In addition, the school offers scholarships. Based on the cultivation progress tests conducted each month, first place scholarships of 30,000 yuan, second place scholarships of 20,000 yuan, and third place scholarships of 10,000 yuan will be awarded. There is also a one-time special scholarship of 100,000 yuan to reward exceptionally outstanding students. Everyone, I hope you remember that safety guidelines can only reduce the probability of danger. The only thing that can truly protect you is your own strength. Alright, that's about all I have to say. Lastly, a reminder, tomorrow will be the first blood energy value test. Make sure not to be late. As the words fell, the homeroom teacher didn't linger and quickly left the classroom. As soon as he left, the classroom erupted into chaos. Chenbin is dead. Although Chenbin wasn't well liked in the class and didn't have many close friends, he was still a classmate they saw every day. To die at the hands of the cult of heresy inevitably left people sighing with emotion. Sumu felt the same way. Even though he had used the cult of heresy to kill Chenbin, and knew that Chenbin would eventually become a traitor to humanity. But after all, he was just a senior high school student. Just a few days ago, his biggest dream was merely to get into a good university, then buy a spacious house for his family and lead a happy and fulfilling life with them. Yet now, he bore the heavy responsibility of preventing the extinction of humanity, even going so far as to use the power of heretical worship to kill his own classmate. The inner turmoil he faced was something no one could truly understand, but he did not regret it. He understood clearly why his future self had instructed him to kill Chenbin. Although Chenbin was a future traitor to humanity, the more critical reason was that he, like Sumu, possessed the ability to rewind time upon death. If Chenbin were not killed, it would mean that in the future, when Chenbin betrayed humanity and discovered Sumu's existence, he might use the rewind ability to return to 12 hours before awakening his talent. At that point, the one who might die would be Sumu himself. Only by severing the timeline of the unawakened Chenbin could all potential threats be completely eradicated. Therefore, Chenbin had to die. Chenbin's death, to Sumu, was like throwing a stone into a calm lake. Though it stirred ripples, the surface quickly returned to tranquility. What Sumu was more concerned about now was the content on the next page of the diary. Brother Mu, want to go online? Hee, it's rare to awaken a talent. Let's relax a bit. Not going. I'm in a hurry to get home. I'll head off first. As soon as he got home, the familiar aroma of meat wafted into his nose. It seemed Lu Yufan had already anticipated Sumu's return and had started stewing the meat early in the morning. Sumu greedily took a deep breath, didn't linger, and quickly returned to his room. He took out his diary from under the bed and lay on the bed, carefully flipping through it. As he expected, after successfully awakening 2 talents, the next page of the diary could finally be turned. What surprised Sumu a little was that the next page had a small indentation, inside which lay a black bug the size of a fingernail. He didn't pay much attention to the bug and instead turned his gaze to the text on the diary. Congratulations, my 10 years ago self. When you read this sentence, it means you have completed all the previous plans. Now, you should possess 2 talents and have no more worries. Trust me, what comes next is the rise of your martial arts journey. Next, there is only one thing that matters most to you. Calmly prepare for the college entrance exam 6 months from now. You must get into Longjing Martial Arts University. Seeing the word must, Sumu was already accustomed to it. He continued reading, eager to understand what exactly that bug was. I'm sure you've noticed the bug I placed on this page. You should be grateful for the uniqueness of this bug, otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to smuggle it into the diary. This bug is called the wisdom bug. You have limited experience, and you may not be familiar with the wisdom bugs. Allow me to give a brief introduction. The wisdom bug race is an extremely remarkable species among all races. In each generation, there is only one, and they all awaken the same SSS-level talent, the Book of Wisdom. Their method of inheritance relies precisely on this same SSS-level talent, the Book of Wisdom. The Book of Wisdom awakened by each generation of wisdom bugs contains the accumulated memories of all previous generations. Owning a wisdom bug is equivalent to mastering countless generations of this race's heritage. It can be said that the reason the myriad races can perceive the various talents awakened by the human race ultimately lies in the assistance of the Wisdom Zerg. Its Book of Wisdom almost encompasses all the talents awakened by the myriad races and the human race over the years. This Wisdom Zerg is a precious treasure obtained at the cost of the blood of countless human warriors. Having said so much, you should understand my intention. That's right, handing it over to you is to let you possess the Book of Wisdom of the Wisdom Zerg. The Wisdom Zerg originally had no offensive power, but ever since I acquired this creature, I have been nurturing it. Now, when it bites, it releases a chronic toxin. Without treatment, the victim will die within 12 hours. In addition, I have made some modifications and restrictions to the talent of the Book of Wisdom, setting it so that only those who reach a certain level of strength can access specific information, and deleting all memories related to the war between humans and all races in the next 10 years. Some things, not knowing them, can actually bring change. I believe you'll appreciate my adjustments. By the way, once you obtain the Book of Wisdom, you can dispose of this wisdom bug. Its corpse can be used to refine a potion to enhance your strength. When you get into Longjing Martial Arts University, you can open this diary. After reading the words in the diary, Sumu held the wisdom bug in his palm. At first glance, this wisdom bug looked no different from an ordinary insect. Following the instructions in the diary, Sumu directly pressed the front mandibles against his skin. Perhaps due to training, the wisdom bug bit down without hesitation. A tingling sensation spread from the wound. After the bite, Sumu placed the wisdom bug into a transparent box, and now he had to wait for a full 12 hours. When Sumu opened his eyes again, his head felt like it was about to split apart. He was still tightly clutching the wisdom worm that had just bitten him. A new piece of information had also appeared in his mind. SSS-level
talent. Book of Wisdom. Book of Wisdom possesses the abilities of identification and analysis, storage and search, optimization and simplification.
It can store all memories within the Book of Wisdom and pass them down to the next generation through the power of bloodline. As soon as the information appeared, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in Sumu's mind.
Ding, Super AI Deep Blue, at your service.
What the heck is this? Hearing the mechanical voice, Sumu frowned deeply. Then he suddenly remembered that his future self had mentioned in the diary that he had modified the Book of Wisdom and said he would definitely like it.
Could this be the modification? What abilities do you have?
Deep Blue originates from the SSS-level talent Book of Wisdom, integrating countless years of memories from the Zerg of Wisdom and a vast repository of human data stored later, enabling you to better utilize the Book of Wisdom. Now, let me briefly introduce my abilities.
1. Identification and analysis.
Deep Blue contains nearly all the databases of myriad races and humans, allowing you to identify the talents, categories, as well as various natural treasures, weapons, and items of myriad races and humans.
You can think of Deep Blue as an all-knowing encyclopedia of everything. 2. Optimization and simplification.
Relying on the massive database and the talent of the Book of Wisdom, Deep Blue can correct your training movements and optimize training methods, martial techniques, and combat styles based on body data at different stages.
3. Interface display.
This feature was added later.
Based on Deep Blue as a super-intelligent brain modified afterward, it can present
your physical condition in a concise, data-driven manner, indicate the progress of talent replication, and help you cultivate better.
After listening to Deep Blue's introduction, Sumu's mouth was almost wide enough to dislocate his jaw. This Deep Blue, wasn't it the golden finger system he had seen in novels?
His future self had actually turned the talent of the Book of Wisdom into a
system. Shocked, Sumu became even more curious about his future self. What kind of role would his future self play, and what kind of extraordinary abilities would he possess? Not only could he obtain the wisdom worm, but he could also modify its talent? But no matter what, just as his future self had said, Sumu really liked this modification. Name, Sumu. Vitality value, 0.72. The average for ordinary humans before cultivation is 0.6. Body refining technique, none. Breathing method, none. Martial skills, none. Talent EX level. Posthumous replication, SSS level. Death rewind 12 hours, Book of Wisdom.
A light blue interface appeared before Sumu's eyes, a character panel generated by Deep Blue based on his physical data. Of course, Deep Blue's capabilities extended far beyond this. Deep Blue, find me suitable body refining techniques and breathing methods. Ding, searching for you. Ding, a large amount of data has been retrieved and is being filtered based on your physical condition and awakening talent.
Ding, filtering in progress. Ding, filtering successful. After analysis, the most suitable body refinement techniques for you are Universal Body Refinement Technique and Innate Embryonic Breathing Method.
Universal Body Refinement Technique. This technique originates from a powerful human expert and is an unparalleled body refinement method derived from the cultivation practices of various races.
Depending on
individual circumstances, one can choose to simulate different races at different stages of cultivation, thereby integrating the strengths of all races and ultimately surpassing the boundaries of all races. Innate Embryonic Breathing Method, created by a mighty expert of the myriad races, this is a supreme breathing technique based on the most primitive and innate natural
state of all things. With each inhalation, the 100 meridians harmonize, with each exhalation, the 100 meridians open. Through this breathing process, the
meridians flow smoothly, and vitality circulates freely, enabling one to achieve the state of unity between man and nature, and the natural Tao.
Long-term practice
not only enhances comprehension but, when combined with body refinement techniques and martial arts training, can significantly elevate one's martial arts realm. Based on Deep Blue's analysis of your physical data, before stepping into the first realm of martial artists, you should first practice the Great Strength Ape Clan chapter, the Golden Rock Clan chapter, and the Diamond Bull Clan chapter of the Universal Body Refinement Technique. A vast amount of information unfolded before Sumu, all provided by Deep Blue.
The recommended Universal Body Refining Technique and Innate Fetal Breathing Method were both top-tier techniques in body refining and breathing methods. Given Sumu's current physical condition, these two techniques were undoubtedly the most suitable for him.
This was precisely the strength of the future version of the Book of Wisdom after its transformation. Not only did it possess a certain level of intelligence, but it also relied on a massive information database.
If utilized properly, it would undoubtedly provide tremendous support for Sumu's martial path.
After resting for a while, Sumu carefully stored the corpse of the wisdom worm. During the time reversal, he had already eliminated the wisdom worm. After all, it was an alien species, and letting the universal races discover it would only cause trouble.
Moreover, its corpse could be used to refine potions to enhance vitality and blood.
Fortunately, all of the wisdom worm's abilities were innate. Otherwise, given that Sumu had not yet officially started cultivating, he couldn't guarantee he
he would have been able to kill it. This was something his future self had clearly anticipated. After properly placing the wisdom worm's corpse in the diary, Sumu began cultivating the innate fetal breathing method and the universal body refining technique. The innate fetal breathing method was relatively smooth, although it took some time. Under Deep Blue's guidance, he successfully mastered this powerful breathing technique. When he first used the innate fetal breathing method, his mind instantly became clear, and the surrounding scenery appeared exceptionally vivid. However, cultivating the universal body refining technique was far from easy. This technique was not simply about imitating a single universal race nor merely combining the strengths of all universal races. Instead, it involved selecting the advantages of various races based on different stages and individual circumstances, ultimately achieving mastery in body refining. Sumu was now just an ordinary person who has only recently embarked on the path of martial arts. According to Deep Blue's suggestion, before becoming a first-realm martial artist, given his current physical condition, the most suitable techniques for him to practice are the Great Strength Ape Clan chapter, the Golden Rock Clan chapter, and the Daimonox Clan chapter from the Myriad Clan's body refining technique. The Great Strength Ape Clan is renowned for its power, especially suitable for the stage before reaching the first realm. The Golden Rock Clan is famous for its speed, and the newborn physique of the Daimonox Clan is exceptionally robust, ranking among the best in the Myriad Clans. Combining the strengths of these three will undoubtedly lay an incredibly solid foundation for Sumu before he becomes a first-realm martial artist. However, the difficulty of training cannot be underestimated. Just practicing the Great Strength Ape Clan chapter alone left Sumu grimacing in pain and utterly exhausted. After completing all three chapters of the Myriad Clan's body refining technique, he collapsed on the ground, gasping for air. Even the innate fetal breathing technique could no longer function, leaving him so drained that he was nearly paralyzed, desperately trying to recover his strength. At this moment, his younger brother Su Yang's voice suddenly came from outside. "Brother, come out and eat." "Oh, coming." Perhaps it was due to his first time cultivating, but Sumu felt an intense hunger surging from every part of his body. Struggling to get up from the ground, he grabbed the towel beside him and wiped his sweat. Given his current condition, attempting a second round of practice seemed unrealistic. All he wanted was to quickly eat something and then enjoy a good sleep. Sitting at the dining table, faced with the steaming hot food, Sumu could no longer hold back. In an instant, he transformed into a ravenous beast, devouring the large bowl of black-haired pork in front of him as if a storm had swept through. His astonishing eating speed left Su Dashin and the others dumbfounded, their eyes wide with shock. "Brother, you. Su Yang's little face was full of astonishment. After Sumu finished eating most of the dishes on the table, he was surprised by his own appetite. After all, this time he had specifically reverted to an earlier save to acquire the talent of the wisdom worm. During his last meal, he had eaten less than 1/10 of what he consumed now, and his mother Lu Yufeng had even lamented that she had misjudged the portion size when cooking for the first time and made too much. But now, thanks to practicing the Myriad Race's body refining technique and the innate fetal breathing method, Sumu's appetite had increased more than tenfold. Even more astonishing was that, despite eating so much, he still felt hungry. Growl growl. The sound of his stomach rumbling made Sumu's cheeks flush slightly. Su Yang widened his eyes. "Brother, don't tell me you're still not full after all this?" Only then did Su Dashin react and quickly turned to Lu Yufeng, the kid's mom. "Is there any more black pork? Quick, make some more for more. The more he eats, the stronger his vitality. There's a little left, but not much. I'm not sure if it'll be enough for more." Lu Yufeng put down her chopsticks and stood up to head to the kitchen. "I'll go buy some." Su Dashin hurriedly grabbed the old wallet. "Where's the passbook? I'll stop by the bank to withdraw some money." Watching the busy figures of his parents, Sumu felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He clenched his fists tightly and secretly vowed to work hard on his cultivation, to bring his parents and Xiaoyang a good life. He must prevent the extinction of the human race. Name, Sumu. Vitality value, 4.13, unranked martial disciple. Body refining technique, Myriad Race's body refining technique, Great Strength Ape Clan chapter, Golden Rock Clan chapter, Diamond Bull Clan chapter. Breathing technique, innate fetal breathing method. Martial skill, none. Talent EX level, posthumous replication, SSS level, 12-hour death rewind, Book of Wisdom, 4.13. After practicing the universal body refining technique just once, Sumu's blood vitality value skyrocketed from the original 0.72 to 4.13, an increase of over 3 points. Although this might be due to the significant boost from the first practice, it is enough to prove the power of the universal body refining technique. Phew, Mugu, did you practice yesterday? I practiced for the first time last night and it nearly killed me. His deskmate Li Shangdong excitedly leaned over to Sumu and said. Sumu nodded in agreement. Indeed, the exhaustion from yesterday was still fresh in his memory. Coupled with just having reset, he was both mentally and physically drained. After dinner last night, he immediately went back to his room to sleep. He had only barely recovered this morning. To be honest, while he still felt a bit mentally fatigued, his body was brimming with boundless energy. Most
Most of the classmates, like Li Xiangdong, were excitedly sharing their feelings about their first cultivation experience yesterday. Just as everyone was engaged in lively discussion, the homeroom teacher, sporting a Mediterranean hairstyle, finally walked into the classroom. Classmates. He glanced around the room, seemingly confirming the head count before nodding. Before taking you to the first test, I'll take you to a place. Everyone get ready, the school bus is waiting at the school gate. Zhang Helio's words sparked everyone's curiosity. Under his guidance, the students of Class 5 lined up in 2 rows and headed to the school gate. Several school buses were parked there, and students from other senior classes were queuing to board. The students of Class 5 quickly got on the bus as well. Sumu chose a seat by the window, gazing at the buildings retreating outside while recalling the conversation he overheard between his parents before falling asleep last night. I don't know if it's because of practicing the myriad race's body refining technique and the innate fetal breathing method, but his senses had become sharper. Lying in the room, he could still clearly hear his parents' conversation in the living room. Dear, black pork is really expensive now. It's 150 yuan per pound. With Moore's appetite, we spend 4 to 5,000 yuan a day. That's great. It means Moore's vitality is improving a lot. As long as my son can make something of himself, I'd be willing to sell everything, even live on the streets to support him. How much money do we have left at home? Altogether, scattered here and there, we have about 50,000 yuan left. You don't need to worry about the money. Tomorrow, go withdraw 30,000 yuan, buy 2 doses of blood replenishing powder for Moore, and use the rest to buy blood food. This period is crucial for Moore. Even if we have to tighten our belts, we can't let the child suffer. Alright, I'll also check tomorrow if there are any places offering handicraft work. Short on money. Sumu frowned deeply. The saying, literature is for the poor, martial arts for the rich, has never been an empty phrase. For martial artists, the early stage improvement of vitality largely depends on the supply of blood food and vitality-enhancing medicines. Speaking of Sumu himself, if he usually had enough blood food and qi and blood medicine, it would not have been impossible to directly increase his qi and blood by 10 points and step into martial disciple level 1 while practicing the 10,000 races body refining technique and innate fetal breathing method last night. I need to find a way to make money. Sumu's eyes narrowed slightly, as if deep in thought. The school bus quickly arrived at its destination. After getting off, the students realized that today the teacher had brought them to the human race martyrs cemetery located in the 3rd safe zone. There are a total of 197 safe zones in the human territory, of which the Great Xia occupies 56. Each safe zone within the Great Xia has a human martyrs cemetery, established to ensure that every person in the safe zones remembers the heroic martyrs who sacrificed themselves for humanity. The martyrs cemetery is located in an open mountain area. The mountain is terraced, with each level filled with countless martyrs' tombstones. Their heroic deeds are inscribed on the tombstones, and in front of some, family members of the martyrs stand, burning paper offerings, laying flowers, and paying tribute to their loved ones. Everyone, straighten up and be serious. This was the first thing the homeroom teacher said after the students got off the bus. Not just him, almost all homeroom teachers would first remind everyone to maintain solemnity after disembarking. Everyone understood the significance of this place and quickly put away their smiles, following the group seriously. Today, I brought you here in the hope that you understand that the reason we can study peacefully behind the lines of the human race is because of these heroes who have bravely sacrificed themselves on the battlefield of all races. Zhang He and Lu gazed solemnly at the students below. And in the not-too-distant future, some of you may very well appear here. This is the destiny of everyone who embarks on the path of martial arts, and it is also the highest honor. I hope each of you can understand the significance of embarking on the path of martial arts. If this were an era of peace, your teacher wouldn't have too many demands. Martial arts could be about strengthening the body and cultivating for the sake of becoming stronger. But in this era, as members of the human race, the sole purpose of embarking on the path of martial arts is to fight against all races and protect the homeland behind you. Because, standing behind you are your family, your friends. At this point, Zhang Heliu paused, his gaze carrying a hint of emotion as he looked at the countless tombstones scattered across the mountains. After finishing with your batch, I will also return to the battlefield of the myriad races. I hope that one day, you brats can offer me a few bouquets of flowers and burn some paper money for me. Alright, enough with the chatter. This morning's agenda is to properly pay tribute to the deeds of these martyrs. Gather in front of the school bus at 11 o'clock. After lunch, we will officially begin your first blood energy value test. Now, you're free to move around. By the way, one last reminder. Don't forget where you are. This is not a school, not your playground for fooling around. If anyone dares to disrespect these martyrs, don't blame me for being rude. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Heliu waved his hand, signaling the students to disperse. At this moment, Li Xiangdong decisively walked up to Su Mu and said with emotion, "Brother Mu, did you hear that? The old class said that after he finishes teaching our class, he's going back to the battlefield of the myriad races. Sigh, the old class is really something. Wouldn't it be better for him to stay in the rear
here as a teacher? Hasn't he already been to the battlefield once? With his strength, going back again is just courting death, isn't it? Although everyone usually complained about the old class, hearing that he was returning to the battlefield left them all feeling a bit melancholic. Li Xiangdong was no exception. Su Mu glanced at him. Although he did not agree with Lao Ban's decision, he could understand it. It is precisely because of people like Lao Ban that the human race can stand against the myriad races. Su Mu spoke. Upon hearing his words, Li Xiangdong sighed and then said thoughtfully, Brother Mu, do you think we'll encounter Lao Ban on the battlefield? In the future? Maybe by then, my rank will already be higher than his. If that really happens, Lao Ban might have to rely on me to look out for him. Su Mu shrugged and smiled. You sure know how to dream. Alright, don't forget the purpose of this trip. I'll go check over there. As he spoke, he patted Li Xiangdong on the shoulder. Su Mu turned around and began carefully reading the deeds of the martyrs inscribed on the tombstones. Gu Changwei, soldier of the 7th Squad, Western War Zone of the battlefield of all races, martyr. In the year 10,073 of the Martial Dao calendar, the Blackwing Eagle clan launched a surprise attack on Base 33 of the Western War Zone. Gu Changwei was the first to detect the enemy's presence and resisted desperately for nearly 3 minutes. Ultimately, he sacrificed himself through self-detonation to relay the news of the attack. Fang Hao, captain of the 5th Squad, Western War Zone of the battlefield of all races, martyr. In the year 10,087 of the Martial Dao calendar, he and the members of the 5th Squad encountered the Nether Cat clan and fought a bloody battle for 3 days and nights, eventually being captured. To prevent the enemy from extracting intelligence, he, with only his right hand still functional, reached into the wound in his abdomen, painfully tore out his intestines, and heroically sacrificed himself. Li Heading, Western War Zone of the battlefield of all races. The heroic deeds of the martyrs made Su Mu's scalp tingle. From time to time, the sorrowful cries of the martyrs' families echoed in his ears. Just as he walked, a short distance away, a wave of scorching heat suddenly swept over him. It turned out to be the flames from burning paper blown onto his face by the wind. He took 2 small steps back, gazing at the seemingly surging wave of fire, yet there was no trace of fear in his heart. Instead, he suddenly recalled a sentence his teacher had once said in class, when the wind takes shape, it is the departed reluctant to leave. These martyrs, could it be that they, too, were unwilling to leave this world? Su Mu clenched his fists tightly, silently feeling a surge of respect. Everyone, line up according to your student numbers. Next, we will begin testing blood vitality levels. After lunch, the homeroom teacher led the students of Class 5 to the school's blood vitality testing training hall. Other senior classes were also undergoing testing at the same time. In front of each class stood a blood vitality testing device. Yesterday, everyone should have completed the first practice of body refinement techniques and breathing methods, but this is merely the first step into martial arts. In the next 6 months, you must strive to improve your vital energy value. According to last year's admission standards, a vital energy value of 20 or above, which corresponds to Martial Disciple Level 2, is required to meet the undergraduate threshold and enter a second-tier martial arts university. A vital energy value of 40 or above is needed to meet the minimum admission score for a first-tier martial arts university. A vital energy value of 70 or above is required to meet the minimum admission standard for a top-tier martial arts university. So, you must never slack off. Your journey is still long. Zhang Heliu briefly introduced last year's admission score lines. Listening to those numbers in the tens, every student displayed different expressions on their faces. At this moment, the people in front had already started testing their blood vitality values. Su Mu's student number was positioned in the middle. Although he was waiting for his turn, he wasn't idle. Instead, he carefully observed the situations of the students ahead. Whenever his gaze swept over someone, a pale blue character interface would appear beside them. Name, Wang Jun. Vitality value, 0.63. Average value for ordinary humans before cultivation is 0.6. Body refining technique, common body refining technique. Breathing method, civilian breathing method. Martial skill, none. Talent, pending analysis. Name, Yi Wei Kang. Vitality value, 0.73. The average value for ordinary humans before cultivation is 0.6. Body refining technique, black pig body refining technique. Breathing method, white bird breathing method. Martial skill, none. Talent, pending analysis. Name, Ding Ziyang. Vitality value, 0.63. The average value for ordinary humans before cultivation is 0.6. Body refining technique, common body refining technique. Breathing technique, civilian breathing technique. Martial skill, none. Talent, pending analysis. After the Deep Blue system analyzed and identified everyone's physical data, it transformed into a character interface that appeared before Su Mu. Information such as blood vitality, body refining techniques, and breathing techniques could all be determined through daily behavior and breathing patterns. For those with great strength, it was even possible to discern someone's blood vitality and the body refining and breathing techniques they practiced with just the naked eye, without the need for detection instruments. Deep Blue, after being
modified by its future self and combined with the Book of Wisdom, a talent akin to an encyclopedia encompassing both human and myriad races, found achieving this task relatively easy. However, the nature of talents varies. For most people who awaken their talents, as long as they don't actively use them, ordinary individuals find it difficult to discern what their talent actually is. To accurately analyze someone's talent, one must rely on a substantial amount of behavioral data as reference or witness the talent being used firsthand to draw precise conclusions. The myriad races use wisdom bugs to analyze human talents by collecting extensive combat data from humans. Although Deep Blue has been modified, it ultimately originates from the wisdom bug's Book of Wisdom talent and naturally cannot escape this principle. However, given sufficient time, Deep Blue can analyze the talent of almost any human or member of the myriad races. In a sense, Sumu's Deep Blue can decipher talents even beyond what the current wisdom bugs of the myriad races are capable of. After all, Sumu's wisdom bug comes from 10 years in the future. 10 years, neither too long nor too short. Anything that the current wisdom bugs of the myriad races can identify, Sumu's Deep Blue can analyze. Conversely, what Deep Blue can recognize may not necessarily be within the capabilities of those wisdom bugs. Deep Blue was carefully observing every student present. Its analytical ability made Sumu, who was using it for the first time, feel quite intrigued. He watched the physical data of the students, walking back and forth in the testing hall with great interest. As of now, there were very few students with a blood vitality value exceeding 0.8, with the highest being only 0.91, none other than their class beauty, Fongling compared to his own blood vitality value of 4.13. The difference was like night and day. However, this was to be expected, as Sumu's high school was just an ordinary one in the third safe zone, far from being top tier, where geniuses were naturally rare. If it were a top tier high school, there might be prodigies with blood vitality values exceeding 1. As he pondered this, he couldn't help but wonder how his homeroom teacher would react upon learning that his blood vitality value was as high as 4.13. Suddenly, the training hall's doors were kicked open, and the loud noise startled all the students who were testing their blood vitality values. In an instant, more than 20 individuals dressed in Nightwalker uniforms swiftly surrounded the entire training hall. Nightwalkers were law enforcement personnel stationed in the rear of the human race, primarily responsible for eliminating heretics lingering in human territories and those who, upon embarking on the martial path, developed malicious intent and committed acts of violence and chaos. However, why would the Nightwalkers appear in the training hall? Sumu looked at this group of suddenly appearing Nightwalkers, his brows slightly furrowed, and a faint sense of unease rose in his heart. Everyone, quiet. A ponytailed woman stepped into the training hall. Her skin was fair, her appearance delicate and beautiful, as if she carried her own radiance. Her long, slender legs attracted the attention of many male classmates. Sumu also carefully observed this ponytailed woman. Then, her character panel appeared in his view. Name, unknown. Vitality, 35,482.57, mid-stage third realm martial artist. Body refining technique, mysterious in body refining technique. Breathing method, heavenly in water breathing technique. Talent, pending analysis. Over 30,000 vitality points. Mid-stage third realm martial artist. This was the strongest person Sumu had ever seen in his life. Initially, Sumu was merely curious about her because of her beauty and used Deep Blue to scan her body data, but he never expected her strength to shock him to the core. Brother Mu, this Nightwalker sister is so beautiful. How great would it be to marry her and make her my wife? Li Xiangdong exclaimed as he unknowingly sidled up to Sumu. Sumu glanced at him and said, if you really want to marry her, just know that if you two ever argue, she could beat you so badly you'd be rolling on the ground. Hearing this, Li Xiangdong couldn't help but get nervous. Really? Brother Mu, don't scare me. This Nightwalker sister doesn't look like a violent person at all. Sumu shook his head, knowing full well that whether she was violent or not was another matter, but her strength was undeniably formidable. At this moment, the ponytailed woman finally spoke. Classmates, I apologize for disturbing everyone. I am Xia Ru, the captain of the first squad of Nightwalkers, from the third safe zone. We now suspect that a severely injured fugitive heretic has infiltrated among you. We hope for your cooperation in capturing them. Xia Ru's words instantly made everyone on the training ground tense up, and the atmosphere became anxious and uneasy. Heretics. Everyone in the rear of the human race understood the meaning behind these three words. They were the parasites of humanity, the venomous snakes lurking in the shadows. However, for these novices who had just stepped into the martial path, heretics were also an insurmountable chasm standing right before them. It seemed to sense everyone's fear, so Xia Ru quickly reassured them. Everyone, please rest assured. We will do our utmost to ensure your safety. Now, please leave the training hall in an orderly manner, line up properly, and do not make any sudden movements to avoid giving the heretics any opportunity. At this moment, the teachers of over a dozen classes also step forward. Everyone, follow the procedures we learned in class before, line up properly, and don't be afraid. The Nightwalkers will protect us. discuss. After all, during the 18 years before awakening their talents, everyone had undergone training on how to evacuate safely in the event of encountering heretics. Hearing the teacher's words, the remaining students began to act, lining up neatly and preparing to leave the training hall. The students in Su Mu's group also followed closely behind their homeroom teacher, Zhang Heliu, each undergoing inspection by the Nightwalkers as they slowly exited the training hall. Brother Mu, why do I feel a bit excited the first time I encounter such a scene? Li Xiangdong followed behind Su Mu, seeming a bit restless. He had always been talkative, and many classmates found him annoying, but only Su Mu was willing to patiently listen to his ramblings and occasionally respond. During 3 years of high school, Li Xiangdong was always glued to Su Mu. Although Su Mu was reluctant to admit it, he had to acknowledge that Li Xiangdong was his best friend during those 3 years. You really aren't afraid of death, huh? Worshippers of heretical cults are ruthless and not to be trifled with. Li Xiangdong chuckled. What are we afraid of? The Nightwalker's elder sister and the others are here. Once I become powerful enough, I'll make sure to beat these human parasites to death one by one. Su Mu said with a smile. So it seems your future goal isn't to head to the front lines, but to return to the human rear and join the Nightwalkers? Still haven't decided yet. Brother Mu, what about you? What's your plan? Li Xiangdong looked at Su Mu. Su Mu said solemnly, of course, I'm heading to the front lines. As long as the myriad races haven't been eradicated, the worship of heresy will never truly disappear. Only by personally charging to the front lines can we root it out, and only by resolving the myriad races can our human race truly achieve peace. Li Xiangdong's eyes lit up after hearing this. Brother Mu is right. Then I want to go to the front line too. The two were chatting enthusiastically, and it was almost Su Mu's turn in the line. At this moment, Xiaoru's face suddenly turned grim. Watch out. As Xiaoru's sharp warning just fell, Su Mu suddenly felt a wet sensation on his face. Li Xiangdong, who had just been leaning close to his ear to speak, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. In Su Mu's line of sight, Li Xiangdong's chest was pierced by a black battle blade. The face that was still smiling a second ago turned as pale as paper in an instant. Mu, brother Mu. Behind Li Xiangdong, a thin, scar-faced middle-aged man revealed a cold, sinister smile. You all probably won't make it to the front line. He swiftly pulled the black battle blade out of Li Xiangdong's chest, cast a cold glance at Su Mu, then ignored him, turned around, and quickly grabbed Fong Ling, who was not far away, pressing the blade against her fair neck. Ah! The sudden turn of events caused the surrounding classmates to scream in shock and retreat to a safe distance. The scar-faced middle-aged man paid no attention to the classmates' retreat. His gaze was fixed on Xiaoru, who was holding a silver battle blade and had already charged close to him. If he hadn't seized Fong Ling in time, Xiaoru's blade would likely have already struck him. Li Fong, let her go. Xiaoru quickly glanced at Li Xiangdong, who was gradually losing his breath on the ground, her eyes coldly fixed on the scar-faced middle-aged man. TSK, Captain Xia, do you think I'm stupid? Let her go? Wouldn't I be the one to die then? The scar-faced middle-aged man's face was slightly pale, yet he stared at Fong Ling in front of him with a smug smile. What a promising talent, Captain Xia. I observed for a while just now, and this little girl scored 0.91 on her first blood energy test. With such aptitude, she would be considered quite outstanding even in the top high schools of the third safe zone. Given time, she might at least become a third or even fourth-tier martial artist. With such talent, don't you think it would be a pity if she were to die at my hands? My worthless life, exchanged for such a talent, is worth it. Xiaoru said coldly, let her go, and I'll let you leave. That's why I like smart people like you, Captain Xia. The scar-faced middle-aged man laughed wildly. While the scar-faced middle-aged man and Xiaoru were confronting each other, Su Mu had already knelt before Li Xiangdong's corpse. Who could have imagined that the vibrant life, confidently declaring I will also go to the frontline battlefield just a second ago, would turn into a cold corpse the next moment? Brother Mu, what's wrong with you today? You seem off, always spacing out. We're about to awaken our talents. Brother Mu, are you excited? Brother Mu, going online? Hee, it's not easy to awaken a talent. Let's relax a bit. Phew, Brother Mu, did you cultivate last night? I cultivated for the first time last night. It nearly killed me. Brother Mu. Scenes from the past flashed through Su Mu's mind like a revolving lantern. Don't worry, you won't die. Su Mu took a deep breath, slowly stood up, and locked his gaze on the scar-faced middle-aged man not far away. At this moment, the scar-faced middle-aged man was slowly walking toward the entrance of the training hall, still holding Fong Ling hostage. Fong Ling's face was as pale as paper, her lips devoid of color, and her eyes filled with helplessness and fear. Just then, Su Mu rushed toward the scar-faced middle-aged man. The scar-faced man's attention was entirely on Xiaoru, completely unaware that a student was charging at him. It was only when Su Mu reached him that he realized, and as Su Mu was about to collide with him, a ruthless glint flashed across the scar-faced man's face. You little brat, you're courting death. The blade in his hand slashed across Su Mu's neck, and blood splattered onto Fong Ling's face. Despite having his throat slit, Su Mu did not stop. Instead, he rammed into the scar-faced middle-aged man, knocking him down. As his consciousness gradually blurred, he vaguely saw a flash of white light, and the scar-faced man clutched his throat and slowly fell to the ground. Sumu, this student. Sumu felt his vitality rapidly fading, and his vision gradually darkened. Ding, you have been killed by the heretic worshipper Li Feng. Copy successful. Congratulations on obtaining an A-level talent, facelift. A-level talent, facelift. Change of appearance, altering one's facial features, body shape, aura, and blood flow fluctuations. As a surge of information flooded his mind, Sumu suddenly sat up from the bed. Huff, 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 died again. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, picked up the alarm clock, and saw that the time had returned to 12 hours before the blood vitality test. At this moment, Sumu hadn't even visited the Martyrs cemetery. How can I stop that guy and save old Li? Sumu frowned deeply, with a sentence from the diary echoing in his mind. Some things can only be changed by not knowing. This is an explanation left by the future self, clarifying why the memories of the decade-long war between humans and all races in the Book of Wisdom had to be erased. This sentence also gave Sumu an insight. Sometimes, the more you know, the harder it is to change the outcome of the future. Because the more you understand, the more you alter, and the greater the butterfly effect becomes, which might ultimately make the outcome unchangeable. Now, Sumu is facing this very dilemma. If he wants to change the fate of Li Shangdong being killed by the heretic worshipper Li Feng 12 hours later, he must avoid making excessive alterations. Otherwise, if this leads to the worshipper not only killing Li Shangdong but also harming more classmates, the cost would be too great. How should I change it? Sumu fell into deep thought. Everyone, line up according to your student numbers. We will now begin testing blood energy levels. In the training hall, the homeroom teacher Zhang Heliu once again started explaining last year's admission score thresholds to class 5. Sumu had heard it once before, but his attention was not on Zhang Heliu. Instead, he was quietly observing the people around him. Deep Blue, can you locate the position of that heretic worshipper? In the past 12 hours, apart from making some preparations midway, Sumu spent most of the time following the original plot, quietly waiting for the right moment. And as of now, everything seems to be unfolding exactly the same as last time. The order in which everyone tested their vitality values, the results of the tests, and the movement trajectories of the people around. All the details, under Sumu's deliberate control, were almost identical to last time. When Sumu silently asked in his heart, Deep Blue also responded immediately. Yes, Master. I can analyze others' expressions and behaviors to identify the heretic hidden among the classmates. The heretic's position is right in front of you, the third person. He has used the grade A talent alter appearance to transform into your classmate Zhang Jun and is hiding within the group. Last time, Sumu thought that with the Night Walker's protection, there was no need to worry too much about the heretic worshipper issue. But Li Shangdong's death made him clearly understand that relying solely on the Night Walker's strength to fully protect himself was still too difficult. The strength of the heretic worshippers far exceeded that of newcomers who had just stepped into martial arts. A casual strike could be fatal. Deep Blue, can you warn me the moment that heretic worshipper makes a move? Yes, Master. Receiving Deep Blue's affirmative response, Sumu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Since that's the case, my plan should be fine. Everyone, quiet. The same scene, the same words, the same ponytailed woman. The students in the training hall quickly lined up for inspection, just like last time, and then left one by one. Brother Mu, why do I feel a bit excited the first time I encounter this kind of scene? As expected, Li Shangdong said the same words as last time. Hearing this, Sumu couldn't help but shake his head helplessly, secretly complaining in his heart, excited? If it weren't for me, you'd be done for in a moment. But he said, oldly, let me switch places with you. Ha, Brother Mu, everyone else is eager to finish the test and leave, and you want to switch with me? Li Shangdong, who was behind Sumu, couldn't help but feel curious when he heard this request. Cut the nonsense. Sumu pulled Li Shangdong over, stood in front of him, and continued along the previous topic. You really aren't afraid of death. The followers of the heretical cult are ruthless and not to be trifled with. Li Shangdong still chuckled. What's there to be afraid of? Aren't the Nightwalkers and the others here? Once I become powerful enough, I'll wipe out all these human parasites from the heretical cult. Sumu said, it seems your future goal is not to go to the front lines, but to join the Nightwalkers in the rear of the human race? I haven't decided yet. Brother Mu, what about you? Li Shangdong looked at Sumu. Sumu said, I will naturally go to the front lines. As long as the myriad races are not eradicated, the worship of heresy will never completely disappear. Only by going to the front lines can we find a fundamental solution. Only by resolving the myriad races can our human race achieve true peace. Hearing this, Li Shangdong's eyes immediately lit up. Brother Mu, you're absolutely right. Then I will go to the front lines too. Just as Li Shangdong finished speaking, Sumu heard Deep Blue's voice in his mind. Master, quickly lunge forward, he's about to attack. Upon hearing Deep Blue's warning, Sumu grabbed Li Shangdong without hesitation and lunged forward. At the same time, Xia Ru's voice came from beside him. Watch out. A slight sting came from behind, and Sumu felt the blade of the heretic worshipper graze his back, though the injury was not severe. He and Li Shangdong fell to the ground ground together. The moment he hit the ground, Sumu quickly rolled over, only to see the scar-faced middle-aged man staring in disbelief at Sumu, who had escaped from his grasp, and glaring at him viciously. The scar-faced middle-aged man did not launch a second attack but quickly retreated, grabbing Fongling, who was beside him. At this moment, Xiaoru was already holding her battle blade, standing in front of Sumu and the others. Li Feng, let her go. Xiaoru stared intently at the scar-faced middle-aged man holding Fongling hostage. TSK, Captain Xia, do you think I'm stupid? If I let her go, I'll be the one who dies. The scar-faced middle-aged man said coldly. The girl in his arms, Fongling, was so frightened that her face turned pale, almost bursting into tears. At that moment, Sumu spoke up. Uncle, let's make a deal. How about exchanging me for the girl in your hands? He slowly stood up, his voice exceptionally clear in the vast training hall. As soon as Sumu spoke, not only were the scar-faced middle-aged man and the girl in his arms stunned, but even Xiaoru cast a surprised glance at him. Sumu, however, calmly said, Uncle, you're holding her hostage simply because she's currently the one with the highest detected blood energy value, making her the most valuable. Captain Xia is the easiest to compromise. Besides, if you really can't escape, killing someone with decent potential would still make it worthwhile, wouldn't it? Sumu's words exposed his intentions. Although the scar-faced middle-aged man was somewhat surprised, he still responded with a cold sneer. So what if you know? In that case, wouldn't it be more worthwhile to exchange me for the girl in your hands? With your current physical strength, you can only hold one person hostage, so logically, you should choose the most valuable one. As he spoke, Sumu quickly walked toward the blood vitality testing device under the watchful eyes of the scar-faced middle-aged man and Xiaoru. He grabbed a disposable blood sampling needle nearby, took a drop of his own blood, and dripped it into the device. The next second, the blood vitality testing device emitted a mechanical sound, and Sumu deliberately turned up the volume to ensure the entire training hall could hear it. Chi and blood value, 4.13. The moment this number appeared, the entire training hall fell silent. 4.13. What does this mean? All the students present had just awakened their talents yesterday, stepping into the early stages of martial arts, with initial values mostly ranging from 0.6 to 0.8. After the first training session, the usual improvement was between 0.1 and 0.3. Reaching 0.91 was already considered quite good among this group of students. Even in top high schools, the improvement for most ranged only from 0.4 to 0.8. Those who could increase their chi and blood value by a full point were rare, exceptional geniuses. And 4.13? Whether in top high schools or across the entire human race, such a value signifies extraordinary talent and is a symbol of a peerless genius. If Sumu can continue to maintain this momentum of improvement, it is almost certain that he will become one of the top powerhouses of the human race in the future. Uncle, tell me, isn't holding me hostage far more valuable than that girl in your hands? Sumu's words instantly brought everyone, still in shock, back to their senses. This student, no way. The first to react was Xiaoru. As the captain of the Nightwalker's squad, she knew that a genius like Sumu must be protected at all costs. If Sumu were to die at the hands of heretics, it would be an irreparable loss for the human race. Xiaoru's reaction also excited the scar-faced middle-aged man. He had been worried that holding Fongling hostage might not necessarily force Xiaoru to compromise, but if he took this boy hostage instead, even if Xiaoru was unwilling, she would make concessions for the sake of the top human genius. You come over here, and I'll let her go. The scar-faced middle-aged man stared at Sumu and said, I'm warning you, kid, don't play any tricks, or I can't guarantee this girl's safety. Don't worry, as long as you don't play tricks, I won't resort to petty moves either. Sumu spoke as he slowly walked toward the scar-faced middle-aged man. Just as he was a few steps away, the scar-faced middle-aged man suddenly shoved Fongling aside, grabbed Sumu's hand, pulled him into his arms, and pressed the blade against his neck. However, whether it was an illusion or reality, he felt his legs go weak in that instant. You little brat. There's a road to heaven, but you refuse to take it. There's no door to hell, yet you insist on barging in. Now that you're in my hands, you can't escape. Confirming the hostage was secured, the scar-faced middle-aged man revealed a smug smile. He proudly looked towards Xiaoru not far away. Captain Xia, I suppose I don't need to say much about what to do next, do I? Xiaoru stared intently at the scar-faced man. Li Feng, calm down. All you want is to leave, right? How about this, if you let him go, I'll personally arrange for someone to escort you to the 10,000 races battlefield and help you escape to the 10,000 races territory. How does that sound? Stop talking nonsense. From now on, follow my orders. With Sumu, this great treasure, in his grasp, the scar-faced middle-aged man's tone became much more assertive. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. In Sumu's mind, whom he was holding hostage, a deep blue voice echoed, Master, the soft bone incense has taken effect. Hearing Deep Blue's words, Sumu suddenly pushed away the battle blade in the scarred middle-aged man's hand and shouted loudly, Captain Xia, take action. However, there was no need for Sumu to say anything. Xiaoru, who had been keeping a close eye on the scarred middle-aged man, had already darted forward the moment she saw Sumu push the blade aside. The white battle blade in her hand sliced through the air, a cold glint flashing. In the next moment, the scarred middle-aged man clutched his throat and collapsed powerlessly to the ground. At this moment, Sumu also seemed deflated, collapsing to the ground. Although he had appeared brave and fearless earlier, every move he made was the result of careful planning between him and Deep Blue. Executing the plan required complete focus, but now that it was over, the tension in his mind finally eased, and a sense of exhaustion naturally emerged. This was Sumu's first time facing heretical villains, and it was inevitable for him to feel nervous. Although he could restart by reverting to a previous save, each reset consumed his mental energy. This time, he was in his best condition. If he had to reset a few more times, he couldn't guarantee that he would have enough mental energy to gradually complete the plan. Just as Sumu was resting, a pair of long legs clad in the uniform pants of a night operative appeared before him. "Classmate, are you okay?" It was Xiaoru, who had just slain Li Feng, the heretic worshipper. Xiaoru crouched slightly, intending to help Sumu up, but suddenly caught a whiff of a strange fragrance. A peculiar glint flashed in her eyes. "Is this soft bone bewitching fragrance? No wonder his battle blade was pushed aside by you earlier." Sumu. Just as Xiaoru helped Sumu up, the surrounding classmates quickly gathered around. Xiaoru smiled and said to Sumu, "I'll talk to you later. You should rest for a while first." After saying that, she turned to a few nightwalkers and said, "Take this guy's corpse back." Over here, Sumu was surrounded by classmates, almost unable to breathe. Fongling noticed his discomfort and quickly shouted, "Everyone, step back a bit. Sumu needs to rest properly." Fongling gave an order, and several teachers quickly came over to maintain order. "Brother Mu, from now on, if you tell me to go east, I'll never go west. If it weren't for you, I'd probably be done for." Li Xiangdong had somehow come over and spoke with lingering fear. At that moment, if Sumu hadn't switched positions and promptly tackled him, he definitely wouldn't have escaped the attack from the heretic worshipper. Thinking back to that thrilling moment, Li Xiangdong still felt a chill in his heart. In a sense, Sumu almost saved his life. Thinking of this, Li Xiangdong's gaze towards Sumu became even more fervent. Noticing the somewhat unusual look, Sumu punched Li Xiangdong on the shoulder and jokingly scolded, "Stop with the sweet talk, just treat me to a big meal someday." Seeing Li Xiangdong standing alive right in front of him, Sumu also felt a sense of relief. "Sumu, thank you. If it weren't for you just now, I really wouldn't have known what to do." Fongling spoke, her complexion visibly improved. Although her hair was messy, she no longer appeared afraid. She cautiously looked at Sumu, and upon noticing Sumu also looking at her, she quickly lowered her head. "Sumu, is the wound on your back okay?" she asked with concern. "How about I help you bandage it?" Sumu waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned. "It's nothing, just minor injuries. People who practice martial arts wouldn't care about these." "But you, were you scared?" Hearing his concerned words, Fongling quickly shook her head. "I'm fine, thank you. I will definitely remember your kindness. Don't mention it, we're classmates after all." Sumu smiled, suddenly recalling something, and hurriedly went to find Xiaoru. Through the training hall's main door, he saw Xiaoru talking with a group of school leaders. "I have something to do, let's talk later." After saying a word to Li Xiangdong and Fongling, Sumu quickly ran towards Xiaoru. Xiaoru was discussing follow-up plans with the school leaders when she caught a glimpse of Sumu running towards her. She said, "I will report the specific matters to the higher-ups later. All of you just need to patiently wait for the notification. I believe this won't have too much of an impact on your school. Then let's leave it here for now." After speaking, she bid farewell to several school leaders and walked toward Sumu. "What's the matter, Sumu?" Xiaoru looked at the young man in front of her, who was about her age. It was hard to imagine that an 18-year-old newcomer, just stepping into martial arts, had become the key figure of wisdom and courage in this operation. Without him, this mission to capture the heretic cult followers might have resulted in casualties. "Here's the thing, Captain Xia. I just noticed that the heretic cult follower had transformed into the appearance of our classmate Zhang Jun," Sumu said. Upon hearing this, Xiaoru smiled and looked at Sumu with a hint of admiration. "It's rare for you to be so observant and notice such a detail. Don't worry, my team members just found the unconscious Zhang Jun in the restroom." "Unconscious?" Sumu let out a sigh of relief and was about to ask further when Xiaoru seemed to see through his doubts and said with a smile, "Are you wondering why that ruthless heretic only knocked your classmate unconscious instead of killing them?" She pointed in a direction. Following her gesture, Sumu looked over and saw several nightwalkers leading a few black dogs, which were sniffing around. "Those are corpse-sniffing dogs bred by us nightwalkers. They can detect the scent of corpses within a certain range, even if the body has been dead for less than half a minute." Xiaoru explained. "That cultist obviously knew this, so he didn't kill your classmate. Just now in the training hall, he attacked you all because he knew he couldn't escape, so he made a desperate struggle like a cornered beast. When we pursue heretical cultists and other criminals, we always bring corpse-sniffing dogs. This way, if the criminal wants to escape successfully, they won't easily harm ordinary people. Otherwise, the corpse-sniffing dogs will immediately detect it, and their location will be exposed." Xiaoru's explanation made Sumu suddenly realize. Hearing that his classmate was safe and sound, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. With this, the operation could be considered a perfect conclusion, with the only casualty being that heretical cultist. Seeing Sumu relax, a trace of contemplation flashed in Xiaoru's eyes as she slightly narrowed them. Speaking of which, Sumu, I have a few questions here. Would you mind answering them? Captain Xia, please go ahead, Sumu replied. I'm very curious. You're just an ordinary high school student, so why would you carry soft bone incense with you? If I remember correctly, this stuff costs around 30,000. Judging by your attire, your family doesn't seem particularly wealthy, so why would you spend money on something that doesn't really help with cultivation? Xiaoru's question made Sumu pause slightly, but he had already anticipated this conversation when he was formulating his plan. Sumu explained, here's the thing, Captain Xia, as you know, my family isn't well off. The cheapest blood replenishing powder on the market costs at least 5,000 per dose. In comparison, medicinal herbs are cheaper. I'm about to start cultivating, so I thought I'd buy some herbs myself to prepare vitality and blood medicine. It's a bit awkward though. The blood and energy medicine didn't turn out successfully, but I accidentally made something similar to soft bone incense. I originally planned to take it to the market after school to try and make some money, but I happened to run into this situation, so I used it. Sumu's explanation was half true and half false. The soft bone incense was indeed something he concocted himself using medicinal ingredients, and the formula was a simplified version given to him by Deep Blue. The other preparations were things he had arranged in advance after his regression for this plan. Xiaoru didn't doubt him. Instead, she looked at Sumu with some surprise. I didn't expect that not only do you have a high talent for martial arts, but you're also so gifted in potion research. She said earnestly, however, you shouldn't casually use self-made blood in energy medicines. Speaking of which, in this operation to capture the heretical cultists, Sumu, your contribution was indispensable. I will report this to the higher-ups and strive to get you a commendation for bravery. Bravery award? Captain Xia, may I ask how much the prize money is? Sumu's eyes lit up, as he was worrying about how to earn money to support the household and ease his parents' burden. Seeing Sumu's reaction, Xiaoru couldn't help but smile and said, generally speaking, the bravery award is divided into levels. In your case, I'll try to see if I can help you apply for a second-level award, which should be around 150,000. 150,000? That's practically more than his family's annual income. Then I'll trouble you, Sister Ru, Sumu said gratefully. Xiaoru waved her hand. Don't be so polite. It's all what I should do. Don't call me Captain Xia. It sounds too formal. Since I'm a few years older than you, just call me Sister Ru. With your aptitude, getting into a top martial arts university in Daxia won't be difficult at all. During the summer internship, you can consider joining the night walkers of our third security zone. I'll personally guide you then. Feeling Xiaoru's genuine kindness, Sumu nodded in agreement. I will definitely give it serious thought. Xiaoru also nodded in satisfaction. She had a good impression of this brave, clever, and handsome young boy, not the kind of affection between a man and a woman, but more like the care and love an elder sister has for her younger brother. By the way, you just mentioned that you bought some medicines and prepared a potion similar to cartilage incense. I think you might have some talent in potion research. You could consider joining the Researcher Guild of Daxia. The guild has a dedicated forum where you can upload your privately developed potion formulas. Once approved, not only will you receive monetary rewards, but you'll also earn corresponding profits whenever someone downloads and uses them later. Daxia manages this very strictly, so you don't have to worry about your formulas being leaked. Upload potion formulas? Sumu pondered. He had never considered this before. Just a few days ago, he was an ordinary high school student, whose biggest dream was to get into a martial arts university and provide a good life for his family. He had never thought about making money. Yes, besides potion formulas, people also upload body refinement techniques, breathing methods, and some martial skills on the researcher forum. Since these are newly created techniques, their prices are much cheaper than the market rate. With your aptitude, it would be best to cultivate some advanced body refinement techniques and breathing methods. You can also upload body refinement techniques and breathing methods? Sumu's eyes gradually lit up. It seems that there are ways to make money. He was just previously constrained by old ways of thinking. I understand now, Sister Ru. Xiaoru nodded. Then I'll take my leave first. I wish you success in your college entrance exams. Thank you, Sister Ru. Watching Xiaoru leave, Sumu returned to the training hall. The bloodstains inside had already been cleaned up, and the classmates who hadn't finished their tests had also returned, waiting for the blood energy testing equipment to be adjusted before continuing. As soon as he entered the hall, Sumu felt countless gazes focused on him. Sumu is here. It seems like this year's top high school student will undoubtedly be him. Of course. 4.13. My goodness, if I hadn't been with him yesterday during the talent awakening, I would have suspected he'd already started training. Sumu is just too impressive. Not only is his talent outstanding, but he's also brave and resourceful. Just now, he actually took the initiative to propose exchanging with that girl. That was so bold. Hero saves the beauty.
you were so cool just now. But that Nightwalker captain sister was also amazing. She took down that heretic worshipper in an instant. I couldn't even see her moves clearly. Her strength must be at least that of a second-realm martial artist, yet she doesn't look much older than us. When I graduate, I also want to join the Nightwalkers and root out all the parasites in the rear of our human race. Sumu ignored the chatter around him and walked straight back to his class's team. As soon as he entered the group, Zhang Heliu waved at him. Sumu, come with me. Nodding in response, Sumu quickly followed Zhang Heliu. Under Zhang Heliu's guidance, they arrived at the principal's office door. Principal, I've brought Sumu. Zhang Heliu knocked on the door. The door opened, and a white-haired elder stood at the entrance with a beaming smile. Student Sumu, you finally arrived. Teacher Jiang, you go ahead and take care of your work. I'll have a private talk with Sumu. Zhang Heliu nodded. Principal, I'll take my leave then. After saying this, he lightly patted Sumu on the shoulder and turned to leave. Sumu took a deep breath and walked into the office. The principal gestured for Sumu to sit on the sofa nearby. I really didn't expect our high school to produce a genius like you. Apparently, the news that Sumu's blood and energy value test reached 4.13 had already quickly reached the principal's ears. Hearing the principal mention this, Sumu was already prepared in his heart. He smiled at the principal and said, "It's all thanks to the school's excellent training." Ha ha, the principal laughed heartily. The school can't take too much credit in this regard. The reason I called you here today is to commend your actions on behalf of the school. I've already heard about what happened in the training hall. Sumu, you performed exceptionally well. As a novice just stepping into martial arts, you showed no fear and acted with intelligence and courage to rescue your classmates from those heretics. Such behavior is worthy of the admiration and emulation of all the students in the school. I've decided to publish your deeds on the front page of the school bulletin board so that the freshmen and sophomores can look up to you as a role model. Additionally, in recognition of your heroic actions, the school has decided to award you a bravery award. Although it may not compare to the bravery award given by the Night Walkers, the latter will likely take some time for approval, and the prize money will also be delayed. The principal continued, "As for our school's bravery award, we can issue the prize money to you immediately." Hearing this, Sumu's eyes lit up, and he asked a little embarrassedly, "Principal, how much is the school's award for bravery?" The principal smiled and said, 50,000 yuan. In addition, Sumu, considering your outstanding talent, after discussing with the school leadership, we have decided to grant you a one-time special scholarship. So, the total amount for both is 150,000 yuan. The principal looked at Sumu with a smile. "I hope you can make good use of this money, work hard to improve your strength, and prepare for the college entrance examination in 6 months. Strive to get into an ideal Longjing martial arts university and bring glory to our high school." At this moment, Sumu was immersed in the joy of suddenly receiving a huge sum of money. 150,000. He had already been thrilled to hear about the Nightwalker's award for bravery, but he hadn't expected the school to reward him with another 150,000. Altogether, it was a total of 300,000. Now he could buy so much blood food and medicinal materials to prepare vitality-enhancing medicines. "Thank you, Principal." Sumu stood up and gave the principal a deep bow. "I will definitely live up to the school's expectations. Ha ha ha, work hard. Strive to win the first-class scholarship again in the next vitality test." Thinking about the hefty 150,000 in his backpack, Sumu felt his steps become much lighter. The scholarship from the school was different from the Nightwalker's bravery award, as the latter required multiple levels of reporting and approval before being issued. The school's scholarship, on the other hand, was directly handed over in 15 stacks of dasha currency thrown right in front of him. 150,000 dasha coins. Taking it home would surely astonish the family. However, after school, Sumu did not go home immediately but instead went to a nearby herbal medicine shop to buy some medicinal herbs. The Deep Blue database contained a large number of potion recipes. He also had the corpse of a wisdom bug, which, when combined with the herbs, could be used to concoct vitality-enhancing medicines. If the results were good, Sumu even considered no longer buying vitality medicines from the market in the future. Instead, he would purchase the raw herbs and follow the recipes provided by Deep Blue to prepare them himself. This would not only significantly reduce costs but might also yield better results than the products available on the market. This time, buying the herbs cost him 30,000, and that was just for the raw materials. If he were to buy ready-made vitality medicines, even 150,000 might not be enough. After carefully placing the medicinal herbs into his backpack, Sumu quickly headed home. Every time he returned home, he could always smell the rich aroma of meat. "Dad, Mom, I'm back." Upon arriving home, Sumu first stored the medicinal herbs and then put the remaining 120,000 yuan into a black plastic bag. "Moore is back. Your dad won't be home until evening, so go ahead and eat first." Lu Yufan, wearing an apron, came out of the kitchen carrying a large basin of meat. "Come eat, Moore, Yanger." After dinner, Yanger helped wash the dishes. "I have to rush to the factory for the night shift." Soon, the family family sat around the dining table. Before eating, Sumu handed a black plastic bag containing 120,000 daxia currency to Lu Yufan. "Mom, this is for you." Lu Yufan took the black plastic bag, initially curious. "What is this? Why so secretive?" Su Yang, who was nearby, also came over to join in the fun and said, "Brother, is it something delicious? Just eat your meal quietly," Lu Yufan said with a smile as she opened the bag. When she saw the money inside, she was instantly shocked. So much money. Nior, where on earth did you get so much money? She looked at Sumu in a bit of a panic. "More, don't scare Mom. Don't do anything foolish." "Oh my god, brother, where on earth did you get so much money?" Sumu gave Lu Yufan a reassuring smile. "Don't worry, Mom, this is the scholarship awarded to me by the school." He then said, "Didn't I do the blood and energy test today? Mom, guess what my blood and energy value is?" "How much?" Upon hearing it was the school's reward money, Lu Yufan finally breathed a sigh of relief. 4.13. 4.13. Lu Yufan was initially stunned, then her face revealed an expression of both surprise and excitement. "More, you didn't lie to Mom, did you? 4.13? Is this the result of your first blood vitality test? You just awakened yesterday." Seeing Lu Yufan's reaction, Sumu couldn't help but feel a bit proud and gratified. Isn't the purpose of hard work to earn the recognition of one's family? "Brother, is a 4.13 value very high? Did the school give you so much scholarship money because of it?" Su Yang had just started middle school and was still quite vague about the concept of blood vitality value, especially since he hadn't been very diligent in his studies at school. "That's what you get for not studying properly." Lu Yufan naturally understood the significance of 4.13. Sumu patted Su Yang's head and explained, "For ordinary people, their blood vitality value is usually only 0.6 to 0.8 before awakening. After the first training session, the blood vitality value generally increases by 0.1 to 0.3. In the top high schools of our third safe zone, the increase can reach 0.4 to 0.8. But this time, mine increased by almost 3 points. Isn't that impressive?" After hearing Sumu's words, Su Yang's eyes lit up. "Brother, you're amazing." "Not bad." Sumu patted Su Yang's head again. "Mom, there were originally 150,000 in there. I took 30,000 to buy some blood and energy supplements. I'll leave the rest with you for now. You and Dad don't have to work so hard. I'll figure out a way to make money." All right. Lu Yufan carefully tied up the bag containing 120,000 daxia currency, then took out a box from the cabinet and placed it inside. She continued, "My son has grown up, but more, this period is critical. Don't worry about making money. Your dad and I will figure it out. You just focus on your cultivation. If there's anything you want to eat or if you need money to buy blood and energy supplements, just let Mom know." Sumu knew that expecting his parents to rest and stop worrying about making money was unrealistic at the moment. He didn't try to persuade them further and simply replied, "Okay, Mom, you and Dad shouldn't overwork yourselves either. Also, don't buy blood and energy supplements randomly. Some might not suit me. I'll buy them myself when I need them." Instead of spending money on random purchases, it was better to buy blood and energy materials himself and prepare them according to the formulas in the Deep Blue database. Those formulas were 10 years ahead of the current ones and even included information from various races, offering a wide variety. Hearing Sumu's words, Lu Yufan nodded. She had originally planned to go to the market after work tonight to buy 2 doses of blood replenishing powder. Now, hearing what he said, she decided to save the money for Sumu and let him purchase the chi and blood medicine as needed. "More, don't be frugal. If you need to buy chi and blood medicine, just tell Mom, or take the money yourself. You know where the money is kept. Just let Mom know after you use it, and don't hold back. You only get one chance at the college entrance exam in life, and missing it would be a lifelong regret." "Got it, Mom. Do I look like someone who doesn't know what's important? Besides, didn't I just spend 30,000 to buy chi and blood medicine?" "Don't worry." Sumu's words made Lu Yufan nod, and a gratified smile appeared on her face. "All right, hurry up and eat. The food's getting cold." The atmosphere at the dining table became noticeably livelier because of the scholarship matter. After finishing the meal, Sumu returned to his room. The first thing he did after returning to his room was to check the diary under the bed. He wasn't worried about the diary being seen by others. His future self had already said that only he could open it. He was more inclined to touch it out of habit. Without this diary, he might still just be an ordinary high school student, right? After resting on the bed for a while, Sumu suddenly sat up. The researcher guild mentioned by Xiaoru during the day flashed through his mind. Without much hesitation, he quickly got up and walked to his desk. His family had bought him a computer to make it easier for him to look up martial arts materials. Although the family was not wealthy, his parents had always tried their best within their means to provide the best support for him and his younger brother, Su Yang. Sitting down at the computer desk, Sumu turned on the computer and began searching for information about the Researchers Guild. He had heard of the Researchers Guild before, but since it had little to do with him, he had only heard about it in passing and hadn't paid much attention. Now, after some searching, he finally
quickly gained a general understanding of this organization. The Researchers Guild is an organization affiliated with the official human race. However, different countries have their own researcher guilds responsible for their respective fields. The research scope of the Researcher Guild is extremely broad, ranging from the weaknesses of various races to human cultivation techniques such as body refinement methods, breathing techniques, martial skills, and even blood vitality medicines, all of which are their research achievements. Anyone who steps into the martial path can join the Researcher Guild. After joining, you can log into the Researcher Forum. On the forum, some researchers of the myriad races will publish their findings on the weaknesses of certain races. Pharmaceutical researchers will also share the latest blood vitality medicine or other drug formulas. It is not limited to those whose main profession is researcher. Many warriors also share their insights on body refining techniques, breathing methods, and martial skills on the forum. In Dacia, whether it is potion formulas, body refining techniques, breathing methods, or martial skills, all are strictly protected by the Dacia Martial Alliance. As for potion formulas, as long as they are not used for profit or sold privately in large quantities, simply preparing blood-boosting potions for personal use will not be punished under Dacia law. However, body refining techniques, breathing methods, and martial skills must all be registered with a serial number at the Dacia Martial Alliance. For each sale, the profits will be shared between the creator and other channels. Therefore, if the practitioner and the purchaser are not the same person, they will face severe punishment under the laws of Dacia. Some body refinement techniques, breathing methods, and martial skills posted on the Researchers Forum are mostly newly created, and their specific effectiveness has not yet been fully determined. The price of body refining techniques and breathing methods of the same level is far below the market price. With good luck, one can even find a very decent body refining technique or breathing method at an extremely low price. Following online guides, Sumu quickly registered online to join the Researchers Guild. Shortly after registering, the Researchers Guild sent a forum account for researchers to his email. After logging into the account, Sumu named himself Savior. He began browsing the forum. The entire Researcher Forum is mainly divided into several sections. The multiracial section, which discusses the weaknesses and habits of various races, with many frontline warriors participating. Pharmaceutical section, sharing various potion recipes. Martial arts section, sharing created body refining techniques, breathing methods, and martial skills. The martial arts section is of little use to Sumu, as his universal body refining technique and innate fetal breathing method are already the most suitable body refining techniques and breathing methods for him at present. Moreover, one is a product of all races, and the other will only be invented a few years later. He also doesn't need to worry about violating the laws of Dacia. This risk had already been avoided when Deep Blue searched for information for him. It must be said, his future self has been quite thorough in considering this aspect. Sumu focused his attention mainly on the 10,000 races section and the potions section. After all, having just joined the Researchers Guild, he was still a level 0 researcher. As he uploaded posts and had his answers accepted on the forum, his researcher level would gradually increase. What would happen if I used Deep Blue to answer questions in the 10,000 races section to the best of my ability, and then posted a large number of potion recipes and martial techniques in the potions and martial arts sections? A sudden thought flashed through Sumu's mind. Now, his mental strength had fully recovered, completely capable of supporting him in performing a death rollback. If this method truly worked, he might be able to use it to get rich overnight and never have to worry about lacking funds for cultivation again. Even if something went wrong, Sumu could always choose to commit suicide in rollback. The death rollback gave him unlimited opportunities to trial and error. With this in mind, Sumu immediately took action. Using the Savior account, he began answering questions in the multi-race section of the Researcher Forum, while also publishing potion formulas, body refining breathing techniques, and various martial skills. In less than 10 minutes, he was promoted to level 1 researcher. As his level increased, the privileges he enjoyed also grew. Another 10 minutes later, Sumu was promoted to level 2 researcher. 15 minutes later, he became a level 3 researcher. 20 minutes later, he was promoted to level 4 researcher. 25 minutes, level 5 researcher. 30 minutes, level 6 researcher. 35 minutes, level 7 researcher. 40 minutes, level 8 researcher. 45 minutes, level 9 researcher. The entire process took less than 4 hours, and Sumu leapt from a level 0 researcher to a level 9 researcher, the highest level in the Researcher Forum. In his personal account, he had accumulated over 10 billion Dacia coins. All this wealth was earned through answering posts and uploading potion formulas, body refining techniques, and more. And this was just within a few short hours. If given more time, he might earn even more every day. Meanwhile, the entire Researcher Forum was shaken. The Savior has reached level 4. The Savior is now level 5. Oh my god, am I witnessing the birth of a legend? I just went out for a meal, and when I came back, the Savior was already level 9. Aren't there only a handful of level 9 researchers among humans? Where on earth did this guy come from? Could it be an alternate account of some
level 9 researcher? Don't be silly. Do you think it's that easy to rise through the researcher ranks?
Even a level 9 researcher couldn't possibly jump from level 0 to level
9 in just 4 hours.
Those potion formulas and body refinement breathing techniques must all be completely original to earn points and level up.
Who exactly is this savior big shot? Could it really be the savior of humanity descending upon us?
At this moment, a rapid knocking sound suddenly came from outside Sumu's door.
Who is it?
At this moment, Father Su and Mother Su had already returned home. Hearing a knock on the door, Father Su, Sudashin, came out of the room wearing a tank top, rubbing his sleepy eyes, and asked, "Who is it?" He opened the door and saw several people in battle armor standing outside.
"Excuse me, is this the home of Researcher Su?
We are the highest secret guards of the Researchers Guild, ordered to escort Researcher Su and his family to the center of Dragon City in the 9th safe zone."
Su, Researcher Su? You must have the wrong person.
Sudashin had obviously just been woken up and was still a bit groggy.
The man in black battle armor exchanged a glance with his teammate beside him, then said, "Are you Mr. Sudashin, the father of Researcher Su?" I am."
Hearing the other party call out his name, Sudashin immediately became much more alert. At this moment, Sumu also heard the noise outside and walked out of the room, seeing the armored man at the door. The armored man saw Sumu and revealed a look of joy on his face.
"Researcher Su, I am the highest secret guard of the Researchers Guild, ordered to escort you and your family to the center of the 9th safe zone, Dragon City." "Su, Researcher Su?"
Sudashin seemed to understand that the so-called Researcher Su mentioned by the highest secret guard was none other than his son, Sumu.
"Are you calling me?"
Sumu also seemed to realize something. It appeared that all this commotion stemmed from his activities on the Researcher Forum. The armored man nodded and said, "Researcher Su, there's no time to lose.
Please quickly take your family and come with us to the 9th safe zone."
To be honest, given your status, you and your family are not safe in the 3rd safe zone.
All right then. Sumu nodded, trying hard to suppress the excitement in his heart.
Originally, he just wanted to give it a try, to see what kind of reaction he would get if he quickly rose to the rank of level 9 researcher on the Researcher Forum. But now, it seemed that things were getting a bit out of control.
After all, Sumu was just an ordinary 18-year-old high school senior who hadn't even truly stepped into society yet.
Faced with such a scene, his emotions were naturally a mix of excitement and curiosity. The highest secret guards of the Researcher
Guild, just the name alone sounded extraordinary.
Sumu immediately summoned Deep Blue to start checking the information of the men in battle armor standing before him.
Name, unknown.
Vitality, 143,920,000. Early stage of 7th realm martial artist. For convenience, large numbers are marked in this way. Body refining technique, true dragon body refining technique.
Breathing method, dragon breath technique. Talent, pending analysis. Name, unknown.
Vitality, 87,520,000. Late stage of 6th realm martial artist. Body refining technique, true dragon body refining technique.
Breathing method, dragon breath technique. Talent, to be analyzed. Name, unknown.
Vitality, 86,430,000. Late stage 6th realm martial artist. Body refining technique, true dragon body refining technique. Breathing technique,
dragon breath art. Talent, pending analysis.
Looking at the astonishing vitality values of these armored men, Sumu's eyes were almost bulging out of their sockets.
Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, billions. A 7th realm warrior. That's a 7th realm warrior.
Normally, he would consider it a luxury just to catch a glimpse of such a powerful figure. And now, such people were respectfully addressing him as Researcher Su.
Perhaps even
Sumu himself hadn't fully realized his own value at this moment. With the strength he had demonstrated on the Research Association Forum, he was undoubtedly a key figure in advancing the progress of the entire
human race.
Not only was he well versed in the weaknesses of myriad races, but he also possessed a wealth of knowledge in potion formulas, body refinement techniques, breathing methods, and martial skills. Thus, when Sumu rapidly ascended from a level 0 to a level 9 researcher on the Researcher Forum, it immediately attracted the high attention of the Researcher Guild headquarters. The headquarters promptly dispatched
the highest level secret guard station nearby to escort Sumu and his family to the 9th safe zone.
Among the 56 safe zones in DCA, the 9th, 19th, 29th, 39th, and 49th safe zones were the most critical, located in the 5 major regions of DCA, East, West, South, North, and Center. Among them, the 9th safe zone was more like the capital of DCA, with the central Dragon City serving as the residence for all individuals and their families who were vital to the human race. Sumu's performance on the Researcher Forum had clearly garnered immense attention from the upper echelons, leading to such treatment.
Not long after, with bewildered expressions, Su's father, Su's mother, and the still drowsy Su Yan were escorted along with Sumu by these armored men into a vehicle.
It was an armored car made entirely of special metal, likely the top-tier vehicle
these highest-level secret guards could find within the 3rd safe zone.
Sumu and the leading armored man sat in the same car, while his family and the other armored men rode in another car ahead. The two vehicles sped swiftly swiftly along the road. Why are you suddenly taking me and my family to the central dragon city? Sumu couldn't help but ask. The situation is like this, Researcher Su, the armored man replied. Based on our intelligence, given your current level of importance, staying in the third safe zone is simply not secure enough. He continued, in fact, it's not just the third safe zone, none of the human safe zones have been peaceful lately. In recent years, the forces of the heretical cult have become increasingly rampant in various safe zones. Many geniuses who have just awakened their talents are assassinated by the cult's followers before they even have the chance to embark on the martial path. At present, the safest place in the Great Xia is probably only the central dragon city. At this point, the armored man suddenly paused. Researcher Su, given your rank, there are some things I don't need to hide from you. As far as I know, there are now problems within the human race itself. These words sent a shock through Su Mu's heart. He had never truly thought about such matters before. Even before obtaining that diary, he, like Li Shangdong, firmly believed that the human race could never face extinction. But now, listening to the armored man's words, the current state of humanity seemed far from optimistic. With external wars against alien races raging year after year and internal hidden dangers within their own ranks, the intertwining of internal and external crises made the extinction of humanity in 10 years not entirely unfounded. The vehicle had been traveling for about 5 or 6 hours. Just as Su Mu was about to fall asleep inside, he was suddenly jolted awake by a loud noise from outside. Hearing the sound, the armored man's face changed drastically. Enemy attack. At the moment the armored man finished speaking, a sudden blaze of fire erupted in front of their two vehicles, as if something had exploded. Damn human traitors! The armored man cursed under his breath, then kicked open the car door. The specially crafted armored vehicle, made of unique metal, crumpled like fragile paper under his immense strength. Researcher Su, I'll escort you to a nearby safe area first. Before the words were finished, he grabbed Su Mu, lightly tapped the seat with his toes, and leapt off the speeding armored vehicle. Su Mu was in his arms, like a little chick that had been captured. However, just as they left the armored vehicle, the vehicle they had been in was split in half by a sword aura descending from the sky. Boom! The ground was also torn into two pieces by that terrifying sword energy. Through Su Mu's line of sight, he saw that the car where his family was located had also been swept into the range of the sword energy's attack. His head buzzed and exploded with a loud sound. A level 9 researcher, and so young, he must have awakened an extraordinary talent, right? Just as Su Mu was still immersed in the grief of losing his loved ones, a figure suddenly appeared in midair, standing aloft and coldly overlooking the armored man and Su Mu on the ground. No wonder those useless fools below forced me to take action personally. The armored man's pupils contracted slightly as he exclaimed, an 8th realm warrior. How could someone like you, a heretic worshipper, be hiding in the rear of the human race? The figure in the air sneered disdainfully, heretic worshipper? Don't lump me together with those worthless fools. Trash? The armored man frowned slightly and quickly shielded Su Mu behind him. The armor slowly contracted, eventually transforming into a bracelet. He pressed it onto Su Mu's arm and commanded in a low voice, transfer authority. As soon as he finished speaking, the bracelet immediately locked tightly onto Su Mu's arm. Researcher Su, this S-class armor can withstand attacks from 7 realm warriors and significantly enhance speed and strength. We're very close to the 7th safe zone. I've already notified nearby nightwalkers. Run in that direction, and you should encounter them soon. I'll hold this guy off. The armored man pressed the bracelet, and in the next moment, the armor rapidly unfolded, enveloping Su Mu's entire body. The figure in the air heard these words and revealed a disdainful smile. A 7th realm warrior dares to block the path of an 8th realm warrior? Who gave you the courage? The armored man ignored him and instead forcefully pushed Su Mu away. Run! He fixed his determined gaze on the figure in the air, then pulled a syringe from his chest and fiercely stabbed it into his own arm. The figure in the sky was slightly stunned. The death needle? Injecting it can temporarily boost your strength significantly, but you'll undoubtedly die in 10 minutes. Fighting so desperately for these damned humans, is it worth it? The man in the battle armor remained silent, veins bulging on his face, clearly enduring indescribable pain. At the same time, his aura was also rapidly intensifying. Interesting, this late-stage 7th realm warrior using the death needle is indeed astonishingly powerful. The figure in the air sighed. He stared intently at his opponent in the sky and roared, you sneaky coward, dare to reveal your name. I never kill nameless people. Trying to get my name? The figure in the air responded indifferently. I've already concealed my appearance. Do you think I would easily reveal my identity? As the two confronted each other, Su Mu stared intently at the figure in the air. Although he had watched his family die tragically before his eyes, overwhelmed by pain, he could ultimately rely on his ability to reset upon death and quickly recover from his grief. At this moment, the only thought in his mind was to uncover the identity of this despicable human traitor before he died. Unfortunately, as the figure had said, he was completely shrouded in shadows, making his movements indistinct, let alone his appearance. Even Deep Blue wanted to analyze his blood energy value but had no way to proceed. Coward! The armored man's eyes were bloodshot at this moment. moment, his gaze seemingly fixed solely on the figure in the air. The figure watched him with interest. "You are indeed a worthy opponent, but that's all there is to it." The armored man let out a cold snort, flipped his hand, and a black spear instantly appeared in his grasp. He gripped the spear, slightly bent his knees into a bow, and in the next instant, his entire body shot toward the figure in the sky like an arrow leaving the bowstring. The figure in the sky seemed to sense that Sumu had not left and leisurely decided to face off against the armored man before him. Bang! The spear and the long sword collided fiercely. It's hard to imagine that the seemingly powerful strike from the armored man was effortlessly neutralized in front of that figure. The two exchanged blows in midair at an incredible speed, with only a gray and a black streak of light colliding repeatedly. Sumu stood below, his gaze fixed, his heart filled with shock. From his perspective, although he couldn't make out the specific moves of the two, he could clearly sense the space around them being torn apart and shattered from time to time, only to quickly restore itself. The power unleashed during the clash between the two is truly astonishing. "Run, researcher Su." During a brief pause in the battle, the armored man finally noticed that Sumu was still standing in place, and a sense of urgency arose in his heart. That figure decisively seized this flaw and thrust a sword straight into the armored man's abdomen. The man in the pierced armor suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his aura instantly dimming. In the end, the gap in strength is just too great. "If you want to fight me, call ye foam." His gaze swept towards Sumu below. "Now, it's time to end all of this." The long sword suddenly swung fiercely in Sumu's direction. A sharp sword aura swiftly rushed towards Sumu. Seeing the sword aura about to strike, the armored man disregarded his injuries and quickly transformed into a streak of black light, blocking in front of Sumu. Already severely injured, the armored man was struck by the sword aura again and immediately fell to the ground. After landing, he still crawled with all his might towards Sumu. "Run, hurry, and run." Looking at the fallen armored man, Sumu clenched his teeth and whispered with a trace of guilt in his heart, "I'm sorry." If it weren't for his desire to test the feeling of being upgraded to a level 9 researcher, the armored man wouldn't have suffered this undeserved calamity. But in the end, everything will return to its origin. Run? Can he escape? The figure in the sky seemed to be immersed in this game of cat and mouse, his overwhelming strength making him completely unconcerned about Sumu escaping right under his nose. In fact, Sumu had never even considered running away. Clang! His gaze was fixed on the figure in the sky, fury burning in his heart. "I will definitely kill you." Hearing Sumu's vow, the figure seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world and sneered. "Kill me? What makes you think you can kill me?" After laughing for a while, he seemed to have laughed enough and said coldly, "Alright, that group of human trash is probably on their way. I hope they won't be too upset when they see your corpses." Ha 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 ha. He laughed heartily, the long sword in his hand transforming into a beam of white light. The piercing sword energy descended from the sky like a ray, instantly splitting the ground in two. Sumu, clad in S-class battle armor, found the armor unable to withstand this fatal strike. Researcher Su. Vaguely, Sumu seemed to catch a glimpse of the figure of the armored man angrily pounding the ground not far away. The scene before him gradually dimmed, and a deep blue voice sounded again in his ears. "Ding, you have been killed by a traitor of the human race. Copy successful. Congratulations on obtaining the SSS-level talent, Sword Heart Clarity." Sumu stared in horror at the interface on the computer screen for joining the Researchers Guild. The death rollback was 12 hours, precisely returning him to the moment he had just chosen to join the Researchers Guild. These 12 hours of experience felt like a dream to him, yet it was incredibly real. When he saw his family vanish under that sword aura, the indescribable pain in his heart almost suffocated him. Fortunately, he came back, returned to the moment when everything had just begun. Sumu stared at the interface but did not rush to confirm joining. Instead, he recalled the events of the past 12 hours. If no lessons can be learned from this experience, then this death would be meaningless. The first thing to pay attention to is the researcher forum. Sumu advanced from a level 0 researcher to a level 9 researcher in just 4 hours. Shortly after he reached level 9, the highest secret guard of the Researcher Guild approached him. This is enough to show that the researcher's information has likely always been within the Researcher Guild, possibly open and transparent. If you upgrade slowly, it might not be a big deal, but someone like Sumu, who advances rapidly in such a short time, will naturally attract significant attention. If it were just being watched, it wouldn't be a big deal, but judging from his experiences before his death, there are indeed problems within the human race. A figure almost invincible in aerial combat emerged in his mind. In his view, that was the strongest armored man he had ever seen, and in front of that figure, he was like a mouse being toyed with, a warrior of the 8th realm. In the past, this realm was something Sumu had never dared to imagine. However, just a few hours ago, he witnessed such an existence with his own eyes. What shocked him even more was that the 8th realm martial artists seemed not to have gone all out. If that person were to unleash their full strength, what a terrifying sight it would be. Poof! And such a person not only resides in the rear of the human race, but judging from his various actions to conceal his identity, is highly likely to be part of the human race's upper echelon. The thought of a high-ranking member of the human race infiltrating the ranks of the myriad myriad races made Sumu feel a chill. This meant that until he possessed sufficiently strong power, the Book of Wisdom must absolutely not be exposed. Actually, he himself wasn't too worried. If the other party tried to kill him, he could rewind time and even copy the other party's talent. What he was concerned about was his family. Moreover, blindly killing cannot prevent the fate of humanity's extinction 10 years later. To change this outcome, Sumu not only needs to possess great strength but also must proceed cautiously, gradually uncovering the hidden dangers within humanity. What a daunting task. Already mentally exhausted, Sumu felt a headache and leaned back in the chair. Fortunately, there are still 10 years. He has the ability to replicate after death, a 12-hour death rollback, and the Book of Wisdom. With 10 years, Sumu does not believe he cannot change the future of humanity. After figuring this out, he straightened his back. He took a notebook out of the drawer, opened the first page, and began recording some characteristics of that figure. Swordsmanship master. The voice doesn't sound old, more like a young person, but it's uncertain whether any special means were used to alter it. This clue can only be taken as a reference. The talent is SSS-level, sword heart clarity. When writing down the talent of that figure, Sumu suddenly remembered that he seemed to have already copied that talent just now. He quickly called out to Deep Blue and brought up the introduction of sword heart clarity. SSS-level talent, sword heart clarity. Sword heart clarity possesses unparalleled and extraordinary talent in swordsmanship. All swordsmanship techniques can be mastered to perfection in an extremely short time. Swordsmanship training speed is increased by 100-fold, comprehension ability is enhanced by 100-fold, and the power of swordsmanship techniques is amplified by 100-fold. This lengthy introduction made Sumu's head spin a little. He originally guessed that the figure's talent was remarkable, but he didn't expect it to be so terrifying. Among SSS-level talents, sword heart clarity is absolutely the pinnacle of the pinnacle. If Death Rewind 12 hours is the peak of auxiliary type SSS talents, then sword heart clarity is the ultimate of combat type SSS talents. With such talent, Sumu couldn't even imagine what heights he would reach if he practiced the way of the sword. Would he become like that guy? A nearly invincible figure appeared in his mind, and he shook his head. No, he would be even stronger than that person. He stared at the description of that figure in the notebook, raising his eyebrows slightly. Looks like you've done something good for once. He closed the notebook and put it back in the drawer. Sumu turned his gaze back to the computer screen in front of him. Although rapid leveling up in a short period is inadvisable, at least under his current lack of strength, he shouldn't act recklessly. But one thing is certain, posting threads and answering questions can indeed yield substantial rewards. If utilized properly, the funding issue for early-stage cultivation will no longer be a problem. Let's get to it. Sumu quickly chose to join the Researchers Guild. Soon, he received an account email from the Researchers Guild, just like last time. After logging in with the account, he still named himself Savior. Level 0 Researcher. It shouldn't be too difficult to spend a few days leveling up to level 1 Researcher, right? Sumu began searching for suitable posts on the Researcher Forum. With the experience from last time, he roughly understood the content of the posts in the All Races section, which mostly provided information on the weaknesses of various races. Although it required time to verify, the upgrade points earned were relatively high, and the financial rewards were usually a one-time substantial return. In contrast, the potion and martial arts sections mainly published potion formulas, body refinement techniques, breathing methods, and martial skills. Once posted, there would be specialized personnel to verify the content in a very short time and provide a basic evaluation. The upgrade points earned were relatively fewer, and the income mainly depended on the number of downloads by others. This type of income was more long-term. As long as someone downloaded the content you uploaded, you could continue to receive rewards. Sumu was more inclined to publish content in the potion and martial arts sections. On one hand, the speed of level advancement wouldn't be too fast. On the other hand, it better suited his current identity. After all, he was currently in the rear of the human race, and claiming to have mastered some potion formulas, body refinement techniques, and breathing methods was not hard to make others believe. But if he said he had never been to the front lines yet understood the weaknesses of various races, it would seem somewhat absurd. After making the decision, Sumu quickly had Deep Blue help him select a potion formula and a body refining technique. The potion formula was called Bone Strengthening and Muscle Nourishing Powder. The materials were relatively simple, but its effect on replenishing vitality and blood was excellent. It was a potion formula that would only appear among the human race 3 years later. The body refining technique was the Wild Bull Body Refining Technique, which was adapted from the body refining methods of the Wild Bull tribe among the myriad races. Although it wasn't a top-tier technique, it was still considered above average. I wonder how much profit these two can bring me, Sumu thought to himself. After publishing the potion formula and body refining technique, Sumu took out the medicinal herbs he had purchased for 30,000 yuan, preparing to start concocting vitality potions and focusing on his cultivation. I will kill you, I definitely will. He slammed the herbs heavily onto the table and suddenly uttered this sentence, as if making a silent silent vow to himself. The blood-nourishing medicine Sumu wanted to prepare was the bone-strengthening and muscle-nourishing powder he had posted about on the researcher forum. The commonly seen blood-nourishing medicine on the market is blood-nourishing powder, with raw material costs of about 3,000 yuan. However, the bone-strengthening and muscle-nourishing powder he intended to prepare not only had a blood-nourishing effect about 3 times that of blood-nourishing powder, but its raw material cost was only 1,000 yuan. 30,000 yuan was enough for him to prepare 30 doses of bone-strengthening and muscle-nourishing powder. In addition, Sumu also had the corpse of a wisdom bug in his possession. Although the wisdom bug wasn't very powerful, its blood vitality far exceeded that of an average first-realm alien, making it more than sufficient for preparing the bone-strengthening and muscle-nourishing powder. Sumu quickly began preparing the medicine according to the formula provided by Deep Blue. After spending over an hour, he finally used up all the ingredients. Due to his lack of experience, he managed to produce only 28 doses of bone-strengthening and muscle-nourishing powder out of the 30 sets of materials, with 2 doses failing and turning into useless waste. Looking at the 28 small bottles in front of him, a sense of accomplishment surged in his heart. These 28 doses of bone-strengthening and muscle-nourishing powder should last me for a month, right? He took out one small bottle separately, carefully storing the remaining 27. Then, he went to the kitchen and fetched a 1-liter bottle. The ratio is roughly 1 to 10. The bone-strengthening and muscle-nourishing powder was dissolved into the bottle, and a rich medicinal aroma immediately filled the air. Let's begin cultivation. Sumu sat cross-legged on the ground, consumed the bone-strengthening and muscle-nourishing powder, and began cultivating. The medicinal power quickly spread throughout his body, dispersing through his limbs. Feeling this surge of immense strength, Sumu's face lit up with joy, and he began practicing the myriad race's body refining technique without hesitation. The Great Strength Ape Clan chapter, the Golden Rock Clan chapter, the Vajra Bull Clan chapter, each movement flowed through his body, and faint heavy breaths could be heard from the room. A month passed quietly. Sumu picked up the towel beside him and wiped the sweat from his forehead. A light blue interface slowly appeared before him. Vitality 101, 75, early stage of first realm martial artist. Talents EX level, posthumous copy, SSS level, 12-hour death rewind, Book of Wisdom, Sword Heart Clarity, a level, complete makeover. Finally, I've stepped into the first realm of martial artists. Sumu's face revealed a trace of joy. Over the past month, he had been using the bone-strengthening and muscle-nourishing powder for cultivation whenever he had free time. The results were remarkable. By the 20th day of cultivation, his vitality value had reached 99, and he spent the remaining 10 days breaking through that final point. Hard work pays off, and during today's cultivation, the long-accumulated power within him finally broke through the thin membrane, achieving a breakthrough to the first realm of martial artists. He had truly embarked on the path of martial arts. Now, not only could he officially begin cultivating martial techniques, but he could also, according to Deep Blue's suggestion, attempt to practice the visualization method. The visualization method is a cultivation technique aimed at enhancing mental strength. Originally, this method was only mastered by races among the myriad clans that primarily relied on mental strength for attacks. The human race had never been able to develop a visualization method suitable for themselves, and even 10 years later, when humanity faced extinction, there had been no progress. The reason is simple. The visualization method refines mental strength, which is far more fragile than the physical body. Many of humanity's cultivation methods were adapted from those of the myriad clans, but the races among the myriad clans that practiced the visualization method possessed inherently powerful mental strength, easily withstanding mental shocks without fear of being overwhelmed. Humans, however, were different. The visualization methods of the myriad clans were too powerful for humans, akin to asking a snake to swallow an elephant. Any slight misstep could lead to self-destruction. For humans to cultivate the visualization method, they would either need to awaken a talent that significantly enhances mental strength or gamble on the 1 in 10,000 chance of success through countless attempts. Sumu, however, was different. On one hand, he had experienced multiple death regressions. Although each time caused some mental exhaustion, it also imperceptibly tempered his mental strength, making it far superior to that of ordinary humans. On the other hand, he possessed the ability of death regression. While others might risk mental collapse and death after a single failed attempt, he had unlimited opportunities to trial and error. However, Sumu was not in a hurry to immediately practice the visualization technique. He had to wait for the 12-hour regression period to pass. Otherwise, if he regressed, he would return to 12 hours earlier and have to break through from the 9th level of martial disciple to the 1st level of martial artist all over again. After a short rest, Sumu skillfully logged into his researcher forum account. Over the past month, he had published several insights on body refinement techniques and breathing methods. Now, his researcher level had risen to level 1, and his bank account held nearly 600,000 dasha coins. This account was specifically opened earlier to receive the bonuses from the Nightwalkers. Of the 600,000 dasha Xia coins, 150,000 came from the Nightwalker's Bravery Award, while the remaining 450,000 were earnings from the Researcher Forum. For wealthy families, this amount might not be significant, but for Su Mu's ordinary family, it was undoubtedly a huge sum. His plan is to save up a few million and then buy a new house for the family. The current house is only 50 to 60 square meters, with his parents and younger brother Su Yang sharing one room, while he squeezes into a small room of less than 10 square meters for training and studying. When the whole family gathers, even turning around feels cramped. If they could move to a bigger house, life would be more comfortable, and his brother Su Yang wouldn't have to complain every day about their father Su Dashan snoring keeping him awake at night. Just as he was thinking about this, Su Mu suddenly noticed a new message in the Researcher backend. Dear Savior Researcher, I am a prescription authorization negotiator from Danfeng Pharmaceutical Company, and I would like to discuss collaboration opportunities with you. Danfeng Pharmaceutical Company? Su Mu raised his eyebrows slightly. He had heard of this name. Many well-known blood-replenishing medicines come from this company. From the perspective of the blood-replenishing medicine industry alone, Danfeng Pharmaceutical Company is undoubtedly the leader in the field of pharmaceutical preparation. Hello, Su Mu replied with a message. He thought the other party wouldn't respond so quickly, but unexpectedly, as soon as he sent his message, the other party replied immediately. Hello, Savior Researcher. Finally got in touch with you. I am the prescription authorization negotiator from Danfeng Pharmaceutical Company. My name is Gu Qian. Hello. Here's the situation, Savior. Our company, Danfeng Pharmaceutical, is very interested in the formula for the bone strengthening and muscle nourishing powder that you released. Would you be willing to authorize this formula to us? We can pay a substantial authorization fee. Rest assured, the price offered by Danfeng Pharmaceutical Company is definitely the highest in the market. As a leading company in the pharmaceutical preparation industry, they indeed have the confidence to say this. What kind of price can you offer? Our quote is roughly between 4 million and 5 million. The exact figure can be discussed in detail. After all, you are the author of the formula and should know more about the properties of the medication that we might not be aware of. This would help us provide you with a more accurate quote. What do you think? Alright, let's find a time and place to discuss further. Okay, let me know when it's convenient for you. Su Mu thought about his schedule. It was already late today, and he still had to wait 12 hours to practice the visualization method. Tomorrow, the school would conduct its monthly test, and he needed to talk to the class teacher about some matters, so he probably wouldn't have time. The day after tomorrow, he would have some free time after his practice. He had fixed practice times every day, and other matters were scheduled during the gaps in his practice. Therefore, when arranging things, he had to ensure that his practice time was not disrupted. The day after tomorrow, how about meeting at the Lanting Cafe on 7th Avenue? Alright, I won't disturb you any further then. Closing the chat interface, Su Mu let out a long breath, feeling a bit excited inside. He had thought before that if he could license the potion formula, the income would surely be significant. But when the other party offered a high price of 4 to 5 million, his heart couldn't help but skip a beat. Looks like I really haven't seen much of the world. He shook his head helplessly. It wasn't his fault. At this age, in this kind of family, it was rare to even see 100,000 yuan, let alone several million. Previously, he had managed to acquire billions, but before he could even experience the allure of wealth, he had already died. Now, these millions, though not comparable to billions, were at least real money that could actually be used. With this money, he could finally get a bigger house for his family. Thank you so much, Deep Blue. Su Mu sighed as Deep Blue's mechanical voice echoed in his mind. It is my honor to serve you. 12 hours passed quickly. At this moment, Su Mu sat cross-legged on the ground, preparing to begin cultivating the visualization technique. Cultivating the visualization technique has numerous benefits. As a martial artist, possessing strong mental power not only makes training more effective but also provides superior reaction and observation abilities during combat compared to opponents. In addition, mental power itself is also a means of attack. Among the myriad races, there are those that specialize in mental power attacks, which humans refer to as mental masters. When encountering such enemies, humans often suffer losses. Many people deliberately consume rare treasures that enhance mental power during cultivation, or even devour the flesh and blood of alien races that specialize in mental power. But these improvements are ultimately far inferior to the visualization method. For Su Mu, there is another major advantage to practicing the visualization method. It supports him in performing consecutive regressions. With his current mental strength, he can regress at most twice. After 2 times, his mind becomes extremely fatigued, and forcing a third regression might even bring him to the brink of mental collapse. Mental collapse is different from mental explosion. The former means that consciousness and memory will vanish, leaving a person in a state of idiocy and madness. Therefore, Su Mu has been committed to enhancing his mental strength. The stronger his mental strength, the more consecutive regressions he can perform, allowing him to return to a much earlier point in time. For example, he can now regress twice, at most returning to 24 hours ago. ago, which is 1 day prior. However, the consumption of mental strength requires 2 days or even longer to recover. For this reason, mental strength also limits the maximum time Sumu can regress. If Sumu's mental strength reaches a certain level and the consumption of mental strength for regression becomes negligible, then it would be entirely possible for him to return to any point in the past. At that time, he would find it absurd to limit death regression to just 12 hours, as it could be called infinite regression. Death regression at that point would undoubtedly reach the level of an EX grade talent. However, this path is destined to be long and full of hardships. Shaking his head, Sumu stopped overthinking and began to try the visualization method Deep Blue had found for him. This visualization method, named Divine and Demonic Visualization Method, was created by Deep Blue based on the visualization methods of two naturally gifted psychic races among the myriad races. The Divine refers to the celestial winged race, whose visualization method is characterized by order, producing spiritual power that is pure and stable. While its offensive capabilities are not particularly strong, its recovery abilities are exceptionally outstanding. The Demonic refers to the infernal demon race, whose visualization method is characterized by chaos, producing spiritual power with terrifying and violent offensive capabilities, along with a certain degree of corrosive power. Deep Blue's adaptation of the Divine and Demonic visualization method primarily involves simultaneously cultivating the spiritual powers of these two visualization methods, continuously erasing and reconstructing one's own spiritual power, using the spiritual power of the infernal demon race to constantly erase oneself, and then relying on the spiritual power of the celestial winged race to continuously rebuild. Through this repeated process of erasure and reconstruction, spiritual power gradually becomes stronger, ultimately combining the characteristics of both and becoming incredibly resilient and powerful. The cultivation process of the Divine and Demonic visualization method bears a striking resemblance to Sumu's own death rollback ability. It can be said that this is the most suitable visualization method for Sumu to cultivate. However, the difficulty of cultivation is extremely high. Sumu not only has to find a path to cultivate the spiritual power of the Celestial Wing Clan within a 1 in 10,000 chance, but also search for the cultivation path of the Infernal Demon Clan's spiritual power. Ultimately, he must explore a cultivation path that might not even have a 1 in 10,000 chance through the destruction and reconstruction of the two spiritual powers. Begin cultivation. Bang! Alright, wait another 12 hours. Exhausting the two rollback attempts, Sumu still failed to successfully cultivate the Divine Demon visualization technique. He hadn't even achieved the first step, cultivating the mental power of the Celestial Winged Divine Clan. However, Sumu had anticipated this result. As he continued to roll back, his mental power gradually increased, and he believed the success rate would also improve over time. The dual exhaustion of body and mind made Sumu stop cultivating and fall straight asleep. When he woke up, it was already the next day. Today is the day the school conducts its monthly awakening test. Since everyone's awakened talents differ, the body refinement techniques and breathing methods for cultivation also vary. After awakening their talents, the school allows students to practice on their own and consult the school or nearby martial arts halls if they encounter any issues. Students only return to school for physical examinations during the monthly blood and energy tests. If the blood and energy value tested on the day shows significant improvement compared to the previous month, the student can receive the school's first-class scholarship. The first-class scholarship amounts to 30,000 yuan. Although it is not much for Sumu at present, it is enough to purchase a considerable amount of blood and energy medicinal materials. It just so happened that the bone-strengthening and muscle-nourishing powder he used last month was almost finished, and this amount of money was just enough to buy some new medicinal ingredients at the market. This time, he also needed to buy some corpses of other races, which might cost significantly more than last time. In addition, Sumu also planned to find his homeroom teacher to discuss having the school write him a letter of recommendation. When Sumu arrived at the school, it was already around 9 in the morning. After his strength improved, his 5 senses became much sharper, and from a distance, he could hear many classmates in the class discussing their respective cultivation progress. How much progress have you all made in a month? My vitality value has now reached 2.35, which barely qualifies me as an unranked martial apprentice. At this rate, I should have no problem getting into a third-tier martial arts university in 5 months. Unfortunately, my family isn't wealthy and can only provide limited vitality-enhancing medicines. Otherwise, my progress would probably be faster. Hee, my family bought over 30 doses of blood replenishing powder. Now my vitality has already reached 9.36. At this pace, it's just SOSO. Wow, 9.36. You totally deserve it. At this rate, you might even get into a first-tier martial arts university in the college entrance exam. The classmates all let out envious sounds. That's nothing. Do you know how much Fawn Ling's blood vitality has increased? I heard her family not only prepared body refinement techniques and breathing methods for her but also bought top-tier blood vitality supplements. The effect
effect of these is twice as strong as the blood replenishing powder we usually use. Yesterday, I asked her, and she said her blood vitality has already reached 15.86, stepping into martial disciple level 1. At this rate, in 5 months' time for the college entrance exam, getting into a top martial arts university won't be a problem for her. Martial disciple level 1. That already meets the admission standards for third-tier martial arts universities. I'm so envious I could grind my teeth. Horror. Starting point is something I couldn't reach even after months of hard work. Truly, some people are born in Rome, while others are born as oxen and horses. I'm not surprised by Fongling. Her family conditions are good, so it's normal for her to improve quickly. What I'm more curious about is, what level has Su Mu's blood vitality reached now? As soon as Su Mu was mentioned, the surrounding classmates immediately fell silent. That's right, Su Mu. Everyone naturally excluded him from comparisons. The reason was simple. In their hearts, they all believed that Su Mu was already the undisputed number one of this class. I think Su Mu's blood vitality must have reached at least over 20 points, right? After all, Fongling has already surpassed 15 points. That's too low. Su Mu's blood vitality was over 4 points the first time he cultivated, which was 3 to 4 times higher than Fongling. If his blood vitality hasn't reached 40 or 50 points, then he'd truly be wasting his talent. Don't forget, Su Mu's family isn't as wealthy as Fongling's. Without sufficient blood energy medicines and blood food, no matter how good the talent is, the improvement will still be limited, right? What do you think? If Su Mu's blood energy value ends up being lower than Fongling's, wouldn't that be quite the joke? You guys are really too idle. How much Su Mu's blood energy value improves has nothing to do with you, does it? Seeing some classmates doubting Su Mu and even gloating over the possibility of his blood energy value not improving much, Li Shangdong, sitting at his desk, interjected discontentedly, "Each of you should focus on your own cultivation progress instead of staring at Su Mu every day. What right do you have to comment on Su Mu? Don't forget, a month ago, without Su Mu, Fongling probably wouldn't have survived escaping from that heretic worshipper. Which of you has Su Mu's courage? A bunch of cowards dare to discuss Su Mu. We're talking here, Li Shangdong. Why are you butting in? Exactly. Su Mu hasn't even risen yet, and you guys are already acting like his lapdogs? You're talking nonsense." Li Shangdong immediately lunged at the classmate upon hearing this. However, his vitality was clearly no match for the other party, and he was quickly flipped over and pinned down. The classmate was just about to punch Li Shangdong in the face, but in the next moment, his fist was caught by a hand. The classmate looked up and saw Su Mu standing in front of him, though he hadn't noticed when Su Mu had arrived. Su Mu. Name, Su Mu. Seeing Su Mu, the classmate's eyelid twitched. Before he could react in the next second, Su Mu had already pulled him off Li Shangdong. "Brother Mu." Li Shangdong saw Su Mu and his face lit up with joy. Su Mu extended his hand toward Li Shangdong. "Are you okay?" Body refining technique, Myriad Races body refining technique, Great Strength Ape Clan chapter, Golden Rock Clan chapter, Diamond Bull Clan chapter. Breathing technique, innate fetal breathing method. Martial skill, none. "I'm fine, Brother Mu." The classmate who had just been pulled away and tossed aside by Su Mu no longer dared to act recklessly in front of him. He quickly patted his pants and returned to his seat. The surrounding classmates also glanced fearfully at Su Mu and hurried back to their seats, terrified that their earlier remarks might have been overheard by him. Seeing the classmates' reactions, Li Shangdong's face showed a smug expression. "All of you only dare to gossip behind people's backs. What skills do you have? If you have the guts, say it right in front of Su Mu." As he spoke, he chuckled and looked at Su Mu. "Isn't that right, Brother Mu?" Su Mu waved his hand indifferently. "We're all classmates. Don't let small matters harm our harmony. But you, after a month, your blood vitality value is still just this much." His gaze swept over, easily noticing that Li Shangdong's blood vitality value was only 4.24. Although this pace could still continue, aiming for a good martial arts university might be a bit difficult. "After testing your blood vitality value, wait for me in the classroom." Su Mu felt that he could lend Li Shangdong a hand. 101.75. "Ah, okay." Li Shangdong didn't think much and nodded in agreement. Su Mu wasn't too late, less than half of the classmates had arrived. However, it seems that because Su Mu was present, those classmates did not continue discussing him. Su Mu did not mind this. Perhaps his experiences and insights had long since created a distance between him and them, and the things they focused on were no longer the same. From the moment he got hold of that diary, Su Mu understood that he would embark on a path unlike any other. Just as Su Mu and Li Shangdong were casually chatting, Fongling had unknowingly entered the classroom. As soon as she walked in, her gaze swept around the room and finally landed on Su Mu, her eyes instantly lighting up. However, Su Mu naturally didn't notice her reaction. Even if he had seen it, he might not have cared. Fongling had just arrived when the homeroom teacher, Zhang Heliu, finally showed up. "It seems everyone has made quite a bit of progress this past month." Zhang Heliu walked into the classroom with a smile, quickly scanned the room to confirm no one was absent, and then continued, "Is everyone ready?" "Ready." "Very well, then line up in 2 rows according to your
your student numbers and get ready to head to the training hall. Following Jung Helia's command, the students walked out of the classroom one after another. Sumu was about to follow when he suddenly felt something gently poke him. He turned his head and saw that it was Fong Ling. "Sumu, this is for you." She handed over a small pink cloth bag. Sumu curiously frowned. "What is this?" This is a thank you gift my parents asked me to give you." "Yes, a thank you gift. Thank you for saving me. It's a small token of appreciation, and I hope you won't refuse." Fong Ling seemed to nod seriously to make her words sound more convincing. "I've been wanting to thank you for a long time, but why didn't you reply to all the messages I sent you on Penguin? I was afraid of disturbing you by going to your house abruptly, so I delayed until today to give this to you." Her words carried a hint of grievance. Sumu smiled awkwardly. "I haven't logged into Penguin for a long time. Sorry about that. After all, we're classmates, no need to be too formal." "Is that so?" Fong Ling's expression visibly relaxed, and she said happily, "As long as you're not intentionally ignoring me, that's fine. What contact method do you usually prefer? Could you give me your phone number?" Then write it down, 175 ****** 7356. Sumu did not refuse. Fong Ling carefully wrote the number on a small piece of paper, nodded, and then suddenly stuffed a pink cloth bag into Sumu's hands. She seemed worried that Sumu might not accept it, so she quickly walked to the classroom door and said before leaving, "I'll be going now." Sumu looked at the cloth bundle in his hand and couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile. He opened the cloth bundle and saw some vitality medicines inside, along with a data disk which seemed to contain body refining techniques and breathing methods. Altogether, these items were worth at least 100 to 200,000. "This thing is a bit too valuable, isn't it?" For a moment, Sumu didn't know whether he should accept it or not. He had always been not very good at handling such situations. He first stuffed the cloth-wrapped item into the drawer, then used his backpack to block it, before quickly walking out of the classroom. Soon, everyone arrived at the training hall, and the scene was similar to last time. However, this time the atmosphere was different. Some people were filled with eager excitement, while others appeared somewhat dejected. After all, everyone would more or less go to the nearby martial arts gym to test their blood energy levels in their free time, so they had a sense of their own condition and knew whether they had made any progress over the past month. Sumu stood at the back of the line. Among those who had been tested earlier, the highest was Fong Ling, whose blood energy level reached 15.91, slightly higher than the previously reported 15.86. This result is far ahead of the rest of the class. Even Zhang He and Lu were quite surprised. At this rate of improvement, getting into a top martial arts university in 5 months wouldn't be a difficult task. After testing a few more people, it was finally Sumu's turn. When Sumu's name was called, the entire training hall instantly fell silent. This name had been deeply etched into everyone's minds since the incident with the heretics a month ago. Beyond his own bravery and wit, and the heroic act of personally rescuing a female classmate from the heretics, what drew even more attention was Sumu's astonishing initial blood energy value of 4.13 during his first test. Everyone was eager to see how much this 4.13 had improved after a month. "You guys, how much do you think Sumu's vitality value has increased after a month?" "I think it must be at least 40 or 50. Take Li Ming from our class, for example. He started at just 0.8, and now he's already over 12. Sumu started at 4.13. If he's not at 40 or 50 by now, how could that make sense? Who knows for sure, but judging by the way he breathes and the aura he exudes, he's definitely improved a lot. Do you think he might have awakened a martial arts talent to progress so quickly? Hard to say, but that's probably the case. I'm so envious. My awakened talent is practically useless. Sigh. Sumu, keep it up." Some girls were shouting nearby. "Brother Mu, go for it." Li Xiangdong's voice rang out. To drown out the girls' voices, he even somehow got hold of a microphone, only to be fiercely glared at by Zhang Heliu. In addition to the students, the teachers also paused their work and gathered around class 5. "Old Zhang, what do you think about this Sumu from your class? How much do you think his blood energy test will show this time? Could it be 60 or 70? 60 or 70 is too exaggerated. Wouldn't that mean reaching the level of a first-stage martial artist in 5 months? I remember last year's National College Entrance Exam top scorer barely reached the first-stage martial artist level. What do you know? What's so special about the top scorer? Truly remarkable people were already recruited early through the Genius Training Camp. Most of those taking the college entrance exam weren't recruited early and can't be considered true geniuses. But honestly, if Sumu from class 5 really manages to reach 60 or 70 this time, he might actually have a chance to get into the Genius Training Camp." "Alright, stop guessing and focus on watching." Zhang Heliu interrupted the teacher's discussion, nervously staring at Sumu standing in front of the blood vitality testing device. The next moment, the training hall fell silent, and suddenly a number that shocked everyone to the point of disbelief was announced. 101.75. Everyone doubted their ears. The teachers in charge of the blood vitality tester all leaned closer to the instrument to check for any malfunctions. No issues. After a simple confirmation by several teachers, a unanimous conclusion was reached. Since there were no issues, it meant that Sumu's blood vitality value had skyrocketed from 4.13 to 101.75 within a month. He directly broke through to become a first-stage martial artist. Upon hearing this conclusion, everyone's eyes were filled with shock. They had long anticipated that Sumu's improvement speed would be fast, but they never expected it to be this astonishing. In just 1 month, his blood vitality value had increased by over 90 points. At this rate, how powerful would Sumu's strength be in 5 months? As Sumu's homeroom teacher, Zhang Helio could hardly contain his excitement and shock at this moment. He could barely imagine that such a peerless genius was actually in his class. Meanwhile, Sumu's classmates were all rendered speechless. Previously, some had doubted that Sumu's blood vitality value wouldn't increase much due to family reasons. Now, Sumu had used facts to deliver a resounding slap to their faces. A first-realm martial artist. Although it's just the initial stage, don't forget that last year's top scorer in the National College Entrance Exam was also only at the initial stage of the first-realm martial artist. The initial stage of the first-realm martial artist is, for many people, a height they can hardly reach in their entire lifetime. The essence of martial arts cultivation lies in vitality. As one ages, if they fail to break through before a certain stage, their vitality will begin to decline. Many people spend their entire lives stuck at the 9th level of martial disciple, with the first-realm martial artist already being the pinnacle of their lifelong pursuit. Just like most of Sumu's high school teachers, many of them are only at the 8th or 9th level of martial disciple. Yet Sumu, a young man who had just awakened his talent and stepped into martial arts for barely a month, had already reached a height that those teachers had not achieved in 10 or even several decades. Brother Mu is awesome, Li Xiangdong excitedly shouted into the microphone. For once, Zhang Helia didn't stop him. Instead, he paused for a moment and joined in, shouting, "Awesome! Sumu is awesome!" Cheers erupted throughout the training hall. When you are only slightly better than others, they may feel a bit jealous, but once you reach a height they cannot attain, they will turn to admiration, because they know you are no longer on the same level. In fact, they might even feel proud to have known you and attended the same high school as you. This is human nature. Faced with such a scene, Sumu found himself somewhat unaccustomed for a moment. When he stepped down from the blood and energy testing device, his classmates all looked at him with admiration. "Mu Ji, you're incredible. From now on, I'm definitely sticking with you." Li Xiangdong approached Sumu with a flattering expression. Sumu glanced at him disdainfully. "Cut it out. I don't buy it." Fongling somehow ended up beside them, looking at Sumu with admiration. "Sumu, you're amazing. Can I ask you for advice if I have any questions about cultivation in the future?" "Of course, we're all classmates. No need to be so formal. By the way, Fongling, the gift you gave." Before Sumu could finish his sentence, Fongling seemed to guess what he was about to say and quickly interrupted. "Sumu, this is just a token of my appreciation. If you refuse, I'll be really upset. The items inside aren't particularly valuable, and if you don't like them, you can just throw them away. Anyway, it's yours now, so you can handle it however you want." Fongling's words were so sincere that Sumu couldn't bring himself to decline. Fongling continued, "By the way, Sumu, we should be considered friends now, right? Don't call me Fongling like that anymore. It's too formal. Just call me Fongling or Lingling." Sumu nodded in response. "Alright, then I'll call you Fongling from now on, and you can just call me Sumu." Hearing Sumu address her like that, a trace of disappointment flashed across Fongling's face, but she quickly smiled again. Okay. The two chatted for a while longer before Fongling turned and left. As soon as Fongling left, Li Xiangdong immediately showed a gossiping expression. TSK, Muji, you're quite lucky. Ever since you heroically saved the beauty last time, Fong Banhua has been." Sumu glared at him. "Don't talk nonsense." He shook his head. He understood Fongling's intentions, but on one hand, he currently had no feelings for her, and on the other hand, with humanity facing extinction, who had the time to think about romance? Just as Sumu was thinking about how to explain to the homeroom teacher what he needed to do, Zhang Helia had already appeared beside him without him noticing. "Teacher, Sumu, well done. Li Xiangdong, you should also learn from Sumu. If you have any questions about cultivation, you can ask Sumu for guidance. I never expected that a student I taught would surpass me in martial arts." Zhang Helia looked at Sumu, his face unable to hide his joy. "Teacher, you flatter me." Sumu felt a bit embarrassed. If it weren't for that diary, he would still just be an ordinary high school student now. "Are you busy right now? If not, come with me. The principal has something he wants to discuss with you." "The principal wants to see me?" Sumu raised his eyebrows slightly and nodded. "Alright." He followed Zhang Helia to the principal's office, which he had visited a month ago. As soon as he entered, he saw 3 cups of freshly brewed tea on the table. "You're here, Sumu. Teacher Jiang, you should stay as well, since you're classmates after all." The principal invited them to sit on the sofa. It was obvious that the principal's attitude towards Sumu this time was much friendlier than last time. "Congratulations, Sumu. In less than a month, you've advanced to the first realm of martial artists. Even the geniuses in the 9th safe zone might not be able to achieve this. This time, I called you over mainly for a few matters. First, I discussed with the school leadership, and based on your current cultivation speed, Sumu, you are fully qualified to receive the first-class scholarship for 6 months, totaling 180,000 yuan. We have decided to directly issue this first-class scholarship to you in advance. Additionally, you won't need to participate in the blood vitality tests for the next 5 months. Well, then thank you to the school. Sumu did not decline. Although 180,000 might not be a significant amount to him, as a child from an ordinary family, he understood that this was by no means a small sum. There's one more thing. The principal glanced at Zhang Heliu and then looked at Sumu. I wonder if teacher Jiang has ever mentioned the genius training camp to you? He paused for a moment and continued. The genius training camp. The genius training camp? Sumu remembered hearing this name in class before, but at the time, he was well aware of his own abilities and knew that things associated with geniuses had little to do with him, so he hadn't looked into it further. I've heard of it, but don't know much about it. At this moment, Zhang Heliu began to explain. The Genius Training Camp is an elite training program established by several top martial arts universities in Daxia, authorized by the Daxia Martial Alliance. Those who perform exceptionally well there can skip the college entrance exam and be directly admitted to Daxia's top martial arts universities, while also receiving a full scholarship for freshmen and various privileges. The principal added from the side, the scholarships for freshmen at those top martial arts universities are not like the small-scale ones at our school. They can go as high as 10 million. 10 million. Sumu widened his eyes in surprise, and the principal nodded, saying, this is just the most basic reward of the Genius Training Camp. The things learned in the Genius Training Camp are beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Since its establishment, everyone who has achieved excellent results and survived here has become a famous figure among the human race. However, entering the Genius Training Camp also requires mental preparation. Zhang Heliu looked at Sumu and said, compared to the regular college entrance exam, the elimination rate in the Genius Training Camp is extremely high. Legend has it that in the most rigorous session, 3/4 of the members were eliminated, and there is even a certain chance of death because of contact with other races. Although the probability is not high, it happens roughly once every 10 or so sessions to someone unlucky. This Genius Training Camp even involves contact with other races? Sumu's eyes lit up. Zhang Heliu nodded. Not only will you come into contact, but the alien races encountered in the Genius Training Camp are all from the 10,000 races battlefield. Afraid that Sumu might not understand, he specifically emphasized, the alien races on the 10,000 races battlefield are different from those you encounter in the alien hunting grounds managed by the Martial Arts Hall. The alien hunting grounds are close to the human race's rear lines, where alien races are regularly cleared out. They have little combat experience, and their combat power and racial categories are considered the lowest tier among the 10,000 races. But the ones encountered in the Genius Training Camp are alien races that have truly fought on the 10,000 races battlefield. Whether in terms of combat power or their understanding of humans, they far surpass the alien races in the hunting grounds. Some alien races are born with awakened A-level or even S-level talents, and their strength is beyond your imagination. At this moment, the principal also said, so, Sumu, our school currently has one spot available to apply for the Genius Training Camp. Teacher, Zhang has already told you about the elimination rate and dangers of the Genius Training Camp. Whether you want to participate and which top martial arts university's Genius Training Camp you choose, I hope you will consider it carefully. This week, both teacher Zhang and I will be at the school. Once you've made your decision, come find me or teacher Jiang, and we will help you fill out the application form. Sumu looked full of anticipation and said without hesitation, no need to think about it, principal, I'll participate. As for the school, I want to go to the Genius Training Camp at Longjing Martial Arts University. Sumu, don't make a decision so quickly. The Genius Training Camp involves going to the battlefield of 10,000 races. You'd better discuss it with your family first before deciding. Teacher Jiang advised. Moreover, the Longjing Martial Arts University you chose has the highest elimination rate among all the Genius Training Camps. Are you sure you don't want to think it over more carefully? Sumu, however, did not hesitate at all, and he even felt a bit excited inside. He was eager to die a few more times, hone his talents, the harder the better, the more dangerous the more it suited his taste. Moreover, Longjing Martial Arts University is not only a requirement listed in the diary but also the school where Gu Yanqi studies, although he said he wouldn't think about romance. For now, the thought of attending the same university as Gu Yanqi still stirred a small wave of excitement in Sumu's heart. Currently, Gu Yanqi should still be in her 3rd year. Principal, teacher Jiang, I've made up my mind. I'll join the Genius Training Camp at Longjing Martial Arts University. Please help me apply for it. Hearing Sumu's firm decision, the principal and Zhang Heliu no longer tried to dissuade him. They exchanged a glance, and the principal immediately walked to the side and took a form out of a drawer. Fill out the form and sign it, and we'll submit it for you. The Genius Training Camp starts in a month, so make sure to train well during this time. You are already a first-level martial artist, which is perfect for officially starting martial arts training. The top floor of the school library houses houses many martial arts manuals, which you can borrow anytime as needed. Finally, as the principal, I sincerely wish you excellent achievements in the Genius Training Camp. Sumu quickly filled out the form and handed it to the principal. I will do my best, principal. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. The principal took the form and said with a smile, this is well deserved. Who knows, maybe our school will produce someone remarkable in the future. Take care and stay safe. Jiang Helia reminded from the side. I will, Teacher Jiang. Sumu nodded, then remembered something. By the way, principal, there's something I'd like to ask the school for help with. Go ahead. As long as I can help, I'll do my best. Sumu said, Principal, as you know, I am already a first-level martial artist and should officially start training in martial techniques. However, I feel that simply sparring with people at the martial arts hall has limited improvement effects, so I want to go to the alien hunting grounds for training. The alien hunting grounds are located behind the human territory, at the border with the battlefield of all races. A large number of aliens are gathered there, some originally residing in the area, while others were specifically captured and kept there. These aliens do not include extremely powerful ones and are mainly used for human martial artists who are not yet strong enough to enter the battlefield of all races but wish to accumulate combat experience. The alien hunting grounds are divided into multiple areas, managed by various martial arts schools in the human rear. The martial arts schools in charge of these areas can obtain materials and blood food by hunting aliens, and they can also rent out slots to human warriors for training, earning profits. To prevent the aliens from getting out of control, the schools regularly clear out the aliens within the grounds. The condition for entering the alien hunting grounds is to have been at least a first-realm warrior for over 3 months, but this condition is flexible. If a student has exceptional talent and obtains a recommendation letter from their school, the 3-month restriction can be waived. This is precisely what Sumu wanted the school to help him with. Sumu briefly explained his request, and the principal thought for a moment before nodding. No problem. Since you're preparing for the Genius Training Camp, and with the protection of the martial arts school, you shouldn't encounter too much danger. I'll write the recommendation letter for you right away. Which martial arts school are you interested in? Blazing Fire Martial Arts School. Sumu had already made his decision. The Blazing Fire Martial Arts Hall is the martial arts hall with the largest control over the alien hunting grounds in the 3rd safe zone, and it is also the most dangerous. But Sumu fears danger the least. Alright. The principal quickly prepared a recommendation letter for him. After bidding farewell to the principal, Sumu left the office with the school's reward of 180,000. Returning to the classroom, only Li Xiangdong was still foolishly waiting for him. Brother Mu, you're finally here. Li Xiangdong greeted him with a smile. Brother Mu, I've already made preparations, the double room at Blue Sky Internet Cafe. Tonight, we'll stay up all night to celebrate your entry into the first realm as a martial artist. I'll cover all the expenses. Sumu rolled his eyes at him. Do you think I'm looking for you to go online? Isn't it? Li Xiangdong's smile instantly froze on his face. Sumu lightly punched him. Stop staying up all night. It's bad for your health. There are only 5 months left until the college entrance exam. Aren't you even a little worried? Hearing Sumu's words, Li Xiangdong also pulled a helpless, bitter face and said, Of course I'm anxious, but there's nothing I can do. My awakened talent is just an ordinary E-level, and my family isn't that wealthy. For me, getting into a 3rd-tier martial arts university already means giving it my all. Sumu nodded understandingly, patted him on the shoulder, and then said, Wait for me a moment. He took a notebook out of his backpack and began writing and drawing quickly. About half an hour later, Sumu closed the notebook and handed it to Li Xiangdong. Brother Mu, what's this? This is a body refinement technique, a breathing method, and a potion formula. The body refinement technique and breathing method are far superior to what you are currently practicing. As for the potion formula, it's called the bone strengthening and muscle nourishing powder, which enhances vitality 3 times more effectively than the blood replenishing powder, but costs only $1,000. The body refinement technique and breathing method Sumu selected for Li Xiangdong, while not as advanced as his own universal body refinement technique and innate embryonic breathing method, are still considered top-tier techniques. The reason he didn't give him the universal body refinement technique and innate embryonic breathing method wasn't because Sumu was stingy, but because these 2 techniques are extremely difficult. The universal body refinement technique requires changes at every stage, and the innate embryonic breathing method alone would take Li Xiangdong, with his aptitude, an estimated half a year just to figure out how to practice it. Sumu was able to train in these 2 techniques only because Deep Blue specifically selected them for him and corrected his movements and breathing frequency throughout the training process. The body refinement technique and breathing method given to Li Xiangdong this time are much less challenging. Coupled with the bone strengthening and muscle nourishing powder, it should at least ensure he can steadily progress to a 3rd realm martial artist without any issues. Li Xiangdong had just taken the notebook and was still pondering what Sumu had written. After hearing Sumu's words, he almost dropped the notebook in shock. Mu, brother Mu, isn't this too precious? Where did you get these body refining techniques and breathing methods? You're not
secretly passing them on to me, are you? Brother Mu, this would violate the martial artist's code. You can't mess around like this. Sumu helplessly stuffed the notebook back into his arms. Relax, these body refining techniques and breathing methods have never appeared on the market. Just think of them as my own creations. As for the potion formulas, feel free to use them. After all, I wrote them. As long as you use them for yourself and not to make money, it's fine. But this is too valuable. Brother Mu, I can't accept it. Li Xiangdong frowned, his eyes moist with emotion. Stop dithering and take it. Train hard. If you don't get into a top martial arts university in 5 months, I'll be disappointed for you, Sumu said firmly. Brother Mu, you are like my real brother. Li Xiangdong hugged Sumu tightly, his emotions running high. Sumu gently pushed him away, tidied up his belongings, and even prepared to take back the items Fong Ling had given him. The body refinement technique and breathing method were of no use to him, so he planned to let his mother sell them at the market later, as they hadn't been bound to a learner yet. After returning home and having dinner, Sumu didn't immediately start practicing the body refinement technique. Instead, he went back to his room and took out a notebook. Race, Red Fong Rabbit Tribe. Vitality, 10 to 55. Martial Disciple level 1 to level 5. Talents, one of them grade C. Crafty Rabbits 3 burrows, agile twin ears. Grade D, enhanced sense of smell. Habits, lives underground in forest number 1 of the Western War Zone on the battlefield of myriad races. Weakness, eyes, attacking the eyes will instantly render the Red Fawn Rabbit Tribe incapable of resistance. Race, Cloud Mouse Clan. Vitality, 25 to 80. Martial Disciple level 2 to Martial Disciple level 8. Talent, one of them grade B. Frenzied Mouse Fawn. Grade C, instant acceleration. Habits, lives in forest number 3 of the Eastern War Zone in the battlefield of all races. Weakness, ears. The ears of the Cloud Mouse Tribe are extremely sensitive, making soundwave-based martial techniques highly effective. The blood vitality ranges, talents, habits, and weaknesses of each race were meticulously recorded by Sumu in his notebook. Afterward, he began memorizing the contents. Although he had Deep Blue as his all-encompassing encyclopedia, Sumu still insisted on committing the information to memory himself, striving for greater proficiency. However, for Sumu, only the knowledge deeply engraved in his mind truly belonged to him. How could one predict what might happen if this talent were lost one day? It was better to seize the opportunity and delve deeply into study. Besides, even if the talent never disappeared in the heat of battle, there would hardly be time to consult the detailed information on the myriad races or the explanations of their talents. Only when knowledge was deeply ingrained in the mind could it be applied flexibly and effortlessly in combat. At the same time, Sumu discovered an excellent way to utilize the death rollback. Since physical progress would regress to 12 hours prior after a rollback, practicing body refinement techniques knowing a rollback was imminent was undoubtedly unwise. However, memory would not regress. The knowledge Sumu had learned before the previous rollback remained intact. By using this time to learn about the myriad races and talent theories from Deep Blue, Sumu effectively gained an extra 24 hours of study time each day compared to others. As his mental strength improved, this additional time would only increase. At this rate, who could say that one day Sumu himself might not become a living, breathing Deep Blue? Next, it's time to study talents. After completing 12 hours of study, I'll begin practicing the visualization technique. Sumu let out a long breath. He was making the most of nearly every moment available to him. He practiced the Divine Demon visualization technique twice more, but still failed to succeed. However, Sumu did not lose heart. Cultivating the visualization technique was by no means something that could be achieved overnight. To successfully perform the Divine Demon visualization technique, both mental strength and luck were indispensable. Since he had no intention of rolling back again, Sumu packed his belongings, left his house, and headed to the nearby Blazing Fire Martial Hall. After stepping into the first realm as a martial artist, in addition to the usual body refinement and breathing technique training, martial technique practice had to be prioritized as well. Body refinement and breathing techniques involved minimal movement and could be practiced at home, but martial techniques required proper weapons and space, making the martial hall a more suitable option. Moreover, Sumu already had a recommendation letter issued by his school, which he could use to apply for a pass to the exotic beast hunting grounds at the Blazing Fire Martial Hall. Arriving at the Blazing Fire Martial Hall, Sumu applied for a member ID card and then, accompanied by the staff, underwent a level certification for a first realm martial artist. This type of certification could be conducted at the Summer Martial Alliance branch or at martial halls recognized by the Alliance. However, martial halls only certified up to 4th realm martial artists. Higher levels required testing at the Alliance branch. After the examination and certification of his vitality value, the staff handed Sumu a metal badge engraved with the number 1. The back of the badge bore the 4 characters Summer Martial Alliance. With this badge, Sumu officially became a first realm martial artist recognized by the Summer Martial Alliance. After completing the badge application, Sumu also applied for a pass to the alien hunting grounds
grounds through the blazing fire martial hall. Thanks to his recommendation letter, the pass was processed quickly without much delay. After completing the formalities, Sumu rented a training room. Once inside, he began a new round of body refinement training. The breathing technique remained unchanged, but the universal body refinement technique needed to be upgraded to more advanced chapters. According to Deep Blue's guidance, every time a major realm was advanced, the practitioner would train in different chapters of the universal body refinement technique based on their physical condition. This ensured that the practitioner maintained the best foundation and state at each realm. Upon reaching the first realm, Sumu needed to train in two new chapters, the Earth Bear Clan chapter and the Pattern Cloud Tiger Clan chapter. The Earth Bear Clan was renowned for its strength and defense, with a physique considered top tier among first realm martial artists. The Pattern Cloud Tiger Clan, on the other hand, was famous for its strength and speed, with a physique equally outstanding among the universal body refinement technique's first realm chapters. In truth, among the myriad clans, the truly powerful ones were the Divine Clan, Demon Clan, Immortal Clan, and Ancient Races. However, these groups did not experience the first realm martial artist stage. Some were even born as 5th or 6th realm martial artists. Therefore, at Sumu's current stage, he was unable to train in the body refinement chapters representing these clans. After selecting the body refinement chapters, Sumu began rigorous training in conjunction with the breathing technique. Beads of sweat dripped onto the floor of the training room. It was unclear how much time had passed before Sumu finally collapsed from exhaustion, lying motionless on the ground. Although there was one fewer chapter to train in compared to the universal body refinement technique of the martial disciple stage, the difficulty of training had increased significantly. Sumu initially thought that with his current physical condition, he could push through 7 or 8 rounds at most. Unexpectedly, by the third round, he was already too weak to stand, collapsing to the ground. After resting for a while, Sumu finally managed to prop himself up, enduring the fatigue in his body as he began training in martial techniques. In terms of martial techniques, Deep Blue had already meticulously prepared for Sumu. The 3 martial techniques chosen by Deep Blue were the most suitable for him at this stage and the best ones he could cultivate. The offensive martial technique is the Gale Sword Art. The Gale Sword Art was created 3 years later by a martial artist who called himself the Gale Sword. With this sword art, he was nearly invincible among martial artists of the 3 realms. The swordsmanship is sharp and swift, with the sound of howling wind interwoven into the sword's momentum. The continuous speed of the sword strikes surges forward like a raging storm. For movement techniques, there is the inch-step sword. This movement martial technique was established 5 years later by a human sword cultivator. It specializes in close combat and enables rapid consecutive movements over extremely short distances. The third is a sonic martial technique called the layered wave sword chant, developed 3 years later by a human sword cultivator. By consciously controlling the collision and vibration of the sword during combat, it generates a sword chant sound wave, delivering additional attacks to the enemy. These 3 martial techniques were tailored to Sumu's unique characteristics. With his SSS-level talent, sword heart clarity, cultivating sword-related martial techniques was undoubtedly the best choice. The combination of Gale Sword Art and Close Sword Step, with their incredible speed and impressive attack power, was enough to become a nightmare that enemies could hardly withstand. In the world of martial arts, speed is the ultimate weapon. As for layered wave sword chant, in addition to dealing extra damage to enemies during regular battles, it could also have remarkable effects against those alien races that feared sonic-based martial techniques. After finalizing the 3 martial techniques, Sumu quickly began his training. In the training room, the sound of a long sword slicing through the air echoed frequently. Moments later, the training room was already in disarray, and Sumu collapsed on the ground. The damage to the training room was within the normal range, as the rental fee Sumu paid included coverage for such wear and tear. However, thanks to his SSS-level talent, sword heart clarity, Sumu fully mastered these 3 sword techniques in just a few hours. Next, he planned to apply them in actual combat. But since it was already late today, it wasn't suitable to head to the alien hunting grounds, so he decided to test the techniques tomorrow. Packed up, Sumu went straight home. As soon as he entered, the aroma of food wafted through the air. Brother! The happiest person to see Sumu return was none other than Su Yang. Ever since Sumu awakened his talent and stepped into martial arts, the meals at home had been prepared according to his taste. When Sumu wasn't home, no one dared to touch the food. Every time Su Yang came home from school and saw the dishes, he could only wait anxiously for his brother to return. Now, seeing Su Yang's eager face, almost drooling, Sumu could only smile helplessly and ruffle Su Yang's hair. Let's eat. A quick reminder, this is, after all, an alien hunting ground and not entirely safe. If you encounter trouble you can't handle, activate the SOS mode on your wristband at any time. Dying in an alien hunting ground is not something to be proud of. Additionally, we will take a 30% fee from the aliens you acquire in the hunting ground. Early in the morning, Sumu took the special vehicle arranged by the Blazing Fire Martial Hall and arrived at the alien hunting ground area managed by the hall. He had an appointment with Gu Qian from Danfeng Pharmaceuticals in the afternoon, so he planned to spend the day honing his skills on the alien battlefield. After the person in charge finished explaining the precautions for the alien hunting ground, he led Sumu and his group into the area of the alien hunting ground. The wristband has a positioning function. If you leave the jurisdiction of the Blazing Fire Martial Hall, it will trigger an alarm. You all know the rules. Within the area we are responsible for, your safety is guaranteed by the Blazing Fire Martial Hall. If you encounter danger, we will rescue you immediately. But if you leave the jurisdiction without permission, don't blame the Blazing Fire Martial Hall for not taking responsibility if you face any peril. After saying this, the person in charge distributed wristbands to everyone and then allowed them to enter the alien hunting ground on their own. The alien hunting ground managed by the Blazing Fire Martial Hall was a vast and boundless forest. This time, there were more than 10 martial artists entering the alien hunting ground. Most of them formed small teams of 2 or 3, but Sumu was the only one going in alone. Young man, seeing that you've become a martial artist at such a young age, your awakened talent and aptitude must be quite impressive, right? Although, the aliens in this alien hunting ground are not as powerful as those on the battlefield of 10,000 races, there are still quite a few formidable ones here. In this area managed by the Blazing Fire Martial Hall, there are even aliens with mental abilities. Exploring alone like this isn't very safe. Why not temporarily join our team? We can look out for each other. Wouldn't that be better? A bearded uncle suggested upon seeing Sumu alone. Sumu shook his head and replied calmly, "Thank you for your kindness, uncle, but I'd like to try it alone first." He was already aware of the information about aliens with mental abilities in this area, which was precisely why he chose the region managed by the Blazing Fire Martial Hall. What he sought was this kind of danger. If he joined a team, being too safe would actually be detrimental to his goals. After Sumu declined, the bearded uncle gave an awkward smile but said no more. However, a large-chested woman beside him seemed somewhat displeased and said sarcastically, "Brother, didn't I tell you not to be so kind-hearted? You're willing, but others don't appreciate it. This is better anyway, saves us from bringing along a burden." She deliberately emphasized the word burden as she spoke. Listening to her words, Sumu could only smile helplessly. With his personality, he wouldn't take these words to heart at all. The bearded uncle glared fiercely at the woman, but this only made her more dissatisfied as she pouted and turned her head away. Sumu ignored them and quickly headed deeper into the forest. His purpose for this trip was twofold: to hone his combat skills through battles with the beings in the alien hunting grounds, and to search for suitable talents, especially rare mental-type talents. Mental-type talents were already scarce, so Sumu did not hold much hope. After entering the forest, a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, creating a soft rustling sound, and the air carried a faint earthy fragrance. To Sumu's surprise, when he activated the innate fetal breathing technique, it flowed much more smoothly than usual, even stimulating his vital energy and blood significantly. Indeed, the energy in the air at the rear of the human race is clearly no match for that of the 10,000 races battlefield. This alien hunting ground, merely because of its proximity to the battlefield, has such an enhancement. If one were truly in the 10,000 races battlefield, the effect would likely be even better, Sumu thought to himself, suddenly grasping the mystery within. 1,000 years ago, when the 10,000 races invaded, they occupied the areas on Blue Star where the energy was most abundant. Although the human race later reclaimed some of the land and established a rear base, the energy in these lands was far inferior to the regions plundered by the 10,000 races. Sumu swiftly traversed the forest, relying on his experience and the guidance of Deep Blue, and soon discovered traces of the alien race. These marks should have been left by a fong-toothed rat, he judged, staring at the tracks on the ground left by a crawling creature. Immediately, the introduction interface of the fong-toothed rat quickly appeared before his eyes. Race: Fong-toothed rat clan. Vitality: 100 to 200. Early stage of first realm martial artist. Talent: one of them grade A, bite stone, break gold. Habits: lives in alien hunting grounds. Weakness: eyes. Sumu glanced at the sharp-toothed rat's talents and found none suitable for himself, so he headed straight toward the direction of the sharp-toothed rat's tracks. Soon, he saw the sharp-toothed rat engaged in a fierce battle with another alien creature. At a glance, he recognized the opponent as belonging to the spotted snake clan, with comparable strength and no noteworthy talent. Watching the two alien creatures entangled in combat, Sumu did not hesitate, employing the sword step technique to swiftly approach. In the next instant, the gale sword technique erupted like a storm, sweeping directly toward the two alien creatures. Although Sumu was currently only a novice in the first realm of martial arts, the gale sword technique he practiced was far from ordinary, possessing extraordinary power. Coupled with Sumu's innate talent of sword heart clarity, the power of his swordsmanship techniques was amplified 100-fold. The two alien beings, at the early stage of the first realm, couldn't even muster the strength to block a single strike when Sumu unleashed the gale sword technique. With my current strength, I suppose facing alien beings at the late stage of the first realm wouldn't be much of a problem, right? Looking at the two alien corpses before him, Sumu gained a a clear understanding of his current combat prowess. I have to admit, the talent of sword heart clarity is truly overwhelming. As long as it involves swordsmanship-related martial techniques, he can completely master them in an extremely short time and unleash 100-fold power. No wonder that figure was so arrogant back then, dismissive of others, and immediately mocking those heretical weaklings. With his strength as an 8th realm martial artist, combined with the talent of sword heart clarity, his combat power must have already reached an astonishing level. Sumu threw the 2 alien corpses aside. After all, he would be resetting soon, so carrying them was pointless. Give me enough time, and I will definitely surpass him. Sumu's figure quickly disappeared into the forest. At the same time, in another part of the forest. Brother, are we going to die here? With one slash, he severed the head of an alien creature, and Sumu tossed the corpse aside. Now, the number of alien creatures that had died at his hands was no less than dozens. After multiple battles, Sumu indeed felt some different experiences. This feeling was something completely unattainable during mere martial arts practice. Strange, why is there such a strong smell of blood here? He quickly walked through the forest and suddenly caught a whiff of an extremely pungent smell of blood. Frowning slightly, Sumu immediately ran toward the source of the blood smell. After running for a few minutes, the scene before him instantly made his scalp tingle. Not far away, a dense cluster of red-tailed foxes had gathered, with severed limbs scattered across the ground. The nearby trees were also splattered with blood. How could this happen? Sumu roughly estimated that there were at least 100 red-tailed foxes in front of him, but this doesn't feel right. For a communal species like the red-tailed fox, once their numbers exceed 100, they pose a significant threat to ordinary martial artists. The Blazing Fire Martial Arts School would never allow the red-tailed foxes to grow to such an extent. So why have the red-tailed foxes before us reached the scale? What made Sumu even more uneasy was that the severed limbs on the ground seemed to have died not long ago. Logically speaking, when a warrior enters the alien hunting ground, even if they encounter an unmanageable danger, as long as they press the distress button on their wristband in time, a protective shield will immediately form around them, while simultaneously sending a distress signal to the Blazing Fire Martial Hall. The people from the Blazing Fire Martial Hall would also arrive at the distress location within 5 minutes. However, the mutilated corpses on the ground now clearly conveyed one message. They didn't even have the chance to press the distress button. At that moment, a sudden voice interrupted Sumu's thoughts. Quick, run! Sumu looked toward the direction the voice came from. The person who spoke was someone he recognized. It was the large-chested woman who had been beside the bearded man who invited him when he first entered the forest. At this moment, she was covered in blood, with a large chunk of flesh bitten off her right shoulder, her entire body a bloody mess. If not for her highly recognizable figure, Sumu might not have recognized her at first glance. Behind her, several red-tailed foxes were lunging toward her. She was clearly beyond escape. The reason she shouted loudly was probably because she saw Sumu appear and used her last bit of strength to warn him. Tag along. Don't just stand there. Run, run. After you get far away, press the distress button immediately. Run. The big-breasted woman, after recognizing Sumu, shouted at him even louder. The next moment, she was knocked down by the red-tailed fox behind her. Snort! A red-tailed fox's sharp teeth suddenly tore off a large chunk of meat. Seeing this scene, a trace of anger flashed across Sumu's face. Damn foreign race. The long sword trembled and the next moment it charged toward the direction of the big-chested woman. Furious Wind Sword Technique. Sword energy poured down like a violent storm, striking those red-tailed foxes. The powerful sword energy instantly annihilated the red-tailed foxes. Sumu turned his head to look at the woman with the large chest. The woman with the large chest seemed to still have a breath left at this moment. She looked up and saw that Sumu had actually saved her from the mouths of those red-tailed foxes. A trace of surprise flashed in her eyes, but it was quickly replaced by urgency. Run! There's a mental type ability. As soon as she finished speaking, the pain seemed to finally overwhelm her, and she closed her eyes. Sumu was stunned upon hearing this. Psychic talent? He came to the alien hunting ground managed by the Blazing Fire Martial Hall this time to try his luck and see if he could find an alien with psychic talent. Just as he was filled with anticipation, a sharp sound suddenly came from behind the group of red-tailed foxes. As soon as the sound rang out, Sumu felt as if his mind had been struck by a heavy hammer, causing a wave of dizziness before his eyes. In the brief moment he was stunned, several red-tailed foxes had already pounced on him. Fortunately, after several death regressions, Sumu's mental strength was much stronger than that of ordinary people, and the dizziness did not last long. Seeing the red-tailed fox about to pounce, he swung his sword to strike. The sword light tore through the air, instantly killing several red-tailed foxes. Immediately afterward, Sumu activated the Ji-Chi sword step, darting into the group of red-tailed foxes with a few quick movements. Whirlwind sword technique. Stacked wave sword chant. Sword lights intertwined, and blood spilled onto the ground like a small river. Sumu fought his way toward the shrieking figure. The red-tailed foxes swarmed forward, but under the impenetrable sword strikes, they all became souls claimed by the blade. Soon, he reached the center of the red-tailed foxes. Not far away, a red-tailed fox, noticeably larger than the others and with two tails growing from its back, was gnawing on a corpse. Sumu's pupils suddenly contracted. The corpse was none other than the bearded uncle who had previously invited him. The uncle was completely dead, half of his face chewed down to bare bone, with blood-stained white skeleton exposed. Seeing this gruesome scene, Sumu felt a wave of inexplicable nausea and disgust rise in his heart. He stared at the two-tailed red-tailed fox, and the red-tailed fox seemed to notice him as well. A trace of doubt flashed in its pitch-black eyes, but it quickly turned ferocious and let out a roar at him. Accompanied by the roar, the surrounding red-tailed foxes swiftly surged towards Sumu. Detailed information about the red-tailed fox appeared before Sumu's eyes. Species: red-tailed fox clan. Vitality: 795. Late-stage first-realm martial artist. Talent: Grade A, mental bewitchment. Habits: lives in the alien hunting grounds. Weakness: neck. As a specific individual, their vitality and talent have long been determined. Facing the pouncing red-tailed fox, Sumu showed no fear. He executed the Gale Sword technique, forcing back the surrounding enemies before charging straight at the two-tailed red-tailed fox. Seeing Sumu charging directly at it, the red-tailed fox flew into a rage and let out a sharp scream. Sumu suddenly felt a wave of dizziness hit him, and the next moment, the red-tailed fox lunged forward. Faced with the attack, Sumu no longer resisted. Instead, he reached out and firmly grabbed the red-tailed fox, preventing it from escaping. The red-tailed fox became even more furious after being caught and frantically bit Sumu. Intense pain came from his neck, and Sumu's vision gradually darkened. Ding, you have been killed by the red-tailed fox. Copy successful. Congratulations on obtaining an A-level talent, mental enchantment. A-level talent, mental enchantment. Mental enchantment, through means such as sound waves or eye contact, control part of the opponent's behavior for a short period. The duration of control is related to the strength of mental power. Ah! Sumu suddenly sat up from the bed, the tragic deaths of the bearded uncle and the large-chested woman still vividly lingering in his mind. To be honest, this was the first time he had witnessed such a bloody and terrifying scene of other races eating humans. After calming himself down a bit, Sumu began to check his character panel. Name: Sumu. Vitality: 101.75. Early stage of first realm martial artist. Mental power: 1152. The average value for ordinary humans who have not trained or awakened any mental-related talents is approximately 0.5. Body refining technique: Universal body refining technique. Earth Bear Clan chapter. Pattern Cloud Tiger Clan chapter. Visualization method: Divine and demonic visualization method. Martial skills: Gale Sword technique, Instant Sword Step, Overlapping Wave Sword Chant. Innate abilities: EX level, Posthumous copy, SSS level, Death Rewind 12 hours, Book of Wisdom, Sword Heart Clarity, A level, Complete Makeover, Mental Bewitchment. It seemed that due to copying the spiritual talent of the red-tailed fox, his mental strength had reached a rather remarkable level. This time, on Sumu's character panel, Deep Blue specifically added a measurement for the mental strength value. Staring at the current mental power value on the panel, Sumu's face revealed a hint of joy. The average mental power of ordinary humans was about 0.5, and previously, even after several resets, his had only approached 1 at most. But now, with the awakening of an A-level mental talent, his mental power had suddenly soared to 11.52. With such mental power, he felt he could attempt cultivating the divine demon visualization technique again. Without hesitation, Sumu immediately began practicing the divine demon visualization technique. To his surprise, the cultivation process went exceptionally smoothly. In less than half an hour, he successfully refined the mental power of the Celestial Winged Clan, and shortly thereafter, he quickly refined the mental power of the Infernal Demon Clan. After refining these two types of mental power, Sumu began repeatedly using them to obliterate and reconstruct his own mental power. Even if only a tiny bit of his mental strength was worn away, he couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. The pain in his mind far surpassed the torment of his body, as if a sharp blade was slowly slicing through his soul. A few hours later, Sumu's face had turned completely pale. When he opened his eyes again, they were filled with an undeniable exhaustion. However, the result was extremely gratifying. With just one session of practicing the divine demonic visualization technique, his mental strength had surged from 11.52 to 31.85, an increase of over 20 points. As expected, the speed of mental strength improvement far surpasses that of vitality. This had already been speculated by Sumu based on the information from Deep Blue. The methods of cultivating mental power and vitality are completely different. The enhancement of vitality mainly relies on continuously absorbing and refining external energy, using these forces to strengthen the body and increase vitality. To some extent, the cultivation of vitality involves leveraging external forces to improve oneself, with body refining techniques and breathing methods serving merely as mediums for refining external energy. However, the cultivation of mental power is entirely different, as it does not depend on external forces. Across all visualization methods of various races, they essentially start from one's own mental power, visualizing a certain image to temper the mind. Therefore, the cultivation cultivation of mental power places extremely high demands on one's own mental strength. It is precisely for this reason that mental talents can enhance mental power. The power of talent originates from within oneself, and at the moment of awakening, to ensure the talent can function smoothly, mental power is boosted by leveraging the strength of the talent.
Similarly, due to the unique cultivation method of mental power, as long as one can endure the pain and persist in training, the speed of mental power improvement will far exceed that of vitality.
At this rate, my mental power realm might surpass my vitality in a month. Thinking of this, Sumu felt a surge of joy in his heart. This was undoubtedly good news. After all, vitality can sometimes be detected by experts, but mental power, unless encountering someone with special talents, remains completely undetectable by others unless actively used. This means that Sumu will possess an extremely powerful hidden trump card.
At critical moments, relying on mental power to launch an attack will surely deliver an unexpected and fatal blow to the opponent.
After successfully mastering the divine demon visualization technique, Sumu was overjoyed. However, he was well aware that now was not the time to relax. With his mental strength enhanced, he still needed to test how many times he could now rewind. Sumu opened his eyes again and silently sat up from the bed. With the enhancement of his mental strength and the help of those aliens, in the alien hunting grounds, he had rewound 7 times and replicated 7 talents.
Through these 7 rewinds, Sumu roughly
figured out the number of times he could rewind. As his mental strength continued to grow, he could now rewind more than 50 times. At the same time, he also discovered that the more consecutive rewinds he performed, the more mental strength seemed to be consumed.
Given Sumu's current state, continuing to rewind would be effortless.
But he chose not to, as he had already gauged the approximate number of rewinds he could perform.
Moreover, he had
essentially replicated all the talents of the aliens within the area controlled by the blazing fire martial hall that he could make use of, so there was no need to waste any more rewinds. With a single thought, Sumu's character panel appeared before his eyes once again. Vitality, 101.75, early stage of first realm martial artist. Mental power, 41.52, martial disciple 4th level. Body refining technique, myriad races body refining technique, Earth Bear clan chapter, Cloud pattern tiger clan chapter.
Visualization method, divine demon visualization method.
Martial skills, Gale sword technique, instant sword step, overlapping wave sword chant. Talents, EX level, posthumous replication, SSS level, death rewind 12 hours, book of wisdom, sword heart clarity, a level, facelift,
mental bewitchment,
true side eye, light of healing, enhanced 5 senses, crimson flame bloodline, B level, mental fortification, wood manipulation, wind manipulation. Closing the panel, a glint of cold light flashed in Sumu's eyes. That red-tailed fox, it's time to settle the score between us. Kid, seeing that you've become a martial artist at such a young age, your awakened talents and aptitude must be pretty good, right? The aliens in this alien hunting ground may not compare to those on the battlefield of 10,000 races, but their power
is still not to be underestimated.
In the area managed by the Blazing Fire Martial Hall, there are even aliens with mental-type talents.
Exploring here alone is really not safe. Why not temporarily join our team and look out for each other?
How about it? At the entrance to the alien hunting ground, the bearded uncle once again extended an invitation to Sumu. Looking at that face full of goodwill, who could have imagined that not long after, he would become the prey of the two-tailed red-tailed fox? Adhering to the principle written in his diary, some things can change simply by not knowing them. Sumu still declined the bearded uncle's kind offer. Although the main goal this time was to slay the two-tailed red-tailed
fox, the bearded uncle seemed like a decent person, and the big-chested woman beside him, though sharp-tongued, wasn't bad either.
If possible, Sumu still hoped to save these two from the clutches of the red-tailed foxes. Brother, I told you not to be so kind-hearted, didn't I? You're willing, but they don't appreciate it. But this is better anyway, saves us from dragging along a burden. The big-chested woman continued to speak sarcastically. Hearing her words, Sumu could only shake his head helplessly, just like last time. After parting ways with the bearded uncle and the voluptuous woman, Sumu did not follow the previous route. Instead, he checked the talents obtained from the 7 regressions, while slowly slaying the alien races, advancing toward the direction where the bearded uncle and the voluptuous woman had tragically died during the last regression. From these 7 regressions, Sumu acquired a total of 7 talents, 3 of which were B-level and 4 were A-level. Among the B-level talents, wind manipulation and wood manipulation were relatively common.
Elemental talents.
If mastered, they could significantly enhance combat power. Moreover, when performing martial techniques, combining them with corresponding elemental talents often unleashed astonishing power. One of the talents he obtained was a mental-type talent, which came as quite a surprise to Sumu. At the time, he had attempted to use mental manipulation to beguile a large number of alien races, testing the power of mental manipulation. Unexpectedly, among the beguiled alien races, there was a spotted snake that remained unaffected. By observing its behavior and using the auxiliary judgment of the Book of Wisdom,
Sumu ultimately confirmed that it possessed a mental fortification talent. Thus, he decisively extracted this talent from the spotted snake. Apart from these 3 B-level talents, the 4 A-level talents were the greatest gains of Sumu's journey. First is the Eye of True Sight, an ability that can discern talents ranked no higher than grade A. Previously, the Book of Wisdom in Sumu's mind required observing others' behavior to judge their talent levels. However, now, as long as the opponent's talent level is below grade S, Sumu can directly see through their talent using the Eye of True Sight. Even if he cannot fully discern it, he can at least determine that the opponent's talent has reached grade S, allowing him to act without hesitation. If death comes, so be it. It can be said that this Eye of True Sight greatly enhances Sumu's efficiency in copying talents in the future, while also helping him anticipate enemies and playing a crucial role in actual combat. The second grade A talent is the Light of Healing. This ability is not particularly practical for Sumu personally, given that he possesses the talents of post-death replication and death rollback. He is even unwilling to copy defensive talents or cultivate defensive martial techniques, aiming to end things quickly when death occurs. The main reason for copying the Light of Healing is to facilitate saving others. After all, Sumu cannot always roll back time whenever someone is injured or dies. In future battles against myriad races, injuries and casualties will be inevitable, and having a talent that can heal others will undoubtedly help him solve many problems. The third grade A talent is Enhanced 5 Senses. Enhanced 5 Senses can be activated and deactivated at will, significantly boosting Sumu's combat power during battles and allowing him to detect his surroundings in everyday situations. The last grade A talent is the Crimson Flame Bloodline. This bloodline can enhance the power of fire-based martial techniques by 50% and can also attach Crimson Flame to weapons or various parts of the body, forming a nearly indestructible flame to attack opponents. Unless special methods are used to extinguish it, ordinary water and sand cannot put out the Crimson Flame. These talents are considered quite outstanding within the area managed by the Blazing Fire Martial Hall. Sumu does not copy talents randomly, as having too many talents can make it difficult to fully develop certain abilities. When selecting talents, he not only considers his own ideas but also takes Deep Blue's suggestions into account. Just as Sumu was slowly advancing toward the last rollback point, the place where the bearded uncle had died also began to change. Bro, are we doomed? At this moment, the bearded uncle was standing back to back with the big-breasted woman. They were surrounded by a circle of red-tailed foxes, all staring at them with predatory eyes. In the center of this group of red-tailed foxes was one with 2 tails. That red-tailed fox had 2 bracelets under its feet. The bearded uncle fixed his gaze on the bracelets under the 2-tailed red-tailed fox and gritted his teeth. They had originally been hunting in the alien race hunting grounds, planning to kill more alien corpses to make money. When they saw the red-tailed fox, they were quite pleased, as the fur of red-tailed foxes was worth a lot. However, during the chase, they unexpectedly fell into the red-tailed fox's encirclement. After realizing they were surrounded, the two initially intended to press the rescue button on their wristbands. However, at that moment, a sharp sound rang out. As soon as the sound emerged, they fell into a brief daze. It was only after a few red-tailed foxes launched their attack that they snapped out of their stupor. Upon recovering, they were horrified to discover that the wristband had been thrown to the feet of a 2-tailed red-tailed fox. Now, even if they wanted to call for help, they had no way to do so. Facing the densely packed red-tailed foxes, whose strength ranged from the early to late stages of a first-round martial artist, the bearded uncle felt his scalp tingle. His strength was merely at the late stage of a first-round martial artist, barely enough to handle a few red-tailed foxes. But against such a large group, not to mention having to protect the younger sister behind him, he was overwhelmed. Could it be that we're really going to die here today? A trace of despair flashed across the bearded uncle's face. Gao Jing, I'll help you break through later, and you take the chance to escape, he said firmly. Brother! Hearing the bearded uncle's words, the big-chested woman couldn't help but feel a lump in her throat. If you encounter someone, tell him to escape quickly and press the distress button immediately, the bearded uncle instructed. That beast has probably awakened a mental-type talent. It is precisely by relying on this talent that it managed to lead so many red-tailed foxes to survive the purge of the Blazing Martial Hall. If these red-tailed foxes continue to develop, they might threaten the rear of the human race in the future, so we must find a way to get the message out. Hearing the words of the bearded uncle, the voluptuous woman seemed to realize the potential consequences of the development of these red-tailed foxes. She wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes and said with a trembling voice, I understand, brother. Prepare, the bearded uncle shouted sharply. However, at that moment, a sudden sound of a sword's hum came from afar. They immediately looked in the direction of the sound, only to see that not far away, the red-tailed foxes seemed to be ambushed by a fierce tiger, their heads suddenly jerking upward. Brother, what's happening over there? The voluptuous woman asked nervously. A trace of red light flashed in the bearded man's eyes, followed by a look of surprise. That's a person. As the two were discussing, the encirclement formed by the red-tailed foxes was unexpectedly torn open. At this moment, the bearded man and the
voluptuous woman finally got a clear view of the newcomer. Sumu was clad in the standard battle armor issued by the Blazing Fire Martial Hall, wielding a long sword that had already been nicked and dulled. The fiery armor shimmered in the sunlight, radiating a flame-like brilliance. Sumu appeared before the bearded man and the voluptuous woman like a war god descending from the heavens. "Why, young brother?" The bearded man immediately recognized him. It was the lone young man they had encountered at the entrance. The voluptuous woman beside him clearly recognized Sumu as well. Seeing him charge in so dominantly, her mouth involuntarily fell open as she stared in disbelief at the scene before her. "Are you all right?" Sumu glanced at the two of them. Although they had some minor injuries, they were generally unharmed. "And no problem." The bearded uncle was clearly still in shock. Sumu didn't pay much attention to them. After confirming they were fine, his gaze shifted to the two-tailed red-tailed fox guarded by several red-tailed foxes not far away. "Found you." Seeing the two-tailed red-tailed fox, a glint of cold light flashed in Sumu's eyes. His figure suddenly flickered as he used the Ji-Chi sword step, instantly closing in not far from the two-tailed red-tailed fox. The two-tailed red fox saw Sumu charging at it like a god of slaughter, panic flashing in its eyes, and let out a sharp screech. Sumu could clearly sense the mental fluctuations embedded in the screech, which was evidently its method of attack. In the past, Sumu might have felt slightly dizzy when facing such an attack, but now he not only possessed a mental allure talent comparable to that of the two-tailed red fox, but also had a mental fortification talent. Additionally, he had cultivated the divine demon visualization technique, raising his mental strength to the 4th level of a martial apprentice. To him, the fox's move was nothing more than a tickle. "Such petty tricks, and you dare show off in front of me?" Sumu sneered coldly, flicking his finger against the long sword. Ding! A strange wave of energy spread out like a tide from the long sword, sweeping toward the two-tailed red fox and the surrounding red foxes. A series of sword hums layered like waves of the sea. Sumu discovered this to be an excellent method of utilizing mental enchantment. Mental enchantment relies on innate talent to unleash powerful mental energy, briefly controlling the opponent, while the layered wave sword hum maximizes the spread of mental energy through the overlapping sounds of the sword. The surrounding red-tailed foxes hadn't even had time to react before Sumu appeared in front of them. The gale sword technique was unleashed, sweeping through like autumn winds scattering fallen leaves. Several red-tailed foxes were torn into shattered remains before they even had a chance to regain their senses. The two-tailed red-tailed fox was no exception. As Sumu charged toward it, it let out a terrified scream. In the next moment, Sumu's longsword pierced fiercely into its brow. Squish! The longsword, carrying the momentum of a raging storm, effortlessly penetrated the brow of the two-tailed red-tailed fox. One moment it was lively and leaping, and the next, its gaze gradually dimmed. The two-tailed red-tailed fox is dead. At the moment the two-tailed red-tailed fox fell, the surrounding red-tailed foxes seemed to lose their backbone, and the encirclement around Sumu and the other two instantly collapsed. After Sumu casually killed a few remaining red-tailed foxes, he returned to the bearded uncle and the big-chested woman. "In your current condition, it seems unsuitable for you to stay here any longer. Let me escort you out." Looking at the two people standing alive before him, Sumu felt a sense of accomplishment. He was not the kind of saint willing to sacrifice himself to save others, but if he had the ability to spare, he would naturally be willing to rescue his compatriots from the hands of aliens or villains. "Is it convenient?" The bearded uncle scrutinized Sumu with a look of disbelief. He could hardly believe that a young man who appeared to be under 20 years old possessed such terrifying strength. That two-tailed red fox alone had at least late-stage 1st-level combat power, and there were so many red foxes around, yet in front of Sumu, they were completely like paper tigers, defeated in a single blow. What level had this young man's strength reached? Or perhaps, what kind of powerful talent had he awakened? The bearded uncle didn't ask further questions. In the human race's rear lines, talents were usually considered personal privacy, and some high school students who had just awakened their talents were even instructed by their teachers not to tell their closest ones. So naturally, he wouldn't rudely press for details. He simply looked at Sumu with gratitude and said, "Young man, we really owe you one this time. If it weren't for you, my sister and I might have perished here. You're truly our savior." As he spoke, he pulled over the busty woman beside him. "Gao Jing, come and thank our savior." At this moment, the busty woman's face was slightly flushed as she timidly looked at Sumu. She recalled how she had previously called him a burden, but now it seemed that she was the real burden. This feeling of being proven so wrong so quickly made her cheeks burn red, and she didn't dare to look Sumu in the eye. After a long pause, she finally managed to stammer, "Thank you." Sumu merely smiled faintly and said, "After all, we are all fellow humans. I believe that if someone else encountered such a situation, they would also lend a helping hand. Who would have thought that a red-tailed fox with awakened mental abilities would appear here and secretly gather so many of its kind? Fortunately, you are safe and sound, and that's what matters. Let's go. I was just about to head back myself, so I can take you along. Judging by your wristbands, they seem to be broken. Staying here any longer would indeed be quite unsafe." Under Sumu's guidance, the siblings finally reached the entrance entrance safely. Along the way, Sumu also learned their names and some basic information about them. The bearded man was named Gao Shan, a veteran who had retired from the battlefield of the heavens. He made a living by hunting alien species in alien hunting grounds and selling their corpses for money. The woman with the ample chest was named Gao Jing. She had recently graduated from Martial Arts University and intended to join the Nightwalkers in the third safe zone. However, as she had not yet passed the assessment, she was temporarily following Gao Shan to hunt alien species and earn money. Brother Sumu, I really can't thank you enough this time. In the future, if you ever need Gao Shan's help, even if it means braving fire or climbing a mountain of blades, I will be the first to step forward. Gao Shan patted his chest and spoke with great fervor, while the usually talkative Gao Jing remained uncharacteristically silent beside him. Then, as if remembering something, Gao Shan fumbled around on his person and finally pulled out a small box from his chest. Brother Sumu, I don't have anything valuable on me. This is a tiger blood pill I recently acquired at an auction. Please don't think little of it. Speaking, he directly stuffed it into Sumu's arms, regardless of whether he agreed or not. Brother Gao, this is too valuable. Sumu hurriedly tried to decline. Tiger blood pill is refined using the essence blood of a foreign species, called the striped tiger, and its effect on replenishing vitality and blood is more than 10 times that of ordinary blood replenishing powder. It is extremely precious among vitality and blood medicines, with a single pill worth 100,000 yuan. Judging by the clothing of the Gao siblings, they don't seem wealthy, and this 100,000 yuan tiger blood pill is probably the most valuable thing Gao Shan owns, even carried close to him. Just as Sumu was trying hard to refuse, Gao Shan said, "Valuable my foot. Is it worth more than the lives of me and my sister?" Brother Mu, you saved both our lives. Compared to the favor you gave us, this is nothing. If you don't accept it, my sister and I will feel uneasy. Gao Jing also nodded in agreement beside him. You should just take it. Seeing this, Sumu no longer declined. However, I must first make one thing clear. Since I've accepted this tiger blood pill, I won't take any of the money from selling those red-tailed fox corpses. Sumu had a fairly good impression of Gao Shan and didn't want this pair of siblings to suffer too much loss. If you don't agree, Brother Gao, then I really can't accept this tiger blood pill. The corpses of those red-tailed foxes, along with the two-tailed red-tailed fox, would leave about 70 to 80,000 after deducting the handling fees. For Sumu, the amount of money didn't matter much, but for the Takayama siblings, this was undoubtedly a considerable fortune. Sumu's actions made a trace of gratitude flash in Takayama's eyes. Just as he was about to say something else, Sumu waved his hand, turned around, and quickly walked away. When did such a genius emerge in our third safe zone? Watching Sumu's figure gradually fade into the distance, Gao Shan couldn't help but sigh. He's only 18 years old, and it's been less than 2 months since he awakened his talent. 18 years old? Are you serious? Bro, but isn't it required to be at least a first-realm martial artist to enter the alien hunting grounds? He just awakened a few days ago, and he already has the strength of a first-realm martial artist? Absolutely no mistake. You know my talent allows me to see details others can't. I'm certain Sumu is 18 years old and has just awakened martial arts. The time definitely doesn't exceed 2 months. Isn't this just too monstrous? Not only that, his strength far surpasses the late stage of a first-realm martial artist. Such talent is truly shocking. Gao Jing, we must keep this matter strictly confidential. If the heretical worshippers in the human race's rear find out, they will definitely try every means to eliminate him. However, if he can enter martial arts university, I fear no one will be able to stop his growth. Gao Jing's eyes were filled with shock, and she couldn't help but sigh inwardly. At 18, she was still struggling to break through to the first level of martial apprentice. Clearly, they were all human, so why was the gap so vast? She suddenly remembered how she had once called someone a burden and couldn't help but blush with shame. Who was the real burden here? Meanwhile, Sumu placed the tiger blood pill into his backpack and quickly returned home. After changing into a new set of clothes, he headed to the location where he had arranged to meet Gu Qian, the negotiator for the prescription authorization from Danfeng Pharmaceutical Company. When Sumu arrived at the agreed location, Gu Qian was already there waiting. To Sumu's surprise, Gu Qian didn't appear to be much older than him. With her hair tied in a ponytail, she looked youthful and lively. Gu Qian was visibly surprised when she saw Sumu. "You are the legendary savior, sir?" she couldn't help but ask. Sumu nodded, surprised. Gu Qian didn't deny it. "I really didn't expect that someone who could create a formula like the bone-strengthening and muscle-nourishing powder would turn out to be such a young high school student. I just enjoy researching formulas on my own in my spare time." On this point, Sumu briefly touched upon it. "Then let's officially start discussing the details." Sumu didn't waste words and directly introduced the effects of the Zhuanggu Yangji powder. "Based on your introduction and the company's test data, they are basically consistent. On behalf of the company, I offer a price of 4.5 million. Are you satisfied? If so, we can sign the contract immediately. At that time, we would also trouble you, Mr. Savior, to take down the formula from the forum.
forum. 4.5 million? Miss Gu, what if I want to establish a long-term partnership with your company? Sumu was well prepared for this negotiation. I also have a formula for a potion that is even better than the bone strengthening and muscle nourishing powder. Moreover, this formula has not been published on the researchers forum, so your company can completely purchase its publishing rights and even claim that the formula was independently developed by your company. Whether it's to elevate your company's researcher ranking or to enhance the company's reputation, this will provide significant benefits. Speaking, Sumu handed a piece of paper to Gu Qian. I hope your company won't make an unwise decision. Although this prescription hasn't been released yet, the draft has long been in the forum's draft box. Gu Qian took the paper and was momentarily stunned. She then said, Mr. Savior, may I take a photo of this formula and send it to our company's professionals for verification? Go ahead. Sumu nodded and then crossed his arms, looking out the window. According to his judgment, this formula, combined with the formula for the bone strengthening and muscle nourishing powder, could very likely allow him to achieve financial freedom this time. Not long after, Gu Qian received a reply from the company's appraisal personnel. The content of the reply clearly shocked her greatly, and it wasn't until she sat down that she slowly regained her composure. Mr. Savior, our company's professionals have completed the appraisal. Your pharmaceutical formula is extremely valuable. Gu Qian bit her lower lip and said, I never expected that a high school student like you could create such a highly valuable pharmaceutical formula. Here's the deal. If you're willing to sell this formula to our company outright, we can raise the price of your bone strengthening and muscle nourishing powder formula to 5 million. This is only the authorization price for the Zhuanggu Yangji powder formula and will not be linked to the acquisition price of your new potion formula. You can rest assured. As you said, we also hope to establish a long-term partnership with you. Sumu nodded. This price was similar to what he had learned from Deep Blue. As for the acquisition price of the new potion formula, we can continue to negotiate. Savior, may I ask if you have any conditions? Gu Qian's attitude towards Sumu had changed significantly. At first, she thought he was just an ordinary high school student who had accidentally come up with a potion formula. However, based on feedback from the company's professionals, Sumu's second potion formula was far more valuable than the first. I have a few conditions. First, I can sell the formula to you, but I want 20 million plus a 40% profit share. Gu Qian frowned slightly upon hearing this but did not interrupt, waiting quietly for Sumu to continue. Sumu looked at her appreciatively and then said, Second, as an exchange, I will provide a new potion formula every year that is no less valuable than the one just now. The profit sharing will remain unchanged, but the purchase price will be negotiated separately. Third, I hope to obtain a special channel to purchase medicinal materials from your company, with the purchase price at least 50% lower than the market price. After hearing Sumu's conditions, Gu Qian hesitated for a moment before saying, to be honest, the price is indeed a bit high. Based on your conditions, we can offer a maximum of 15 million plus a 30% profit share. The premise is that you are willing to cooperate with us in the future. If you fail to provide an equally valuable new formula, we reserve the right to cancel your profit share. As for the other 2 points, we have no issues on our side. Hearing this, Sumu nodded. His conditions were basically proposed based on the information provided by Deep Blue, and he deliberately raised the price. His original expectation was 10 million plus a 20% profit. Unexpectedly, the price offered by Danfeng Pharmaceuticals was even higher than he had anticipated. Alright, let's sign the contract. Without any hesitation, Sumu agreed directly. Gu Qian obviously did not refuse either, quickly taking out 4 contracts from her bag, making slight modifications, and handing them to Sumu. 2 of them were contracts for the authorization to purchase the formula for the bone strengthening and muscle nourishing powder, while the other 2 were contracts for purchasing the new medication formula. By the way, Savior, since you are selling all rights to us, the company may need to sign a confidentiality agreement. As you just mentioned, we might sometimes claim that this is a result of the company's research. Gu Qian took out 2 confidentiality agreements from her bag. Sumu was quite pleased with this. If the formula were released personally, it would eventually attract the attention of interested parties. Before his strength was sufficient, he didn't want to expose it too early. However, releasing it under the company's name would be a completely different situation. No problem. Sumu quickly signed the contract and confidentiality agreement. Then, let's wish for a pleasant collaboration. Gu Qian stood up and took the initiative to extend her hand to Sumu. At this moment, she finally had the chance to carefully observe the young man in front of her. He looked quite young, with delicate features and an exceptionally composed demeanor. It was hard to imagine that this young man, who appeared to be a high school student, could easily produce 2 rather outstanding potion formulas, and clearly, these were not all he had. He likely had several more formulas in his possession, each no less impressive than the one just presented. To achieve such accomplishments at such a young age was truly extraordinary. Thinking of her own disappointing younger brother and then looking at the young man before her, Gu Qian couldn't help but
but feel a surge of impulse. She wanted to rush home immediately and give her useless brother a good scolding. Pleasure working with you. Sumu nodded slightly at Gu Qian, then turned and left. Not long after, his phone received a payment notification from Danfeng Pharmaceuticals. After deducting transaction fees, Sumu received approximately 18 million yuan. This 18 million was likely an amount his parents had never seen in their entire lives. Not to mention the subsequent profit shares, which would easily bring his annual income to tens of millions. Because of this, Sumu could shift his focus away from making money for quite some time. With 18 million, even if he bought a house, there would still be plenty left over. Thinking of this, Sumu did not go straight home but headed directly to a nearby sales office. Moments later, he walked out of the sales office with a satisfied smile on his face. Just now, he had spent 15 million to purchase a large villa in the core area of the third safety zone. Next, he planned to bring his family to the new villa. Back home. Brother, you're finally back. Every time Sumu returned home, Su Yang was always the most excited one, while Sumu's parents began to busy themselves in the kitchen. Mom, Dad, hold on, I have a few things to tell you. Hearing Sumu's words, Lu Yufan and Su Dashan finally walked out of the kitchen. What's wrong, son? Are you short on money? Mom will get it for you. When Lu Yufan heard Sumu say he had something to discuss, her first reaction was that he was running out of money. Sumu said with a wry smile, No, Mom, you all come over first, I have something to tell you. After his parents and Su Yang were settled, Sumu finally spoke, Mom and Dad, I bought a villa in the central area of the third safety zone. What? As soon as Sumu finished speaking, the three family members immediately showed expressions of disbelief. Looking at the expressions of the three, Sumu felt an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. He took the property deed and the purchase contract out of his backpack and handed them over. The three immediately began to examine them carefully. 15 million. Son, where did you get so much money? Su Dashan's eyes widened. Although we're not wealthy, there are some things that just can't be done. Lu Yufan rolled her eyes at Su Dashan. How can you think that way about your son? How could he possibly do anything bad? But son, you have to tell us how you got this 15 million, or we won't feel at ease. Sumu said, Dad, Mom, don't worry. This 15 million was earned by selling a prescription. Afraid they wouldn't believe him, he even took out the contract. After the three of them read the contract, they finally believed what he said. Bro, you're amazing. Does this mean we can live in a big villa in the future? Su Yang didn't understand those things, he only knew that he might have a big room of his own in the future. Sumu smiled and patted his younger brother's head, saying, Of course, not just you. There are plenty of rooms in that big villa. Not only will you have a spacious room of your own, but I'll also set up a game room for you, but the condition is that your grades have to improve. Su Yang was so happy that he almost jumped up. Bro, I love you to death. I'll definitely study hard. Lu Yufeng teased upon seeing this, you just know how to spoil your little brother. My little brother, if I don't spoil him, who will? Besides, this kid, I think if he puts in some effort, he can do it. Sumu smiled and said, Also, Mom and Dad, I'll send you some money later. You don't have to work so hard anymore. Just stay at home, enjoy life, and take care of Su Yang. Aren't you tired? Su Dashan asked with concern. Lu Yufan also looked at Sumu with distress. Moore, you've really worked so hard. Dad, Mom, don't say that. How have I worked hard? Earning money is actually quite easy for me. It's just selling a few potion formulas. But you too, please don't do those exhausting and backbreaking jobs anymore. Let me put it this way, if something were to happen and you got injured, the medical expenses would cost more than what you earn from working. It's better to stay at home and enjoy life. As Sumu spoke, he paused for a moment, then added firmly, Besides, I'm already a first-realm martial artist now. From now on, your task is to focus on nurturing Su Yang well. Originally, Father Su and Mother Su were still immersed in the joy of Sumu buying a large villa. Upon hearing this, their hearts suddenly skipped a beat. More, what did you just say? Su Dashan looked at Sumu in disbelief. Lu Yufan also stared at Sumu, as if wanting to confirm it from his mouth once more. Sumu had no choice but to repeat, The second thing I mentioned is that I have already stepped into the first realm of martial artists. First realm martial artist. At this moment, Father Su and Mother Su could no longer remain calm. The surprise of the grand villa earlier had brought them comfort, making them feel that their son had grown up and could shoulder responsibilities for the family. But now, Sumu had actually become a first-realm martial artist. This was the true shock. What could be more exciting and joyful for parents than seeing their child succeed? Great, great, my Su family finally has its ancestors' graves emitting green smoke. Su Dashan paced back and forth excitedly. Although Lu Yufan wasn't as excited as Su Dashan, she was equally happy. Good, good, that's wonderful. Brother, you're amazing. Although Su Yang was still somewhat immature, he understood the significance of being a first-level martial artist. In his impression, a first-level martial artist was an incredibly powerful person. Now that his brother had become a first-level martial artist, he was already planning how to brag to his classmates when he returned to school. Mom and Dad, there's one more thing. Next month, I might attend the Genius Training Camp at Longjing Martial Arts
Arts University. If I achieve outstanding results in the camp, I can skip the college entrance exam and be directly admitted to Longjing Martial Arts University. Longjing Martial Arts University. Genius Training Camp, guaranteed admission. These words left Su Dashin and Lu Yufan momentarily unable to react, and they could only mutter repeatedly, "Good, good, good." After a moment, Lu Yufan finally came to her senses and asked worriedly, "More, is this genius training camp dangerous?" Sumu smiled and said, "Don't worry, Mom. The ones entering this genius training camp are all geniuses from various safe zones, so there will naturally be protective measures. There won't be any danger. At most, I'll just come back and retake the college entrance exam, so it won't delay anything." Hearing him say this, Father Su and Mother Su exchanged a glance and finally felt relieved. Squish, squish. Seeing that the two did not suspect anything, Sumu also breathed a sigh of relief. Actually, what he said wasn't entirely a lie. The genius training camp does indeed carry certain death risks, but for him, it's almost negligible. Alright, Dad, Mom, after finishing the meal, let's tidy up the things at home and get ready to move to the new house. I've already booked a moving company. Okay. The family began eating together in a harmonious and joyful atmosphere. A month passed quietly. In the underground training room of the villa, drops of sweat fell to the ground one after another. At this moment, Sumu stood on the ground in an extremely strange posture. Moments later, he collapsed and lay down. Before him, a pale blue interface gradually emerged. Vitality, 295.75. Early stage first realm martial artist. Mental power, 365.58. Mid stage first realm martial artist. After a month of training, Sumu's vitality skyrocketed to 295.75, nearing the mid stage of a first realm martial artist. What surprised him even more was his mental strength, which had now reached 365.58. Such powerful mental strength was enough to support him in rewinding hundreds of times in a row. In other words, he could now even rewind continuously to the time before his awakening of talent. Perhaps due to the increasing number of rewinds, Sumu's fear of death was growing fainter and fainter. Life and death seemed to have become mundane and unremarkable in his eyes. In addition to the improvement in vitality and mental strength, Sumu's martial skills have also made significant progress. The most noticeable change was Sumu's mastery of the Gale sword technique. Over the past month, he not only fully grasped the technique but also gained insight into a trace of Gale sword intent. Once this sword intent was integrated into the technique, its power far surpassed its previous level. Now, Sumu could even hold his own against a second realm martial artist. After resting briefly on the ground, Sumu stood up. Instead of heading directly to the first floor lobby, he walked straight to the lounge next to the training room. In the lounge, he searched for a while and pressed a hidden tile. One of the walls in the lounge slowly opened, revealing a door. Stepping through the door, he was greeted by a secret room spanning dozens of square meters. In the center of the room stood a safe. Sumu skillfully entered the password and opened the safe. Inside was his diary. "I wonder if I can unlock the next page once I secure the guaranteed admission to Longjing Martial Arts University?" Sumu still couldn't figure out how. His future self had set restrictions on this diary. But since his future self could alter talents, setting restrictions shouldn't be difficult either. The conditions for unlocking the next page of the diary had indeed piqued his curiosity. So far, the unresolved mysteries in the diary mainly revolved around Ning Yi mentioned on the first page and the person from the myriad races who caused Chen Bin to betray humanity. Who exactly were these two individuals? What impact would they have on the future extinction of humanity? These questions lingered in Sumu's mind. Given his personality, the answers to these questions were likely written on the later pages of the diary. Unfortunately, he had to get into Longjing Martial Arts University to unlock the next page. What would the next page reveal? Sumu had no idea, but he speculated it must be closely related to Longjing Martial Arts University. Shaking his head, he placed the diary back into the safe. Although no one but himself could open the diary, keeping it in a hidden place gave him peace of mind. After leaving the secret room and the lounge, Sumu returned to the lobby. It was dinner time, and his family had already gathered in the living room waiting for him. "Brother, you're finally out." Seeing him appear, Su Yang excitedly turned off the TV. Lu Yufan and Su Dashin began bustling in the kitchen. Since moving into the large villa, Lu Yufan and Su Dashin had enjoyed half a month of peaceful life at Sumu's request. But before long, the two started feeling bored. Lu Yufan was fine, spending her time grocery shopping and chatting with the elderly at the market. But Su Dashin seemed somewhat restless. Perhaps because he was idle, Sumu couldn't bear to see it and asked Gu Qian to help find Su Dashin a light job. With his collaboration with Danfeng Pharmaceutical Company, the matter was easily resolved. At the dinner table, Sumu devoured various exotic meats. Since the family had become well off, exotic blood and meat were no longer scarce, and even Su Yang had gained some weight because of it. "Dad, Mom, tomorrow I'll take the high-speed train to the 9th safe zone to attend the Genius training camp. Be careful on the road." Moore, his parents said, clearly worried about his safety. Sumu waved his hand to reassure reassure them, don't worry. Who knows, I might return as a freshman at Longjing Martial Arts University. Brother, if you get into Longjing Martial Arts University, you have to take me to your school cafeteria to try the food, Su Yang said, waving his chopsticks with a grin. Sumu agreed, alright, just wait at home for me to bring back good news. Dinner ended quickly. As the first rays of sunlight touched the earth, Sumu was already seated on the high-speed train heading to the 9th safe zone. He had purchased a second-class ticket. Perhaps due to his humble family background, even though he now had money, Sumu still knew when to spend and when to save. After placing his luggage on the rack, he closed his eyes and began practicing the divine demon visualization method and the innate fetal breathing technique. As soon as she started practicing, a slightly loud voice came from nearby. Young lady, are you also heading to the 9th safe zone to attend the tutoring class? What a coincidence, my son and I are also going to the 9th safe zone for the tutoring class. My son is attending a tutoring class run by a group of top students from Qingwan Martial Arts University. It's very hard to get into. Not only does it cost 300,000 a month, but there are also strict requirements for the participants' qualifications. Fortunately, my son is capable. His blood energy value has already reached the 3rd level of martial apprentice. He was immediately noticed by the tutoring class organizer, and they even gave us a discount. Young lady, which tutoring class are you attending? When we get to the 9th safe zone, maybe you can meet up with my son and hang out together. My son is quite shy. I'll introduce you two later, okay? Sumu opened his eyes and saw a beautiful girl in a floral dress sitting beside him. Next to her was a middle-aged woman who appeared to be in her 40s or 50s. The beautiful girl could only respond to the woman's words with an awkward smile, perfunctorily dealing with her. Clearly, the woman's son and the girl were both heading to the 9th safe zone to attend a tutoring class. Such situations were very common on the eve of the college entrance examination, especially in a place like the 9th safe zone, where top martial arts universities were concentrated. Many students from top martial arts universities or first-tier martial arts universities would use their spare time to run tutoring classes, earning living expenses by coaching high school students preparing for the exam. After all, practicing martial arts was extremely costly, and not everyone could easily afford exorbitantly priced prescriptions like Sumu. Schools usually turned a blind eye to these tutoring classes, as they did indeed impart valuable experience, and some even helped schools secure outstanding students in advance. For schools, students, and even those attending the tutoring classes, it was a win-win situation with no downsides. However, the quality of tutoring classes run by students from different schools varied significantly. Qingwan Martial Arts University was considered one of the top martial arts universities in Daxia. Although its ranking was relatively low among the top universities, it was still a prestigious institution, and the tutoring classes run by its students naturally carried more weight than those organized by students from ordinary martial arts universities. No wonder the middle-aged woman couldn't help but start boasting. It seemed that she noticed Sumu's gaze. The pretty girl glanced at him and happened to meet his eyes. A hint of helplessness appeared in her eyes, and Sumu shrugged helplessly. The girl playfully wrinkled her nose. Sumu's awakening also caught the attention of the older woman. Young man, are you also heading to the 9th safe zone? The older woman suddenly turned to him and asked. Sumu was visibly stunned for a moment, while the pretty girl beside him covered her mouth and chuckled softly. Yes. Sumu smiled awkwardly. That's quite a coincidence. The elderly woman's eyes lit up. Young man, what are you going for? Could it be that you're also going to attend a tutoring class? Which tutoring class did you sign up for? The aunt's rapid-fire questions gave Sumu a bit of a headache. He pinched the bridge of his nose, suddenly regretting not choosing a business class seat. I'm not going to a tutoring class. I'm going to attend a genius training camp. Hearing genius training camp, the aunt's face showed confusion, while the pretty girl next to her seemed a bit surprised. What is a genius training camp? The aunt asked in confusion. Why haven't I heard of it? It's normal that the aunt hasn't heard of it. Some information simply can't be known without reaching a certain level. It's probably something like a tutoring center. Sumu explained helplessly, worried that the aunt might continue asking questions. Fortunately, at that moment, the aunt's phone suddenly rang. Son, stay in the business class and don't move. Mom will come to find you right away. It was obviously a call from her son, and the elderly lady immediately got up and walked toward the front carriage. As soon as the elderly lady left, Sumu finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, the beautiful girl next to him spoke. The genius training camp is not the same as a tutoring class. Sumu sighed. The more you say, the more trouble it causes. Don't want that lady to start asking all sorts of questions again. Ha ha ha. The pretty girl covered her mouth and laughed. Makes sense. She extended a fair and delicate hand toward Sumu. I never thought I'd meet a genius from the genius training camp. Hello, my name is Zhao Meng, from the 3rd Safe Zone, Royal Court High School. Hello, I'm Sumu, also from the 3rd Safe Zone, White Orchid High School. Royal Court High School is quite famous in the 3rd Safe Zone. Those who can get into Royal Court High School are either exceptionally talented or come from extremely wealthy families. Sumu's neighbor, Gu Yanxi, is a student at Royal Court High School. After the two introduced themselves and exchanged a few words, they didn't continue the conversation. Sumu then closed his eyes and began practicing the divine demon visualization technique and the innate embryonic breathing method. About an hour later, a high-speed train finally arrived at the station. Fortunately, during the rest of the journey, the middle-aged woman seemed to be busy taking care of her son and didn't return to her seat. It wasn't until they were about to disembark that she came back with a young man who looked about the same age as Sumu to retrieve her luggage. The young man appeared listless, trailing behind the woman with a face full of reluctance. However, when he saw Zhao Meng sitting next to Sumu, his reluctance instantly vanished. "Young lady, young man, this is my son, Wu Peng. Handsome, isn't he? Why don't you young people exchange contact information? Later, when you're all in the ninth safe zone, you can look out for each other," the woman said warmly, trying to connect Sumu and Zhao Meng with her son as they walked out of the high-speed train station. Sumu exchanged a helpless glance with Zhao Meng and was the first to decline. "Let's not. The ninth safe zone is so big, we might not even run into each other." Zhao Meng quickly echoed, "Yes, exactly." The ant seemed not to notice their polite refusal and said with a smile, "Oh, that's fine, no problem. Even if we don't meet, we can just be friends. When my Peng Peng gets into Qingyuan Martial Arts University, he might even be able to help you out." She continued enthusiastically, "By the way, where are you heading? Our tutoring center has staff who can drive you. If it's convenient, I can ask them to drop you off on the way." "No need, I have someone coming to pick me up." Sumu waved his hand, though he felt a bit overwhelmed by the ant's enthusiasm. Zhao Meng, standing nearby, clearly felt the same way. The group walked all the way to the station exit. Under the ant's persistent persuasion, Wu Ping finally reluctantly added Zhao Meng's contact information and unwillingly added Sumu's as well. At the station exit, the sharp-eyed ant immediately spotted a tall young man holding a sign that read Qingyuan Martial Arts University Blue Sky Tutoring Class. "Hey, that's the person here to pick us up," the ant said excitedly, then turned to Sumu and Zhao Meng. "Your ride hasn't arrived yet, right? How about I ask them to give you a lift on the way? Don't be shy, don't be shy." She quickly walked over to the tall young man with Wu Peng, said something to him, and then the young man started walking towards Sumu and Zhao Meng. His originally serious expression froze for a moment when he saw Zhao Meng, then turned into a smile. "Hello, I heard you're also here for the tutoring class? May I know which university you're from? If it's on the way, I can give you a ride." "Thank you, it's no trouble. I just sent a message. The car picking me up should be here soon." Zhao Meng noticed the boy was talking to her and responded with an apologetic smile. "It's okay, no trouble at all. Who knows, maybe our tutoring classes are right next door to each other," the tall boy said with a smile. At this moment, the older woman came over with Wu Peng. "Don't be shy, young lady. Instructor Lu is a very nice person," she said with a smile, introducing Instructor Lu. "These two kids are a bit shy. They're both here to attend tutoring classes in the ninth safe zone. That young lady is attending the Qianlong tutoring class." As the older woman spoke, she seemed to recall something. When Instructor Lu heard the words Qianlong tutoring class, his expression subtly changed, and the way he looked at Zhao Meng became unusual. "Hidden Dragon tutoring class? That's organized by students from Longjing Martial Arts University," Instructor Lu said. Longjing Martial Arts University. Both the ant and Wu Peng showed expressions of surprise. It was well known that even among top martial arts universities, there were different tiers. Qingyuan Martial Arts University belonged to the third tier of top martial arts universities, ranking lower. But Longjing Martial Arts University was the pinnacle of the pinnacle, far beyond what Qingyuan could compare to. "I never expected, Junior, that you are a student of the Hidden Dragon tutoring class from Longjing Martial Arts University. I heard that tutoring class is extraordinary. Every year, they spend a fortune inviting outstanding trainees from the Genius Training Camp to teach," Instructor Lu remarked with emotion. "Genius Training Camp?" The ant seemed to recall something upon hearing this. Wu Peng, standing nearby, looked puzzled. "What is the Genius Training Camp?" Instructor Lu glanced at him and explained. "The Genius Training Camp is a program organized by some top martial arts universities, attended exclusively by geniuses from various safe zones. If someone achieves outstanding results in the camp and becomes an excellent participant, they can directly enter a top martial arts university without taking the entrance exam. Even our Qingyuan Martial Arts University isn't qualified to host such a camp. Our tutoring class's chief instructor, Senior Chen Hao, almost made it into the Genius Training Camp of Longjing Martial Arts University back then, but unfortunately, he fell just short," Instructor Lu said, then suddenly pointed in a direction. "Look, over there is the team from Longjing Martial Arts University specifically assigned to receive the camp participants, with dedicated personnel and vehicles for transportation." Just as they were speaking, the gazes of several men in suits, pointed out by Instructor Lu, fell on them, and then they unexpectedly strode quickly in their direction. Seeing this group of people approaching, Instructor Lu's expression changed. "Oh no, we've offended them." Cold sweat immediately broke out on his forehead. As the men in suits were about to reach them, Instructor Lu hurriedly stepped
walked forward with an apologetic look. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Before he could finish speaking, the men in suits had already brushed past him. Several men in suits walked straight up to Sumu. Student Sumu, we've finally been waiting for you. Please come with us, we'll take you to the camp. Watching Sumu's gradually receding figure, Instructor Lu and the others felt utterly bewildered. Even Zhao Meng's face showed a look of surprise. She knew Sumu was here to attend a genius training camp, but she didn't expect it to be the one at Longjing Martial Arts University. This was no ordinary matter. The difficulty of genius training camps was already divided into levels. And as the pinnacle of the pinnacle, the genius training camp at Longjing Martial Arts University was far more challenging than ordinary training camps. For Sumu to choose such a training camp, he was either young and reckless, unaware of his limits, or extremely confident in himself. No matter what, being able to participate in the genius training camp itself already proves his talent. If Sumu can achieve outstanding results in the training camp of Longjing Martial Arts University, he might truly become someone admired by all in the future. Wow, I didn't expect this young man to be so impressive. The woman showed a hint of disappointment on her face. She had thought her son was already excellent, but compared to that young man just now, the gap was simply worlds apart. His own son still has to rack his brains to attend the cram school for Qingwan Martial Arts University, while others are already participants in the genius training camp of Longjing Martial Arts University. The aunt suddenly remembered how she had just been boasting on the bus about how remarkable her son was, and her face instantly burned with embarrassment. Wu Peng felt much the same. He was still basking in the sense of superiority his mother had flaunted in front of the beautiful woman, completely disregarding Sumu beside him. Little did he expect that the cram school the beautiful woman was attending turned out to be the even better and harder to enter Qinlong cram school. What surprised him even more was that the seemingly ordinary Sumu was actually going to attend the genius training camp that had left him far behind. This made him feel like a clown for a moment. Breathing technique, innate fetal breathing method. With a hint of unwillingness, he stared at Sumu's departing figure. Even if he goes to the genius training camp, it doesn't mean he'll get early admission. He might just be there to make up the numbers. These words reached Instructor Lu's ears. Watching Sumu's back, his face flushed slightly. I never expected that the ordinary boy I didn't even glance at would turn out to be a member of the genius training camp. Thinking about how I was so scared just now that I hurried to apologize to the reception staff of Longjing Martial Arts University, I suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. To slightly salvage his image, he followed Wu Peng's words and said, indeed, among those who join the genius training camp every year, only a few can become outstanding members. Many are just there to accompany the others, and a small portion. Instructor Lu paused for a moment, then continued with a solemn expression, and a small portion are there to die. Hearing this, Wu Peng was stunned. People can actually die in the genius training camp? Of course. The people in the genius training camp have to face the alien races on the battlefield of 10,000 races. Do you know? Even in top martial arts universities like ours, we only truly encounter the alien races on the battlefield of 10,000 races in our sophomore year. You haven't seen those alien races, so you don't know how terrifying they are. He seemed to recall some unpleasant experience, and his face instantly darkened. The alien races on the battlefield of 10,000 races are on a completely different level compared to those in the alien hunting grounds. He glanced at Wu Peng and his mother, then intentionally or unintentionally shifted his gaze toward Zhao Meng nearby. Straightening his chest, he said, don't think that ordinary people joining the genius training camp is a good thing. Although the camp is full of geniuses, the mortality rate is still high. For ordinary people, joining is basically a death sentence. Listening to Instructor Lu's words, the elderly woman immediately showed a look of relief on her face. Thank goodness, Peng Peng, you weren't selected for that genius training camp. If something had happened, I, as your mother, would have been worried to death. Ah! Nearby, Zhao Meng silently listened to the conversation between Instructor Lu and Wu Peng's mother, her brows slightly furrowed. She could naturally sense the bitterness in Instructor Lu's tone, but she had to admit that he was indeed right. For ordinary people, the mortality rate of the genius training camp was simply too high. Her gaze shifted toward the direction Sumu had left, and she murmured softly, I hope you can stay safe and sound. Just as she was lost in thought, a waft of fragrance quietly drifted into everyone's noses. Mang. A figure had appeared in front of Zhao Meng at some unknown moment. Wu Peng and the others also turned their heads to look. Upon seeing the newcomer, not only Lu Instructor and Wu Peng, but even the auntie were stunned. The woman before them wore a pair of sunglasses, her oval face delicate and exquisite, her skin fair and smooth, her thin lips as vibrant as a blooming rose. When she smiled slightly, she revealed neat, white teeth. She wore a black leather jacket over a white camisole, paired with light blue jeans. Her aura was extraordinary, and her figure was stunning. If Zhao Meng was still a budding white flower, then the woman before them was a fully bloomed, radiant rose. Yan Shi Jie. Seeing her, Zhao Meng immediately broke into a smile. Sorry, something came up at school, so I'm late. Are these your friends? The woman glanced at Wu Peng and the others. We met on the bus. I guess you could call them fellow passengers. Zhao Meng responded, yes, hello to you all. The woman nodded slightly slightly and greeted the group. At this moment, Instructor Lu seemed to recognize her, his face showing an expression of disbelief as he hesitantly asked, "Are you Goddess Gu?" Gu Yanqi smiled lightly, glancing at him with a hint of surprise. "Those are just baseless rumors. And you are?" "Oh, I'm a sophomore at Qingwan Martial Arts University. My name is Lu Dali." "It's normal for you not to know me. I only saw you once during the College Alliance tournament, where you defeated Senior Chen Hao from our school with a single move. It was truly impressive." Instructor Lu humbly lowered his stance, speaking with full respect. Gu Yanqi smiled faintly. "Oh, that's just Senior Chen Hao going easy on me because I'm a girl." She turned to Zhao Meng. "If there's nothing else, shall we leave first?" All right. Instructor Lu nodded repeatedly. Gu Yanqi also nodded and left with Zhao Meng. Wu Peng, standing nearby, was still staring at Gu Yanqi's back in a daze. He had thought Zhao Meng was the most beautiful girl he had ever seen, but upon seeing Gu Yanqi, he realized just how wrong he had been. Instructor Lu saw his expression and shook his head with a smile, saying, "Stop staring. No matter how much you look, she's not yours." Goddess Gu is practically the dream girl of almost every male student in our top martial arts universities. During the last intercollegiate league competition, her brilliance completely overshadowed everyone else. Those chasing her could probably form a line around the entire ninth safe zone. He gazed at Gu Yanqi's gradually receding figure inside. "I really wonder what kind of person could possibly be worthy of Goddess Gu. Name, Su Mu. Yanqi Jia, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I probably wouldn't have been able to get into this Qianlong class." Sitting in the car, Zhao Meng excitedly looked at Gu Yanqi beside her. Gu Yanqi smiled faintly. "Not at all, Meng, it's your own ability. I just helped you get in touch with Senior Xiaolong from the Qianlong class. Breathing technique, innate fetal breathing method. Unfortunately, I'll have to head to the 10,000 races battlefield in a while. Otherwise, you wouldn't need to go to that tutoring class. I could personally train you for a few months." Gu Yanqi's words made Zhao Meng a bit worried. She asked softly, "Yanqi Jia, are the alien races on the 10,000 races battlefield really scary? You must be careful." "Actually, it's not that bad," Gu Yanqi said with a smile. "For students like us at Longjing Martial Arts University, even if we go to the 10,000 races battlefield, we are all elites. They won't casually assign us tasks that are impossible to complete." She paused for a moment and then continued, "Besides, if one day we really die in battle on the 10,000 races battlefield, for us martial artists, it might just be the best ending." Zhao Meng lowered her head, her voice heavy. "But I don't want anything to happen to you, Sister Yanqi." Gu Yanqi patted her head, her tone firm. "Don't worry, your cousin is very strong." "Yeah." Zhao Meng nodded. "In my heart, Sister Yanqi, you are the best. By the way, Sister Yanqi, I have something to tell you. On my way here by high-speed train, I met a guy. He was coming to attend the Genius Training Camp at Longjing Martial Arts University. Just before you arrived, he was taken away by a group of people in suits from Longjing Martial Arts University. Sister Yanqi, what level do you think one needs to reach to participate in the Genius Training Camp at Longjing Martial Arts University?" Hearing Zhao Meng's question, Gu Yanqi explained, "The Genius Training Camp, huh? Then the guy you met must be really impressive. To get into the Genius Training Camp, you first need to be among the top 3 in your high school. If it's an ordinary high school, you even have to be the top student. Only then can you qualify for a spot in the Genius Training Camp. Once you get the spot, you have to choose which school's Genius Training Camp to apply for. Your information will be entered into that school's database, and they will screen and determine whether you qualify. The boy you mentioned must be a bona fide genius. In recent years, the standards for our school's Genius Training Camp have been getting higher and higher. To get in, you need to at least reach Martial Disciple Level 7. Martial Disciple Level 7. Zhao Meng's small mouth opened in surprise. Seriously? Isn't that requirement way too high? It's only been about 2 months since awakening their talent, and someone has already reached Martial Disciple Level 7? Gu Yanqi nodded. Don't underestimate others. Quite a few people have reached Martial Disciple Level 7 in just 2 months. As far as I know, there's even someone in your cohort who has already stepped into the First Realm Martial Artist level. First Realm Martial Artist. Zhao Meng was so shocked that she couldn't speak. She then lowered her head in frustration. Sister Yanqi, I feel like I might not be good enough for Longjing Martial Arts University. Gu Yanqi comforted her. Silly girl, most people can't compare to those kinds of geniuses. Besides, they're usually aiming for the top trainees in the Genius Training Camp. They're not even in the same league as you, so don't worry too much. Meng, you have to believe in yourself. With your talent, as long as you work hard in the next 4 months, getting into Longjing Martial Arts University won't be a problem. I will definitely work hard. Zhao Meng clenched her small fists tightly. Meanwhile, Su Mu, escorted by a private car, quickly arrived at the location of the training camp. The training camp was situated within Longjing Martial Arts University. On the way, Su Mu saw the statues of the 7 saints of the human race erected by Longjing Martial Arts University, as well as numerous martyrs' tombstones. Longjing Martial Arts University is the largest martial arts academy in Daxia, with the nation pouring vast resources into it. Naturally,
Luckily, the resources allocated to Longjing Martial Arts University are the most abundant. Finally arriving at his destination, Sumu got out of the car. Under the guidance of the man in the suit, he came to an enclosed fortress. The fortress resembled a giant helmet in shape, with a semicircular metallic barrier on the outside. In front of the main gate stood a statue of one of the 7 saints of the human race, Dragon Saint Zhou, who was also the honorary principal of Longjing Martial Arts University. Above the main gate, the words Genius Training Camp were cast in flamboyant metallic characters. Sumu, from here on, you'll have to walk the path on your own. Good luck. After escorting him to the gate, the man in the suit turned and left. Sumu stood alone at the gate, carrying his backpack. At the entrance, 2 rows of warriors clad in battle armor stood. The aura emanating from them made Sumu feel a hint of suffocation as he passed by. Although they were far inferior to the highest secret guard he had seen years ago, they were still far stronger than the Third Realm warrior Xiaoru. Approaching slightly closer, one can see dedicated personnel responsible for verifying documents, along with conducting a series of extremely complex tests. The purpose is to prevent ill-intentioned individuals from infiltrating the Genius Training Camp. These tests cover a wide range, even delving into details such as hair and DNA. The process is exceptionally rigorous, making it difficult for anyone to pass smoothly, even if they use talents to alter their appearance or blood energy levels. After confirming Sumu's identity without error, the personnel at the entrance signaled that he could enter the Genius Training Camp. At this moment, Sumu finally felt the oppressive aura from the 2 rows of martial artists completely dissipate. It turned out that these 2 rows of martial artists had been focusing all their attention on Sumu from the very beginning, and if there had been any anomaly in him, he would likely have been apprehended immediately. Just stepping into the Genius Training Camp, Sumu saw a vast square. Quite a few people had already gathered on the square, with some forming small teams in 2s and 3s. Seeing Sumu appear, a young man in a green short-sleeved shirt walked up with interest and said kindly, "Hello, classmate. Where are you from? What's your name? Would you consider joining us? I heard there's an assessment right after entering the training camp, and failing it means immediate elimination. If we team up, the chances of passing will be much higher." "Hello, I'm from the 3rd safe zone, Bailon High School. My name is Sumu." Not wanting to be rude to someone with a friendly face, Sumu responded politely. However, when he mentioned Bailon High School, the young man's expression instantly turned peculiar. Before he could speak, a tall young man with a slightly tilted head sneered and said, "Bailon High School? Never heard of it." Nowadays, any high school can get a spot in the Genius Training Camp. Next to the tall young man, a blonde woman slightly raised her chin and sized up Sumu. In the Genius Training Camp of Longjing Martial Arts University, almost all the participants were geniuses from top high schools in various safe zones, with many even coming from the same high school. It is precisely because of this that, being in a top high school, they inevitably harbor a sense of superiority over students from regular high schools. Toward Sumu, an unknown student from a regular high school, they naturally carried an air of arrogance. Maybe he awakened some kind of bloodline talent and luckily advanced to Martial Disciple level 7, sneaking his way in. But don't forget, there's absolutely no cheating allowed in the entrance assessment. The young man with a tilted head glanced mockingly at Sumu, then stopped paying attention and turned to leave. His attitude was also understandable, as the gap between top high schools and regular high schools was enormous. Whether in terms of faculty, training, or meals, the difference was like night and day. Sometimes, the top student in a regular high school might not even make it into the top 20 at a top-tier high school. For this reason, there were cases where students ranked lower at top-tier high schools transferred to regular high schools 1 month after awakening their talents, using their overwhelming grades to sneak into genius training camps they otherwise couldn't have entered. It was considered a shortcut exploiting the selection mechanism. However, this practice was later banned by the Daxia Martial Alliance, which issued a prohibition against top-tier high school students transferring to regular high schools after awakening their talents. Of course, regular high school students transferring to top-tier high schools is still allowed, though it holds little significance. The young man's mockery and the scrutinizing gazes from those around him did not bother Sumu too much. He understood in his heart that it was like when you are exceptionally good-looking and someone calls you ugly, you wouldn't care at all because you know it's just their lack of understanding, not that you're actually unattractive. But if you truly were ugly and someone called you ugly, you would instead become angry out of shame, because what they said is true. Sumu, as someone who had experienced countless deaths and knew that humanity would face extinction in 10 years, had long placed himself on a much higher level. In the face of these people's mockery, he only found it rather dull. Passing judgment on someone you don't truly know is inherently childish. Doing so with disdain and underestimating the other's strength only makes it all the more foolish. After the young man finished speaking, the young people who had originally stepped forward to greet Sumu silently returned to their own group. Clearly, although he did not mock Sumu like the previous young man, he also believed deep down that Sumu's abilities were mediocre and thus decided not to invite him to join the team. Sumu, on the other hand, was quite pleased with this outcome. After acquiring the ability to rewind upon death, Sumu
Sumu deliberately chose to act alone, unwilling to involve too many people around him. On one hand, his death rewind talent destined him to frequently take risks that could lead to his demise. If he had too many companions, once he sacrificed himself, they might unknowingly attempt to save him, leading to unnecessary sacrifices, or even bizarrely reviving him, which would be nothing short of a farce. On the other hand, the more people he knew, the more he would inevitably try to save them, but some individuals were not worth wasting a precious rewind opportunity on. His future self had even reminded him in his diary, the death rewind ability was not meant for him to act mercifully and save everyone. In the battle against the myriad races, death is inevitable, and some sacrifices are necessary. Sumu had long come to terms with this. He aimed to save the entire human race, his family and friends, and those he truly cared about, not those irrelevant and worthless individuals. If he tried to save everyone, he would only exhaust himself. Sumu was not cold-hearted. If he could save someone easily, he certainly wouldn't stand idly by. But he was not a saint who felt compelled to save everyone. As long as the overall situation aligned with his expectations, he wouldn't use a death rewind for the sacrifice of a few insignificant people. While others observed Sumu, his gaze swept across the crowd in the square. As his eyes passed over them, their information appeared before him one by one. Chi and blood value, 90.57, martial disciple 9th level. Body refining technique, sky wind body refining technique. Breathing method, wind breath technique. Talent, grade B, wind element control. Vitality value, 78.57, martial disciple level 7. Body refining technique, wild bear body refining technique. Breathing method, earth breathing method. Talent, grade A, power of the earth. Vitality value, 88.57, martial disciple level 8. Body refining technique, pure yang body refining technique. Breathing method, sun breathing method. It must be said, those selected for the genius training camp truly live up to their reputation. Sumu glanced briefly. The lowest vitality value among this group had reached martial disciple level 7, and the highest was even a level 1 martial artist. Their body refining techniques and breathing methods were also cultivated to an impressive degree. As for talent, the lowest was grade B, while the highest was beyond the range of Sumu's true sight, at least grade S. Although they were somewhat arrogant, their strength indeed justified it. With such talent, they would rank among the top in any high school within a safe zone. Sumu placed his backpack in the area on one side of the square where everyone stored their belongings, chose a corner, and began practicing the visualization and breathing techniques. Meanwhile, the people in the square started whispering among themselves. Hey, let me tell you, my uncle was also involved in the quota review this time. I heard that the top combat strength of this year's genius training camp is the highest in history. Not only are there more than a dozen martial disciples at the 9th level, but there are even 3 first-realm martial artists. 3. Are you serious? In just about 2 months, someone has already stepped into the first realm? That's insane. Of course, I don't know about the other 2, but I do know that one of them is the little princess of the G family. The little princess of the G family. No wonder. If she's from the G family, that makes sense. Sigh, comparing oneself to others is truly frustrating. Back where I come from, there's hardly anyone who can rival me, but here, my confidence is almost completely shattered. Thankfully, there's still that guy from Bylon High School to make me feel better. Haha, true enough. Now that you mention it, I actually think that guy from Bylon High School isn't so bad after all. Just as the crowd was chatting lively, several figures had unknowingly appeared quietly in the square. Is everyone here? An elderly man with white hair turned to look at the middle-aged man beside him. Everyone is here except for the little princess of the G family, the middle-aged man replied with a slight bow. As for the little princess of the G family, according to the G family, they will personally escort her to the assessment location. I see, the elder said, not showing any surprise. Indeed, every member of the G family is a treasure, and this little princess has inherited the glory of her ancestors. It's only natural to be cautious. Since everyone is here, let's begin. There are too many people in the training camp, so we need to eliminate some. As the old man's voice fell, he took a slight step forward, and in an instant, disappeared from the square. The middle-aged man, upon hearing this, did not hesitate. His figure flickered and appeared in the center of the square. He scanned the crowd and then shouted coldly, "Everyone, assemble!" His voice was not loud, yet it clearly reached everyone's ears. Sumu, who had been practicing the visualization technique, was also interrupted by this voice and turned his gaze toward the middle-aged man. Information immediately appeared before his eyes. Vitality value, 43,920,000. Mid-stage 6th realm martial artist. Body refining technique, 9 apertures body refining technique. Breathing technique, whole body chi circulation formula. Mid-stage 6 realm martial artist. Such strength was almost unmatched, except for the top-tier secret guard Sumu had seen when he became a level 9 researcher. As for that human traitor who was despised by everyone, Sumu couldn't even see his stats panel, so naturally, he didn't count him in. As expected of a teacher at Longjing Martial Arts University. In an ordinary martial arts university, this level of strength would
probably qualify one to be the principal. Sumu followed the crowd and stood in several rows. The middle-aged man, seeing everyone standing neatly, slowly began to speak. I believe many of you already know that before entering the camp this time, everyone must undergo an entrance assessment. Only after passing the assessment will you officially become a member of the Genius Training Camp. Are you ready? Ready! Hearing the middle-aged man directly mention the assessment, everyone's spirits were lifted and morale soared. Alright, I'll give you 10 minutes. The middle-aged man crossed his arms and continued. You can store your luggage at the entrance of the training camp and gather here in 10 minutes. I will distribute the assessment wristbands and weapons to you. Now, let's get moving. As soon as he finished speaking, the campers immediately sprang into action. 10 minutes later, everyone returned to their original positions. Several men in suits appeared beside the middle-aged man and began registering the participants and distributing wristbands and weapons. While distributing the items, the middle-aged man explained the content of this camp assessment. Next, I will take you to the assessment site specially set up by the Genius Training Camp. There, we have detained alien races captured from the battlefield of myriad races some time ago. The wristband has only one function: to automatically record points when you kill aliens. The more you kill, the higher your points. The stronger the enemy, the higher the points. The top 10 scorers will be displayed on the projection screen in the sky. A word of caution: the wristband will not protect your safety. The only thing that can protect you is the weapon in your hand. If you cannot handle the alien in front of you, the best course of action is to run. Never underestimate the gap between you and your enemy. If you die, it will be in vain. Don't expect anyone to come and save you. The middle-aged man's words made everyone slightly stunned. No one would come to save them, and their opponents were even the alien races from the 10,000 races battlefield. Although they had been mentally prepared for a certain mortality rate in the training camp, no one expected death to come so quickly when they actually heard these words. The originally excited crowd immediately calmed down. Alright, now those whose names are called, come forward to receive your wristbands and select your weapons. Sumu quickly selected his longsword. The weapons distributed by Longjing Martial Arts University were of excellent quality, at least reaching the standard of D-grade weapons. Compared to the longsword used previously at the Blazing Fire Martial Hall, this sword is clearly much better. Sumu gently stroked the long sword in his hand and slowly exhaled. Although he possessed the talent of sword heart clarity, he had yet to find a sword that truly suited him. Finding a suitable long sword is no easy task. Even so, an ordinary long sword can barely suffice. Whenever he held a sword in his hand, Sumu could always feel a hidden power faintly surging in his heart. Soon, everyone picked up their respective wristbands and weapons. The middle-aged man didn't waste words, merely waved his hand. A bus drove into the training camp. A group of trainees from the Genius Training Camp were blindfolded and taken onto the bus. The rumbling sound of the bus echoed in Sumu's ears. Relying on his extraordinary five senses, he clearly perceived every route the bus took. About 2 hours later, the bus finally stopped. Sumu got off the bus along with the other campers. When he opened his eyes, what greeted him was a vast forest. This was the assessment site of Longjing Martial Arts University. To think they could carve out such a large forest within the 9th safety zone specifically for assessments. Sumu could feel that this place was still within the range of the 9th safety zone. The bus had stopped multiple times along the way, dropping off a group of people each time. Since he was sitting at the back of the bus, Sumu was among the last group to be dropped off. After dropping them off, the middle-aged man drove away. At this moment, Sumu noticed a huge screen projected in the sky. Points ranking: first place, none. Second place, none. 10th place, none. Everyone, the assessment officially begins. Hold your weapons tightly and protect yourselves. An aged voice reached everyone's ears. At the same time, Sumu, with his enhanced senses, clearly heard deafening roars coming from not far away. He frowned slightly and temporarily blocked this perception. As Sumu and the others were set down, deep within the forest, a girl with a frosty face and an icy, aloof demeanor slowly stepped in. Xinghan, from now on, it's up to you. Dad has only one request: take good care of yourself. Okay. Sure enough, the difference between the aliens on the 10,000 races battlefield and those in the alien hunting grounds is truly immense. And those who said no one would save you, yet when you're really about to die, someone actually steps in, it's truly baffling. At this moment, Sumu was walking through the forest, with traces of blood already staining his body. Earlier, he had tried two things. First, to sense the difference between the aliens on the 10,000 races battlefield and those in the alien hunting grounds. Second, to test whether he could be killed by the alien races during the assessment, thereby triggering a wave of talents. The result left Sumu rather helpless. First of all, it can be confirmed that the alien races on the 10,000 races battlefield are indeed much stronger than those previously encountered in the alien hunting grounds. An alien race at the 9th level of Martial Disciple was actually able to skillfully utilize the terrain, evade his attacks, conceal its presence, and wait for an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. If it weren't for Sumu's extraordinary five senses, he would have likely fallen into the opponent's trap.
According to Sumu's observations, the biggest difference between the aliens on the 10,000 races battlefield and those in the alien hunting grounds lies in the former have higher intelligence, a deeper understanding of the human race, and can formulate corresponding strategies based on human behavior.
This conclusion roughly aligns with Sumu's expectations.
What truly left Sumu feeling helpless was that, back at the training camp square, he had believed the middle-aged man's words that no one would come to his aid if he encountered danger in the assessment area. However, when he deliberately tried to die at the hands of the alien race, someone unexpectedly intervened in time to save him. After waking up, he found himself in a hospital and had been directly disqualified from the genius training camp. If it weren't for his ability to rewind upon death, he would have been utterly ruined by the middle-aged man's scheme this time.
However, on closer thought, such an arrangement is quite reasonable.
If the assessment location for the genius training camp were set on the battlefield of 10,000 races, it might truly be impossible to provide assistance.
However, since the genius training camp specifically arranged the assessment
site in the 9th safe zone and even brought in a few alien races captured from the battlefield of 10,000 races, the purpose is naturally to conduct assessments under the premise of ensuring the safety of the participants. At present, for participants like Sumu, they have not officially joined the genius training camp yet, so it is naturally not the
time for them to face life and death threats.
The middle-aged man's words were likely just meant to raise everyone's vigilance. After attempting to reach this conclusion, Sumu returned to the current moment. For ordinary people, having someone come to their rescue in times of danger is a great blessing. At least, even if they are eliminated, their lives are preserved. But for Sumu, this is far from good news. As the number of death regressions increased, he had gradually become accustomed to the feeling of dying and even began to seek death actively in order to acquire
more talents and information.
Faced with an assessment where he cannot die, the only thing Sumu can do is to kill as many alien races as possible and perform better. His intuition told him that this camp assessment not only determined whether he could officially join the genius training camp but also influenced whether
he could earn the title of outstanding camper in the future.
Sumu knew in his heart that he absolutely had to secure this outstanding camper title. As long as he obtained this title, he could enter Longjing Martial Arts University ahead of schedule. More importantly, he could uncover the subsequent secrets of the diary more quickly.
In that case, I can only give it my all.
Sumu narrowed his eyes slightly. In the next moment, it was as if a map covering a 100-meter radius around him appeared in his mind.
Information about each alien race is clearly displayed before his eyes. Race, Silverback Wolf Tribe.
Vitality value, 135. Early stage of first realm martial artist.
Talent, Grade A, Moonlight Silverthorn. Habits, lives in the battlefield of 10,000 races. Weakness, waste. Race, Azure Bull Python Tribe.
Vitality value, 235. Early stage of first realm warrior. Talent, Grade A, Giant Entanglement.
Habit, lives in the battlefield of all races. Weakness, 7 inches. Race, Crimson Flame Wild Lion Tribe.
Vitality, 286. Early stage of first realm martial artist.
Habits, lives in the 10,000 races battlefield. Weakness, eyes.
A silverback wolf can be encountered at the 12 o'clock direction, approximately 25 meters ahead. A cyan bull python at the 7 o'clock direction, approximately 78 meters ahead, and a crimson flame lion at the 3 o'clock direction, approximately 85 meters ahead. The positions of these aliens were all marked on the map in Sumu's mind. Relying on Deep Blue's assistance, Sumu's enhanced 5 senses were like a bat's ultrasonic radar, almost perfectly reconstructing the environment within a 100-meter radius.
Then let's begin the slaughter.
As soon as the words fell, Sumu's figure swiftly disappeared into the depths of the forest. At the same time, the leaderboard in the sky was changing rapidly.
First place, Ji Qinghan, 20 points. Second place, Fong Qiuqiu, 18 points. Third place, none. Talent, pending analysis. 10th place, none.
Note, the minimum score to make the list is 10 points. My goodness, are these two people monsters?
They killed the aliens so quickly. I couldn't even defeat an alien several minor realms weaker than me.
Exactly. Oh my god, it's been less than half an hour, and killing a 7th level martial disciple alien only gives 0.1 points.
How on earth did the top 2 get so many points?
A group of people occasionally looked up at the sky screen while resting, and immediately felt a wave of despair. They had exhausted all their efforts to kill a 7th level martial apprentice from another race, only to earn 0.1 points. Looking up, they saw others had already scored 18 or 20 points, an absolutely crushing gap.
It must be 2 of those 3 martial artists, right?
I guess only by killing a 9th level martial apprentice from another race could they earn that
many points.
The only ones capable of killing a 9th level martial apprentice in such a short time are those 3 first realm martial artists.
Really?
It turns out that, besides the little princess of the Ji family, there was another person who had reached the warrior level, surprisingly named
Fong Qiuqiu.
This name, well, one can only say, you really can't judge a book by its cover.
The name is ordinary, but the strength is anything but. That's not right. I remember there should be another warrior. Could I have remembered wrong? They're out. The third place, oh no. It's not the third place. Fang Qiuqiu has dropped to third place. Not just Fang Qiuqiu, the little princess of the Ji family has also dropped to second place. So who is this third warrior? Who could have surpassed the little princess of the Ji family? Everyone turned their gaze toward the first name on the leaderboard. I saw a few striking words written at the top of the list. First place, Sumu, 325 points. 325 points, my goodness, and in such a short time. Is this the strength of that third martial artist? I originally thought the little princess of the Ji family was already strong enough, but now it seems that while she can crush all of us, that guy named Sumu completely crushes the little princess of the Ji family. Who is Sumu? Have you heard of him? Which high school is he from? How come I've never heard this name before? This is terrifying. I'm starting to suspect that Sumu might be cheating. After Sumu's name appeared at the top of the leaderboard, it immediately sparked heated discussions among the Genius Training Camp participants. The reason was simple. Sumu's results were truly astonishing. In just over half an hour, even the renowned little princess of the Ji family had only managed to score 20 points, while he had skyrocketed to over 300 points. The gap between them was simply too vast. Not only this small group of people was surprised. Somewhere in the forest, a young man in a green short-sleeved shirt had just joined forces with his companions to slay an alien of the 9th level of martial disciple. With the already limited points, after being divided among the group, each person could only get a few points. Worse still, the battle had nearly exhausted most of their strength. Everyone was gasping for breath. The aliens in this 10,000 races battlefield are indeed completely different from the ones I used to hunt. They're actually so intelligent and even set up an ambush for us. That's right, even though it was just a 9th level martial apprentice from another race, it took all of us working together to barely kill it. I really don't know what we'd do if we encountered a martial artist level 1. What can we do? We can only stick together for warmth. It's a pity there's no big shot in our team. I just took a look at the rankings. The first place is the eldest daughter of the Ji family, but she hasn't shown up at all. The second place is someone named Fang Qiuqiu, probably one of the 3 martial artists. We can't recruit the Ji family's eldest daughter, but we don't even know who Fang Qiuqiu is. If only we could get him to join our team. True, but I've heard there are 3 first-level martial artists in our batch. The Ji family's eldest daughter and Fang Qiuqiu are already on the rankings, but what about the other one? Could it be just a paper tiger, with the blood vitality of a first-level martial artist but no real strength? Don't overthink it. Even the weakest first-level martial artist isn't someone we 9th-level martial apprentices can mess with easily. First-level martial artists can even learn martial techniques. Oh no, the rankings have changed again. Fang Qiuqiu has dropped to 3rd place. The Ji family's eldest daughter is now in 2nd place. First place, Sumu. Who's Sumu? Is he that 3rd stage 1 martial artist? Whoa, over 300 points, this guy must be cheating, right? Completely crushing everyone else. I'll go. The young man in a green short-sleeved shirt, who had been leaning against a large tree to rest, froze when he heard his companion call out this name, almost unable to believe his ears. What did you just say the name of the first place was again? Sumu. Why does this name sound a bit familiar? A trace of unnaturalness flashed across the face of the young man in the green short-sleeved shirt. He looked up at the leaderboard projected in the sky and then revealed a bitter smile. Do you remember when I first went recruiting and found out he was from a high school I hadn't heard of, so I gave up on him? His name is Sumu. The young man's words left the few people beside him frozen in place. Sumu? The young man saw the name and frowned slightly. What's wrong, little ball? The blonde woman beside him followed his gaze. Upon seeing that the person ranked first on the leaderboard had only slightly over 300 points, the woman's expression immediately darkened. Monster. This name, why does it seem a bit familiar? Ah, I remember now. Isn't this the one from that trashy high school? The blonde woman covered her mouth, seemingly in disbelief. A camper from a trashy high school was not only one of the 3 first-tier martial artists, but also managed to dominate absolutely, climbing to the top of the leaderboard in less than half an hour, stepping over the Ji family's little princess. The young man beside her snorted coldly. I told you, don't call me by that name. That guy is just lucky. Probably discovered some trick to rack up points. Clearly, this young man named Qiuqiu does not acknowledge Sumu's superior strength over him. Let's go. There's a steel-toothed pig of the first realm warrior level ahead. Meanwhile, in a corner deep within the forest, a tall girl tightly ensnared a silver-backed wolf not far away with a long whip. She was dressed in a light blue robe, which, though appearing thin and fragile, shimmered with golden light under the sunlight. Upon closer inspection, the robe was embroidered with pale golden threads, densely interwoven to grant this ordinary garment extraordinary defensive capabilities. However, even with this specially crafted robe, the girl still appeared somewhat disheveled. She brushed the disheveled strands of hair from her forehead behind her ear, her icy gaze fixed on the silver-backed wolf that was gradually ceasing its struggle. As expected, compared to the usual foreign species I encounter, this one is much stronger and far more intelligent. She retracted her long whip and shifted her gaze to the bracelet on her wrist. best, 108 points. It seems that foreign species at the martial artist level are categorized more precisely based on their strength. She looked up at the leaderboard projected in the sky. Over 100 points, that should be enough to secure her the top spot, right? With her status, getting into Longjing Martial Arts University would be a piece of cake. Just by having the surname Ji, the school would admit her in advance. But she didn't like taking shortcuts, just as she didn't like those aunts and older sisters around her who would protect her even if they got hurt, simply because her surname was Ji. She wants to rely on herself. She wants to see how capable she truly is if it weren't for her surname Ji. This time, she came to the genius training camp to claim first place. However, when her gaze fell on the leaderboard, she felt as if she had been slapped hard. First place, Sumu, 325 points. Sumu. Ji Qinghan's pupils suddenly contracted. This Sumu, is he the genius from Bailon High School? Truly impressive. He even managed to surpass the little princess of the Ji family. At this moment, a group of people stood in a room with walls covered in screens. Leading them was an elderly man with white hair, accompanied by the middle-aged man who had just announced the rules to Sumu and the others. Bring up his video. The elderly man nodded in satisfaction. With his command, the screen on the wall began playing footage of Sumu's battle. The middle-aged man spoke. At first, before he joined the camp, we thought he had awakened a talent for rapidly enhancing vitality, but now it seems we were wrong. He has an exceptionally strong talent in swordsmanship. The elder looked at Sumu on the screen and said calmly, "It reminds me of that younger generation from the Song family." At his age, he was at about the same level. The old man narrowed his eyes slightly, paused, and slowly uttered two words, sword intent. Sword intent. The middle-aged man was instantly shocked upon hearing this. You mean, he has already comprehended sword intent? More than just sword intent. The old man said, his swordsmanship and movement techniques, I can't discern their origins with my eyes. It's very likely that he created them himself. Created them himself. How long has it been since he awakened his talent? How old is he? The middle-aged man was full of disbelief. The old man stared at Sumu's image, remained silent for a moment, and said, place his ranking ahead of Ji Qinghan. Hearing this, the middle-aged man was stunned. Originally, the first place in the genius training camp almost undoubtedly belonged to Ji Qinghan. Her talent was exceptionally outstanding, and no matter who challenged her, her position as number one was nearly unshakable. However, now the elder had proposed placing Sumu above Ji Qinghan. This decision filled the middle-aged man with doubt and sparked a strong interest in Sumu. Do you really think so highly of this child, Sumu? The middle-aged man couldn't help but ask. Yes, I hope I haven't misjudged, the elder said firmly. Gulp, gulp. Sumu drank the water in his cup in one go. The prolonged battle had left him feeling somewhat fatigued. He leaned against a large tree, his hand hanging slightly to the side. The bracelet on his wrist prominently displayed a string of numbers 8259. Over 8,000 points, this score was simply terrifying. Meanwhile, Ji Qinghan, who was ranked second, had just barely surpassed 1,000 points. The gap between her and Sumu was nearly tenfold. I really wonder when this assessment will finally end. Sumu sighed as he looked up at the sky. As he muttered to himself, a sudden commotion arose around him. Assessment over. Everyone, please gather at the beam drop-off point within 5 minutes. The middle-aged man's voice echoed throughout the forest. At the same time, a beam of light suddenly descended deep within the forest, resembling a massive pillar of light, strikingly conspicuous from any angle. It's finally over? Sumu let out a long breath, then swiftly darted toward the direction of the light pillar. When he arrived under the beam of light, a large crowd had already gathered there, enthusiastically discussing their respective points and rankings, worried about whether they would be eliminated. However, when Sumu appeared in everyone's sight, all discussions came to an abrupt halt, and all eyes turned to him. This kind of scene seemed to have been experienced by Sumu once when he first entered the genius training camp, but this time, significantly more people were staring at him. Is that Sumu? Don't be fooled by the fact that he came from a high school we've never heard of. His strength is definitely not to be underestimated, someone whispered. I really didn't expect it. I thought everyone was competing for second place, with the little princess of the Ji family definitely taking first. But who would have thought such a dark horse would emerge? Not only did he surpass the Ji family's little princess, but he's also far ahead of so many others, another person exclaimed in amazement. It's terrifying. He looks so harmless, yet how could he kill so many of the other races? Look at him, he's completely stained red. It's probably all the blood of those other races, isn't it? Someone remarked. These discussions reached Sumu's ears, and he couldn't help but smile wryly. He looked down at himself and, sure enough, his originally clean clothes were now dyed bright red with blood, making him look as if he'd just emerged from a pool of it. As for the group of people talking, just like last time, they didn't actively approach him. Last time, perhaps they thought he was just an ordinary high school student unworthy of their company. This time, it might be that they felt unworthy of walking alongside someone like Sumu, a killing star. Sumu didn't mind and stood aside on his own. However, as he moved, he noticed that two gazes were fixed on him. Following the direction of the gaze, he discovered that the owner of the gaze was an
extremely beautiful yet indifferent girl. She was dressed in a light blue blouse, her features were exquisite, but she exuded an intimidating icy demeanor. Just being stared at by her, Sumu felt as if the surrounding air had suddenly dropped a few degrees. He frowned slightly. The girl's information interface immediately appeared before his eyes. Name, Ji Qinghan. Vitality value, 253.58. Early stage of first realm martial artist. Body refining technique, Xianyuan body refining technique. Breathing method, Xianyuan internal breathing technique. Talent, unable to view. Perhaps because the features were too distinctive, Deep Blue almost immediately deduced her identity. Clearly, this was the little princess of the Ji family, Ji Qinghan. Deep Blue's speculation was roughly consistent with Sumu's guess. What surprised Sumu was that Ji Qinghan's talent actually displayed as unable to view. The previous individuals were almost all marked as to be analyzed. After Deep Blue's observation, their talents would gradually be identified. However, the person before him now was completely undetectable. This undoubtedly conveyed two pieces of information to Sumu. First, Deep Blue was very likely aware of Ji Qinghan's talent. Second, Ji Qinghan's talent might be so crucial that his future self had set certain restrictions on Deep Blue to prevent Sumu from learning about Ji Qinghan's talent. Indeed, only his future self, who could transform the Book of Wisdom into Deep Blue, could configure Deep Blue to display unable to view. Although Sumu was deeply curious about Ji Qinghan's talent, he had long developed his own strategies for dealing with the actions of his future self. Thus, he suppressed this curiosity. The people under the light pillar seemed to be gradually gathering. At this moment, Sumu suddenly heard a loud shout. "Sumu, I challenge you!" The booming voice immediately drew everyone's attention. The crowd turned to look at the source of the voice. The speaker was none other than the young man who had previously mocked Sumu for being from a trash high school. The young man's eyes were bloodshot, his expression weary, his clothes soaked and stained with blood, and the weapon in his hand was nicked and dull from repeated strikes. Who is he? Why does he want to challenge Sumu right away? You don't know, do you? He is. Hey, come closer, I'll whisper, don't let him hear. He's Fong Qiuqiu. Fong Qiuqiu? Pfft, I thought Fong Qiuqiu would be a big fat guy, but this name on him is just too weird. Keep your voice down. He hates it when people call him by that name. I know this name because I heard that back in his high school, anyone who called him that got beaten up by him. The worst one, they say, was bedridden for 3 whole months. Oh my, let's keep this matter quiet. At this moment, Fong Qiuqiu's information also appeared before Sumu's eyes. Name, Fong Qiuqiu. Vitality value, 189.56. Early stage of first realm martial artist. Body refining technique, gentle breeze body refining technique. Breathing method, gentle breeze breathing technique. It was obvious that among the 3 first realm martial artists, Fong Qiuqiu was undoubtedly the weakest. However, his courage was astonishingly great, and he appeared quite reckless. Sumu, I don't believe you could kill so many aliens in such a short time. I refuse to accept it. If you're a man, fight me fair and square, or I will never acknowledge your achievement. Fong Qiuqiu stared intently at Sumu. Although he could accept the little princess of the Ji family being ranked ahead of him, as she had the Ji family as her backing, he, as one of the top students in the elite high school of the 8th safe zone, could never accept being overshadowed by someone he considered a student from a trashy high school. Deep down, he understood that Sumu indeed had strength, but he just couldn't swallow his pride, couldn't accept it, which was why he publicly provoked Sumu. Qiuqiu, what are you doing? The blonde woman beside him frowned slightly upon seeing Fong Qiuqiu openly provoke Sumu. Although she initially didn't think much of Sumu, a student from a so-called trashy ordinary high school, Sumu had just proven himself with his strength during the assessment. Unlike Fong Qiuqiu, she wasn't reckless or thoughtless. While she had her pride, she didn't reject the idea of someone being stronger than her, even if that person came from a less privileged background. Stay out of it. Fong Qiuqiu coldly glanced at the blonde woman, then once again fixed his gaze on Sumu. Seeing his eager expression, Sumu smiled helplessly. Compared to his own maturity and composure, these little kids were still too young. Just as he was about to speak, a voice interrupted him. His results were witnessed by me throughout the process and verified by me. I guarantee their authenticity. Whether you acknowledge it or not, he is still the first. The speaker was the middle-aged man who had brought them here earlier. The middle-aged man coldly swept his gaze over Fong Qiuqiu, his eyes finally landing on the others. If you want to settle things privately, wait until you enter Longjing Martial Arts University, there will be plenty of time then. But for now, stand properly, all of you. As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, the remaining members of the genius training camp present trembled all over and quickly stood in line as instructed. Once everyone was in position, it became clear that the original group of about 100 trainees in the genius training camp had now dwindled to only 50 or 60, nearly half missing. Many looked nervously at the empty spots in the lineup, speculating whether their absent companions had already fallen at the hands of the alien race. Only Sumu knew that the vast majority had actually been rescued and subsequently expelled from the training camp. Based on his experience, this entry assessment assessment rarely resulted in fatalities among the trainees. Alright, you all performed very well. Congratulations on successfully joining the genius training camp of Longjing Martial Arts University. The middle-aged man's tone softened for once. Let me introduce myself first. My surname is Ding, and for the next 2 months, I will be your instructor. You can call me Instructor Ding. Of course, I prefer the nickname given to me by several previous cohorts, King Yin Ding. Instructor Ding's gaze swept over everyone present, and those he looked at couldn't help but shudder. Let's skip the nonsense. I just want to tell you that the aliens you're about to face are merely appetizers. Although these aliens come from the battlefield of myriad races, they were captured and brought here, so they're somewhat different from the real aliens on the battlefield. But don't be too curious. Once you enter the training camp, you'll have plenty of time to face and experience the terror of those aliens from the battlefield of myriad races firsthand. As he spoke, Instructor Ding waved at them. At that moment, a bus was slowly driving toward them. Alright, go back and rest for today. The official content of the Genius Training Camp will begin tomorrow. As soon as the words were spoken, Instructor Ding turned and walked toward the bus. Just as the door opened, a sudden intense light struck the bus with a loud bang. The bus exploded abruptly, and Instructor Ding, who was closest, was instantly thrown away by the powerful blast. Bang! Instructor Ding! The blinding light of the explosion was overwhelming, but some still managed to see Instructor Ding being blown away. A few people screamed and rushed toward the direction where he had fallen. However, after running just a few steps, they suddenly noticed several figures in black appearing around them, each dressed in pitch black attire and wearing menacing masks on their faces. Before everyone could figure out what was happening, they saw Instructor Ding, who had been blown away in the distance, just getting up, only to have his chest suddenly pierced by a warblade. Instructor Ding! Instructor Ding spat out a mouthful of blood. Having just suffered from the explosion, he was now ambushed, his face instantly turning pale. Blood and black ash mixed on his pain-stricken face. By heresy. You, how could you? Run and get help. He seemed to use the last ounce of his strength and shouted loudly. The battle blade withdrew from his body, and Instructor Ding collapsed to the ground. The person who killed him slowly wiped the blood off the blade, then coldly looked at Sumu and the others who were surrounded. TSK. So many promising talents here. If they all die, I bet the Great Xia would be heartbroken, wouldn't it? Everyone turned to look at the person who had spoken. That person, like the black-clad individuals surrounding them, was tall, dressed in pitch-black attire, and wore a menacing demon mask on their face. The cult of heresy has infiltrated to this extent? Looking at the black-clad individuals around him, Sumu frowned deeply. This was the night safe zone, supposedly the safest place within the Great Xia territory. Yet now, a group of cult of heresy members had appeared at the Genius Training Camp's assessment site, even publicly murdering their instructor. This is definitely not a good omen for Daxia, or even for the entire human race. Sumu had anticipated that the infiltration of the human race was already severe, but he hadn't expected it to be so rampant. He recalled the figure he encountered when he became a level 9 researcher, as well as these heretical worshippers appearing before him now, and his brows furrowed even deeper. Suddenly, he began to understand why the human race would face extinction 10 years later. Just as Sumu was deep in thought, the group of heretical worshippers had already surrounded them. Although there seemed to be only a dozen of these heretics, each exuded a powerful aura, especially the one leading them. Sumu's gaze fell on the tall and burly man. Vitality value, 236,430,000. Early stage of 7th realm martial artist. Body refining technique, Xiantian body refining technique. Breathing technique, mysterious profound heart method. A 7 realm martial artist. The burly man's strength made Sumu feel a headache coming on. Without a doubt, this time, death and a reset seemed almost inevitable. However, Sumu was pondering in his heart, what if there was a way to prevent this outcome? Reporting to the instructor in advance? That was almost unrealistic. If he had a special status, it might be a different story, but as of now, he was merely a trainee with slightly better talent. Even if he explained the situation, the other party might not believe him. Moreover, judging by the current situation, these heretical cultists had clearly already figured out their movements, and it was highly likely that there were insiders within Longjing Martial Arts University. In this case, even if Sumu reported to the instructor and the higher-ups at Longjing Martial Arts University in advance, trying to convince them to change the assessment location, those people might still show up at the new site. While Sumu was pondering how to maximize the use of the death rollback effect, the leader of the heretics suddenly spoke. Unexpectedly, there's even a little princess from the G family here. TSK, if you were to die here, I bet the entire G family would go mad, wouldn't they? Upon hearing this, Ji Qinghan's face instantly turned cold. In her hand, a deep blue whip was tightly gripped, though no one knew when she had taken hold of it. Her gaze was fixed intently on the leader of the heretics. The remaining members of the Genius Training Camp huddled together, forming a tight group, nervously watching the surrounding heretics. Some were so terrified they were on the verge of tears. I don't want to die yet. Mom, help! Is there anyone who can
come save us? What do we do? What do we do? I just wanted to get by in the genius training camp, earn some extra points to get into Longjing Martial Arts University. I don't want to die here. Many campers with weaker mental resilience couldn't help but start crying. Shut up. Fang Qiuqiu let out a cold snort, his bloodshot eyes fiercely glaring at several crying campers before turning to the leader of the heretic worshippers. What's the point of bullying the weak with numbers? If you have the guts, fight me one-on-one. Fang Qiuqiu held a large knife, directly pointing it at the leader. Sumu helplessly rubbed his forehead. To be honest, this Fang Qiuqiu really dared to challenge anyone he encountered. It was still somewhat reasonable when he challenged a fellow first-realm martial artist earlier, but now he was provoking the leader of the heretics who had killed Instructor Ding. This was simply a case of having more brawn than brains. Sumu had initially thought that his mocking of his background from a mediocre high school and questioning his grades was quite annoying, but now it seemed there was no need to bother with a reckless brute with a few screws loose. Ha ha ha, there's actually someone with guts here. The leader burst into laughter, then his gaze fell on Fang Qiuqiu. The next moment, a powerful aura followed his gaze and pressed down directly on Fang Qiuqiu. The surrounding campers also felt as if they were being heavily suppressed by an invisible force, unable to catch their breath. Sumu, who was not far from Fang Qiuqiu, naturally felt this terrifying pressure as well. Is this the strength of a 7th realm martial artist? Sumu found even breathing to be difficult. Previously, when he was a level 9 researcher, he wondered whether it was because the gap between that human traitor and the highest secret guard was too vast, or because his own strength was too weak that he couldn't truly feel the power of that human traitor. And now, the strength of this pagan leader truly made him realize the gap between himself and a real powerhouse. Poof! Fang Qiuqiu's temples throbbed with veins as he struggled to resist the pressure, but in the end, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Immediately, with a thud, he fell to his knees. Bastard! Fang Qiuqiu gritted his teeth and growled, but in the end, he couldn't hold on and was forcefully knocked to the ground. Qiuqiu! The blonde woman nearby saw Fang Qiuqiu being pinned down and immediately tried to rush over in a panic. Let go of my brother. Before she could reach Fang Qiuqiu, she was suddenly forced to the ground by that powerful force. Ugh! The blonde woman also spat out a mouthful of blood. Bastard! What kind of skill is it to bully a woman? Fang Qiuqiu was pinned to the ground, roaring angrily. He immediately turned his head and shouted to the woman beside him, "Go away. I don't need your help." Such a deep bond between siblings, TSK, truly touching. The leader put on a face of feigned emotion, then swept his gaze over the remaining people. To be honest, seeing all of you, I suddenly feel that just killing you like this would be far too boring. He glanced around at everyone. How about this? Kneel down and beg me to let you go. Maybe if I'm in a good mood, I'll be merciful and let you join us in worshipping the heresy. Of course, you can also choose to challenge me, just like him. As he spoke, he raised his hand and grabbed, and in the next second, Fang Qiuqiu was seized by him and quickly flew toward him. In the end, he was firmly strangled by the neck, unable to move. Let go of me. Fang Qiuqiu's face turned bright red. All right. The leader forcefully threw the square ball. Bang! The immense impact caused the square ball to plow a long trench in the ground, breaking several thick trees before coming to a stop. Life or death unknown. All right, shall we start choosing now? Kneel down and beg me. These 5 words echoed in everyone's ears. For a moment, no one made a decision. Seemingly noticing everyone's hesitation, the leader reached out to grab a camper. It seems you need a little excitement to make a decision, the leader said meaningfully. The next moment, that camper was grabbed like a square ball. Do you want to see fireworks? The leader's gaze swept over the surrounding heretics. Talent, pending analysis. Think, the heretics shouted in unison. Bang! Immediately afterward, the head of the captured camper suddenly exploded, and blood blossomed like fireworks. A streak of blood splattered onto the leader's grotesque mask. The gruesome scene shocked the remaining campers, as if their heads were buzzing. Though they were not unfamiliar with blood, being top-tier high school geniuses from the safe zone who had previously entered alien hunting grounds to kill alien species. Just moments ago, they were fighting side by side with their companions, but now they could only watch helplessly as their comrades met a gruesome death. The bloody reality was too much for these 18-year-olds to bear. However, it was evident that the leader's methods were immediately effective. Among the remaining 50 or 60 people, a few instantly dropped to their knees. Please, spare me. Please, I'm willing to join the cult of heresy. Please spare me. I really don't want to die. Spare me. I don't want to die either. Seeing the person kneeling, the leader smiled with satisfaction. He turned to the cultist beside him and said, "Tie them up and throw them over there. Later, take them to headquarters for proper training. They'll surely become excellent warriors in the future." Soon, the kneeling individuals were tied up and thrown to the side. The leader's gaze continued to wander over the remaining people. Who else wants to beg me? We who worship heresy value talent greatly. My patience is limited. Upon hearing this, several more people knelt. In no time, the original 50 or 60 people had dwindled to only 30 or 40. After confirming that no one was begging anymore, the leader looked at at the remaining people and said meaningfully, "Seems like the ones left are all ready to die. Alright then, let's send you to your deaths one by one. It'll be a good chance for everyone to see just how brave and fearless you truly are." The leader laughed heartily. "Is there anyone who wants to die and is willing to come up and challenge me?" As soon as the words fell, the remaining people looked at each other in dismay. They still had some blood and pride in their hearts, which did not allow them to bow down and beg for mercy from these traitorous human followers of a heretical cult. However, when truly facing death, not everyone has the courage to confront it directly. "Since no one is stepping up, I guess I'll have to choose myself." As the leader was speaking, the young princess of the G family suddenly stepped forward from the crowd. She bit her lip lightly, her body trembling slightly, but her pale, cold face was full of determination. Just as she was about to step out of the crowd, a figure moved ahead of her. Hearing this voice, Ji Qinghan suddenly looked up. She saw Sumu standing in front of her, gripping a blood-stained long sword in his hand. His clothes seemed to be dyed red from slaughtering too many of the alien race. He blocked the sunlight in front of Ji Qinghan, yet it made him appear as if he were bathed in radiance. Sumu stared intently at the leader of the heretical cult before him. To be honest, he couldn't immediately think of an effective way to stop this group of heretics. The key issue was that he knew far too little about them. If you want to survive this group of heretic worshippers, the best way is to die in their hands first. This way, you can not only understand their abilities but also return to 12 hours earlier, gaining more time to plan a counterattack. When he saw the leader, Sumu let out a long breath. Facing death, he had gradually grown numb. However, he vaguely noticed, perhaps it was an illusion, a trace of admiration and relief flashing in the leader's eyes. Boom! Good, another one courting death, just like the guy earlier, both first-realm martial artists. It seems you're one of the top talents among this group, huh? I love torturing and killing geniuses like you the most. Enough nonsense, bring it on. Sumu let out a cold snort, his sword step swift as the wind, and in an instant, he had already closed in on the leader. The next moment, he unleashed the Gale Sword technique, his sword intent surging toward the leader like a violent storm. The Gale Sword intent was hidden within every move and strike. Sumu tried his best to attack the leader's weak points, but to his despair, the leader clenched his fist tightly and erupted with power in an instant. It was as if the roar of a tiger echoed in the air. The leader threw a punch, and the immense force instantly obliterated Sumu's offensive. Immediately after, a tiger, solidified into form, lunged at Sumu. Sumu only felt a powerful force strike his chest. A mouthful of fresh blood spurted out as he was violently flung backward, crashing heavily to the ground like a kite with a broken string, his fate uncertain. Next, the leader smugly scanned the remaining crowd. Squish! Ji Qinghan saw Sumu knocked down, her lips slightly biting as she raised her long whip and charged at the leader. The whip lashed out like a spirit snake toward the opponent, but was caught firmly by the leader. The leader exerted a slight force, using the long whip to fiercely throw Ji Qinghan to the side. "Ah, a girl from the Ji family. I haven't killed one of your precious darlings yet." He raised his battle blade high, with light gathering upon it. "Try this move of mine." The scorching and solid blade energy slashed toward Ji Qinghan. She sensed the power of the attack and tried to get up to dodge, but due to her recent fall, her movements were sluggish, and she couldn't rise in time. Squish! Just as she closed her eyes and resigned herself to fate, the attack did not land on her. She opened her eyes in confusion and saw that familiar figure again, Sumu. At this moment, Sumu was also a bit helpless, muttering to himself, "Damn it, I'm not dead yet, and you're attacking someone else? Made me suffer all that pain for nothing. But judging by this situation, I guess I'm definitely done for this time." Sumu's entire body fell backward, and all he could hear was Ji Qinghan shouting behind him, "No!" Vaguely, he seemed to see the leader rushing toward him at full speed. Was he going to reset again? Thinking this, Sumu's consciousness gradually blurred. What he didn't know was that at the very moment he lost consciousness, a furious voice suddenly echoed from the sky. "Pause. The assessment is paused." Longjing Martial Arts University Second Hospital. Outside the Supreme VIP ward, an elder gazed at the young man lying inside the room. He let out a long sigh. "Xiao Ding, how is his condition?" "His body is recovering quite well, thanks to the assistance of that person's extraordinary talent in treatment. The only difficulty is, we don't know when he'll wake up. After all, his injuries were far too severe. If it weren't for his exceptionally resilient mental strength, combined with our timely request for that person's help, he might not have made it." The elder sighed again. "If I had known it would turn out like this, I would have intervened personally. Wang Hu, that guy, he struck so hard. If anything happens to this child, I won't let him off. If such a promising talent were to be lost, it would be a tremendous loss for the entire human race. Old Zhang, we can't entirely blame old Wang. At the time, he didn't expect that his strike wouldn't knock the child out directly. The reason he swung that blade was because the opponent was the little princess of the Ji family, wearing a golden silk cloud robe. Even if the attack hit, the Ji family's little princess wouldn't have been seriously harmed. Who could have anticipated that this child would suddenly rush out and take the blow for her?" The middle-aged man explained. "Poof." Elder Zhang snorted coldly, but his eyes revealed a trace of gratification as he looked at the young
young man lying on the hospital bed not far away. This is precisely what makes this child so precious. You must know, he had only met the G family girl less than a day ago and had no idea about her talents. Yet, he stepped forward to shield her from harm, likely driven by the sincere desire to protect his compatriots and safeguard his companions. Indeed, the passion of this child is something I've never seen in all my years as an instructor. The middle-aged man gazed at Sumu lying in the hospital room and remarked with emotion, not only that, he has done similar things before. I've reviewed his records, which detail how he once bravely infiltrated a heretic school to rescue a classmate. While others were too scared to act, he alone stepped forward, displayed his talents, and saved the classmate from the heretics, even assisting the Nightwalker captain in slaying the enemy. Name, unknown. The middle-aged man was full of admiration. At just 18 years old, he already possesses such courage, willing to sacrifice for those around him, and his talents are exceptional. To be honest, seeing all that he has done, I even feel that his shining noble qualities outshine his talents. If he can grow smoothly, he will undoubtedly become a pillar of the human race. Elder Zhang also nodded in agreement. This is precisely why we spent so much to save him. Not only must we save his life, but we also cannot leave any after effects. We must restore him to his peak condition. Otherwise, it would be an irreparable loss, both for him personally and for the entire human race. Elder Zhang, rest assured. Regarding his treatment, we are sparing no expense and have even invited that person. There are absolutely no issues with his physical condition. In fact, under the treatment, his vitality has already reached nearly 400 points, just one step away from entering the mid-stage of a first-realm martial artist. As long as he wakes up, he will need at most 3 days of recovery before he can immediately return to the genius training camp. Talent, pending analysis. The middle-aged man paused at this point and continued, however, the only issue is when exactly he will wake up. The hospital says the earliest could be today or tomorrow, but at the latest, it might take a month or even 1 or 2 years. Doesn't Daxia have a department specializing in mental power research? Find a way to get someone to help. Elder Zhang pondered for a moment and said, Elder Zhang, the research on mental power in Daxia is still under strict confidentiality as a secret trump card against alien races. It's almost impossible to get someone from there. The middle-aged man replied helplessly, I'll go and invite them myself. I refuse to believe they won't give me any face. Old Zhang's face instantly darkened. At that moment, a voice came from the side. Greetings, Old Zhang. Greetings, Instructor Ding. Old Zhang and Instructor Ding turned to look, only to see a figure with a cold and aloof demeanor standing beside them at some unknown point in time. Xing Han, Instructor Ding greeted with a smile, only to be met with Ji Qinghan's indifferent face. Please, Elder Zhang, Instructor Ding, step aside. I need to go in and talk to Sumu. The two exchanged awkward smiles and made way for her. Ji Qinghan walked into the ward, sat beside Sumu, and skillfully began conversing with him. Instructor Ding said, Mr. Zhang, you might not know this, but perhaps out of guilt, ever since Sumu fell into a deep sleep, that little princess from the Ji family has been coming almost every day to chat with him. The little princess of the Ji family probably has a knot in her heart that she hasn't been able to untie because of what happened back then. If Sumu wakes up and can help her resolve this knot, it would undoubtedly be a good thing for her, Mr. Zhang said slowly, as if suddenly touched by something. Ah, such a pity about this child Sumu. Who knows when he will wake up? When he does, we must ensure he gets the compensation he deserves, even if it means giving him more rather than less. Instructor Ding was a bit surprised upon hearing this. Mr. Zhang, it seems you really like this child. Old Zhang listened and turned his gaze towards Sumu in the hospital room. Such an outstanding child, who wouldn't like him? If I were 10 years younger, I wouldn't hesitate to take him as my disciple. Unfortunately, I'm old now and can't teach him. I fear I might hold him back. Instructor Ding quickly laughed and said, Old Zhang, don't say that. Your reputation alone is enough to make those aliens tremble in fear and run for their lives. If you don't know how to flatter, then don't. It's always the same few lines. Old Zhang rolled his eyes at him and turned to walk ahead. Seeing this, Instructor Ding quickly chased after him. Old Zhang, by the way, does Sumu's family know about this? Mr. Zhang, you understand, this matter is truly disgraceful. Sumu wasn't injured by foreigners but was instead harmed by his own people. So for now, we haven't informed his family, only saying that it's inconvenient to contact them during the training camp. If Sumu still hasn't woken up after the training camp ends in over a month, it won't be possible to keep it hidden anymore. Ah, we can only deal with it like this for now. The voices of the two gradually faded away. Meanwhile, inside the hospital room, Ji Qinghan looked at the sleeping Sumu, silent and speechless, but her mind was filled with thoughts. Sumu, why did you save me back then? Actually, from childhood to adulthood, due to her family's innate talents, Ji Qinghan had always lived under the protection of uncles, aunts, and other relatives. Not only her, but all members of the Ji family were the same. To protect them, the uncles, aunts, and relatives were willing to sacrifice their lives without hesitation. Ji Qinghan had long understood that this was their mission, but she hated all of it to the core. war. When she was a child, she and her father were attacked by heretics while traveling. Her uncles sacrificed themselves one by one, blowing themselves up to forcefully create a path of survival, saving her and her father's lives. She couldn't understand why they were willing to sacrifice their lives for them, until one uncle told her, "Because you are a member of the G family."
The G family? What's so special about the G family? Are the lives of the G family more precious than others? She didn't understand, and she absolutely hated it when others sacrificed themselves to protect her. But what she understood even less was that those uncles and aunts did so because she was a member of the G family, because she had awakened the G family's exclusive talent. But what about Sumu? Clearly, Sumu knew nothing at all. Ji Qinghan sighed and seemed to mutter to herself, "Sumu, please wake up soon." After speaking, she got up and walked toward the hospital room door. However, just as she reached the door, a voice suddenly came from behind. Ji Qinghan quickly turned around, only to see Sumu's eyes slowly opening. Where am I? Awake. Usually calm and composed, Ji Qinghan couldn't help but show a hint of excitement at this moment. She quickly walked to Sumu's side. "Sumu, you're awake. Don't move, I'll go call the doctor." She looked excitedly at Sumu's opened eyes, her face filled with both smiles and tears. Over the past month, she had almost pinned all her hopes on Sumu waking up. It had nearly become an obsession in her heart. Otherwise, why would she come every day to keep him company and talk to him? Now that Sumu had finally woken up, the emotions suppressed for an entire month erupted all at once. Just as she went to find the doctor, Sumu also began to question the Deep Blue beside him. "Deep Blue, what exactly happened? Where am I?" "Master, you have been unconscious for 30 days, 7 hours, and 28 minutes. You are now in the Supreme VIP ward of the 2nd Hospital of Longjing Martial Arts University." "What? Supreme VIP ward?" Sumu looked around. This is a spacious suite, with a warm yellow lighting tone throughout, and a massive television placed right in the center. Several pots of green plants are arranged on the table nearby. Beside the hospital bed, there seems to be a device like a call bell, since she could directly press the bell to call the doctor. Why did she run out? Just as Sumu was observing the surroundings, Shinlan quickly recounted the events that had occurred a month ago. "What's going on?" "This turned out to be a test arranged by Longjing Martial Arts University? That person who was worshipped as the leader of a cult is actually one of the instructors? Then what about those people who died? How could it look so realistic?" Sumu recalled the head that had exploded in the leader's hands earlier. It was an SSS-level talent, Mirage Dream, capable of creating extremely realistic illusions. Without special talents or immense strength, it is impossible to see through the illusions of Mirage Dream. SSS-level talent. Sumu rolled his eyes helplessly. No wonder it's Longjing Martial Arts University. This test really spared no expense. "Master, based on my analysis, the leader actually held back during the attack. The purpose was to make you briefly unconscious, but your mental strength was too strong, so you didn't fall into a coma. Later, the leader's attack on Ji Qinghan was also calculated to ensure she could withstand it. She was wearing special protective gear, so the leader's attack didn't harm her much, at most causing a shock that made her faint. However, such an attack landing on you, who was already injured, resulted in your severe injuries. Originally, such an injury should have undoubtedly led to your death, but Longjing Martial Arts University invited a healer. With his treatment and the influence of your strong mental power, you narrowly survived, though your body fell into a deep sleep." "You mean, because of my overly strong mental power combined with that person's treatment, I somehow miraculously survived instead of dying, but ended up falling into a deep sleep?" After understanding the general course of events, Sumu pinched the bridge of his nose, feeling a headache coming on. As expected, the situation he had worried about had truly occurred. He had feared that when he sacrificed himself, those around him would be unaware and instead save him. He couldn't reveal his talent to others, which left him in a situation where he had to suffer in silence. This was precisely why he had always acted alone out of fear of such a scenario. Unexpectedly, it had still happened in the end. "Deep Blue, what is the current condition of my body?" Although he had a slight headache, Sumu did not dwell on his emotions for long and instead turned his attention to his current situation. Soon, his status panel appeared before him. With Deep Blue's explanation, Sumu roughly understood his condition. The silver lining in the misfortune was that, despite being unconscious for an entire month, Sumu's body had recovered quite well. Not only were there no lingering aftereffects, but his vitality had even improved. Sumu couldn't help but wonder who that person was. After all, he had been gravely injured and on the brink of death at the time, yet now he was alive and energetic. According to Deep Blue's analysis, he would only need another 2 or 3 days of recovery before he could return to the training camp for practice. However, when Sumu asked about that person's identity, Deep Blue did not provide an answer, only stating that it lacked the necessary permissions to know. It seemed this was yet another key figure tied to the extinction of humanity 10 years later. As Sumu was deep in thought, Ji Qinghan finally entered with the doctor and nurses. Following closely behind were an elderly man and a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was none other than Instructor Ding, who had once died in front of Sumu
Sumu and the others. When the doctor and nurses saw that Sumu had woken up, they immediately stepped forward to perform various examinations on him. The elderly man, Instructor Ding, and Ji Qinghan stood to the side. Moments later, the doctor and nurses finished their checks. Congratulations, Mr. Su is no longer in serious condition. He just needs to be observed for 2 days before discharge procedures can be completed. Upon hearing the doctor's words, Ji Qinghan and the others beside him also breathed a sigh of relief.
Instructor Ding, what exactly is going on here?
Although he already understood the truth, Sumu still pretended not to know, at least to put on a show. Seeing this, Instructor Ding felt a bit embarrassed and began explaining to Sumu, who then appropriately displayed a look of sudden realization. Luckily, you're okay, Sumu. Otherwise, our guilt would have been immense. Instructor Ding looked apologetic and immediately pointed to the elder beside him. Sumu, this is the current principal of Longjing Martial Arts University, Elder Zhang Hao.
Hello, principal.
Facing Elder Zhang before him, Sumu eagerly asked Deep Blue to help check his information.
At a glance, Sumu's eyelids suddenly twitched violently. Name, Zhang Hao.
Vitality value, 27.83643 billion, early stage of 9th realm martial artist. Body refining technique, 9 turns mysterious art.
Breathing method, Xianyuan internal breathing technique, 9-level warrior.
Although it's only the early stage of the 9th level, it is still a 9th level powerhouse.
This is definitely the strongest person Sumu has ever seen in his life.
Don't be so formal, just call me Old Zhang. Old Zhang looked at Sumu, a smile on his face.
I'll call you Little Mu as well, it sounds more intimate.
Clearly, Old Zhang did not hide his fondness for Sumu. Sumu was somewhat flattered and gently responded, Elder Zhang. Good. Elder Zhang laughed heartily and then asked about Sumu's health with concern.
Seizing the opportunity, Sumu asked, Elder Zhang, Instructor Ding, when can I return to the training camp to continue training?
He still felt a bit worried about whether he could successfully secure a recommendation to Longjing Martial Arts University, as this was crucial to whether he could open the diary in advance.
Sumu, you should rest well first.
As for returning to the training camp, let's wait until your body has fully recovered. You've just recovered, and sending you to the 10,000 races battlefield right now really isn't appropriate.
Alright, Sumu nodded.
The two elders, Zhang and his companion, exchanged a few more pleasantries with Sumu and, after reminding him to rest well, took their leave.
The ward was left with only Ji Qinghan and Sumu.
Looking at the cold beauty beside him, Sumu felt a bit restless, pondering how to explain why he had taken that blow for her.
Before he could speak, Ji Qinghan spoke first. Sumu, I want to ask you a question. Go ahead. Why did you save me?
Ji Qinghan stared intently at Sumu and said slowly,
Is it because I am a member of the Ji family? After saying this, Ji Qinghan's gaze lowered with a complex expression.
Over the past month, due to her special status, she didn't have to go to the battlefield of all races, which allowed her to take time every day to visit Sumu and talk with him. One important reason she came to talk to Sumu every day was to get an answer from him.
She wanted to know, why did Sumu save her? Is it because he knows her identity? Or is it for some other reason? Whatever it is, she wants to figure it out.
After all, Sumu is the only one, apart from her uncles, who, despite not knowing her for long, is willing to risk his life to save her.
What kind of thing is the Ji family? Hearing Ji Qinghan's words, Sumu frowned. So what if you're from the Ji family?
Sumu said,
Don't get me wrong, I saved you not because you're from the Ji family, but because we're partners in the same training camp.
Even if it were someone else, in such a life and death situation, I would have stepped forward without hesitation. After speaking, Sumu glanced at Ji Qinghan strangely and thought to himself, could this girl be misunderstanding that I have some feelings for her just because I saved her?
Fortunately, I spoke directly enough, she can't possibly misunderstand, right?
He was also helpless, after all, he couldn't possibly tell her that he had blocked that strike entirely to sacrifice himself. At this moment, Ji Qinghan was stunned after hearing Sumu's words. I saved you not because you're from the Ji family, but because we're partners from the same training camp.
This simple sentence kept echoing in her mind. Just because we are partners in the same training camp. Not because I am a member of the Ji family, but because we are partners.
When she heard this sentence, Ji Qinghan felt as if her long-held understanding was instantly overturned. From a young age, her experiences told her that everyone around her would desperately sacrifice themselves to save her and her family in times of danger. All of this, simply because she was a member of the Ji family. So she instinctively believed that anyone who risked their life to save her did so only because of her identity. To be honest, she hated this feeling. She hated the special treatment her identity brought her and hated others risking their lives because of it. But at that moment, Sumu appeared. Just when she almost thought her life was over, Sumu unhesitatingly stood in front of her, taking the fatal blow for her. Although it was also an act of selflessness, even at the cost of his own life to save her, Ji Qinghan's intuition told her that Sumu had no idea about her identity. After all, it was clearly their first meeting.
Sumu shouldn't have known her true identity. But if that were the case, why would Sumu risk his life to save her?
This question lingered in Ji Qinghan's mind for an entire month. Now, she finally had the answer. The first time someone told her, I saved you not because you are from the Ji family, but because you are my companion. Countless thoughts flashed through Ji Qinghan's mind in an instant. She looked up at Sumu, a trace of confusion appearing on her cold face. Companion, does that mean friend? Friend. Sumu raised his eyebrows slightly and answered casually, let's say so for now. Who knows in the future, whether we'll be classmates or comrades in arms. When something like this happens, I can't just stand by and do nothing. Between friends, would someone be willing to risk their life to save the other? Not for any gain, but simply because the other person is their friend? Ji Qinghan continued to ask. Sumu nodded. Of course, some friends might even make you willingly entrust your back to them. Listening to Sumu's words, Ji Qinghan's eyes lit up slightly as she gazed at him. Then Sumu, are we friends? Sumu was taken aback for a moment, then hesitated a little before saying, I guess so? Ji Qinghan nodded vigorously. Alright, I understand. Then I won't disturb your rest. I'll go back to cultivate now. Sumu nodded somewhat blankly, watching this slightly peculiar female classmate walk out of the hospital room. Actually, you don't need to come tomorrow either, Sumu shouted at Ji Qinghan's gradually receding figure. Afterward, he rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. What's with this girl? She acts like she's desperately lacking friends. With my current status, having too many friends isn't really appropriate. This wasn't because Sumu was heartless or ungrateful. If the times were peaceful, he too would have liked the kind of life with a few close friends, beautiful scenery, and a beloved companion. But now, with humanity on the brink of extinction, indulging in romance and sentimentality was a luxury Sumu couldn't afford. With humanity set to perish in 10 years, thinking about such frivolous things was sheer foolishness. Focused and undistracted, drawing his blade would reveal his true might. Sumu, you are the savior of humanity, he muttered as he struggled to sit up from the bed, trying to move his body. Although he had been lying down for an entire month, his body hadn't stiffened. This month's idleness was truly a waste. He must intensify his rigorous training to make up for lost time. He also needed to find a way to return to the training camp as soon as possible, so he could head to the battlefield of the myriad races earlier and strive to gain some talent points. One thing after another seemed to pile up like a mountain due to this month's slumber. The lost training time brought an inexplicable sense of guilt to Sumu's heart. He even considered directly committing suicide to trigger a reset, but on second thought, even after resetting, he would still have to continue sleeping. This also exposed the drawback of the death reset ability. If it wasn't death but rather unconsciousness or being trapped, the death reset was almost useless. To solve this problem, he had to acquire a talent that would allow him to ensure his own death at critical moments, thereby triggering the reset. There really were so many things to deal with. Sumu sighed as he climbed out of bed and walked toward the backpack and clothes placed nearby. He took out a small box from the backpack, which contained the tiger blood pill that Gao Shan had given him back then. Then let's make the most of the time to cultivate. Previously, because the bone strengthening and muscle nourishing powder hadn't been used up, the tiger blood pill had remained in Sumu's backpack without being taken out. Originally, he had planned to use it on the battlefield of the myriad races, gathering some alien corpses to prepare new blood and energy medicines before using it. Unexpectedly, the camp assessment came along, and he ended up lying around for a month, wasting precious cultivation time. This Longjing Martial Arts University should at least offer some compensation, right? Sumu's demands weren't high, something like the tiger blood pill. A few thousand pieces would suffice. He needed to find an opportunity to properly discuss this with Instructor Ding. He shook his head and laughed at himself. Now was not the time to think about those things. Sumu took out the tiger blood pill, its faint rusty smell mixed with a peculiar fragrance slowly wafting into his nostrils. The tiger blood pill was bright red all over and didn't look particularly appealing. But Sumu didn't care about such things and unhesitatingly placed the pill into his mouth. The next moment, he began practicing the techniques from the 10,000 Races body refining manual on the ground. As the tiger blood pill entered his stomach, a pure energy quickly surged through his limbs. Perhaps because he hadn't trained for a long time, Sumu felt slightly uncomfortable when the energy first rushed in. About half an hour later, Sumu was drenched in sweat and collapsed on the ground. Could the effects of the tiger blood pill really be more than 10 times stronger than the blood replenishing powder? He wondered. Initially, he thought it was simply because he hadn't trained in a while, but when he activated the Cloud Tiger chapter, the sensation became particularly pronounced. He could clearly feel that as he performed the movements of the Cloud Tiger chapter, the medicinal power of the tiger blood pill seemed to be activated. The energy that would normally be consumed during the process was almost entirely absorbed deep into his cells. Master, after reaching the first realm as a martial artist, consuming racial blood energy medicines that match the chapter of the universal body. Refining technique you are practicing will greatly enhance your absorption effect. The deep blue voice in his mind responded to his question. Hearing this explanation, Sumu couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. What the heck? Why didn't you say this earlier? Master, you didn't ask. A few black lines appeared on Sumu's forehead. As expected, Deep Blue was merely a modified book of wisdom, with limited intelligence, only capable of responding
responding based on his commands and questions. If he didn't actively inquire or issue orders, it couldn't react on its own. I'm in. He shook his head. It was fine not knowing before, but now that he understood, he must be extra cautious when choosing blood and energy medicines in the future. Deep Blue, help me find the blood and energy medicines that best match my current cultivation chapter, with the condition that I can endure and prepare them now. Yes, Master. Starting to search the potion formula database. Ding, search successful. Master, I have found 2 formulas for you. One is the enhanced version of the Tiger Blood Pill available on the market, Tiger Essence Pill, and the other is the formula for a potion 9 years later, Mystic Bear Blood Powder. As the words fell, the contents of the 2 potion formulas entered Sumu's mind. He glanced at them, his brows slightly raised. Deep Blue's search capabilities had always earned his trust, and these 2 formulas were indeed the most suitable potions for his current stage. Moreover, the required ingredients were not rare. The only special items he needed to find were tiger bones for the Tiger Essence Pill and bear blood for the Mystic Bear Blood Powder. The rest of the ingredients could be procured in advance. As for the tiger bones and bear blood, Sumu could purposefully collect them on the battlefield of 10,000 races and configure the potions directly once found. Alternatively, he could simply ask Instructor Ding for them, which wouldn't be unreasonable as compensation from Longjing Martial Arts University. Continue, start practicing the visualization technique. Sumu sat cross-legged on the hospital bed as 3 days quietly passed by. Sumu, have you thought it through? Actually, even if you don't participate in the upcoming training, the school has already recognized your talent. Elder Zhang is even prepared to make an exception and promote you as an outstanding trainee, Instructor Ding said, looking at him with a complicated expression. But once you step onto the battlefield of the myriad races, there's no turning back. You won't be able to return until the training camp ends. If you encounter danger, no one will come to save you. This time, no one will intervene. The battles in the various regions of the battlefield of the myriad races are strictly divided. Danger is everywhere, and no one can look after you all the time. If you're not careful, you might really lose your life there. The mortality rate in the Genius training camp is not just talk. As far as I know, in the battlefield of the myriad races just a few sessions before yours, a member of the Genius training camp unfortunately perished. My suggestion is that you stay in the rear and focus on cultivating for now. If you want to enter the battlefield of the myriad races, you'll have plenty of opportunities after you get into Longjing Martial Arts University. You've only just woken up not long ago. If something really happens to you on the battlefield, Elder Zhang would be heartbroken. It was obvious that Instructor Ding had no intention of letting Sumu return to the Genius training camp to continue the subsequent training. In his view, Sumu becoming an outstanding trainee was already a certainty. Others might still need further observation and training, but for a top-tier talent like Sumu, there was no need for additional evaluation. Since that was the case, there was naturally no need for him to risk going to the battlefield of the 10,000 races. Instructor Ding, I've already made up my mind. Besides, I haven't even formally competed with the other trainees to directly take the spot as an outstanding trainee like this. To be honest, I feel a bit uneasy about it. As for safety concerns, don't worry, Instructor Ding, I will definitely take good care of myself. Even if something really happens to me on the battlefield of the 10,000 races, it would still be a great honor for me. As a warrior, to die in battle against alien races is the highest glory. Sumu spoke eloquently, delivering a string of righteous and dignified words without hesitation. He had to go to the battlefield of the 10,000 races. What a joke if he didn't go. How could he fully showcase his talents? Without the risk of death, what would be the point of going? Seeing Sumu's resolute and impassioned expression, Instructor Ding seemed to be moved as well. He nodded vigorously. Good. A man like us should be just like you, Sumu. Damn it, thinking about those few in the training camp who started whining to go back after just a few days, I really feel like kicking them to death. Sumu, I'll arrange it for you right away. Tomorrow, get ready. There will be someone assigned to pick you up and take you to the battlefield of 10,000 races. Also, regarding the compensation you requested, I'll strive to get the maximum compensation the school can offer. Tiger bones and bear blood, right? I'll personally go and procure them later. Talents like you are the hope of the human race. We absolutely cannot let you suffer any losses. Officer Ding, that's really too kind of you. Sumu smiled, surprised by this unexpected benefit. Then I'll thank Officer Ding in advance. What are you talking about? Just remember one thing. Come back safely, you hear me? Early in the morning. A middle-aged man in a military uniform with a limp took Sumu onto an armored vehicle. There are still more than 20 days left until the training camp ends. This period of time feels neither too long nor too short for Sumu. While in the car, because the journey would be relatively long, the middle-aged man with a limp beside him suggested that Sumu could take a nap first. However, Sumu took this opportunity to practice the divine and demonic visualization method and the innate embryonic breathing technique. It was unclear how long he had been practicing. Sumu took a short nap midway. When he opened his eyes again, he had already
already arrived at the eastern war zone of the battlefield of 10,000 races. You're awake. The middle-aged man with a limp beside him saw Sumu wake up and spoke. Yes. Sumu nodded while focusing his gaze on the surrounding scenery. This is the eastern war zone of the battlefield of 10,000 races. Sumu looked into the distance. Every 100 meters or so, there was a watchtower approximately 20 meters high. Every 300 meters or so, there would be a towering building that seemed to reach the clouds, resembling a watchtower. It seemed that someone had noticed Sumu's gaze. The limping middle-aged man beside him explained, that is a sky watchtower. A watchtower is used to observe the situation across the entire eastern war zone and to relay information promptly. The sky watchtower, on the other hand, is primarily aimed at aerial, alien races. Only some high-level human warriors can move through the air without any external aid, so when dealing with aerial alien races, a lot of auxiliary tools are often required. The middle-aged man with a limp began introducing Sumu to some areas of the eastern war zone. This area is the armory. The eastern war zone has now basically achieved self-sufficiency in weaponry and equipment. Inside, there are many students and masters from your university's casting department. Over there is the pharmaceutical area. Many blood vitality medicines are not only provided to frontline soldiers but some are also sold to the human race's rear areas, though the prices are relatively high. That area is the slaughter zone, responsible for handling dying alien species or dissecting the corpses of alien species. That is the cafeteria. The entire eastern war zone is essentially a small city that has already developed a complete system. Along the way, Sumu could see soldiers in battle armor patrolling everywhere. The war zone is not like the rear of the human race. At times, extremely powerful alien races may break through the defenses and attack inside the war zone. The middle-aged soldier pointed to a section of crumbling walls and ruins. This used to be a residential area, but a few months ago, a black-winged dark eagle broke through the western city wall and caused significant destruction here. However, it was quickly slain with a single sword strike by Major Chiosun. You could say, don't be fooled by how decent the eastern war zone looks now. Over 50 years ago, the entire eastern war zone was basically in a constant cycle of destruction and rebuilding. But ever since 50 years ago, when the 7 saints of the human race annihilated the god kings of the 10 divine clans, such incidents have become much less frequent. When saying this, the middle-aged man with a limp seemed somewhat proud. Sumu, on the other hand, looked at the ground and buildings of the eastern war zone, which bore more or less various traces of war, with a somewhat complicated expression. It is hard to imagine what the entire eastern war zone was like more than 50 years ago, when the 7 saints of the human race had not yet slain the god kings of the 10 divine clans, and the human race had not yet gained the upper hand. All the soldiers on the front lines live in constant fear and worry, not knowing when the alien races might invade. But even though they are extremely fearful and anxious themselves, they still use their own flesh and blood to build a steel wall for the human race's rear. Now, the eastern war zone indeed appears much calmer than it did over 50 years ago. The invasion of alien races is a very rare occurrence, and even if they do invade, they are quickly slain by the experts of the human race. However, others may not understand, but would Sumu not understand? The current calm is nothing but the calm before the storm. Who could have imagined that the people who resisted the myriad races for tens of thousands of years would perish after 60 years of peace? 50 years ago, the human race gained the upper hand, but 10 years later, the human race faced extinction. Thinking of this, Sumu clenched his fists. He let out a long breath. After the car drove for a while longer, it finally reached Sumu's destination for this trip. The car stopped at a camp, and Sumu got out. Just about to step into the camp, the middle-aged man with a limp in the car suddenly called out to Sumu. "Young man." Sumu paused for a moment, then stopped and looked at the middle-aged man with a limp. "Since you were able to enter the genius training camp, it at least shows that your talent is quite good. Train well, stay safe. The future of humanity depends on you young people." He smiled at Sumu. "I will." Sumu nodded at him. The middle-aged man with a limp also nodded. Then he started driving toward the rear of the human race. For someone like him, due to his physical disability, returning to the battlefield was almost impossible. He could have chosen to go directly to the rear of the human race to do something else and enjoy the rest of his life, but in the end, still chose this job. Perhaps it's also because of an unwillingness to leave this battlefield, wanting to contribute one's final effort to it. Watched the armored vehicle gradually fade into the distance. Sumu slowly walked into the camp. After registering his identity, a soldier asked Sumu to wait outside the camp. While Sumu was waiting, several soldiers nearby seemed to be sizing up Sumu, the newcomer who had suddenly arrived at the camp. Although nothing was said, the gaze falling on Sumu made him feel a bit uncomfortable. Sumu could roughly guess their thoughts. The training camp had already been going on for over a month. At this point, suddenly joining in was clearly a bit strange. Sumu waited for a long time. A young man in military uniform finally strolled leisurely up to Sumu. "Are you the new camper?" The young man glanced at Sumu. Sumu followed behind the young man. As the young man walked, he began to talk to Sumu about some matters. "Since you've come here, I'll briefly explain the
rules. This is a temporary camp set up by the Dragon Capital Martial Arts University's Genius Training Camp. I am Xiao Lin, the military officer in charge of this temporary camp, responsible for assisting with your training and assessment tasks. During the remaining time here, if you don't want to leave in an embarrassing manner, you'd better go to the battlefield a few more times and ensure you earn at least 100 merit points. In the final camp assessment, merit points are the most important evaluation criterion. He continued walking with Sumu. Sumu had already spotted some of the Genius Training Camp participants, and those participants had clearly noticed Sumu as well. Immediately, their faces were filled with astonishment, and a few couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Sumu! It's Sumu! He's back! You seem to be quite famous? Looking at the reactions of the campers nearby, the young man furrowed his brows slightly. He didn't know much about Sumu. He only knew that Sumu seemed to have been injured during the camp entrance assessment and had been in a coma for a month, which was why he arrived so late. However, in his opinion, since Sumu had been injured during the entrance assessment, he clearly shouldn't be any particularly outstanding genius. But judging by the current situation, it seemed he had misjudged. Thinking of this, the young man couldn't help but take another look at Sumu. This is where you'll be staying. There are still some empty spots inside. Just find a bed and put your things there. Although the young man didn't particularly like people like Sumu who got in through connections, he still remembered his duties and led Sumu to a dormitory building. Next, I'll give you a brief introduction to the main training programs of your Genius Training Camp. As mentioned earlier, the assessment criteria are primarily based on your merit points. There are 3 ways to earn merit points: individually, as part of a squad, or through a legion. I'll start with the legion. This refers to being assigned to various legions to participate in large-scale battles. However, such situations are quite rare. Even for us, we encounter only a few large-scale battles in a year. That said, during large-scale battles, the merit points you can earn are 2 to 10 times higher than usual. On regular days, to ensure combat readiness for large-scale battles, the Eastern Warzone conducts a large-scale battle simulation once a month. You already missed one last month, and the next one should be in about half a month. Next are squads and individuals. These are the primary methods of combat between the Eastern Warzone and the alien races. Launching large-scale battles requires coordination of various factors. On the battlefield of myriad races, the battles between humans and alien races are more often small-scale or medium-scale engagements. These smaller and medium-scale battles are carried out by squads and individuals from the Eastern Warzone. The young man paused and said, "You should have learned in your high school courses that on the battlefield of myriad races, when there are no large-scale battles, soldiers operate in squads. Of course, there are some mavericks who are confident in their abilities and choose to act alone on the battlefield of myriad races, hunting alien races and completing missions. However, we do not encourage this approach. After all, individual strength is limited, and the risk of death increases significantly when encountering danger. On the other hand, by joining a squad, with the help of some veteran members, you can grow much faster. Squad cooperation also makes it easier to complete more challenging tasks. Unless your individual combat ability is truly exceptional, joining a squad should absolutely be your first choice. However, it's a pity for you. You came too late, and most of the recruitment periods for the teams have already passed. If you want to join a team, you can try your luck at the mission hall. Some teams, after losing many companions during missions, will recruit individuals or members from other teams at the mission hall. After listening to the young man's explanation, Sumu's eyes lit up. Then what if I want to choose individuals? The young man glanced at him, a look of just as expected flashing across his face. You geniuses from the Genius Training Camp always think of yourselves as the chosen ones. Almost everyone has this mindset. However, after completing a few missions on their own, most of them end up choosing to join a team. Among them, some even die directly while completing missions. If you really want to complete missions as an individual to earn merit points, that's up to you. As an individual, there's no need for additional registration or anything. However, you must participate in the large-scale battle exercises held every month. For missions, you can directly pick them up at the mission hall. One thing I must remind you of, although you are members of the Genius Training Camp, once you're on the battlefield of the myriad races, you're just ordinary soldiers. The human race has never lacked geniuses, but it lacks true geniuses. Only those who survive until the end are the real geniuses. The young man's words were met with Sumu's approving nod. Indeed, throughout countless years, there has been no shortage of geniuses among the human race, but similarly, many have fallen halfway. If you can't even manage to survive, no matter how talented you are, it serves no purpose. Fighting against the myriad races is an inevitable part of every human warrior's journey. As for the geniuses in the Genius Training Camp, what they must face will undoubtedly be even more terrifying alien races. Therefore, they inevitably need to experience the horrors of alien races earlier and fight against them on the battlefield of myriad races. Death is unavoidable. If one avoids fighting due to fear of death or worry about dying, then no matter how talented, it's nothing more than mediocrity. I've said almost everything that needs to be said. This is the exclusive badge for your genius training camp. When returning to the war zone from the battlefield of 10,000 races, it will be very troublesome if you don't have the badge. You must also wear it on your chest daily. If the patrol team finds you without the badge, you will be investigated. Additionally, the badge has automatic positioning, rescue, and poison functions. I won't elaborate on the first two, but the last one is a precaution. If you are truly captured by the 10,000 races and don't want to endure too much suffering, you can directly call out the secret command on the back of the badge, and it will inject a potent poison into your body. This is also why the badge is generally worn on the left chest. This function is not exclusive to your badges. Every soldier's badge has it. As for why it's designed this way, I believe you should have learned about it in your high school courses. In addition, wearing this badge is also to distinguish you from ordinary soldiers. For geniuses like you, there are still some privileges. The young man took out a green badge and directly placed it on Sumu's chest. Sumu also examined the badge for a moment. What he cared about most was the poison function of the badge. If necessary, this function would be extremely useful for Sumu. Before finding a talent for suicide, this badge could serve as a temporary substitute. This also provided Sumu with an idea. Before finding a talent that allows him to commit suicide, he could make some deadly poisons himself, carry them with him, and if he were about to be captured, he could die and reset directly. Sumu is not afraid of death, he's just afraid of being captured and unable to die. However, this problem should be resolved once Sumu finds a talent that allows him to commit suicide in the future. As for this suicide-related talent, Sumu has already gathered a lot of information from Deep Blue. Once he reaches the battlefield of the myriad races, the first thing he plans to do is pursue this. The mistake of being unconscious for a month must not happen again this time. I've said almost everything that needs to be said. The rest is up to you. The young man glanced at Sumu. Then he turned and left. Right after the young man left, Sumu also hurriedly found a bed to place the automatic luggage. Then, he quickly walked out of the dormitory building. However, just as he stepped out of the dormitory building, he noticed countless gazes falling on him. Many people were wearing blood-stained battle armor, clearly just coming down from the battlefield of myriad races. After seeing Sumu, many crossed their arms and watched, discussing him. Sumu didn't mind. He simply looked at a massive screen in the center of the temporary camp. On the screen, it appears to be the current ranking of merit points for all the Genius Training Camp members. First place, Fang Chochio, merit points, 1652. Second place, Wan Jia, merit points, 1025. Third place. Just as he was watching, a familiar voice rang out. Sumu, you're finally back. As these words were spoken, not only Sumu but also many people around turned their gaze toward the speaker. The newcomer was none other than Fang Chochio, carrying the head of an alien race, his face covered in bloodstains, and a battle blade tucked at his waist. Judging by his appearance, it was evident that he had rushed over from the battlefield of myriad races upon hearing news of Sumu's arrival. Fang Chochio? Sumu raised his eyebrows slightly. This guy may be brainless and a bit reckless, but he can still be considered a man of courage. During the assessment earlier, he was also the first to step up and confront that instructor Wang or whatever his name was. But unfortunately, his strength wasn't up to par and he ended up being utterly defeated. Fang Chochio heard Sumu call out his name. His eyelid twitched slightly, then he coldly stared at Sumu. Sumu, the duel between you and me isn't over yet, but I won't take advantage of you. You arrived at the training camp more than a month later than I did, so I'll give you a month to recover first. With your talent, that should be enough. 1 month later, we'll have a one-on-one fight. After saying that, he didn't bother to see whether Sumu agreed or not and turned around to walk out of the camp. Beside him, the blonde-haired woman following him seemed a bit exasperated as she rubbed her forehead. Then she nodded slightly at Sumu before quickly catching up with Fang Chochio. Watching the two walk away, Sumu could only smile helplessly. Fang Chochio, this guy, is really stubborn. He insists on having a one-on-one duel with me, no matter what. Looking at his stance, it seems Sumu has no choice but to agree. That said, while his actions are somewhat reckless and impulsive, his talent is actually quite impressive. Just now, Sumu also took a quick look at his panel. Name, Fang Chochio. Vitality value, 823.65. Late stage first realm martial artist. Body refining technique, gentle breeze body refining technique. Breathing method, gentle breeze breathing art. Talent, S-class, wind god. In just over a month, he had advanced from the early stage of a first realm warrior to the late stage of a first realm warrior. Compared to the average person, this speed was already considered very fast. Of course, it might also be because he had just joined the training camp and enjoyed a large amount of resources, leading to faster progress in the early stages. What surprised Sumu a little was that Deep Blue had already analyzed his talent. It is estimated that he slightly revealed a trace when facing instructor Wang earlier. Then it was recorded by Deep Blue. Regarding the Wind God talent, Sumu also received an explanation from Deep Blue. In simple terms, it is essentially the supreme VIP enhanced version of his B-level talent, Wind
Wind manipulation. If someone with only wind manipulation talent encounters Fangqiuqiu, even if they are one major realm higher, they would probably be crushed by him.
This is the wind god's talent, and absolute control over ordinary wind manipulation.
This talent, if given the chance, might be worth figuring out a way to obtain from him.
Shook his head. No more overthinking. Sumu walked straight toward the temporary camp's exit.
He needed to quickly head to the mission hall, take on a task, and then go to the 10,000 races battlefield. He hadn't forgotten the primary purpose of his trip. Found something that could help him realize his talent for suicide. It was right after Sumu left.
The people in the training camp finally couldn't help but start discussing. Hey, Fangqiuqiu is going to challenge Sumu.
I wonder who is stronger, Sumu or Fangqiuqiu. Previously, Sumu completely crushed all of us, but more than a month has passed and everyone's
strength has improved. Fangqiuqiu and Guanjia have already become late-stage first-realm martial artists. I don't know if Sumu can catch up.
Exactly. If Sumu had joined at the same time as us, I would definitely side with him without hesitation.
Sumu was absolutely stunning during the assessment. Even though he was just an early-stage first-realm martial artist, he managed to pull so far
ahead of Ji Qinghan and Fangqiuqiu in points.
His strength must have been extraordinary.
But after lying in the hospital for over a month and missing so much time, catching up to Fangqiuqiu and closing the gap between them seems almost impossible.
That's true.
Over the past month or so, many of us have made significant progress.
It's such a pity that Sumu missed out. Clearly, not many people in the training camp had much confidence in Sumu.
And just as Sumu was heading to the mission hall, intending to take on a task and head straight to the battlefield of myriad races, in a dense forest somewhere on the battlefield of myriad races, a few people in armor sat around a campfire, taking big bites of roasted meat.
Xiaoguan, come over and have some.
This is the meat of a golden spine porcupine, extremely delicious and incredibly rare.
Once you return to the rear of the human race, you might not even get the chance to taste it again.
The red-haired young man resting against a large tree nodded. Got it, I'll be right there.
He looked at the young man beside him and asked, is the news true? Sumu is back?
Of course, didn't the third brother go back to rest after getting injured? The news came from him. Sumu seems to have been discharged from the hospital.
That Fang
Xiuqiu, reportedly, rushed back from the battlefield of all races as soon as he heard Sumu was back and even issued a challenge for a duel in a month's time. The red-haired young man smiled upon hearing this. That does suit his personality, but his vision is too narrow. Sumu, though more talented than us, is
still limited.
Missing a month's time, whether in terms of personal strength or merit points, catching up to us will likely be a very difficult task.
During the initial camp assessment, Sumu was indeed dazzling.
However, the camp assessment is, after all, just an entry-level test with a lot
of leeway. Killing a mid-stage tier 1 alien could earn you 1,000 points. Sumu's strength is probably around that level. Now that we're on
the battlefield of the myriad races, earning merit points isn't that easy. You have to understand, in 1 month's time, we've only managed to earn
just over 1,000 merit points.
With about a month left, Sumu would have to put in a lot of effort to catch up in terms of merit points. For him, Sumu's strength wasn't something he cared about. What he cared about was the spot for the outstanding camp member. It was said that there were only 3 spots for outstanding
members this time.
The Ji family's little princess was already guaranteed one, and Fangqiuqiu was likely to secure another. The only spot he could compete for was the last one.
And Sumu's appearance would undoubtedly pose a certain threat to him. If it were just an ordinary person, it wouldn't matter.
But Sumu, he was the one who crushed everyone during the camp assessment. So when he learned that Sumu was coming back, he was slightly worried, but he quickly reassured himself. No matter how capable Sumu was, in about a month's time, he probably wouldn't be able to surpass his merit points, right? Xiaoguan, if you don't come soon, it'll all be eaten up.
Sumu also arrived at the entrance of the mission hall. Based on the data obtained from Deep Blue,
currently, among the self-destructive talents he can acquire, the 3 most suitable for him stand out. The tasks he intends to take will also be focused on the 3 races possessing these 3 talents.
It's here. At the same time, the mission hall was bustling with soldiers coming and going.
Some soldiers had faces full of dejection, while others were brimming with arrogance. When Sumu appeared, the green badge on his chest immediately attracted the attention of many.
Many people even started whispering to each other, why haven't we seen this training camp genius before?
Indeed, those training camp geniuses were all seen when choosing squads back then.
This newcomer seems to be someone we've never met before.
Not sure, but judging by appearances, their strength seems rather average. Their vitality value is probably just slightly above the mid-stage of a first-level martial artist.
I know.
I heard about it when I was drinking with my brothers before. They said that a genius trainee from the rear of the human race would come today.
It should be him, right? What the heck? Hasn't their genius training camp already started more than a month ago? Why are they still sending people over? The timing seems a bit off, doesn't it?
Besides, coming over at this point, how can you possibly compare to those geniuses who have already spent over a month on the battlefield of all races?
is. I know a bit of insider information. Apparently, during the entrance assessment, he got injured and fell unconscious. He was recuperating at the rear of the human race until now. Isn't he just too unlucky? But coming now, can he still catch up with the others? I heard the elimination rate in the genius training camp is extremely high. He's more than a month behind others. Catching up might be a bit troublesome, right? The discussions of the people around clearly reached Sumu's ears. Sumu could only shake his head helplessly and ignore them. He arrived at the window of the mission hall. The receptionist was a man who looked somewhat tired. The man glanced up at Sumu, his gaze pausing briefly on the green badge on Sumu's chest. Then he pointed to the screen in front of him. Give me your name, and then you can choose the tasks you want to take. Those from the genius training camp can select tasks up to 2 levels higher, and you can take on up to 3 tasks at a time. The middle-aged man finished speaking. A series of tasks categorized by level began to appear on the screen in front of Sumu. The difficulty levels of the tasks were similar to the talent classifications. The highest level was SSS, while the lowest was F. Moreover, each task comes with a minimum strength recommendation. Generally speaking, someone like Sumu, who has just entered the battlefield of 10,000 races, is considered a rookie among rookies. In the battlefield's merit ranking, he belongs to the lowest F level. The tasks he can take on are limited to F-level tasks. However, Sumu holds the identity of a genius training camp member, so at most, he can take on D-level missions. F-level missions reward between 0.01 and 0.1 merit points per completion. According to the rules of the Eastern Warzone, for Sumu to advance from F-level to E-level, he must earn merit points equivalent to 1,000 times the maximum merit points obtainable from an F-level mission, which is 100 merit points. If he takes on a D-level mission, the merit points for a D-level mission range from 1 to 10. In other words, Sumu would need to complete at least 10 D-level missions to raise his merit level to E-level, allowing him to take on higher-level missions. Sumu roughly glanced at the missions on the screen. To his surprise, he actually found a mission that matched his goal. As for the other 2 missions, he could just randomly pick 2 D-level missions with high merit points. All 3 are D-level missions? The recommended strength for D-level missions is usually around a second realm martial artist. If your strength isn't enough, you'd better not push yourself. If you die, no one will collect your corpse. Seeing that Sumu chose all 3 D-level missions, the man couldn't help but frown, clearly thinking Sumu was overestimating himself. Sumu simply said, "I'll choose these 3. Seeing Sumu insist, the man didn't try to persuade further, just nodded and said, "Alright." Soon, all 3 tasks were taken by Sumu. Sumu quickly walked out of the mission hall to collect his armor and weapons. The participants of their genius training camp can receive armor and weapons that exceed their own level by 2 major realms. Currently, Sumu can naturally receive D-level armor and weapons. After selecting a longsword suitable for himself, Sumu directly walked out the door. Throughout the entire Eastern Warzone, there are special vehicles that can directly take you to certain areas of the battlefield of 10,000 races. Right after Sumu left the mission hall, a few soldiers gathered around the window where Sumu had just been, their faces full of amusement as they said, "Oldly, what level of mission did that kid choose? After all, he's a member of the genius training camp. At least one of the 3 missions should be an E-level mission, right?" The man called Oldly glanced at a few people, then shrugged and said, "You guessed wrong. He chose 3 tasks. All 3 are D-level. All 3 tasks are D-level." Several soldiers frowned. This kid, he really is a newborn calf unafraid of tigers. In order to catch up with others, he's pushing himself too hard, isn't he? For a D-level mission, the recommended strength is a second realm martial artist. Even they wouldn't dare to choose it casually. If you're not careful and lack strength, you could lose your life. And just now, Sumu actually chose 3 D-level missions right off the bat. It really was somewhat beyond their expectations. Sumu naturally had no idea about what was happening inside the mission hall. At this moment, he was sitting on the special vehicle heading to the battlefield of all races. There were many soldiers on the vehicle dressed in battle armor like him, but most of them were acting in small squads. Sumu's gaze was directed out the window. Meanwhile, his mind was occupied with thoughts about the 3 tasks he had chosen. Among the 3 tasks, Sumu doesn't care much about the other 2 D-level tasks. They are merely about killing some alien races with the strength of second realm martial artists. Given his current strength, combined with the Gale Sword technique imbued with Gale Sword intent, he can still fight against alien races with the strength of second realm martial artists. What Sumu cares about most is the D-level task related to the suicide talent he wants to find. The location of this mission is a place called Snake Valley on the battlefield of 10,000 races. Inside, there are dozens of snake-like alien species. One of the suicidal talents Sumu is looking for comes from a species called the 10,000 Venom Golden Ring Snake. Grade A talent, Poison Corpse. At this moment, Sumu had already been searching inside Snake Valley for over 10 hours. Snake Valley is located about 100 miles east of the Eastern Warzone. In areas like this, which are relatively close, there generally aren't any particularly powerful alien races, making it an ideal place for less experienced
experienced recruits to adapt and train. Because there are many snake-like alien species inside, it was named Snake Valley by the human race. Inside Snake Valley, a pungent and fishy stench can be smelled everywhere. On the ground, one can also see some alien corpses that have been gnawed on. The biggest difference between aliens and humans is that, no matter how hungry humans get, they generally won't eat their own kind. But for different races, not to mention being of different species, even within the same species, there are times when cannibalism occurs. SSS. Aside from some large-scale battles, most of the time, the majority of mid to low-level races actually operate as units of their own species, fighting against humans or other races. Only higher-level races, possessing sufficient intelligence, clearly regard humans as opponents. And mid to low-level races generally only launch large-scale battles against humans under the command of these higher-level races. Frowned slightly. Sumu slightly shielded his nose with his arm and slowly walked toward the depths of Snake Valley. After taking just a few steps, he encountered a long snake covered in black patterns. Race, black patterned ring snake tribe. Vitality, 435. Mid-stage first realm martial artist. Talent, grade D, poison fong. Habits, lives in the Snake Valley of the battlefield of 10,000 races. Weakness, 7 inches. Sumu raised his hand and swung his sword. The long sword traced a cold gleam through the air. SSS. In the next moment, the black striped ringed snake was directly sliced in half by Sumu. Sumu picked up the corpse of the black striped ringed snake, examined it briefly, then tossed it aside and cautiously continued forward. You will definitely have to reload at least once. Although the corpses of these snake tribes are quite valuable and can be used to make various medicines, for Sumu, they are nothing more than fleeting illusions that will soon disappear. He simply tossed them aside. Generally speaking, the 10,000 venom golden ring snake is an extremely unique existence among snake-type alien species. Its venom is so potent that it can even poison itself. In the area it inhabits, there should be no other snake-type alien species present. He raised his hand and dealt with another snake. Swipe. Sumu began to recall the information about the 10,000 venom golden ring snake in his mind. After pondering for a while, his hand lifted slightly. As his hand rose, a faint green force gently dispersed into the surrounding air. As the cyan power dissipated, gentle breezes began to flow from all directions around Sumu, accompanied by the arrival of the breeze. Swipe. Sumu also closed his eyes. The various smells in the air penetrated his nose. The stench of rotting corpses, the faintly fishy smell of soil, and the unique scent emanating from various snake species. There are fewer snake tribes in these directions. Sumu opened his eyes and looked toward one of the directions. Then, his figure flickered and swiftly darted in that direction. No one knows how long he walked. Sumu arrived at an open area. There were still traces of blood left on the ground. It was evident that an alien race had just fed here. The long sword in Sumu's hand swept out, accompanied by the movement of his thoughts. Flames suddenly ignited on his sword. Still dodging, Sumu swung his sword fiercely. A tree fell with a crash. The next moment, a pitch-black snake, covered in scales that shimmered with a faint glow, measuring 3 to 4 meters long, and with a sharp horn on its head, appeared in Sumu's line of sight. Race, Blackhorn Scale Snake. Vitality, 835. Late-stage first realm martial artist. Talent, grade A, poisonous miasma. Habit, lives in the Snake Valley of the battlefield of all races. Weakness, single horn. After clearly seeing the appearance of this snake, Sumu was somewhat disappointed. The Blackhorn Scaled Snake could be considered a king-level species among the snake tribes in this Snake Valley. No wonder, like the 10,000 venom golden ring snake, there were no other snake tribes nearby. Although a bit disappointed, since he was already here, it was still an A-level talent. He couldn't just leave empty-handed, could he? Come on, little blackhorn snake, show us your talent. A-level talent, poisonous miasma. Poisonous miasma generates a deadly miasma around the body that can poison enemies, surpassing its own realm by one major level. The power and range of the miasma increase with strength. The main reason for copying this talent is that Sumu considered its usefulness for killing enemies on the battlefield in the future. If there is such a large-scale destructive talent, it would definitely make things much more convenient for him. Moreover, Sumu also possesses a wind manipulation ability. The combination of the two would absolutely maximize the power of the poisonous miasma. After copying the poisonous miasma talent, Sumu began to slaughter the alien races in Snake Valley on a large scale. Wherever the poisonous miasma passed, even the snake tribe, which was inherently venomous, fell one after another. It is unclear how long he wandered in Snake Valley. Sumu just copied another B-level talent, Toxin Enhancement. This talent is mainly used in conjunction with poisonous miasma. With the support of this talent, the poisonous miasma, which originally could only kill enemies up to 1 major realm higher, can now at least kill enemies 1 major realm higher plus 1 or 2 minor realms. In other words, Sumu now has the ability to fight even against enemies in the early or mid-stage of the 2nd realm. Just as Sumu was leaning against a large tree to rest, feeling somewhat tired, a gentle breeze blew by. A strange fragrance, mixed in the breeze, wafted into Sumu's nose. With his extraordinary five senses, Sumu immediately recognized the unusual nature of this fragrance. Just catching a faint whiff of the scent, Sumu felt a slight fluctuation in his energy and blood. This discovery instantly filled him with joy. It must be noted that the battlefield of the myriad races is abundant with rare treasures and top-grade medicinal herbs. Sumu suddenly stood up, took a few deep breaths in the direction of the breeze. After confirming the source of the fragrance, Sumu carried the long sword and headed toward the direction of the scent. No idea how long he had been walking, accompanied by Sumu's increasingly close approach. That peculiar fragrance became more intense. In addition to this peculiar fragrance, the smell also carried a gradually stronger stench. Following this direction, he walked about another 10 meters or so. Sumu finally vaguely saw a horizontal shrub hanging on the nearby mountain wall. On the shrub, there were several clusters of crystal clear, bright red fruits. There's indeed some. Upon seeing the fruits, Sumu immediately envisioned the introduction about the fruit. Heavenly treasure, snakeberry. Effect, enhances vitality and blood. Location, often found in areas dominated by snake tribes. At the same time as discovering the snakeberry fruit, a voice interrupted Sumu's joy. Sumu looked in the direction of the sound. Instantly, the smile on his face grew even brighter. The source of the sound was a 5-meter-long snake, entirely brown with golden rings encircling its body. The long snake flicked its tongue, slowly crawling past the snakeberry fruit, slightly arching its body as it stared fixedly at Sumu. The venomous golden ring snake. Race, 10,000 venom golden ring snake clan. Vitality, 2586. Early stage second realm martial artist. SSS-level. Talent, grade B, death coil. Habits, lives in the snake valley of the battlefield of 10,000 races. Although it is not the talent Sumu needs. However, since the 10,000 venom golden ring snake has appeared here, it also means that there are others of its kind nearby. As long as the habitat of the 10,000 venom golden ring snake is found, everything that follows will be much easier. Sumu laughed heartily. Holding the sword, flames instantly ignited on the blade. In the next moment, he directly slashed toward the 10,000 venom golden ring snake. Gale sword technique. Stacked wave sword chant. Grade A talent, mental bewitchment. Grade A talent, poisonous miasma. Weakness, eyes. Although the strength of the 10,000 venom golden ring snake has already reached the early stage of a second realm martial artist. However, for Sumu, it is actually not much different from other snake species. In just a moment, the 10,000 venom golden ring snake had already died under Sumu's sword, and at the same time as the 10,000 venom golden ring snake died, another 10,000 venom golden ring snake appeared in Sumu's line of sight. This place is the habitat of the 10,000 venom golden ring snake clan, so there must be more than just this one 10,000 venom golden ring snake. Sumu's face lit up with joy. The light blue interface reappeared in his eyes. Race, 10,000 venom golden ring snake clan. Talent, grade D, venomous fangs. Die. Race, 10,000 venom golden ring snake clan. Talent, grade C, poison blood. Die. After successively slaying more than a dozen 10,000 venom golden ring snakes, Sumu still hadn't found the suicidal talent that suited him. Just as Sumu was feeling a bit troubled, an interface suddenly flashed before his eyes. Race, 10,000 venom golden ring snake clan. Vitality, 886. Late stage of first realm martial artist. Talent, grade A, poison corpse. Habits, lives in the snake valley of the battlefield of 10,000 races. No, wait, that's it. Sumu looked toward the 10,000 venom golden ring snake. The strength of this 10,000 venom golden ring snake is not strong. This is well reflected in its physique. This venomous golden ring snake looks to be about 2 meters long. Its thickness is roughly the width of 3 fingers. However, who cares whether it's strong or not? It's decided. You're the one. Offer me your talent. The 10,000 venom golden ring snake clearly did not notice the excitement in Sumu's eyes. Weakness, eyes. It simply glared angrily at Sumu, then arched its body and lunged toward him. In its line of sight, this human who seemed like a god of death suddenly threw away the long sword in his hand. Lying on the ground, the venomous golden ring snake couldn't care less. Seeing that Sumu wasn't attacking it, it directly lunged at Sumu's neck to bite. Sumu was gradually eroded by its venom, and his breathing slowly faded away. He raised his hand and casually struck down a snake. Sumu opened his attribute panel and began to check it. Vitality, 451.75. Midstage first realm martial artist. As usual, repetitive parts are omitted, showing only the necessary ones. Talents, EX level, posthumous replication, SSS level, death rewind 12 hours, book of wisdom, sword heart clarity, A level, facelift, mental bewitchment, true sight, light, of healing, enhanced 5 senses, crimson flame bloodline, toxic miasma, toxic corpse, B level, mental fortification, wood manipulation, wind manipulation, toxin enhancement. Grade A talent, poison corpse. Poison corpse can be actively triggered. Once triggered, vitality will rapidly drain, and the body will be covered in terrifying toxins within a very short time. At the same time, the user will completely die as as the toxins spread throughout the body, becoming a toxin-filled poison corpse. This process is irreversible, and once triggered, death is certain. The toxins produced can kill enemies up to 2 major realms higher than the user. It's coming, it's coming. It's following the 10,000 venom golden ring snake incoming. Finally obtained the talent he wanted. Sumu was in a great mood. With this talent, Sumu basically no longer had to worry about being caught or having his actions restricted. As long as Sumu's thoughts move, he is basically doomed to die. With this talent, Sumu can act much more boldly in the future. There were many things he didn't dare to do before. On one hand, he considered that if he provoked someone, they might not kill him but instead imprison him, subjecting him to severe torture, leaving him unable to live or die. On the other hand, he was also worried that it might involve his family. Sumu didn't mind suffering a bit himself, but if it ended up implicating his family, he would feel deeply guilty. However, now that he had this A-level talent, Poison Corpse, everything was completely different. Sumu was no longer afraid of being caught, no longer afraid of death. Let out a long sigh. This suicidal talent was only the first talent Sumu had prepared. Moreover, this talent was not entirely perfect. If Sumu were to fall into a severe injury and coma like before, then this talent would be useless. So Sumu still needs to get a second suicide type talent. However, at least today's task is completed. Just take the snakeberry fruit, then complete the other 2 D-level tasks. Go back to prepare some medicine to boost strength and quickly raise your merit level. Sumu quickly arranged the upcoming tasks in his mind. The reason for quickly improving the merit level is also to prepare for the second suicidal talent. Sumu's figure swiftly shuttled through Snake Valley. Poisonous miasma surrounded him. Countless alien races had their lives inadvertently reached by Sumu. In just a moment, Sumu arrived at the location of the snakeberry fruit. After slaying some 10,000 venom golden ring snakes, Sumu successfully obtained the snakeberry fruit. Due to the size of his backpack, he only placed some of the more valuable parts into it. Even so, his backpack was already piled up like a small mountain. It's time to go back. Mission Hall. Oldly, do you think that kid might die on the battlefield of the myriad races? Hard to say. The man shook his head. A D-level mission isn't that easy to complete. Didn't you lose someone last time trying to finish a mission to slay a venomous golden ring snake? That kid is going alone, and one of the D-level mission targets is also a venomous golden ring snake. If he encounters one with stronger abilities, there's an 80% chance it'll be dangerous. Let's hope the kid has the sense to ask for help in time. After all, he's a genius. Indeed, the 10,000 venom golden ring snake is truly terrifying. Back then, our team of 10 fought against a 10,000 venom golden ring snake in the early stage of the second realm. There was even a martial artist in the early stage of the second realm in our team, but we still lost one person to it. That venom is really deadly. They were chatting. Suddenly, the two felt as if all the light in front of them was blocked by something. Hello, I'm here to submit the task. The two looked in the direction blocking the light source. They saw a young man carrying a backpack that was 4 or 5 times larger than his own body, like a small mountain, standing in front of them. 2 hours later, the young man threw down the massive backpack and gestured toward the man with his mouth. The proof for the 3 tasks is all here. Please help me register them, and then I want to take on 3 more tasks. Seeing the cloth bag thrown by Sumu, the man didn't waste any words and immediately began examining it. The gallbladder of the venomous golden ring snake, the teeth of the iron-backed flower tiger, the horn of the red-eyed black bull. No problem, all 3 tasks are fine. Sumu, right? I'll register them for you right away. The man wasted no time and quickly helped Sumu register the tasks as completed. For the 3D level tasks, Sumu earned a total of 28 merit points. At this rate, it's estimated that in 1 or 2 days, he could advance from F level to E level. Quickly took on 3 more D level missions. Sumu was about to leave the mission hall, but after taking just a few steps, he turned back. Excuse me, may I ask where the corpses of these alien races should be sold? There should be a designated place for handling them in the war zone, right? After leaving the mission hall, walk about 300 meters north. All right, the man replied. All right, thank you. Sumu nodded. Then he strode out of the mission hall. Just after Sumu left, suddenly, more than a dozen people swarmed to the window where the man was. Wow, Oldly, who is that guy? The corpses of alien creatures in his backpack. My goodness, there are at least a dozen 10,000 poison golden ring snakes. That's not all. His backpack was almost bursting, with many alien corpses directly tied to the outside. Do you know what I saw? The corpses of 3 silver-tailed leopards, and their strength was at least early stage 2. That guy looks like he's only at mid-stage 1. Stop talking, I'm a bit overwhelmed. Oldly, we really misjudged him. This kid might actually be incredible. Look at this, he's using the corpses of venomous golden ring snakes as ropes to tie up other alien corpses on the outside of his backpack, and he used over a dozen of them. The venomous golden ring snake that I find so hard to kill seems like it was slaughtered effortlessly by this kid. Oldly, sitting by the window, also nodded in shock. Everyone, quiet down. He glared at the dozen or so people gathered in front of his window. window. If you have time to chat, you'd be better off training more or taking on more tasks. As for that kid you're talking about, he's truly a genius. Oldly glanced at the screen in front of him and then said, do you know how long it took that kid to complete 3D level tasks after accepting them? Oldly's words immediately caught everyone's attention. When everyone's eyes turned to him, Oldly finally said slowly, less than 3 hours. And he took on the task personally. Less than 3 hours. A task taken on personally. Which of the soldiers present hasn't taken on a D-level task? Naturally, they are also aware of the difficulty of D-level tasks. The recommended strength for D-level tasks starts at second realm martial artists. However, when it is truly completed, everyone actually chooses to finish it together with the team. Even so, from surveying the terrain to locating the mission target and finally completing the mission and retreating smoothly, all these steps combined take at least a few days. Sometimes, just finding the mission target alone can take 1 or 2 days. But that kid, 3 D-level missions completed in just 3 hours. An average of 1 hour per D-level mission. What the heck? All the soldiers present felt as if they had been slapped hard in the face. This is just too outrageous. For a moment, the soldiers present were at a loss for words. After a while, one soldier finally spoke up. Oldly, what's the name of this genius training camp member? Damn it, I feel like this guy is definitely going to be one of the top figures of the human race in the future. Everyone's eyes turned to Oldly again. Oldly said, too many questions, huh? Don't ask what you shouldn't. I was just too excited. Everyone watched Sumu's departing figure. They knew that someday in the future, they would inevitably hear this young man's name from somewhere. After Sumu sold all the alien corpses, he bought some medicinal herbs and rented a training room in the war zone. The tiger bones and bear blood applied for from Longjing Martial Arts University have not been delivered yet. Before that, Sumu had to figure out a way to prepare some vitality medicine himself. Fortunately, Sumu obtained quite a few snakeberries in Snake Valley, which were made into blood and energy medicine. It should be enough for Sumu to use for a period of time. Arriving at the training room, Sumu quickly combined the snakeberries he had obtained with some medicinal materials and the corpses of other races, finally creating blood and energy medicine. The blood and energy medicine made with snakeberry fruit amounts to about 10 doses. It's enough for Sumu to use for 3 to 5 days. After 3 to 5 days, the compensation from the school should also be finalized. This time, Sumu has been lying in bed for a whole month. At the same time, the compensation provided by the school for this was extremely generous. Sumu even started to look forward to it. Shook his head, didn't think about it any further. Sumu directly consumed a vitality medicine made from snakeberry fruit, and then began practicing the myriad race's body refining technique. Inside the training room, soon, the sound of Sumu's heavy breathing could be heard. No one knew how much time had passed. Sumu lay on the ground, somewhat limp. This snakeberry fruit truly deserves to be called a heavenly treasure for boosting vitality. Lying on the ground, Sumu couldn't help but exclaim. In just that short moment, Sumu's vitality had increased by nearly 20 points. At this rate, by the time Sumu finishes consuming all these blood and energy medicines made from snakeberry fruit, Sumu estimates he will be close to the late stage of a first-realm martial artist. After practicing the 10,000 races body refining technique for a while, Sumu began practicing the divine demon visualization method again. The improvement in mental strength still brought Sumu great surprise. It seems that every time after a rollback, Sumu's cultivation of the divine and demonic visualization method always yields remarkable results after practicing for several hours. Sumu's improvement in mental strength even far exceeds the increase in vitality gained from consuming blood vitality medicine made from snakeberry fruit. After finishing the cultivation of the divine and demonic visualization method, Sumu then began to huddle in the training room, studying various knowledge about the myriad races. After arriving at the battlefield of all races, he truly began to understand the saying, "What is learned from books is always shallow. To truly understand, one must practice personally." Although he had deliberately studied some of the racial habits of the 10,000 venom golden ring snake before, it still took him a great deal of effort to find it. The knowledge he learned from Deep Blue was indeed rich and comprehensive, but only through more practice could it be better applied. 12 hours passed quietly as Sumu studied. Sumu stood up and stretched lazily. Then, he grabbed the long sword placed beside him. Time's about right. It's time to start grinding for talents. At the moment he picked up the long sword, Sumu's appearance began to change at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a short moment, he had already transformed into a burly man over 2 meters tall. After all, it was his first time doing something like this, so Sumu was indeed a bit hesitant for a while. But even if you can't let go, you still have to do it. After changing appearances and adopting a new look, Sumu strode out of the training room. The long sword in his hand was swiftly enveloped in a layer of crimson flames. "Can't you watch where you're going?" Looked at the time. A soldier walked straight into Sumu, but just as he said a word, he saw a palm swiftly coming toward him. The soldier was caught off guard and was directly slapped away. He landed heavily on the ground. At the same time, Sumu raised his hand and thrust a sword toward the shoulder of the person beside him. "Sorry, sorry about that. Sumu silently apologized in his heart. Immediately, his actions did not pause in the slightest. Gale sword technique, stacked wave sword chant, spiritual bewitchment, crimson flame bloodline, enemy attack, one attack after another, frantically unleashed toward the surrounding people. Although it seemed very powerful, Sumu tried his best to avoid everyone's vital points, directing most of the force onto the ground or the walls of nearby buildings. After the initial panic, the soldiers quickly began to respond. Smack! One after another, they launched attacks on Sumu. Bang! Although Sumu was indeed strong, there were also second-realm martial artists among the nearby soldiers. Soon, Sumu's body began to show injuries. This won't do. The surrounding soldiers' talents are too weak. If this continues, it would be a waste of this chance to restart. Seeing that some ordinary soldiers around him were about to wear him down to death, emerald green mist began to rapidly envelop Sumu's entire body. Grade A talent, poisonous miasma. It's not over yet. A black light quickly flashed across Sumu's body. As the black light surged in, the clusters of emerald green mist instantly deepened in color significantly. B-level talent, toxin enhancement. A series of breezes began to appear out of thin air behind Sumu. Carrying a greenish mist, it swiftly surged toward the surrounding soldiers. These toxins were a method Sumu had long planned, capable of quickly incapacitating people, even making them appear as if they were dead. However, as long as treatment is administered within 24 hours, there would be no serious harm. There is poison. Some soldiers felt something was wrong when they saw the emerald green mist. However, under Sumu's wind manipulation, the mist spread extremely quickly. By the time they saw the mist, the emerald green mist had already surged toward them, watching the soldiers one by one being poisoned by him. A trace of reluctance flashed in Sumu's eyes, but it quickly disappeared. Sorry, everyone. After all, it's the first time doing something like this. Sumu still felt somewhat uneasy about it. However, in order to gain some talents. Meanwhile, this should be the fastest method. Under Sumu's poisonous mist, one soldier after another fell one after another. With Sumu's poison miasma, now strengthened by toxins, even late-stage second-realm martial artists couldn't withstand it upon inhaling. Even third-realm martial artists found it quite difficult to move freely under this poisonous miasma. Under Sumu's bold actions, it quickly attracted the siege of many human soldiers. In round after round of battles, Sumu ultimately died at the hands of a third-realm warrior with a B-level talent, water manipulation. The water arrow he condensed swiftly pierced Sumu's heart while Sumu was unguarded. At the moment the water arrow pierced through, Sumu only felt his vision gradually darken. The pain of death had already become somewhat numb to him. The last thought in his mind was, damn it, a B-level talent, what a loss. Sumu suddenly raised his head, gasping heavily. To be honest, at first, when knocking out and injuring human soldiers outside, Sumu was somewhat unskilled, but later, he was able to precisely control his strength. Even so, Sumu still leaned against the wall nearby with lingering fear. The guilt of being an enemy to all his compatriots made it difficult for him to accept for a moment. Originally, I thought I could easily accept standing against everyone, but when they truly stood before me and came at me one after another, Sumu always felt an indescribable emotion in his heart. Sorry. Sumu pressed his temples. He stood up again. To quickly enhance his strength, Sumu must copy more talents, and to attract attention in the war zone and lure some powerful individuals to kill him, he must make a bigger scene. Sumu walked out of the training room once again, and this time, he didn't even bother to change his appearance. Watch where you're walking, will you? Sumu, why did you betray the human race? Fangqiuqiu, haven't you always wanted to fight me? I'll give you this chance. I'll kill you, you bastard. You murderous maniac. Fangqiuqiu, although you're not very bright, having a fool with such talent among the human race isn't too bad. Watch where you're walking. Sumu, surrender immediately. What kind of heretical influence have you fallen under? Capture him alive. A dazzling genius, yet committing mass slaughter in the war zone, there must be some secret behind this. Catch him and find out who's behind him. He's dead. He poisoned himself. Watch where you're walking, will you? A genius from the genius training camp? What a pity, betraying humanity at such a young age. People like you deserve to kneel and die in the Martyrs cemetery. Remember, the one who kills you is Sun. Can't you watch where you're walking? Sumu, traitor of the human race. Longjing Martial Arts University, sophomore student Lu Yuan. Bang! Unexpectedly, the human race has a genius like you. Dying at your hands is not a loss. You are very strong, stronger than I was a year ago. What a pity. If you weren't a traitor to the human race, we might have become great rivals, great friends. Ha! You are also the strongest opponent of the same realm I've encountered so far. Clearly, you're only at the mid-stage of the second realm, yet your strength far surpasses it. Next time, let's be friends. Next time, don't be a traitor. If possible, who would be willing to be a traitor? But whether you believe it or not, my hands are not stained with their blood. Take care. No one knows how much time has passed. Sumu leaned against the wall in a daze. His face was somewhat pale. In his mind, scene after scene flashed by
quickly, like a movie. I am not a traitor. He stood up somewhat dazedly. I am not a traitor. Deep Blue, do you think I will collapse if this continues? Master, your mental strength is strong enough to endure even 10 times more painful situations than this. However, I suggest you try to find a talent for erasing memories, as that should effectively alleviate your pain. Hearing the Deep Blue response in his mind, Sumu shook his head. We'll talk about it later. He let out a long sigh. Aren't these memories reminding me to quickly improve my strength? He stood up. A simple sentence seemed to smooth out his emotions just now. He sat down on the bed nearby. He began to count his gains. With his current mental strength, he could probably rewind about 60 times, and he had already rewound nearly 50 times before. From the initial discomfort, and even at times, after reverting, unconsciously retching while curled up in a corner, to now, having gradually adapted. And these 50 times of death and reversion have brought considerable benefits. Sumu copied more than 20 talents in total. Among them, more than 10 talents were B-level and below, and even 4 or 5 of them were duplicate talents with little practical use. This was mainly because it was Sumu's first time being a traitor to the human race, and he was somewhat unaccustomed to it. At the beginning, he basically went out and killed people, trying to attract attention. Then the soldiers who came all swarmed forward. Apart from that, some soldiers, though not very talented, had trained for over 10 or 20 years and barely reached the 3rd or even 4th realm, only to accidentally get killed by Sumu. After dying more than 10 times, when Sumu was courting death, he became slightly more purposeful. The first stop was the Genius Training Camp. Although he didn't die at the hands of everyone, Sumu had at least copied all the S-level talents and most of the A-level talents. Among the S-level talents, Sumu copied 2, several A-level talents, and as for B-level talents, there were quite a few. Regarding this experience, Sumu figured he could write a book titled How I Died in Style at the Hands of Others. However, after coming out of the Genius Training Camp, Sumu's path of courting death encountered some minor obstacles. He was caught several times, forcing Sumu to transform into a poisonous corpse. Of course, there were also some unexpected gains. First, he met a major named Chio Sun, the strong man previously mentioned by the limping middle-aged man who had sent Sumu here. Major Chio Sun's strength had already reached the 5th realm. If Sumu hadn't been holding a hostage back then, he probably wouldn't have even made it in front of Major Chio Sun. Fortunately, the outcome was a good one. Sumu successfully made Major Chio Sun contribute his talent. As a prodigy who became a 5th realm expert at a young age and was promoted to major in the war zone, Major Chio Sun's talent did not disappoint Sumu. His talent is the highest level talent Sumu has acquired since replicating in the war zone up to now, except for Major Chio Sun. During these regressions, Sumu even encountered a character who surprised him greatly. The top sophomore at Longjing Martial Arts University, the genius student Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan's talent, although only S-level and his strength merely at the mid-stage of the 2nd realm, cannot compare to Chio Sun. However, Lu Yuan's combat instincts are truly exceptional. Before encountering Lu Yuan, Sumu had always believed that, at the very least, under the condition of giving his all, no martial artist below the 3rd realm should be his match. But Lu Yuan completely shattered this notion. Although Lu Yuan's strength is only at the mid-stage of the 2nd realm. However, Sumu was almost completely crushed when fighting Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan's body refining techniques, breathing methods, and even martial skills might not be top-notch. Even his talent is not among the best, but during Sumu's battle with Lu Yuan, it can be clearly felt. Lu Yuan is always able to maximize every advantage he possesses. This is not only related to his talent but also to Lu Yuan's deliberate training. As for Sumu, although he possesses many talents, it is precisely because of this that Sumu needs more time to practice and familiarize himself with each talent. Fortunately, Sumu had the talent of a 12-hour death rollback. Each 12-hour wait could be used to learn knowledge and practice becoming familiar with the use of these talents. SS-level talent. Lu Yuan might have fought hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of times to reach his current level. Then Sumu could also fight hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands, 100,000, or 1,000,000 times. Defeating Chio Sun might be a bit difficult. After all, the gap in strength is too great. But Lu Yuan, before leaving the training camp, I will definitely defeat you fair and square at least once. Sumu let out a long sigh. In order to stop himself from recalling the experience of nearly 50 retries, Sumu could only set a goal for himself and, in the process of pursuing that goal, gradually diminish and calm the memories of those nearly 50 retries. Sumu took out a notebook and quickly began writing in it. Anyway, he was planning to retry again later, so he wasn't worried about leaving anything on the notebook. This newly acquired talent. D-level talents, strength enhancement, speed enhancement, smell enhancement. C-level talents, fireball technique, water snake technique, vine entanglement. D-level talents, water manipulation, metal manipulation, earth manipulation. A-level talents, talent mist, power of the earth, moving space, thunder power, absorption acceleration. S-level talents, wind god, sun's markings, extreme body. SS-level talent, body of annihilation. A dense array of talents. Can can't even fill a page of the notebook. Among these talents, B-level talents are no longer of much use to the current Sumu. Sumu does not intend to spend too much time on this. Sumu's main focus was still on talents of grade A and above. This time, he obtained 5 grade A talents. The talent mist was acquired from a soldier. Initially, Sumu thought it was a talent above grade A. However, after obtaining it, he realized the talent was mist. The talent mist of talent might seem rather useless to most people, but for Sumu himself, it's quite decent. As the name suggests, this talent prevents others from seeing through your talent. If mist of talent encounters a talent like true side-eye, it can prevent being seen through by true side-eye. However, mist of talent also has its own limitations. A-level or S-level talents cannot see through the talent fog, but if it's an SS-level talent like the Eye of True Sight, that's another story. This talent fog doesn't have a huge impact on Sumu, but it's not insignificant either. Strictly speaking, Sumu's replication doesn't really count as stepping on a landmine. However, what Sumu is more concerned about are the other 4 talents within the A-level category. Among the remaining 4 talents, first is the power of Earth. This was obtained from one of the trainees in the Genius training camp. It's essentially an enhanced version of Earth manipulation, but compared to Earth manipulation, the power of the Earth possesses an even more formidable ability. That is, when your feet are on the ground, you can continuously recover stamina. Of course, this stamina recovery has certain limitations. Roughly speaking, if you expend 10 parts of stamina, the power of the Earth can restore about 2 to 3 parts. Don't underestimate those 2 to 3 parts. In battle, it equates to your endurance increasing by 2 to 3 parts. Next is the mobile space. This talent is incredibly useful for Sumu. He can carry a space with him that grows as his strength increases. The space is approximately 100 cubic meters and cannot store living creatures. Previously, Sumu might have needed to carry a backpack, then use some snake tribe corpses as ropes to tie up the alien races he killed, layer by layer, then carry them over with great effort. Now there is this portable space. Sumu can place the corpses of the alien races he killed in the space and bring them over at any time. The only pity is, when Sumu first acquired this talent, he wondered if he could exploit a bug by placing items in the moving space, and then when rolling back, the items would still be there. In the end, he tried it, but it didn't work. When rolling back, apart from Sumu's talent and memory, he couldn't bring anything else with him. If his talent could be personified, Sumu would want to point at the 12-hour rollback and give it a scolding. No wonder you can't reach EX level, you can't even roll back items. Next is the power of thunder. This force actually belongs to the same type as the power of the Earth, thunder manipulation combined with drawing strength from thunder and lightning. However, it is clearly less practical than the power of the Earth. But compared to the power of the Earth, the power of thunder is evidently much stronger in terms of potency. After the power of thunder, the last grade A talent is absorption acceleration. At first glance, this talent seems to be quite ordinary, but after Sumu truly obtained its information, he realized the remarkable power of this talent. Absorption acceleration, as the name suggests, allows for the full and accelerated absorption of consumed blood and energy medicines, as well as the meat of other races. Originally, you could only take up to 3 doses of blood and energy medicine per day, as your body would likely be unable to absorb more. However, with this talent, you can take up to 10 doses of blood and energy medicine per day, greatly increasing the rate at which your blood and energy values improve. Originally, you could only eat dozens of pounds of other races' meat per day, but with this talent, you can consume several hundred pounds of other races' meat in a single day. With this talent, it will undoubtedly be a tremendous help for Sumu in improving his strength. After organizing the A-level talents, Sumu roughly noted down the training directions for each A-level talent in his notebook. Then, he turned his attention to the S-level talents. In nearly 50 regressions, Sumu only found 3 S-level talents. 2 of them are from the Genius training camp, while 1 is from Sumu's rival, Lu Yuan. Within the S-level talents, the first one is naturally Wind God, which comes from Fong Qiuqiu's talent. Sumu had already made up his mind to acquire it earlier. For this talent, Sumu naturally had already understood it. Next is the Mark of the Sun. This talent, to be honest, not only works for Sumu personally but also has an effect on those around him. Sumu can imprint the Mark of the Sun on others, with a maximum of 3 imprints at a time. As his strength increases, this number will grow. Once activated, the imprint will disappear, except for Sumu's own, which can always remain. When the Mark of the Sun is activated, one's strength will be greatly enhanced, entering a special state. In this state, aspects such as reaction, power, and speed will all improve. Sumu has tested it. With mid-stage first realm strength, he can easily defeat opponents at the late stage of the second realm. It was also thanks to this sun pattern that Sumu could barely hold out for more than 10 moves against Lu Yuan. Don't mention it. Whenever Lu Yuan is brought up, Sumu is filled with tears of sorrow. This guy is a maniac who has fought countless battles. Finally, it naturally comes down to Lu Yuan's limit body, the greatest function of the limit body talent. It is during each of your advancements that you push your strength, speed, physique, and
defense to the limits your body can withstand. However, correspondingly, the difficulty of your advancement will also increase. It is probably precisely because of this limitation that Lu Yuan's current strength is only at the mid-stage of the second realm. But this limitation is nothing significant for Su Mu. His rate of improvement was already fast enough, and with the added absorption acceleration, even though the advancement of the extreme body was somewhat challenging, that challenge was merely a trivial obstacle for Su Mu. Lu Yuan, precisely because of this talent, had a blood energy value equivalent to the mid-second realm, yet his strength was already comparable to the early third realm. Moreover, it seemed he had undergone countless combat training sessions, pushing the potential of this talent to its absolute limit. This talent, if possessed by someone else, might only be considered an S-level talent, but in Lu Yuan's case, it could even rival an SS-level talent. At the beginning, Su Mu actually did not intend to copy Lu Yuan's talent when he saw it, because he noticed that the extreme body mentioned a feature where, during enhancement, one's defense would also be raised to the physical limit. Defense was the least needed aspect for Su Mu, and during his cultivation process, he had always avoided copying talents that significantly boosted defensive power. On one hand, he wanted to sacrifice all defense and focus entirely on offense. On the other hand, it was also to make it easier for him to seek death. Fortunately, Deep Blue provided him with a solution. This solution happened to involve the SS-level talent he had obtained from Chiu Sun, the Body of Annihilation. The Body of Annihilation grants the body the power of annihilation, capable of destroying everything. Once the power of annihilation is activated, it can be infused into everything the user can touch, including weapons. However, at the same time, the user's body will continuously deteriorate under the influence of the annihilation power. When one's strength reaches a certain level, the power of annihilation can even annihilate time and space. According to Deep Blue, Su Mu can usually use the extreme body to enhance his strength as much as possible. When fighting, once the body of annihilation is activated and the power of annihilation is used, Su Mu's body will fall into a state of continuous deterioration. Su Mu estimates that if it weren't for this limitation, the body of annihilation could probably be considered an SSS-level talent. Unfortunately, when the body of annihilation is used, the power of annihilation continuously deteriorates the body. If the deterioration reaches a critical point, the body might even reach an irreparable state. This, however, doesn't matter much to Su Mu. As long as it doesn't reach the critical point, Su Mu can repair it. And even if it does reach the critical point, wouldn't dying directly solve the problem? All the talents were organized by Su Mu in the notebook. Su Mu let out a long breath. He began to familiarize himself with and practice these talents. About another 12 hours passed. Su Mu stepped out of the training room again. This time, his target was heading straight toward Lu Yuan. In this eastern war zone, the most suitable person for him to practice his talents and hone his combat skills was Lu Yuan. When there were roughly 3 to 5 chances for a rollback remaining, Su Mu finally decided not to continue reverting anymore. Instead, he began taking the remaining blood and energy medicines made from snakeberry fruit. With accelerated absorption, Su Mu felt that, at most in 2 days, he could step into the later stage of the first realm. When Su Mu stepped out of the training room again, his strength had already reached the late stage of the first realm. His vitality value had skyrocketed directly to 786.58. During this period, he focused solely on practicing body refinement techniques, visualization methods, and breathing techniques. Apart from the improvement in vitality and blood value, it seems to be due to the fact that he had reverted nearly 50 times before. His mental strength has also increased rapidly. It has reached as high as 865.58, stepping into the later stage of the first realm. At this rate, it's possible that his mental strength might reach the level of a second-stage martial artist even before his vitality does. However, what puzzled Su Mu was that his current mental strength still didn't seem capable of actively launching attacks. Apart from relying on innate abilities, it seemed he didn't have any personal means of attack. Regarding this, Su Mu truly didn't have any good references. At least, whether among the human race or the myriad races, those who can use mental power to attack, apart from innate talent, generally only become effective after reaching the third realm as warriors. As for the myriad races, there's no need to elaborate. Many races, especially those naturally gifted in mental power attacks, are born as strong individuals in the third realm, or even the fourth or fifth realm. On the human side, it might be even more challenging. In any case, there hasn't been much progress even 10 years later. Currently, regarding mental power, Su Mu can only explore and figure it out on his own. After his strength improved, the first thing Su Mu did was to quickly complete a D-level mission. It took him less than a day to complete another 9 D-level level missions. His merit points smoothly reached 112. Sumu's merit level directly reached E level. Reaching E level in merit means that Sumu can accept tasks up to C level, which is also Sumu's goal. Sumu's suicidal talent has not yet been fully collected. According to his plan, suicidal talent. At least 2 more talents are needed. The first comes from a race called Blood Frenzy Cat. This race possesses an A-level talent called Life-Burning Frenzy. Unlike the suicide of an A-level talent Poison Corpse, Life-Burning Berserk involves rapidly increasing one's blood vitality within a very short period. However, once the surge ends, immediate death follows. The principle behind the ultimate needle of the highest secret guard is somewhat similar to this Life-Burning Berserk. The Poison Corpse talent Sumu previously acquired was intended for use as a suicidal talent when captured and unable to resist or fight back. This Life-Burning Berserk, on the other hand, is designed for a desperate fight against the enemy when escape is no longer possible, serving as a suicidal talent for a final battle. The advantage of the Poisonous Corpse is that Sumu doesn't have to fear being captured. Even if he encounters an opponent too powerful, directly restricting his actions, he can still commit suicide. The benefit of the Life-Burning Berserk mode lies in Sumu's ability to make one last desperate effort. When facing opponents who don't completely overpower him and aim to capture him alive, Sumu can fight back. If he succeeds, it serves as a way to hone his combat experience. If he fails and gets counterkilled, that's even better. With the Poisonous Corpse and Life-Burning Berserk mode, Sumu can basically be described as advancing to attack or retreating to defend. There's absolutely no need to worry about the problem of not being able to die. However, the only flaw is that if someone directly knocks Sumu out, just like last time, Sumu might be in trouble. At this moment, the third suicidal talent chosen by Sumu would be needed. The third suicidal talent comes from a race called the Life and Death Worm. This race has only one talent. It is an S-level talent, Life and Death Master Servant Pact. This Life and Death Master Servant Pact talent allows one to imprint a sub-pact and a master pact on oneself or other creatures. If the master pact bearer dies, the sub-pact bearer will inevitably perish as well. Even if healing-type talents are used, there is no cure. The only drawback is that when granting the sub-pact and master pact, the other party must not harbor the slightest resistance, and one's own strength must surpass that of the other party. However, for Sumu, it wasn't too big of an issue. Sumu possessed the talent of mental enchantment and wasn't afraid of the other party resisting. After acquiring this talent, Sumu still needed to capture a type of alien species called the Xiaoxi worm. The Xiaoxi worm, as the name suggests, only lives for a day. It is born in the morning and lays eggs before dying in the evening, or it is born in the evening and lays eggs before dying in the morning. In each phase, the time difference in between does not exceed 12 hours. What Sumu needed to do was imprint the master contract on the Xiaoxi worm and then imprint the subordinate contract on himself. Retrieve the original brand before each Dawndusk worm dies and rebrand a new Dawndusk worm. If the brand is not reapplied midway, the Dawndusk worm will die in at most 12 hours, or even in less than an hour. At that point, even if Sumu encounters an accident and falls into a coma, it can immediately trigger death and revert to the state before the coma. Although branding twice a day might be a bit troublesome. However, on one hand, Sumu's subcontract can sense the state of the main contract, so there's no need to worry about missing anything. On the other hand, this approach can completely ensure that Sumu won't experience the same situation of being unconscious for a month as before. When choosing this talent, Sumu had already considered various scenarios, and most of them were arranged based on his talent of a 12-hour death rollback. This was all to prepare for any unforeseen circumstances. Once these 3 suicidal talents are arranged, Sumu can almost act recklessly without any concerns. The enemy restricts your actions? Just poison the corpse. The enemy wants to capture you alive? Just ignite life and go berserk. The enemy knocked you unconscious? Wait a few hours or even 12 hours, and you'll die along with the dawn bug. And finally, the Life and Death Master-Slave Contract. It can be used not only on Sumu himself, but also on others. Through the Life and Death Master-Slave Contract, Sumu can even recruit some alien races for his own use or turn some followers of foreign religions. However, given Sumu's current strength, the Master-Slave Contract can imprint at most 10 pairs. Apart from his own imprint, he can imprint up to 9 pairs externally. Of course, this will gradually improve as Sumu progresses. Just like how Sumu's death rollback initially could only be used a few times, but now, as Sumu's mental strength has gradually grown stronger, the number of rollbacks has increased from a few times to dozens, or even hundreds. As for the related tasks of the 2 races Sumu chose, they are basically C-level tasks. This is also why Sumu plans to reach E-level before taking on the tasks. After accepting 3 C-level tasks in the mission hall, Sumu immediately rushed to the battlefield of 10,000 races. Among them, the Life-Burning Frenzy was quickly obtained by Sumu from a Blood Frenzy Cat. After acquiring the Life-Burning Frenzy talent, Sumu swiftly headed to the location of the third talent he was seeking in the habitat of the Dawndusk Bug, Forest of 10,000 Insects. Inside the Forest of 10,000 Insects, insects are densely packed, towering ancient trees that reach the clouds. Sumu's gaze fell upon the ancient trees one by one. The habitat of these insect-like aliens is on these trees. What Sumu needs to do is determine the type of these insect species based on the marks left by their feeding on the trees. This is something Sumu specifically studied and researched during the previous rollback. With the help of Deep Blue, Sumu finally found the purpose of his trip after approximately 10 hours. Life and Death Worm. The Life and Death Worm is black and white in color. Its body is highly poisonous, and for ordinary people, it cannot be touched by hand. If contact occurs and timely treatment is not received, one will gradually die within an hour. However, for Sumu, this was the best news. Another rollback. Sumu's S-level talent now included a life and death master-slave contract. Next, it's time to find the Dawn-Dusk bug. Sumu had already learned about it earlier. The morning-evening bug, located deep within the Valley of 10,000 Bugs. However, before catching the morning-evening bug, Sumu planned to first check the insect species in the Valley of 10,000 Bugs to see if there were any talents suitable for him. Sumu slowly advanced toward the depths of the Valley of 10,000 Bugs. Don't know how long I walked. Suddenly, I found myself in a secluded valley. This valley is hidden within the forest of 10,000 insects. Sumu, wielding a longsword infused with the Crimson Flame bloodline, slashed through a group of insect creatures while heading deeper into the valley. However, he had just taken a few steps. Through his enhanced senses, he heard a strange sound. General Tsong, with your assistance, this operation is bound to go quite smoothly. In the deepest part of the hidden valley, a huge, bloated tree is rooted in the soil. On the tree, a deep green insect is perched. The insect's body is enormous, looking like an enlarged flea. In front of the insect, a figure draped in a black cloak stood there. What made people feel somewhat terrified was, the sound just emitted was not from the insect, or rather, not entirely from the insect, but from a faintly emerging human face on the insect's skin. The figure draped in a black hood seemed to have also noticed the human face emerging on the insect's skin. However, he seemed to have already grown accustomed to it. He simply said indifferently, if that's the case, then so be it. But it was at this moment. The figure with the black cloth bag suddenly frowned. Looks like a little mouse has sneaked in. Upon hearing his words, the skin on the deep green insect in front of him suddenly began to pulsate. Immediately, a human face seemed to desperately struggle to break free from the deep green insect, letting out a sinister sound. General Tsong, it's one of your human race's little mice. In the distance, Sumu, using his extraordinary five senses, listened to it all. Suddenly felt a sense of foreboding in his heart. He suddenly felt a sharp pain in his neck. Immediately, he collapsed uncontrollably. Sumu suddenly felt that he had lost the ability to move. Although he could still see the scene in front of him and hear the sounds around him, his body was completely immobile. Seeing this situation, Sumu hurriedly activated his poison corpse talent. At the very moment Sumu fell, the figure with the black cloth pouch instantly appeared in front of Sumu, grabbed Sumu's body in one swift motion. Immediately, it appeared again in front of the dark green insect. Thank you so much, General Kong. I really enjoy eating those 18 or 19-year-old youngsters from your human race. Their meat is tender yet retains its elasticity. The human face emerging on the dark green insect's skin said excitedly. Then take your time to enjoy it. The person with the black cloth bag coldly glanced at Sumu, who was gradually losing consciousness. The figure instantly vanished into the secluded valley, and just after the person with the black cloth bag disappeared, the dark green bug slowly crawled down from the big tree. When it arrived in front of Sumu, the bug's mouth suddenly enlarged, revealing rows of extremely sharp teeth. In Sumu's extremely disdainful gaze, swallowed Sumu whole in one gulp. Sumu completely lost consciousness. The next moment, ding! You have been killed by the human-faced worm. Replication successful. Congratulations on obtaining SSS-level talent. Same-type fusion. SSS-level talent. Same-type fusion. Same-type fusion allows the fusion of same-type talents and same-type entities. When fusing same-type talents, it can promote talent evolution and enhancement. When fusing same-type entities, it requires consuming the same-type entity, thereby obtaining the entity's body and parts to replace one's own body parts. The more body parts of the same-type entity are fused, the greater the enhancement obtained from the same-type body parts. Sumu gasped heavily. At the same time, damn it, I've died so many times. This was the first time Sumu experienced a death by being eaten. However, the gains this time far exceeded Sumu's expectations. SSS-level talent. And it's of the same type fusion. You should know, Sumu has always been quite troubled. It's because his talent has been copied too much. Broad but not specialized. Some talents are actually of little use to him, because it might overlap with some higher level talents. But it was completely unexpected. He actually obtained an SSS-level talent, same type fusion. The upper limit of the same type fusion talent is extremely high. It can not only help Sumu solve the current problem of having numerous talents that are diverse but not specialized, it can also help Sumu improve the levels of certain talents. For example, Sumu's true sight eye. Previously, when Sumu copied talents, he might have had to consider whether the talent overlapped with his own. Is the level too low to have any value for copying? But now, as long as it's a talent related to the eyes, Sumu can completely copy it, then integrate it into the true sight eye. As long as Sumu integrates enough eye-related talents, then the original A-level talent, true sight eye, has a great possibility of advancing further and evolving into an S-level talent. This type of fusion talent was something Sumu had specifically searched for using Deep Blue before. However, this type of talent is extremely rare. Even among the myriad races, there is no certainty about which race will definitely awaken this talent. So in the end, Sumu could only choose to give up. Unexpectedly, today turned out to be a case of unintended success. However, for Sumu, the most useful aspect of this talent is naturally the function of fusion. As for that deep green bug, the most useful aspect would probably be fusing with its kind. No wonder, logically speaking, the human-faced bug should only be the size of a small dog, yet it has grown to be even larger than an elephant. Aside from obtaining an SSS-level talent, what Sumu cared about even more was the man with the black cloth bag. Earlier, he heard the human-faced bug call that man General Tsong. Sumu frowned and began to ponder. He doesn't know much about the Eastern Theater Command. Deep Blue, do you know of a general with the surname Tsong in the Eastern Theater Command? Master, there is no information on this in my database. Alright, Deep Blue is always somewhat unreliable when it comes to looking up information about people. His information database is filled with details about myriad races, talents, and some martial techniques and body refinement methods. As for information about the human race, it is pitifully scarce. It is evident that his future self deliberately made some modifications to this intelligent insect. When he returns, he will inquire about it further. Since he is a general, he probably wouldn't be obscure. Sumu quickly set this issue aside for now. He has a death rollback. As for that General Tsong, he doesn't seem to have taken too many measures to conceal his identity. Sumu felt that figuring out his identity was only a matter of time, compared to uncovering General Tsong's true identity. What Sumu wanted to figure out even more was what kind of deal this General Tsong was making with that human-faced insect. However, one thing that gave Sumu a bit of a headache was that, with his current abilities, it seemed somewhat difficult to eavesdrop on the conversation between General Tsong and that human-faced insect. Whether it's that General Tsong or that human-faced insect, their strength is quite formidable. Sumu wanting to eavesdrop on their conversation right under their noses is nothing short of wishful thinking. The super senses, though capable of hearing their conversation from a great distance, but that distance will also be discovered by them. What should we do? It doesn't matter, keep trying, and find a way. Sumu's figure quickly disappeared into the forest. Looks like a little mouse has sneaked in. TSK, General Tsong, it's a little mouse from your human race. Really, thank you so much, General Kong. I love eating these 18 or 19-year-old youngsters from your human race the most. Their meat is tender yet still elastic. Entered the belly of the human-faced insect once again. Looks like a little mouse has sneaked in. Once again. Ding, you have been killed by the human traitor General Kong. Copy successful. Congratulations on obtaining the S-level talent, Spatial Teleportation. S-class talent, Spatial Teleportation. Spatial Teleportation. Freely move within a range of 10 meters. Each teleportation requires a 10-second cooldown before the next use. The range and cooldown time will gradually improve as strength increases. Once again, no idea how many times he had entered the belly of that human-faced insect, or perhaps was directly killed by General Song. Things have finally started to change slowly. Looks like a little mouse has sneaked in. This little mouse is quite sharp, actually managing to evade my anesthetic bugs. I'm not very mobile, so I'll have to trouble General Kong. If he manages to send the message back, things won't look good for you, General Song. At this moment, Sumu was swiftly weaving through the forest. General Song, who was chasing Sumu from behind, frowned. He never would have expected. The little mouse fleeing ahead actually possessed the same spatial teleportation ability as him. Not only that, it always managed to evade his next teleportation destination at critical moments and then teleport in another direction. It was as if he had long anticipated that he would move to that position to catch him. After chasing Sumu for about half an hour, General Tsong finally seemed to be enraged. Originally, he thought that with his own strength, capturing a late-stage first-realm martial artist should be an easy task. However, the first-realm martial artist in front of him was simply too strange, forcing him to resort to some special means, even if those means would cause some damage to his body. But at this moment, the little mouse that had been running away suddenly stopped. Finally stopped running, huh? General Tsong snorted coldly. But immediately, a somewhat terrifying scene appeared before his eyes. He saw the little mouse in front of him slowly turn around. That face was actually identical to his own. The face, which looked exactly like General Tsong's, began to speak. Who on earth are you? General Tsong frowned slightly. He was somewhat horrified to discover that the person in front of him, who looked exactly like him, was only different in clothing. In every other aspect, they were identical to him. Not only that, the aura emanating from him is actually the
same as mine. Mid-stage of the 5th realm. Moreover, he possesses the exact same talent as mine, spatial teleportation. Impossible. General Tsong let out a cold snort. A flash of cold light appeared at his waist. A large saber had already appeared in his hand. Without hesitation, he immediately slashed toward the General Tsong in front of him, who looked exactly like him. But the General Tsong in front of him neither dodged nor avoided. The broadsword struck directly on the fake General Tsong. The fake General Tsong fell, a strange smile appearing on his face. His appearance slowly reverted to that of a young man. Turns out he's just a fancy pillowcase. His talent is the same as mine, but how did his appearance and aura change? Could it be that he awakened 2 talents? Impossible. General Tsong scrutinized the corpse that had gradually turned cold, muttering to himself in confusion. Sumu gasped heavily. The death rollback happened nearly over 80 times. If it weren't for the previous boost in mental strength, Sumu might not have been able to reload so many times. Sumu felt that he had probably done all the necessary preparations. His goal, almost done, was to figure out what General Tsong and that human-faced insect's plan really was. But no matter how he tried to inquire, he found that both seemed to deliberately avoid discussing their plans. Helpless, Sumu decided to take a different approach. This led to the scene just now. The scene just now had already been experienced by Sumu no less than 40 times. This is also why he was able to repeatedly escape from General Tsong's spatial teleportation. Through multiple resets, Sumu had already figured out the locations of General Tsong's teleportation, because he always fled along the same route, and General Tsong's teleportation locations hardly ever changed. Combined with the spatial teleportation he copied from General Tsong, this is what allowed him to escape from General Tsong's grasp multiple times, and these escapes were not aimless. During the many times of rewinding, Sumu had been observing General Tsong's words and actions, while also figuring out the time of General Tsong's meeting with the human-faced insect. Splat! It was time for him to perform. He would use his disguise talent to transform into General Tsong and meet with the human-faced insect to discuss the plan. Then, he would extract the full details of the plan from the human-faced insect's mouth. Rustle! A gentle breeze brushed through the leaves, producing a faint sound. A man dressed in a black hooded robe vanished from one spot in an instant, only to reappear in another location shortly after. After taking a few steps, the figure disappeared again. Soon, the man walked into a hidden valley. He appeared in front of a massive ancient tree. Not long after the man appeared, the leaves on the massive ancient tree suddenly began to tremble violently. A deep green insect appeared in front of the man. The man stared at the enormous deep green insect before him. His eyes narrowed slightly. No one knew that at this moment, a light blue interface had already appeared in the man's line of sight. Race, human-faced insect clan, mutated. Vitality, 8,725,423. Late stage of 5th realm martial artist. Talent, SSS-level. Homogeneous fusion. Habits, lives in the 10,000 races battlefield. The 10,000 insects forest valley. Weakness, tongue. General Tsong, it seems you've arrived a bit earlier than the time we agreed upon. The deep green human-faced insect had skin on its body that revealed a human face. The face's features were indistinct, but the mouth opened and closed, producing sound. I came out, but it's not as easy as you imagine. Besides, you should also know that now is the time when the plan is about to begin, so everything must be handled with utmost caution. Next, General Tsong is right. The human-faced insect seemed to agree with Sumu's statement. Before the plan is officially implemented, I think there are still some issues with the timing of its execution. The previous timing was unsuitable. I just received the latest news that at that time, there will be an 8-realm expert accompanying General Tsong. Are you joking with me? The human face on the skin of the human-faced insect seemed about to break through its skin and rush towards Sumu. You're only telling me such important news now? There's less than half a month left before the plan is implemented, and you say there will be an 8th realm expert accompanying us? Sumu forced himself to suppress the urge to vomit. He said coldly, I don't want this either, but unexpected situations always come so suddenly. We need to redeploy the plan. General Tsong, I suddenly thought of a question. The human face on the skin of the human-faced insect suddenly spoke. Tell me, what day is the day we plan to execute the plan? 20 days from now. You are not General Tsong. Who are you? 21 days later. You are not General Tsong. Who are you? 33 days later. Wow, it seems General Tsong's memory is still quite good. Watching the human-faced insect finally change its attitude, Sumu let out a long sigh of relief. Damn it, you bug, your vigilance is pretty high. He said coldly, if you don't trust me, then there's no need for us to continue this conversation. General Tsong, don't be angry. The human face on the insect's body twisted into a bizarre smile. You know, this matter was arranged by those above, aimed at completely annihilating the Eastern War Zone's Qianlong Legion. Currently, most of the top forces in the Eastern War Zone have already been drawn to the endless battlefield by the higher-ups. If we can't eliminate the Qianlong Legion within the stipulated time, the Lord's wrath will be something neither you nor I can bear. Sumu said nothing more, merely letting out a cold snort. smart. Don't worry, that accompanying 8th realm expert won't stay for long. We just need to slightly adjust the original plan. After Sumu and the human-faced insect had been conversing for about half an hour, a voice sounded behind Sumu. Who are you? Why are you here? Sumu turned around. General Tsong, dressed in a black cloth robe, had somehow already appeared behind Sumu. The real General Tsong, upon seeing Sumu's appearance, suddenly narrowed his pupils slightly. The human-faced insect behind suddenly realized something. That human face instantly became extremely angry. You dare to deceive me. Sumu saw that he had been exposed. Helplessly, he directly drew his longsword and slit his throat. See you next time. Sumu raised an eyebrow at General Tsong. Sumu pressed his temples, adding to that the subsequent deaths to fit the plan. In just one short day, Sumu had already reverted nearly 100 times. However, the result was finally gratifying. Sumu had roughly figured out the plan between the human-faced insect and General Tsong. Their target is one of the ace legions of the Eastern War Zone, the Qianlong Legion. In each war zone, aside from the soldiers forming various small squads, there are actually some ace legions specifically established for medium and large-scale battles. The achievements of the ace legions are primarily earned through medium and large-scale battles. They do not undertake missions on their own. Their daily task is training. Compared to the soldiers in those small squads or individual soldiers, soldiers in the Legion generally receive training focused on medium-scale or large-scale battles. Their merit ranks progress relatively slowly. However, if one wishes to advance their military rank, they must join the Legion. Generally speaking, individual soldiers and small squads can only improve their merit ranks, and the higher the merit rank, the better the benefits they receive, as well as access to higher-level missions. That's good. However, to obtain a military rank, which means securing higher positions in power in the war zone, one must not only achieve a certain level of merit rank but also undergo training in an elite legion. The merit level sometimes only represents your personal strength or your ability to coordinate in a squad. The granting of military ranks often signifies how many soldiers you will command. The higher the rank, the more soldiers you can lead within the corps, and naturally, the greater your authority. This is the role of military ranks. Sometimes, your personal strength may be strong enough and your merit level high enough, but if you haven't made significant contributions in the elite corps, your rank won't be very high. After all, the merit level cannot fully represent your ability to lead soldiers in battle. So sometimes, a person with strong abilities may not necessarily have a high military rank, but those with high ranks generally have solid capabilities. It's just like the Major Chio-sun that Sumu encountered, and this General Tsong. Although both are in the 5th realm, one is a major, while the other is a general. This mainly has to do with the time they joined the corps and the merits they have achieved. As for General Tsong and the Hidden Dragon Corps targeted by the human-faced worm, they belong to the reserve forces of other ace corps in the Eastern War Zone. Many outstanding senior officers, after honing their skills in the Hidden Dragon Corps, are transferred to other elite units. If the Hidden Dragon Corps were truly annihilated according to General Tsong and the human-faced bugs plan, it would undoubtedly be a devastating blow to the Eastern Theater. Fortunately, Sumu has now completely understood their plan. Next, the focus is on figuring out how to counter their plan, thwart their objectives, and turn the tables on them. Sumu frowned. The current Sumu is merely a somewhat gifted genius. However, geniuses are not scarce in Disya. After all, as the young soldier Shaolin mentioned earlier, only geniuses who survive are true geniuses, and what Disya truly lacks are genuine geniuses. When Sumu someday truly becomes a genius who shines across the entire Great Xia and possesses enough strength, only then will he truly have a voice. But as for the current Sumu, even if he wanted to discuss this plan with someone from the Eastern War Zone, he probably wouldn't be able to find anyone to talk to. Even in the nearly 80 rollbacks within the war zone before him, the highest ranking person he seems to have encountered was only at the level of Major Chio-sun. If we were to really evaluate it, Sumu hasn't even met someone at the level of General Tsong. Moreover, Sumu certainly cannot choose to report layer by layer. There is General Tsong, the traitor of the human race. Even if Sumu reports it, who would choose to believe him, a genius trainee who has just started training on the battlefield of the myriad races, rather than believing a general who has fought on the human battlefield for many years? So, Sumu must choose someone who can directly communicate with the high-ranking officials of the Eastern Theater Command, and preferably, the higher the better. Thinking about it this way, among the people Sumu knows, the only one capable of achieving this is probably Old Zhang. With Old Zhang's strength and status, it is estimated that even meeting the highest-ranking officer of the Eastern Theater Command is not an impossible task. If he can gain Old Zhang's trust, then revealing the identity of the human traitor General Tsong and their plans through Old Zhang's words would naturally carry greater credibility. The only issue Sumu needs to address is whether he can successfully get in touch with Old Zhang and gain his trust. He shook his head. Sumu planned to start executing as soon as he returned. For now, let's go catch some Zhashi bugs. By the time Sumu returned to the Eastern War Zone, Sumu found a way to get Zhang Lao's private contact information from Instructor Ding. Thanks to Instructor Ding's excellent excellent impression of Sumu, coupled with Sumu receiving considerable attention from Elder Zhang. After consulting Elder Zhang's opinion with Instructor Ding, he handed Sumu Elder Zhang's private contact information. After obtaining Elder Zhang's private contact information, Sumu immediately called Elder Zhang. Hello? Hi, old Zhang. Is that Sumu? Ha ha ha, what's the matter? I heard from Xiao Ding that you seem to have something urgent to discuss with me. Did you encounter some trouble in the Eastern Theater? I do have something very important I want to discuss with you, old Zhang. I wonder if you have some free time recently. If you do, I'd like to invite you to come to the Eastern Theater secretly. It would be best if no one finds out. Did something happen? Something very important, Mr. Zhang. Please, you must trust me this time. I'm willing to stake my life and future on it. I'm begging you. He hung up the phone. Sumu let out a sigh of relief. It must be said, Elder Zhang truly values him greatly. After Sumu spoke, Elder Zhang immediately agreed. He also promised that 3 nights later, he would find a way to secretly come to the Eastern War Zone to meet him. For someone like him, a Ninth Realm expert, every move he makes is likely to attract considerable attention. Under the circumstances of not knowing whether there are other human traitors, letting Elder Zhang secretly sneak in to meet him is the most prudent approach. As for why it is 3 days later, Sumu doesn't particularly care about this. 3 days or 1 day doesn't make much of a difference to him. As long as Elder Zhang can come to see him before the plan begins, then he will have full confidence to stop General Tsong's plan. Take advantage of this time to merge some talents and then enhance your strength. Sumu let out a long breath. His nerves had been tense ever since returning from the battlefield of all races. But now, having contacted Elder Zhang, the matter concerning General Tsong could temporarily come to an end. Speaking of which, when Elder Zhang arrives, should we perhaps offer him a small apology? It was already evening. Sumu suddenly had an evil thought. Could he take advantage of Elder Zhang to gain some talent? Old Zhang being able to step into the 9th realm must mean his talent is at least S-level, right? Or to be bold, who knows, maybe even SSS-level. If Sumu could really obtain Old Zhang's talent, it would definitely be of great help to him. Not just Old Zhang, but in the future, when encountering Instructor Ding, Instructor Wang, and the like, Sumu could also find a way to acquire their talents. To be honest, at present, Sumu wants to replicate talents but has not been able to replicate talents from certain individuals. Elder Zhang is definitely one of the foremost, and apart from Elder Zhang, there is only the little princess of the Ji family. However, back when he was still in the rear of the human race, Sumu was not entirely confident that he could replicate talents from the Ji family's little princess. Moreover, at that time, there were no self-destructive talents like the poisonous corpse. If he accidentally got himself involved and couldn't even commit suicide, it would be game over. Now, there is no such concern anymore. But damn it, he's not in the human race's rear. Although he is extremely envious of Ji Qinghan's talent, he can only wait until Ji returns to the human race's rear to make plans. Ever since the previous incident of massively copying talents in the Eastern War Zone, Sumu seems to have gradually started getting used to occasionally acting as a traitor to the human race to replicate talents. With the 2 talents of death, rewind, and talent replication, the fastest way to quickly enhance his strength is to continuously replicate talents and keep dying. For Sumu, death is merely a way to improve his strength. Not strong enough, just not enough deaths. Leave the place where you made the call. Sumu was the first to arrive at the mailroom. When he was on the phone with Instructor Ding earlier, Instructor Ding told Sumu that, after his vigorous efforts and with the silent support of Elder Zhang, many high-ranking officials at Longjing Martial Arts University had discussed and decided to provide Sumu with a large amount of compensation, which was at least double what Sumu had originally expected. However, such a large amount of compensation will not be delivered to Sumu all at once. Instead, it will be sent in batches to the battlefield of 10,000 races within a month. After Sumu received the compensation distributed by the school, he found a secluded place and stored all the compensation in his portable space, then immediately went to rent a training room before officially starting cultivation. What Sumu needed to do was to begin merging his own talents. Deep Blue, help me check which talents can be analyzed and fused. Yes, Master, analyzing the talents available for fusion. Analysis successful. Now providing fusion plans for you. Option 1, SS-level talent, Extinction Body plus S-level talent, Ultimate Body plus A-level talent, Enhanced 5 Senses plus D-level talents, Strength Enhancement, Speed Enhancement, equals SSS-level talent, Extreme Extinction Body. Option 2, S-level talent, Wind God plus A-level talents, Crimson Flame Bloodline, Earth Power, Thunder Power plus B-level talents, Wind Manipulation plus Water Manipulation, Wood Manipulation, C-level talents, Wind Dragon Technique plus Fireball Technique, Water Serpent Technique, Vine Entanglement plus D-level talent, Wind Blade equals SS-level talent, Elemental Sovereign. Option 3, S-level talent, Spatial Teleportation plus A-level talent, Mobile Space equals S-level talent, Spatial Manipulation. Option 4, A-level talent, Mental Bewitchment plus B-level talent, Mental Enhancement equals A-level talent. Mental bewitchment requires 1 more A-level similar talent or 10 B-level similar talents or, to upgrade. Plan 5 Grade A poisonous miasma, poisonous corpse plus grade B talent. Toxin enhancement plus grade C talent. Serpent's fawn plus grade D talent. Poison sting equals grade S talent. Poison god. One plan after another, organized by Deep Blue, was presented before Sumu. The fusion plans organized by Deep Blue aim to integrate all of Sumu's lower-level talents into higher-level talents as much as possible. The fused talents not only enhanced the original abilities but, in some cases, even gained new abilities simultaneously. It's as if a change in quantity has caused a qualitative transformation. Merge, accompanied by Sumu's shifting thoughts. The talent in Sumu's mind rapidly underwent an earth-shattering transformation. In just a moment, all of Sumu's B-level, C-level, and D-level talents had been completely fused into other talents. Sumu then began to examine the talents that had undergone qualitative changes. S-level talent, Poison God. Poison God possesses the ability to control toxins. All the poisons in the world are under control, allowing the adjustment of toxin potency. As strength increases, the toxicity of the controlled poisons also becomes stronger. The released toxins can transform into poisonous gas, venomous spikes, and toxic miasma to attack enemies. Additionally, toxins can be autonomously generated and directly infiltrate the heart, causing complete death within 3 seconds. S-level talent, Space Manipulation. Space Manipulation possesses the ability to manipulate space, capable of creating a mobile space of 10,000 cubic meters, and initially controlling space to perform spatial teleportation and manipulation. The size of the mobile space, spatial teleportation, and space manipulation abilities will improve as the individual's strength increases. SS-level talent, Element Sovereign. Element Sovereign masters the elements of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, lightning, and wind. All element-based talents will be greatly suppressed in the presence of the Element Sovereign talent holder. If the strength gap between the holder and the opponent is not significant, the holder can directly use Element Imprisonment to prohibit the opponent from using their element-based talents. Once Element Imprisonment is activated, the opponent's talents will remain in a state of imprisonment unless the Element Sovereign voluntarily releases them. SSS-level talent, Extreme Annihilation Body. Extreme Annihilation Body combines the advantages of the Annihilation Body and the Limit Body. With each upgrade, all aspects are enhanced to the extreme, including but not limited to strength, speed, and the 5 senses, with adjustable sensitivity. The achievable limits will surpass the upper bounds of the human race. The Annihilation ability is elevated to its peak, capable of annihilating everything, including space. When the power becomes strong enough, it can even annihilate time. Looking at one powerful talent after another, Sumu let out a long breath. He thought about similar talents as an SSS-level talent. During the fusion, it should bring him some surprises, but he never expected it to bring him such a tremendous surprise. He couldn't wait to start experimenting with the few new talents he had acquired. He raised his hand with a swift motion. A drop of emerald green liquid began to emerge from his hand. As Sumu's thoughts shifted, the emerald green liquid gradually turned black, even starting to emit waves of black poisonous mist. Raised his hand and waved. The black liquid instantly disappeared from Sumu's hand. Immediately, flames, water droplets, sand, molten metal, lightning, and a small green whirlwind began to appear and change continuously in his hand. Let's try again. Spatial manipulation. Sumu's figure quickly disappeared into one corner of the training room, then swiftly reappeared in another corner. Immediately, no reaction time was needed at all. Sumu returned to his original position once again. After being enhanced through similar fusion, if it's short-distance spatial teleportation, it seems there is no need for interval time within a certain number of uses. However, for long-distance spatial teleportation, Sumu frowned. The next moment, his figure disappeared from where he stood. By the time he returned to the training room again, if it's within a range of 100 meters, it needs to stay for about 10 seconds or so. The current limit distance seems to be around 230 meters, which is probably related to my strength. If I remember correctly, when General Tsong reached that level of strength, his spatial teleportation seemed to have no need for pauses or distance limits, likely because the distance I fled at the time wasn't very far. Anyway, the potential of the ability to manipulate space is still quite immense. No wonder, even though it's also manipulation, abilities like fire manipulation and water manipulation are only classified as B-level talents. The gap between them cannot be described as just a small difference. After testing spatial teleportation and spatial manipulation, Sumu then experimented with the ability to manipulate space for cutting and other aspects. After several hours of testing, Sumu began to examine the enhanced mobile space. The items he had originally stored in the portable space were still lying there intact, but the size of the space had grown beyond his imagination. After testing the portable space, Sumu now held a long sword in his hand. With a flick of the long sword, the next moment, it was immediately coated with a layer
layer of pitch-black, ink-like substance that seemed almost liquid. The power of annihilation. He had long wanted to test the might of the power of annihilation. Previously, due to insufficient strength, the power of annihilation seemed unable to affect space. But now, after the fusion and enhancement, the power of annihilation has clearly been upgraded to a higher level. It can now affect space. Naturally, Sumu wanted to give it a try. He picked up his longsword and slashed forcefully in his own moving space. Accompanied by a slash, the pitch-black, ink-like power swiftly adhered to the moving space like maggots on a bone. The space that was adhered to began to crack and shatter like a mirror at a speed visible to the naked eye. Sumu seemed to be able to hear the sound of space breaking. Sumu's consciousness was directly forced out of the moving space by an invisible force. No, it's gone. A trace of disbelief appeared on Sumu's face. He hurriedly opened another teleportation space. But the newly opened teleportation space was no longer the original one. The power of annihilation actually destroyed that space directly. Sumu came to a conclusion. What a terrifying destructive force. Sumu looked at his arm. After swinging a sword, his arm turned into something resembling shattered porcelain. It seemed that with just a little force, it could break at any moment. I wonder what kind of effect it would have if applied to time. Sumu began to look forward to the moment when his strength would improve and the power of annihilation could be applied to time, imagining how formidable it would become. He had a hunch that this power of annihilation might be of great help to him in the future. He was marveling at the strength of this power of annihilation. Sumu suddenly remembered something. Damn it, the stuff I put in the mobile space. Sumu directly slashed his sword across his own neck. After mastering the talent almost completely, he confirmed that he didn't need to perform another rollback for the time being. Sumu then began to train. Taking out the supplies distributed by the school, Sumu used the tools he had prepared in advance to start concocting vitality medicines. After preparing more than 50 tiger essence pills and over 50 portions of mystic bear blood powder, Sumu finally stopped. Start taking tiger essence pill and Xian Yuan bear blood powder for cultivation. 3 days passed quickly during Sumu's cultivation. Drops of sweat dripped onto the floor. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Sumu, who had been cultivating for an unknown amount of time, collapsed onto the ground, somewhat exhausted. 3 days of training resulted in terrifying progress. A moment later, thanks to the talent of accelerated absorption, Sumu fully absorbed over 50 tiger yuan pills and over 50 portions of Xian Yuan bear blood powder. Sumu's vitality value smoothly climbed to 886.35, stepping into the late stage of a first-realm martial artist. He was just one step away from the peak of the first-realm martial artist. After taking a short break, Sumu sat cross-legged on the ground. He began practicing the divine demon visualization technique. As his vitality increased, the speed of his mental strength improvement also grew faster and faster. During these 3 days of cultivation, Sumu's mental strength had already reached 999.99, just one final barrier away. Once he broke through, Sumu's mental strength would step into the realm of a second-stage martial artist. However, it was precisely this thin layer of membrane that was incredibly difficult to pierce. He let out a long breath. Sumu began attempting to break through once again. Droplets of sweat dripped from his forehead. His breathing, initially somewhat rapid and heavy, gradually became steady and slow later on. No one knows how much time had passed. In the air, it seemed as if a faint bang could be heard. Sumu opened his eyes in surprise. After nearly 2 days of effort, his mental strength had finally improved once again. He had taken a leap into the level of a second-realm martial artist. Powerful mental strength not only meant he could better handle some attacks targeting the mind. For Sumu, the greatest significance is that he can perform more resets. With his current mental strength, he is already capable of supporting hundreds of resets. In fact, if he starts committing suicide now, without considering situations where suicide is impossible, it wouldn't be a problem to kill his way back to the day of awakening his talent. A thought stirred in Sumu's mind. The next moment, a pale blue panel appeared in front of him. Vitality, 886.38. Late stage first realm martial artist. Mental power, 1001.25. Early stage second realm martial artist. Talents, EX level. Posthumous replication, SSS level. 12-hour death rewind. Extreme annihilation body, SS level. Elemental sovereign, S level. Spatial manipulation, poison god, A level. Complete makeover. After just a few days on the battlefield of myriad races, Sumu's strength had already reached this level. Even Sumu himself found it hard to believe. However, thinking about it, he somewhat regretted whether the month he spent unconscious had been a waste. If given the chance, and he could find a talent that would allow him to immediately wake up from unconsciousness or even commit suicide while unconscious, Sumu truly felt like he would want to fight his way back to the day he fell unconscious and make up for that lost month. However, this thought merely flashed through Sumu's mind. After all, unless something truly critical that he must reverse occurred during the time he was unconscious. Otherwise, committing suicide all the way back to that moment would be far too costly for him. It would not only mean that he would have to retrain his current blood energy value from scratch. More importantly, in order to avoid significantly affecting the things he has already experienced. Therefore, before rolling back, he even has to prepare a substitute or an illusion to lie there in his place. Step by step, everything needs to be carefully planned. So unless it's absolutely necessary, Sumu wouldn't think about reverting to events from so long ago. However, if there really is a necessity to revert, Sumu would also find a way to plan accordingly, and take the opportunity to make up for that month's time. Shook his head, didn't continue to think further. Sumu stood up. The cultivation was almost complete. There are still about 12 hours left until the time he agreed upon with Elder Zhang. Sumu seemed to have thought of something and, facing the air, apologized somewhat guiltily. Elder Zhang, I'm sorry. 12 hours passed quickly. On Luoxia Peak, east of the eastern war zone, a figure suddenly appeared. Moonlight spilled onto the earth, as if draping it in a layer of white frost. The old man stood on Sunset Peak, gazing into the distance with a hint of melancholy. Over there lay an endless expanse of land. Over there is the most brutal area on the battlefield of all races. Name, Sumu. Gazing at the horizon, the elder seemed to have thought of something. His expression was complex and filled with worry. A faint sound suddenly came from behind the old man. The old man frowned slightly. Where is Sumu? The old man turned his head abruptly. Under the moonlight, a tall and burly man had unknowingly appeared behind the old man. Sumu, if you want to know his whereabouts, then kill first. The burly man hadn't finished speaking. He suddenly felt as if he was seeing a headless corpse appear before him. Wait, a headless corpse? My corpse? Damn it, I wasn't finished talking, old Zhang. You act way too fast. Sumu gradually sank into darkness. Ding, you have been killed by the human race's strong warrior Zhang Hao. Copy successful. Congratulations on obtaining the SSS-level talent, Oath of Life. SSS-level talent, Oath of Life. Oath of Life. I swear by my life to transform it into the aid of my martial path. Those who possess the Oath of Life talent can make a life oath at each stage. By fulfilling the content of the life oath, their abilities, including but not limited to cultivation speed, martial, skill power, strength, speed, etc., will be enhanced by a minimum of 1-fold and a maximum of 10-fold based on the number of oaths. However, if the content of the Oath of Life is violated 3 times, the violator will die instantly. The Oath of Life is also the devourer of life. Sumu gasped heavily in the training room. Damn, is this the terrifying power of a Ninth Realm expert? Sumu didn't even finish his sentence before he was gone. It's probably because when I disguised myself, I gave off the aura of an 8th Realm martial artist, so Elder Zhang didn't waste any words and acted directly, right? But anyway, Elder Zhang's speed is truly impressive. Shook his head. Sumu stared blankly at the introduction Deep Blue provided about old Zhang's talent. What the heck kind of talent is this? Sumu saw this kind of talent for the first time. Oath of Life. It sounds quite impressive. By fulfilling the content of the life oath, one's own abilities, including but not limited to cultivation speed, martial skill power, strength, speed, etc., will be enhanced by at least double and at most 10-fold, depending on the number of oaths. The previous part has been revised. Use this as the standard. In other words, as long as he fulfills the content of his life's vow, his cultivation speed, martial arts power, and other aspects will all be enhanced 10-fold. If this enhancement applies to all aspects, then it is truly a bit terrifying. This talent is somewhat similar to the Sword Heart Clarity that Sumu obtained earlier, but the difference is that Sword Heart Clarity enhances talent in the way of the sword. However, this talent seems to enhance not just one specific aspect, but rather provides an all-around enhancement. At this very moment, at most, it can multiply by 10 times, which seems to be somewhat inferior to the 100-fold increase of Sword Heart Clarity. But don't forget, this 10-fold increase can not only enhance strength but also speed. It can boost the power of swordsmanship techniques as well as other martial techniques. It can accelerate the cultivation speed of swordsmanship and other areas, including Sumu's cultivation speed in terms of vitality and mental strength. Who are you? This multiplier is not unchangeable. According to the description above, the more life oaths Sumu makes, the greater the multiplier can become. The only thing is that Sumu was unclear about how the 10-fold or 1-fold multiplier is determined. Deep Blue, do you know how this Oath of Life is determined? Master, based on my analysis, this multiplier should be related to the grandeur of the oath and the difficulty of its fulfillment. Related to the grandeur of the oath? Sumu frowned slightly. Indeed, if the oath you make, Master, is grander and harder to fulfill, then the determined multiplier will naturally be higher. Sumu nodded in understanding. This explanation is rather interesting. So, what kind of vow should be made? Sumu frowned. How about asking old Zhang's opinion later? A bold idea gradually emerged in Sumu's mind. On the Sunset Peak to the east of the Eastern Theater, a figure suddenly appeared. It was none other than old Zhang, repeating the actions done during the last rollback. Similarly, a sound came from behind Elder Zhang once again. However, this time, a faint smile appeared on Elder Zhang's face. Sumu, you're here. Elder Zhang slowly turned his head. With a slight smile on his face, you always manage to surprise me. You've only been on the battlefield of the myriad races for such a short short time, and you've already reached the peak of the first realm. I suppose you're just one step away from becoming a second realm warrior, aren't you? Sumu nodded and smiled. There's really nothing that can escape your notice, Elder Zhang. Elder Zhang waved his hand. Go ahead, tell me, what is it that made you stake your life and future as a guarantee? As Elder Zhang spoke, he kept sizing up Sumu. His eyes were filled with a look of satisfaction. To have such strength at such a young age, combined with your talent in swordsmanship, I fear it won't be long before you give this old man an even greater surprise. Master Zhang, you flatter me, Sumu said. This time, the reason I called you here is actually for two matters. One matter is about myself, and the other is about the Eastern Theater Command. Mr. Zhang, which one would you like to hear first? Mr. Zhang raised his eyebrows upon hearing this. You rascal, still playing games with me? Then let's hear about the Eastern Theater Command first. Sumu's face revealed an expression of, just as expected. What's more important is, without hesitation, he immediately revealed everything he had heard about General Tsong and the plan involving the human-faced insect. At first, Elder Zhang still carried a hint of a smile, but after hearing Sumu's description of the plan, his expression grew increasingly grave. However, after Sumu finished speaking, a faint smile appeared on his face once again. Why did you tell an old man like me about this? Sumu looked at Elder Zhang and said seriously, Elder Zhang, with my abilities, there's no way I can change everything. I can't even report it, because if General Tsong finds out, he definitely won't let me off, and the message won't get through. Even if by some stroke of luck it does, I'm just a nobody, and I'm afraid no one would believe someone as insignificant as me. The only person I could think of who might be able to help me is you, Elder Zhang. With your status and influence, if you were to speak about this matter, it would definitely draw attention from above. In fact, it wouldn't even need to be that complicated. If you were willing to take action personally, this crisis could be resolved in an instant. You kid, you really are something. Elder Zhang looked at Sumu with satisfaction. Aren't you afraid that I might also be a traitor to the human race? Sumu smiled awkwardly. I trust you. If you were a traitor, I'd have to start over again. Elder Zhang laughed heartily. What a fine trust. Sumu, since you trust me so much, this old man will trust you this time too. Don't worry, I'll take care of this matter. He laughed for a while before putting away his smile and sighing. I never expected those bastards to have come this far. Even the Eastern War Zone has been infiltrated by them. What? Sumu frowned. Mr. Zhang, from what you're saying, it seems that not only the Eastern War Zone has been infiltrated. Mr. Zhang glanced at Sumu and said, you're not ready to know too much yet. The only thing I can tell you is this. Once you're on the battlefield of the myriad races, you can't fully trust anyone. He paused and stared at Sumu. Including me. Immediately, he shook his head. Regarding this matter, I actually don't know much for now, just have some vague guesses, but you just need to remember what I said. Sumu nodded thoughtfully. Mr. Zhang, can I trust you now? Mr. Zhang burst into laughter upon hearing this. Silly child, using it so soon? What do you think? Sumu raised his eyebrows. Old Zhang, I think that even if no one among the human race can be trusted, you can certainly be trusted. Old Zhang was a bit surprised when he heard Sumu's words and looked at him. Then his eyes narrowed slightly, and he said, oh, why would you say that? Next, I need to tell you another thing, something about myself. At this moment, Elder Zhang seemed to have taken an interest as well. Go ahead, kid. You've really piqued this old man's curiosity. I want to see what this matter about you is. The reason I say this, Elder Zhang, is because I know your talent is the oath of life. Not only do I know. Sumu let out a long breath. I swear by my life to turn it into the strength of my martial path. The next moment, specks of fluorescence began to appear on Sumu's body. Elder Zhang's pupils suddenly contracted. How is this possible? Even Zhang Lao, at this moment, couldn't quite remain calm. As for Sumu, he also promptly stopped his actions. After all, if this continued, he would truly have to make a vow of life. But to be fair, speaking from Sumu's own perspective, the cost of the oath of life, he truly wasn't afraid of it. If he dies, so be it. A true man stands tall and firm. Why fear death? At worst, he could just reload. What he was worried about was simply that the oath of life he made might not be grand enough, which could result in insufficient amplification. He was still unsure whether this oath of life was tied to his innate talent. If it was, then he really couldn't make it recklessly. Otherwise, even restoring the save won't help, and Sumu will have nowhere to cry. Your talent is the oath of life. Elder Zhang seemed to have guessed something, but still wasn't sure. Or rather, one of my talents is the oath of life, Sumu said. A ball of flame appeared in his hand, which immediately transformed into vines, and the vines turned into water droplets. Finally, it disappeared. Watching the power of each element emerge in Sumu's hand, old Zhang seemed to understand something. His expression became even more solemn than when he had just heard Sumu talk about General Tsong and the plan involving the human-faced insect. Impossible? How could it be possible? Although old Zhang said it was impossible, the look he gave Sumu had grown increasingly complex. At this moment, Sumu finally spoke. My talent is an EX-level talent, posthumous replication. After I die, I can replicate the talent of the person who killed me and resurrect, returning to 1 hour
hour prior. Sumu slightly modified his talent and revealed it to Elder Zhang. As Elder Zhang said, no one can truly be trusted. Although Elder Zhang was already the person he could trust the most. But who could guarantee that others wouldn't use some special methods to extract Sumu's talent from Elder Zhang? And after hearing what Sumu said, Elder Zhang looked at Sumu with some surprise. You mean, just an hour ago, I killed you? Sumu smiled awkwardly upon hearing this. Mr. Zhang, I used a little trick. Mr. Zhang nodded upon hearing this. He didn't say much. Seeing this scene, his expression was very solemn. Don't know what he's thinking. After a long while, he finally spoke. However, it wasn't directed at Sumu. I swear by my life to turn it into the strength of my martial path. Accompanied by these words, Zhang Lao's body emitted specks of fluorescence, exactly the same as Sumu's situation just now. If I, in any form or with any thought, intend to reveal anything about Sumu's talent, let me perish on the spot. Accompanied by the fall of his words, dots of fluorescence converged on his brow. Eventually, they condensed into a pure white shackle, which disappeared into his brow. Sumu was somewhat surprised as well. Old Zhang, what are you doing? Old Zhang smiled upon hearing this. Sumu, initially, I only thought that with your talent, you would surely shine brightly on the battlefield of myriad races in the future, making significant contributions to our human race, becoming one of the top experts and a pillar of humanity. But now, I believe that if there truly is someone who can save humanity, then that person must be you. An EX-level talent must be equivalent to an SSS-level talent, right? Elder Zhang had clearly figured out many things. Posthumous replication. Such a talent means your potential will be limitless. Not only do you have the opportunity to make infinite trials and errors, but you can also possess countless top-tier talents in this world. Elder Zhang looked into the distance with some excitement. Sumu, do you know why I chose to leave the battlefield of all races and come to the rear of the human race to serve as the principal of Longjing Martial Arts University? Sumu pondered for a moment. On the battlefield of tens of thousands of races, killing the myriad races is ultimately limited. However, if we can cultivate more geniuses and strong individuals for the human race can gradually gain the upper hand in battles. Elder Zhang smiled. That's just one of the reasons. Another reason is that I suddenly feel like I can't see any hope for the human race's victory. The myriad races are truly too powerful, and among them, as far as I know, there exists an entity so strong it's terrifying. It seemed that upon thinking of that existence, a trace of horror appeared on Elder Zhang's face. He rarely appears on the battlefield of the myriad races. No one knows what his purpose is, and no one knows what he truly wants. However, from the moment he appeared, it was destined that there would only be one invincible person, and that is him. Hearing Elder Zhang's description, Sumu instantly thought of the person mentioned in the diary, the one who made Qin Bin, someone with the ability to rewind death, despair to the point of betrayal. Is that person very terrifying? Elder Zhang nodded. Terrifying. If it weren't for some kind of restriction on him, causing him to fall into slumber every so often, and each time he awakens, he can only remain conscious for a very short period. The god kings of the 10 divine clans might not have fallen at the hands of our human race's 7 saints back then. Elder Zhang said, it can be said that the biggest reason the human race has been able to gain the upper hand over the past 50 years is because he has been in slumber. However, he won't remain asleep forever. Sumu gritted his teeth. He naturally understood what Elder Zhang meant. Moreover, he knew far more than Elder Zhang did. At most 10 years, that guy will definitely awaken from his slumber. It might even take longer, because it was mentioned in the diary that Qin Bin encountered him once on the battlefield of all races. In other words, the time of his awakening could be earlier, although it's unclear whether he will fall back into slumber afterward. However, as long as he is present, it seems that the human race truly has no hope of defeating the myriad races. At this moment, Elder Zhang looked at Sumu and said, Sumu, if there is anyone among the human race who can defeat him, then I believe that person must be you, because he is just like you. Elder Zhang paused for a moment before slowly continuing, both of you possess more than one kind of talent. More than one talent. Sumu suddenly understood. Seeing this scene, why his future self and the current Elder Zhang both said the same sentence. If there is someone among the human race who can defeat that person, then it must be him. So, this is how it is. Could it be that person's talent is also copying? If that's the case, then how does that person perform the copying? If not, then how did that person acquire multiple talents? Countless questions swirled in Sumu's mind. I only met that person once, but just that one time, my oath of life was broken twice. Elder Zhang turned his head to look into the distance. If it weren't for the fact that he had just woken up and seemed to have no intention of killing us, I would probably have died that time. Hearing Elder Zhang's words, Sumu could almost feel the despair in his heart when he encountered that person. You have to understand, Elder Zhang is a 9th realm expert. The person who made him feel utterly hopeless. The talent of the oath of life. Elder Zhang has likely lived his entire life adhering to his own principles. This is also why Sumu, upon learning that Elder Zhang's talent was the oath of life, chose to reveal his own talent to Elder Zhang. Sumu was betting that Elder Zhang's oath of life contained a vow to protect the
the human race. As long as there was even one such vow, it would mean that Elder Zhang could never betray the human race, and Elder Zhang's actions undoubtedly proved that Su Mu's bet was correct. After learning about Su Mu's talent, the first thing Elder Zhang did was to make a life oath that he would not, in any form, or even entertain the thought, reveal Su Mu's talent. A life oath is not something that can be disregarded simply because you subjectively choose not to break it. Even if you unintentionally break the oath, it could very likely bring about fatal consequences. And the life oath made by Elder Zhang undoubtedly blocked all possible ways he could reveal Su Mu's talent. Even if someone possesses the ability to search memories or mental control, as long as old Zhang leaks anything in any form, he will die instantly. This is not only to protect Su Mu but also to show Su Mu that he will fully assist him moving forward. These words are simply to make you understand how terrifying he is. Elder Zhang looked at Su Mu. Before you step into the 10 realms, if you encounter him, don't hesitate, just commit suicide directly. Elder Zhang said, with your talent, it shouldn't be too difficult for you to escape from his hands. Su Mu also nodded knowingly. Indeed, with his current strength, encountering that person would undoubtedly mean certain death. However, if it were to be at the hands of that person, what would happen? It seemed as though Su Mu's thoughts had been seen through. I suggest that, for now, you don't dwell on the idea of dying at his hands. Your talent is EX level, and his talent is presumably also EX level. Under the same level, the likelihood of successfully copying his talent is actually very small. More importantly, that person is so terrifying that he cannot be judged by common sense. Therefore, until you have absolute confidence and strength to confront him, I don't recommend having such thoughts. Su Mu nodded. Got it, Elder Zhang. Elder Zhang also nodded in satisfaction. Su Mu, do you currently have a sect? Elder Zhang, what do you mean by that? Su Mu was somewhat puzzled. That is, before entering Longjing Martial Arts University, did any teacher contact you, saying they hoped you would join their sect or something like that? No, Mr. Zhang. Su Mu shook his head. To be honest, although he is a bit of a genius now, he is still far from being a genius known to everyone. Elder Zhang nodded upon hearing this. If anyone asks, just say you are my student. Elder Zhang suddenly spoke. Su Mu was taken aback. Elder Zhang, do you mean, you want me to join your sect? Elder Zhang smiled with a hint of emotion upon hearing this. Yes, and no, I cannot teach you, so strictly speaking, I wouldn't be your teacher. However, I am willing to do everything in my power to help you. After joining my sect, you will have access to the most abundant resources of Longjing Martial Arts University, which will only benefit you. Additionally, I will publicly declare you as my final disciple, which should save you from a lot of trouble. If you don't mind, then in the future, you can also call me teacher. After all, it's just a title. However, I won't bind you with the relationship of master and disciple. The path you are going to take is very difficult, so difficult that you can only walk it alone. No one can accompany you all the way. This also means that there can be no one by your side, your family, the person you like, the people who like you, your teacher, your classmates, your friends. Elder Zhang's words made Su Mu fall into deep thought. Indeed, as he gradually walked further down this path, Su Mu became increasingly aware of this. He showed a wry smile, then firmly looked at Elder Zhang. Teacher, I understand. Since I have decided to take this path, I will not regret it. Although there may be no one by my side, there are so many people behind me. Upon hearing Su Mu's words, Elder Zhang sighed. You've suffered, child. Elder Zhang, since that's the case, let's settle it this way for now. In our sect, you still have a few senior brothers and sisters. I'll introduce you to them later. Their talents are quite decent, and if there's a chance, I'll think of a way to replicate them for you. As Elder Zhang spoke, he began to ponder something. Not just them, some of the old fellow's talents are also quite intriguing. If there's an opportunity, I'll think of a way for you as well. Teacher, why does it feel like all of you seem to know each other's talents? Su Mu asked with some confusion. Before entering Longjing Martial Arts University, the education he had always received was that talents should not be casually revealed to others. Elder Zhang smiled upon hearing this. Does it feel different from the education you received before? He said, actually, at different times, the requirements for you are different. Many years ago, there was no such thing as not revealing your talent. Back then, university admissions even depended on the level of talent you awakened. But later, as you know, with the increasing number of heretic worshippers appearing in the rear of the human race, those geniuses who awaken rare talents might be prematurely eliminated by heretic worshippers before they even had the chance to embark on the martial path. To reduce such occurrences, it was required that you not disclose your talent while in the rear of the human race. However, this rule will be relaxed once you enter university. Especially when you join a mentor's sect, you will inevitably need to disclose some information about your talent to your mentor. This allows your mentor to better nurture you, which is one of the reasons why I want you to join my sect. And when you are on the battlefield of the myriad races, there will be times when revealing some information about your talent to your teammates is unavoidable in order to better coordinate in combat. So, in the future, you may inevitably need to showcase some of your talents. What you need to keep in mind is
simply not to display different talents in front of the same group of people. Alright, after saying so much, it's time to talk about serious matters. Elder Zhang waved his hand. Since you now possess the talent of the Oath of Life, you should be ready to start making oaths, right? Yes, teacher, it's just that I still don't know what kind of oath would be appropriate. Hearing Su Mu's words, Elder Zhang laughed heartily. If it were another talent, I really wouldn't have much of a way to help you. But when it comes to the Oath of Life, after all, your teacher here has spent most of his life using it, so I can give you some guidance. Speaking of which, when combined with your talent, the Oath of Life is essentially a vow without any side effects for you. At this point, Elder Zhang looked at Su Mu with a hint of envy, but he quickly added, then the only thing you need to focus on is how to maximize the abilities bestowed upon you by the Oath of Life. Starting from the first realm of martial arts, with each advancement to a new realm, you can make a life oath. The content of the oath determines the multiplier of your enhancement. If you fulfill the oath or are in the process of fulfilling it, the enhancement will continue. If you fail to fulfill the oath, which is what I previously referred to as breaking the oath, the consequences will follow. The first time you break an oath, your enhancement will be halved. The second time you break an oath, the enhancement from that life oath will completely disappear. The third time you break an oath, it will result in death. And when making an oath, your first life oath is especially important. Elder Zhang said, this is something I discovered through years of exploration. If you choose your first life oath wisely, it will greatly benefit your subsequent life oaths and may even form a perfect system of oaths. Then every amplification of your life oath can easily reach tenfold. Once your realm is elevated to the 9th or even the 10th level, your amplification will be 90-fold, 100-fold. Perfect oath system. Su Mu was stunned. Fortunately, he came to ask Elder Zhang about it. Otherwise, if he casually made a life oath, wouldn't that mean missing out on the perfect oath system? That's why they say having a teacher on the path of cultivation can save you from many detours. Deep Blue, as a database, is ultimately not intelligent enough. Some things are merely informational data and not all-knowing. Some secretive news is often passed on by word of mouth, and at such times, a teacher becomes particularly important. Su Mu couldn't help but feel fortunate about his decision to bring old Zhang into his camp. With old Zhang's help, not only can he improve his strength more quickly, but he can also avoid taking too many detours. The first life oath must be grand enough and challenging enough. In this way, it can achieve an amplification effect of 8 to 10 times during the first life oath. Each subsequent life oath needs to be made based on the foundation of the first life oath. This way, every life oath made afterward can more easily achieve an amplification effect of 8 to 10 times based on the first life oath. Through my experiments, the more difficult the earlier life oaths are, the easier it becomes for the subsequent life oaths to achieve an amplification effect of 8 to 10 times, as long as they are more closely connected to the earlier life oaths. In other words, after establishing a sufficiently challenging and grand first life oath, each subsequent life oath, if slightly constrained based on the first life oath, has a high probability of forming a perfect system of life oaths. Old Zhang stroked his beard and said, however, this perfect system of the Oath of Life is merely something I deduced based on the experiences of predecessors in the books, combined with my own experiences. Even I myself have never truly tested it. So, the first Oath of Life is really that important? Su Mu rubbed his chin and began to ponder. In his mind, he already had some ideas about the first Oath of Life. Teacher, do you think that if I make a wrong vow and then commit suicide, I can make a new vow? Elder Zhang was stunned upon hearing this. You rascal, you haven't even started making a vow, and you're already thinking about making a new one. Su Mu awkwardly smiled. I'm just thinking about how I can complete the perfect life vow system you envisioned, teacher. Elder Zhang nodded. Based on my experience with making oaths, it should be feasible. Elder Zhang narrowed his eyes slightly. According to my analysis, since your talent is posthumous replication, the only things you should be able to take with you are your mental consciousness and the talent you replicate. And the establishment of the Oath of Life actually relies on a kind of external force that we cannot explain. Based on my years of exploration, I call it the Heavenly Tao. So, if nothing unexpected happens, the plan you just proposed should be feasible. Hearing Zhang Lao's explanation, Su Mu finally nodded. Got it, teacher. Su Mu let out a long breath. I swear by my life to turn it into the strength of my martial path. Su Mu's body began to gather specks of fluorescence. To prevent the extinction of the human race as my duty, at any cost, without exception. To establish the heart of heaven and earth, to bring peace to humanity, even if I face death 1,000 times, I have no regrets. Dazzling light radiated from Su Mu's entire body. The entire sunset peak seemed as bright as daytime. Even the well-informed and experienced Elder Zhang couldn't help but be momentarily stunned. However, he quickly regained his composure. He raised his hand, just as he was about to make a move, but then thought of something again. His hand gently lowered. Let this white light shine on the sunset peak. The white light turned into a shackle, landing on Su Mu's forehead. Su Mu slowly opened his eyes. A faint smile appeared on his face. Just now, information about the Oath of Life once again appeared before his eyes. The first Oath of Life is established, amplification multiplier determined, tenfold. Teacher, it's 10 times. The result was similar
similar to what Sumu had expected. However, this also meant that the path Sumu was about to take was far too difficult. But so what if it's difficult? Sumu's eyes gradually became resolute. Since he had already decided to take this path, he would never regret it. As he had said before, this path was too difficult, so much so that there might not be anyone by his side. But it didn't matter, there were people behind him, and that was enough. This kind of matter shouldn't have been your burden to bear. Elder Zhang let out a sigh. To be honest, looking at Sumu before him, his heart was filled with nothing but sorrow. It wasn't just because Sumu had unhesitatingly made the grand vow to prevent the extinction of the human race, but also because of the utterly calm way Sumu had previously spoken about suicide. He didn't know how many times Sumu had died, but to become gradually numb to death, the number of times must have reached a certain level, dying and then coming back to life. He laughed. Sometimes, it may not necessarily be a good thing. For some people, death is instead an opportunity to rest. Having this ability, for Sumu, is actually a curse. He alone carries all the memories, bearing the curse of life and death. Old Zhang sighed, but Sumu seemed to have thought of something. Speaking, teacher, do you know someone named Ningyi? Ningyi? Elder Zhang shook his head in confusion. I do know a few people with the surname Ning, but the name Ningyi, I've never heard of. What's the matter? Elder Zhang asked in confusion. Seeing this scene, Sumu shook his head. It's nothing, teacher. Just be cautious of this person. Also, teacher, do you know anyone with strength around the 8th realm of martial artists and exceptional talent in swordsmanship? Sumu's question once again left Elder Zhang stunned. However, this time he thought for a moment before replying. If you put it that way, there is indeed someone. There's a young man from the Song family named Song Tianlong. His talent in swordsmanship is quite remarkable. He graduated from our Longjing Martial Arts University years ago. Speaking of which, he can be considered your senior. Song Tianlong. Hearing this name, Sumu's heart stirred. Teacher, do you know where he is now? A moment later, Elder Zhang thought for a moment and said, I haven't been in touch with him for a long time, but I heard from the teacher who mentored him that after spending some time on the battlefield of the myriad races, he voluntarily applied to be transferred back to the rear of the human race, where he became the chief officer of the Night Walkers in a certain safe zone. After hearing Mr. Shang's words, Sumu was somewhat excited. That's it. The rear of the human race. 8th-level martial artist, skilled in swordsmanship. Every condition matches. It's fortunate that Sumu asked Elder Zhang. As the principal of the top martial arts university for the human race, the people Elder Zhang knows are beyond Sumu's imagination. What's wrong, Xiaomu? Is there something wrong with this Song Tianlong? This time, Sumu did not hide anything from Elder Zhang. Previously with Ningyi, it was mainly because Sumu himself couldn't figure out what his situation was. After all, the future self mentioned very little information about this in the diary. But this Song Tianlong is different. That was personally experienced by Sumu. Teacher, this Song Tianlong is very likely a traitor to the human race. Hearing Sumu's words, Elder Zhang frowned. Xiaomu, you can't say such things carelessly. Without concrete evidence, even if I were to casually suspect an 8th realm martial artist, I would still face criticism from others. What's more, Song Tianlong is a member of the Song family. The Song family is a giant in Longcheng, the center of the 9th safe zone, and one of the 7 great families. Behind them stands one of the 7 most powerful human experts. 50 years ago, the sword saint Song Ju, one of the 7 saints of the human race, who slew the 10 divine kings of the 10 great divine clans. Sumu also frowned. He had considered that the background of that guy might be quite extraordinary, but he hadn't expected it to be this extraordinary. A descendant of the Song family, one of the 7 great families, not only awakened an SSS-level talent but is also an 8th realm martial artist. Whether in terms of background or talent and strength, such a person is top tier among the human race. Even if Sumu had concrete evidence of his betrayal of the human race, dealing with him might not be an easy task. What's more, Sumu currently has no evidence at all. Teacher, although I currently have no evidence, Sumu said, but do you know where my SSS-level talent, Sword Heart Clarity, comes from? Could it be that boy from the Song family? Elder Zhang had clearly already guessed the gist of it. The specific reason is very complicated. Forgive me for not being able to explain it to you in detail. Sumu certainly couldn't tell Elder Zhang everything that happened that day. After all, it not only involved Deep Blue but also the biggest secret about Sumu himself, the diary left to him by his future self. Although he now trusted Elder Zhang deeply, some secrets, however, cannot be shared simply because of trust. Old Zhang was evidently wise with age. 4 things Sumu chose not to mention, he would never take the initiative to ask. Instead, he pondered for a while. Only then did he slowly say, alright, I understand this matter. However, since that Song family boy has already betrayed the human race, given his status, he likely won't reveal himself easily. Moreover, what he's plotting is probably significant. For now, we can only keep an eye on him and think of a way to deal with him later. In response, Sumu nodded in agreement. At present, rashly showing hostility toward him is indeed not a good choice. It would be better to go along with the situation, pretending not to know about his betrayal of the human human race and plot slowly. Xiaomu, your main way of improving right now, aside from enhancing your own vitality, is most importantly to replicate some top-tier talents. I can't stay on the battlefield of the myriad races for too long, at most half a day. Next, I'll tell you a few things. Sumu nodded, listening attentively. Elder Zhang continued, someone will arrive soon, and I will help you copy a talent from him first. Then, I will take you to 3 places, each filled with numerous talents you can copy. However, I might not have the memory of taking you to those places, so you'll need to remind me. Now, tell me, have you copied the talent of the person who will arrive later? Sumu shook his head. Elder Zhang nodded knowingly. How did you trick me into killing you before? Elder Zhang asked. Sumu understood. His figure gradually began to transform into a stranger. Seeing Sumu, who had suddenly changed his appearance, aura, and even his blood value, Elder Zhang was somewhat surprised. Your talent is quite interesting. Even if I wanted to figure it out, it would be somewhat troublesome. Speaking of which, I'm also a bit puzzled, teacher. This talent is clearly just an A-level talent. Sumu was actually a bit surprised. At the time, he even thought it might not be possible to hide it from Elder Zhang. But he hadn't expected that Elder Zhang actually didn't see through it. Elder Zhang, upon hearing this, smiled and said, the level of your talent is indeed not low. Unless you encounter an S-level or above talent capable of seeing through it, even a 9th realm martial artist wouldn't be able to see through your disguise. That's why it's said that talent is the biggest factor in determining a martial artist's strength. Some talents, no matter how much stronger you are than your opponent, as long as your talent cannot counter theirs, or if your talent level is not as high as theirs, you still won't be able to overcome their talent. Think about your replication talent, isn't it the same principle? Even though my strength is much greater than yours, you can still replicate with ease. That's because your talent level is high enough. And as for this talent of yours, if it simply changed your appearance and form, it might indeed not fool some people. But your talent even alters your aura and vitality values, which greatly increases the difficulty of identification. Then, teacher, if I use this talent to infiltrate certain places, wouldn't it be impossible to detect? Elder Zhang smiled and then shook his head. Of course not. There are far more ways to judge than just this. This talent is naturally not impossible to judge. The reason why even I couldn't recognize it immediately is largely because the person using this talent is you. Elder Zhang carefully examined Sumu. Your spiritual power is so strong that it even surprises me. If it were an ordinary human, possessing your talent but not cultivating spiritual power, it would be very easy to detect. But you possess a mental strength completely different from your current realm. I suppose you must have deliberately trained your mental strength, right? The last time I saw your mental strength, it was far from the level it is now. After Elder Zhang's explanation, only then did Sumu understand why Elder Zhang acted without hesitation upon seeing him at that time. Elder Zhang was clearly aware of the level of his mental strength beforehand. However, he didn't know his mental strength would improve so quickly. Moreover, his physique, appearance, aura, and vitality values had all changed. That's why he thought Sumu was someone else. Alright, for now, just keep this appearance. I'll act alongside you and fool this old guy. As he spoke, Zhang Lao's face suddenly turned pale. Immediately, he collapsed onto the ground. Teacher, what's going on? Sumu was just about to say something, but he was directly interrupted by Elder Zhang. Damned human traitor. You actually hid near the Eastern War Zone and even ambushed me. Even if I die, I won't let you take a single step into the Eastern War Zone. Sumu immediately understood Elder Zhang's meaning. The expression on his face suddenly became strange. Then, following Elder Zhang's words, he continued speaking. Old man, today is the day you die. You dare. At the same time Sumu's words fell, a voice came from afar. Suddenly, the entire sky seemed to turn into a curtain of darkness, quickly enveloping the entire Luoxia peak. Lin Yi, old ghost. Quick, kill him. Elder Zhang shouted loudly toward the sky. Don't worry, I'll take care of him. To be able to injure you like this guy must at least be a 9th realm martial artist, right? Let me, the commander, deal with him. Hurry up and finish him off. Stop spouting such nonsense. Elder Zhang couldn't help but curse. Got it, I'll go all out. Sumu felt as if his body was being torn apart by a powerful force. His vision gradually turned to complete darkness. Ding, you have been killed by the human race's strong warrior Lin Yi. Copy successful. Congratulations on obtaining the SSS-level talent, Eternal Night Canopy. Sumu opened his eyes. The expression on his face was somewhat helpless. At first, he was wondering what method Elder Zhang would use to help him replicate his talent. Thinking about it now. Ahem, indeed, the simplest is the most practical. Life is all about acting skills. This is all thanks to Elder Zhang personally stepping in. If it were someone else, it might not have turned out this way. Sumu quickly began to examine the talent he had copied. SSS-level talent, Eternal Night Canopy. Eternal Night Canopy creates a domain space within a certain range. Inside this space, the owner can instantly appear at any location within the range of the Eternal Night Canopy. It can obscure all perceptions of enemies within the canopy and from the outside
outside world. Within the range of the Eternal Night Canopy, the power of the owner's martial attacks will be increased 100-fold. The range of the domain space will expand as the owner's strength increases. Domain level talent. Sumu's face revealed a trace of joy. Old Zhang is really impressive. This round of copying directly gave him a group attack skill. With this skill combined with the poisonous miasma produced by his poison god, wouldn't he be unstoppable in the extreme night sky curtain? You should know that Sumu is currently just a peak first realm martial artist. However, with the extreme night sky curtain, along with many other talents, second realm martial artists can be instantly defeated in front of Sumu. As for third realm martial artists, although he cannot sweep through them, at least opponents in the early third realm should pose no problem. As for the mid-third realm, Sumu cannot say for sure yet. However, let him assess the combat strength. The best way is to use Lu Yuan, the person he has fought so many times but never defeated, as a benchmark. Sumu directly left the training room. Another 12 hours later, Sumu reappeared in the training room. A bit unfair, huh? But I like it. In the last rollback, he directly went to challenge Lu Yuan. Previously, he could hardly gain any advantage in front of Lu Yuan. Now it's almost a complete domination over Lu Yuan. With the blessing of the polar night sky, Lu Yuan couldn't even touch the hem of Sumu's clothes. On top of that, Sumu's talent and strength had been further enhanced. It was almost a complete domination over Lu Yuan. This kind of crushing is simply the result of overwhelming strength far surpassing Lu Yuan. Sumu estimated that if he put in some effort, he should be able to deal with enemies at the mid-stage of the third realm. The late stage of the third realm is roughly the limit. A peak first realm martial artist claims that the late stage of the third realm is the limit they can reach. This is not just crossing one major realm, it's almost two major realms. For the early stage Sumu, this extreme night sky curtain is undoubtedly the ultimate talent for crushing opponents. Practice the extreme night sky curtain again. Sumu began to repeat the actions he had done before the rollback, bringing the timeline back to the moment when Elder Zhang questioned him. Now, tell me, did you copy the talent of the person who will be coming later? The next moment, Elder Zhang looked at Sumu. Sumu, on the other hand, nodded slightly toward Elder Zhang. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and in the next moment, Elder Zhang was swiftly enveloped in a dark space. Seeing this pitch-black space, Elder Zhang nodded in satisfaction. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I really wouldn't have believed that someone like you with such talent exists in this world. This is indeed the polar night canopy of that old ghost Lin Yi. The growth potential of this canopy is extremely high. As your strength increases, its range will expand. Moreover, within the polar night canopy, you can do many things. Lin Yi once used this talent to trap and kill 3 ninth realm martial artists. Elder Zhang said, however, with your current strength, if the enemy is stronger than you, they can forcibly tear through your polar night canopy. When you reach Lin Yi's level, the moment the polar night canopy appears, billions of alien races will perish. Even a 10th realm martial artist would need considerable time to tear through it. For now, put it away. You should already know that Lin Yi is about to arrive. Sumu put away the polar night curtain. He looked at Elder Zhang with some confusion. Teacher, who exactly is this Lin Yi? Lin Yi, the old ghost? Elder Zhang chuckled. He is one of the 3 commanders of the Eastern Theater Command. Sumu's eyelids twitched. No wonder the last time the archive was restored, he didn't even get to see the person before being killed directly, and it seemed to be precisely to confirm Elder Zhang's words. A man dressed in black battle armor with a stern expression had somehow already appeared in front of the two of them. Lin Yi, old ghost, you finally arrived? Elder Zhang smiled warmly as he looked at the man. The man appeared to be only in his 20s or 30s, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, a stern expression, and looked much younger than Elder Zhang. With such a commotion, it would be hard for me not to notice, Lin Yi said with a faint smile. Stop pretending. Old Zhang cursed under his breath. You're still trying to pull this in front of me, huh? This is my last disciple, Sumu, so he's technically your junior. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi began to size up Sumu. Not bad. He slowly uttered 2 words. He indeed looked somewhat like a master. Instead, old Zhang seemed a bit displeased. He raised his foot, ready to kick towards Lin Yi. Seeing this, Lin Yi quickly dodged and said, Old Zhang, what are you doing? Do you know how hard it is for me to build up my image here? Cut it out. Just seeing your eternally youthful face makes me angry. Damn it, that fruit back then should have been mine. Old Zhang seemed extremely annoyed by Lin Yi's young and handsome face and scolded him. I didn't know at the time either. Lin Yi seemed unable to keep up the act anymore and replied with an awkward smile. Sumu, on the other hand, looked at the two with a somewhat peculiar expression. It could be inferred from old Zhang's words. It seems that this Commander Lin Yi and he are people from the same era, and the two might have once been sworn brothers who went through life and death together. As for this Commander Lin Yi, the reason he still maintains a youthful appearance is that he secretly ate one of Elder Zhang's fruits back then. Don't even start. I'll remember this for the rest of my life. Elder Zhang gave Lin Yi a resentful glance. Lin Yi could only smile apologetically, then turned his gaze to Sumu, attempting to change the subject. I really didn't expect you, old ghost, ghost, to take on a final disciple at the end? After all, he's your junior. Aren't you going to show some gesture? Elder Zhang's eyebrows twitched as he said, let me tell you, Lin Yi, old ghost, if the gift you give satisfies my last disciple, then in the future, when there are more people around, I won't expose you. Lin Yi's face lit up with joy. Is that true? Of course. Don't you know me by now? Have I ever lied to you about something I've said? Elder Zhang nodded. Lin Yi immediately felt comfortable and looked at Sumu with a smile. Old Zhang, what you said makes sense. Your last disciple is practically half my disciple, right? Sumu, is it? I'll just call you Xiaomu. Later, I'll take you to my private little treasure vault, and you can take whatever catches your eye. At least you still have some elder-like demeanor. Elder Zhang looked at Sumu. Xiaomu, have you been to those 3 places I mentioned taking you to before? No, Sumu replied. Elder Zhang nodded upon hearing this. In that case, Lin Yi, old ghost, I can't stay too long on the battlefield of all races, so I won't talk to you for now. As for the light just now, you must already know the reason. I'll leave with my disciple now. With that, Elder Zhang took Sumu and disappeared in front of Lin Yi. Watching Elder Zhang and Sumu suddenly vanish, Lin Yi stopped in place, rubbing his chin. Why did I just feel a familiar aura? Was it an illusion? Shook his head. Lin Yi once again put on a stern expression. This time, old ghost Zhang actually proposed such conditions. It seems he values this last disciple greatly. Since that's the case, I can't afford to be stingy either. The next moment, his figure also disappeared from the top of Sunset Peak. Teacher, it seems like you have a very good relationship with Senior Lin Yi. At this moment, Sumu felt the surrounding scenery rapidly receding before his eyes. However, both he and Elder Zhang remained completely unaffected. Even Sumu's hair didn't move. This is the technique of a ninth realm martial artist. He and your teacher here have been best friends since our student days. The two of us have blocked at least 10 fatal attacks for each other. As for him, everything else is fine, but he loves to show off too much. Sometimes he's always handsome this, handsome that, and I just can't stand that about him. He insists on creating a profound and mysterious image in front of the younger generation. Elder Zhang seemed to recall some past events with Lin Yi inside. Having such a friend is truly wonderful. Sumu felt a bit envious, but he quickly shook his head. Someone like him is destined not to have, nor be able to have, such a friend. It seemed to sense Sumu's emotions. Elder Zhang did not speak. He just quickened his pace slightly. The first place I want to take you to is a place called Swallowing Heaven Valley. The second place is the Barbarian Giant Tribe. The third place is Tianyan Mountain. Generally speaking, the farther away from the human race on the 10,000 races battlefield, the closer it is to the core area of the 10,000 races, and the races encountered tend to rank higher among the 10,000 races. You should have learned this in school before. Generally, ranked alien races often mean a higher likelihood of strong talents appearing. Sumu nodded. However, among the myriad races, only those who make it into the top 1,000 will have rankings. If someday I could visit the territory of the Immortal 10 races, that would be wonderful. The Immortal 10 races are the top 10 ranked races among the myriad races. Apart from the Divine race, which is undoubtedly the number 1 among the Immortal 10 races, the rankings of the other 9 races are not in any particular order. Sumu had always suspected that that person might very well be one of the Immortal races, most likely from the mysterious Divine race. The Divine race, among the Immortal 10 races, is undoubtedly the foremost race. Under the Divine race, there are numerous branches, and most members of the Divine race are born as 7-realm warriors, possessing terrifying strength. Among them, the 10 most renowned branches are known as the 10 Great Divine Clans. In the past, the 7 saints of the human race managed to slay the divine kings of the 10 Great Divine Clans, which allowed the human race to gradually gain the upper hand on the battlefield of myriad races. You'd better put that idea aside for now. With your current strength, even if you were to throw your life away, you wouldn't be able to reach the territory of the Immortal 10 races. However, in the future, when your strength becomes sufficient, it might not be an impossible task. Elder Zhang's words poured a bucket of cold water over Sumu. Sumu could only shrug helplessly. Elder Zhang was right. With his current strength, let alone entering the territory of the top 10 immortal races among the myriad races, even the 3 places Elder Zhang was about to take him to now, he might not be able to break through to get in here even if he risked his life all the way. Just thinking about it, Elder Zhang's speed suddenly slowed down. We've arrived, Swallowing Heaven Valley. Sumu saw from afar a massive valley that opened like the giant maw of an abyss, as if it were about to devour the heavens and earth. Sky Swallowing Valley? Sumu looked at the valley that resembled the giant maw of an abyss, his brows slightly furrowed. Elder Zhang nodded. The Sky Swallowing Ant Clan resides here. The Sky Swallowing Ant Clan, ranked 723rd among the myriad races? Elder Zhang smiled and said, it seems you've studied the myriad races well. That's right, the Sky Swallowing Ant Clan. Their numbers are immense. A single one might not pose much of a threat, but if their numbers are large enough, even I would find them quite troublesome. However, the most powerful aspect of the heaven-devouring ant tribe lies in their 2 SSS
SSS-level talents. One is Devour Heaven and Earth, and the other is Optimization talent. The former can help you increase your vitality value more quickly, while the latter usually appears in the Ant Queen. However, it is not suitable for you. Optimization talent, huh? Just hearing the name alone, Sumu felt it was quite suitable for him. His thoughts moved. In the next moment, Deep Blue had already displayed the ability introduction of the Optimized talent before him. SSS-level talent, Optimized talent. Optimized talent. By devouring the talents of the same species or other species, one can optimize their own genes and produce offspring with advanced talents. The accumulated energy can optimize the offspring's talent up to SSS level. After each energy consumption, reaccumulation is required. Indeed, purely from the perspective of talent, this optimized talent is indeed not suitable for Sumu. He is not a rooster that lays eggs. It seems this description might not be very appropriate. However, judging from the description of this talent, it is evident that Elder Zhang clearly took Sumu's situation into consideration. Sumu shook his head. With this talent, the number of devouring ants within the devouring ant tribe capable of awakening an SSS level talent should not be few. Teacher, this place is perfect for me. Sumu looked excitedly at the giant abyssal mouth. If you like it, that's good. Do you want to go there yourself, or should I help you fight your way to the right spot and then throw you over? Elder Zhang said with a smile. Sumu responded, Teacher, let me try it myself first. The next moment, he appeared below, after putting Sumu down. Upon hearing this, Elder Zhang nodded. Elder Zhang also disappeared. Before leaving, he left a sentence, Xiaomu, it's up to you now. After falling into this devouring heaven valley, Sumu held a long sword. His gaze quickly swept across the surroundings, and it was at the moment he appeared. The surroundings suddenly began to stir. From the bushes, a large ant the size of a German shepherd darted out. The ant's shiny black eyes fixed on Sumu the moment it saw him, seemed to be stunned for a moment, didn't even give Sumu time to react before it had already pounced on him. Seeing this, Sumu quickly used spatial manipulation to dodge to the side. The next moment, it was only then that he clearly saw the information about the sky-swallowing ant in front of him. Race, devouring sky ant tribe. Vitality value, 273,223, early stage of 4th realm martial artist. Talent, grade D, frenzied biting. Habits, lives in the devouring sky valley of the battlefield of myriad races. Weakness, jaw. Seeing the information about this sky-swallowing ant tribe, Sumu only felt his scalp tingling. He hadn't even ventured inside yet, and right at the start, you throw a 4-realm warrior at me? However, thinking that the sky-swallowing ant tribe could at least rank in the 700 range, Sumu felt relieved. Let me give it a try and see how big the gap is between me and the foreign warriors of the 4 realms. Copying talents is certainly something that must be done. However, Sumu would not miss any opportunity to gain combat experience. Sumu's expression turned serious. Polar night sky. Open. A ball of flame, mixed with a force as black as ink, enveloped Sumu's long sword. Sumu's figure flickered, and in the next moment, he appeared above the head of the heaven-swallowing ant. Ding! You have been killed by the devouring sky ant clan. Replication successful. Congratulations on obtaining a D-level talent. Frenzied bite. Ding! You have been killed by the devouring sky ant clan. Replication successful. Congratulations on obtaining a C-level talent. Tenfold strength. Again. Ding! You have been killed by the devouring sky ant clan. Replication successful. Congratulations on obtaining a C-level talent. Tenfold speed. After dying countless times. Again. When Elder Zhang once again asked Sumu whether he wanted to choose to do it himself or have him help, Sumu decisively changed his response. Teacher, take me with you. It's all 4th and 5th realms below. I can't move forward. Seeing Sumu's defeated expression, Elder Zhang couldn't help but laugh heartily. Alright, I'll help you. Elder Zhang took Sumu directly down to the devouring heaven valley. As soon as they landed, a devouring heaven ant appeared in their line of sight. Sumu glanced at it. Hee, it's that D-level talent devouring sky ant. Teacher, go for it. I don't know if it heard Sumu's inner voice, or if that devouring sky ant made a move. The heaven devouring ant was about to pounce on the two of them, but when it was less than 10 meters away from them, the body of the heaven devouring ant suddenly exploded. As for Elder Zhang, he looked as if he hadn't done anything at all. Looking at Elder Zhang nearby, Sumu couldn't help but sigh. As expected of a 9th realm expert, dealing with these devouring ants is as easy as playing. With Elder Zhang's help, Sumu advanced all the way. Ding! You have been killed by the devouring ant clan. Replication successful. Congratulations on obtaining a B-level talent. Mental penetration. Ding! You have been killed by the devouring ant clan. Replication successful. Congratulations on obtaining an A-level talent. Mental barrier. Ding! You have been killed by the devouring ant clan. Replication successful. Congratulations on obtaining an S-level talent. Mental source power. With Elder Zhang clearing the way, Sumu's number of talents was skyrocketing at an incredibly rapid pace. Seeing the mental type talent, Sumu immediately turned to look at old Zhang and said, Teacher, throw me over there. And his death was, of course, not without meaning. After multiple deaths, now his mental type talents have been fully gathered. Plan, S-level talent, mental source power plus A-level talents, mental barrier, mental bewitchment plus B-level talent, mental penetration equals SS-level talent, divine control, SS-level talent, divine control. Divine control significantly enhances mental power, allowing attacks on the opponent through mental power. If the mental power is not lower than the opponent's by a major realm, it can directly control the opponent. The greater the power gap, the shorter the control duration. If the mental power is lower than the opponent's by a major realm, it can temporarily influence the opponent's actions with mental power. The greater the power gap, the smaller the influence. A single talent directly increased Sumu's mental power by nearly 7,000 points, instantly pushing Sumu's mental power into the late stage of the second realm warrior. The blood value of the sky-swallowing ant is high, but its spiritual power realm shouldn't be very advanced, right? Teacher, let me down, I want to fight 10. Sumu's improvement within the sky-swallowing valley was tremendous. Most importantly, by repeatedly dying at the hands of the heaven-devouring ant with a psychic talent, he directly fused an SS-level talent, Divine Control, renamed, as the previous name didn't match the setting for this level. Divine Control directly elevated his mental power to the late stage of a second-realm martial artist and even contained numerous techniques for utilizing mental power. For most people, an increase in mental power might at most mean a method to attack others or defend against others' mental power attacks. But for Sumu, it meant an extremely massive number of rollback opportunities. With his current mental strength, the number of rollback attempts has skyrocketed to several thousand. Apart from the surge in rollback attempts, Sumu's utilization of mental strength has clearly reached a higher level. Over 8,000 points of mental strength facing alien races like the swallowing ant tribe, whose spiritual power generally does not exceed the late third realm. Sumu could almost crush them directly in a sweeping massacre. Indeed, continuously acquiring new talents is the fastest way to enhance strength. However, even with this skyrocketing spiritual power and the attack methods of divine control technique, Sumu had only just barely reached the central area of Swallowing Heaven Valley. The closer he got to the depths of Swallowing Heaven Valley, the greater the number of Swallowing Heaven ants. And with the overwhelming number of Swallowing Heaven ants, even if Sumu used the stacked wave sword chant to spread his divine control technique, it is also unlikely to eliminate so many devouring ants in a short period of time. While he killed one or two devouring ants, dozens or even hundreds of them around had already pounced in his direction. After dying more than 10 times and confirming that he truly couldn't rely on his own strength to push forward any further, Sumu once again clung to Elder Zhang's leg. After dying countless times, Sumu finally discovered his goal. Race, Sky-swallowing ant tribe. Vitality, 17,275,223. Early stage of 6th realm martial artist. Talent, SSS level, devour heaven and earth. Habit, lives in the Devour Heaven Valley on the battlefield of all races. Weakness, jaw. Perhaps it's because Sumu has died too many times, during which Deep Blue has already analyzed some of the talents of the Devour Heaven ant tribe. When seeing that member of the Sky-swallowing ant tribe, its talent was not the common type to be analyzed. Instead, it was an SSS level talent, Devour Heaven and Earth. Devour Heaven and Earth as the most renowned talent of the Sky-swallowing ant tribe. Naturally, it was also Sumu's primary goal for this journey. Teacher, that one. Hearing what Sumu said, Elder Zhang directly raised his hand and launched a projection, sending Sumu flying like a cannonball toward the direction of the sky-swallowing ant. That sky-swallowing ant was clearly no ordinary creature. Black shiny eyes. After seeing Sumu flying in his direction, he quickly opened the two large pincers on his head and accurately clamped Sumu's neck. Sumu, dead. It was at the same time that Sumu died. Sumu also successfully obtained what he wanted. Ding, you have been killed by the swallowing ant tribe. Replication successful. Congratulations on obtaining the SSS level talent, Devour Heaven and Earth. SSS level talent, Devour Heaven and Earth. Devour Heaven and consume Earth. All things in heaven and earth can be devoured and consumed, accompanied by the special ability Devour Heaven, which can be used once at intervals. Upon using Devour Heaven, it can absorb and convert attacks up to 3 major realms higher than one's own into one's vitality. Only after complete conversion can Devour Heaven be used again. The conversion speed varies with the improvement of one's strength. Accompanied by the special ability Consume Earth, the absorption and digestion speed of ingested food and medicine is increased 100-fold. After reading the introduction to Devour Heaven and Consume Earth, Sumu couldn't help but be astonished. This Devour Heaven and Consume Earth truly deserves to be one of the 2 most famous SSS level talents of the Devouring Ant Clan. Just this Devour Heaven is already incredibly powerful. It's almost equivalent to being able to block an attack from an early stage 9th realm enemy while you're still in the early stage 6th realm. Moreover, it can convert that attack into vitality points to enhance your own strength. This is not only a super strong defensive method but also represents an excellent opportunity to reap benefits. Defensive measures were not something
Su Mu cared much about. However, it didn't stop Su Mu from using this ability to exploit those who were about 3 major realms higher than him. Let them attack him with full force, then he would activate Devour Heaven, absorb their attack and slowly digest it later, converting it into his own vitality. How much vitality would this save? Moreover, apart from this swallowing the heavens, that devouring the earth is also an extremely useful talent for Su Mu. It is practically a super-enhanced version of the absorption acceleration ability Su Mu had obtained earlier. With the help of absorption acceleration, Su Mu's strength had already been improving at an incredible speed. Now, with this devouring the earth ability, it is equivalent to rapidly digesting and absorbing whatever he eats, converting it into Su Mu's internal vitality at an astonishing speed. Originally, when there was nothing, Su Mu could take 3 or 4 doses of blood and energy medicine a day at most. With accelerated absorption, he could take about 10 doses of blood and energy medicine a day. But now, after acquiring the ability to devour heaven and earth, Su Mu could probably take hundreds of doses of blood and energy medicine a day without any issue. Got it? By then, he would have to practice while stuffing his mouth at the same time, afraid that if he put it in even a bit late, it would be completely digested right away. And this terrifying digestion and absorption speed also meant that in the early stages, during the phase where Su Mu relied solely on the increase in vitality, his improvement speed would be incredibly frightening. As long as there were sufficient vitality medicines and blood food, he was even confident that he could raise his strength to the peak of the 3rd realm before the training camp ended. You have to know, he is currently only at the peak of the 1st level martial artist. Even for the geniuses in the training camp, it would take a few years to advance from the peak of the 1st level martial artist to the peak of the 2nd level martial artist. But for the current Su Mu, it might not even take 10 days. It must be said, this devouring heaven and earth talent is absolutely among the top even within SSS level talents. Once again, the progression of events was pushed to the stage of swallowing heaven valley. After obtaining the talent of swallowing heaven and devouring earth, Su Mu's subsequent search for talents was basically focused on targeting some swallowing heaven ants that could merge with his existing talents. With the help of Elder Zhang, he let out a long breath. Su Mu also followed along and made his way to the depths of swallowing heaven valley. In the depths of swallowing heaven valley, a queen ant of enormous size was surrounded by a group of swallowing heaven ants. Most of these swallowing heaven ants protecting the queen ant had reached the level of 6th realm martial artists, and the heaven devouring ant queen protected by them had a strength that had reached the early stage of a 7th realm warrior. Apart from its strength, what caught Su Mu's attention even more were the 2 interfaces on the heaven devouring ant queen's head. Race, heaven devouring ant clan, ant queen, pregnant, vitality, 122,375,375, early stage of 7th realm warrior. Talent, SSS level, optimization talent. Habit, lives in the 10,000 races battlefield, swallowing heaven valley. Weakness, jaw. Race, swallowing heaven ant clan, ant king, awaiting birth. Vitality, 1,538.56, early stage 2nd realm martial artist. Habits, lives in the devouring heaven valley of the battlefield of all races. Weakness, jaw. Ant king. Su Mu clearly remembers learning some knowledge about the sky-swallowing ant tribe during class. Talent, pending analysis. For the sky-swallowing ant queen with the optimization talent, the ant king she nurtures will definitely possess a top-tier SSS level talent. And according to the information from Deep Blue, if the queen ant accumulates enough energy, the newly born ant king might even have a very small chance to awaken. EX level talent. Happy National Day. EX level talent. Even among the myriad races, it is extremely rare. As for the human race, it only appeared once, right up until the extinction of humanity. If a way could be found to obtain an EX level talent from here, it would undoubtedly provide immense support for Su Mu. Deep Blue, can you analyze roughly when this ant king will be born? Master, based on the current data, the birth of the ant king will take at least 1 to 3 years. This speed is related to the amount of energy the ant queen continues to devour during this period. The more energy consumed, the less time required. According to Deep Blue's analysis, the earliest the ant king could be born would be in about a year. At least in the short term, it seems unlikely to come and find this ant king to farm talents. He glanced at the surrounding devouring ant queens near the devouring ant queen. He found no talents particularly suitable for himself. Su Mu directly asked Elder Zhang to throw him down to hone his combat skills. After slaying about a dozen heaven-devouring ants, Su Mu finally met a tragic end in the jaws of a mid-5th realm heaven-devouring ant. Su Mu frowned. He once again returned to the checkpoint and, following almost the same actions as before, arrived at the moment when Elder Zhang questioned him. Xiao Mu, have you been to the 3 places I mentioned taking you to earlier? I've already been to the first one, teacher. Upon hearing this, Elder Zhang nodded. He turned to look at Lin Yi. In that case, old ghost Lin Yi, I can't stay too long on the battlefield of 10,000 races, so I won't talk to you further. As for the light just now, I believe you already know the reason. I'll take my disciple and leave now. Immediately, he grabbed Su Mu again and flew
flew toward the depths of the battlefield of 10,000 races. Since I've already taken you to the sky-swallowing valley, next, I should take you to the barbaric giant tribe. Sumu was somewhat puzzled. Teacher, could this barbaric giant tribe be the place where the wild giant clan resides? I remember that although their ranking among the myriad races is slightly higher than the sky-swallowing ant clan, their innate abilities upon awakening are generally below S-level, with very few reaching SS-level, let alone SSS-level. Elder Zhang nodded and said, that's correct. Although the wild giant clan's awakened innate abilities are generally not high, the reason they rank higher than the sky-swallowing ant clan among the myriad races, even reaching the 651st position, should have been explained by your teachers in class, right? Sumu nodded upon hearing this. It seems that the wild giant tribe, due to their unique physique, experiences a rapid increase in vitality. They are one of the few races among the myriad tribes that rely solely on their martial arts realm and strength to carve out their own path. The saying one force breaks 10,000 techniques largely refers to races like the wild giant tribe who revere their own strength and do not depend on innate talents. Elder Zhang said with satisfaction, well said, your theoretical knowledge is very solid. I reckon if I asked your senior brothers and sisters these questions, they might not be able to answer them right away. Sumu smiled slightly. Teacher, you flatter me. Just kidding, the knowledge learned with Deep Blue's help during downtime wasn't for nothing. Elder Zhang continued, although the innate talent levels awakened by the wild giant tribe are generally not high, and most of them are focused on enhancing strength, speed, and constitution, however, this does not prevent them from being strong. Their massive physique, coupled with their ability to cultivate various types of body refinement techniques, breathing methods, and martial skills just like our human race, makes them formidable. At the same level of cultivation, even some alien races ranked ahead of them may not necessarily be their match, and their dietary habits are quite similar to those of our human race. Among the myriad races, they are one of the few neutral alien races. As long as our human race does not provoke them, they will not attack us. Elder Zhang took the opportunity to share some information about the wild giant tribe with Sumu. The reason I brought you here is precisely related to these factors. As Sumu listened to Elder Zhang's words, he began to ponder. If their eating habits are the same as ours, then they certainly wouldn't be like other alien races that feed on their own kind. Moreover, if they are neutral, it is likely that we humans are not their food source. Then what is their food? Sumu suddenly thought of something and tentatively asked, Teacher, could it be that our target is the food of these wild giant tribes? Smart. Elder Zhang laughed and said, the innate abilities of the wild giants themselves are not worth copying. However, these powerful wild giants capture some strong alien races, keep them in captivity, and use them as food for the entire tribe. Moreover, because the wild giants are numerous, the alien races they keep in captivity are also quite abundant, and they continuously capture more alien races from the battlefield of 10,000 races every day. Our target is those alien races captured and kept in captivity by the wild giants. The wild giant tribe has always believed that the stronger the food, the greater the power it can bring them. Therefore, the alien races they capture are either inherently powerful or possess strong innate abilities. Sumu frowned slightly. Teacher, can the wild giant tribe see through the innate abilities of other alien races? Old Zhang laughed heartily and said, the wild giants have a group called the priests. Their awakened talent allows them to identify which other races possess powerful talents. However, not all of these wild races dare to provoke others. At the very least, they wouldn't dare to mess with races ranked above 600. It's not just the priests among the wild giants. Whether it's our human race or the myriad other races, talents that can see through others' abilities, while not abundant, are not exactly rare either. Old Zhang looked at Sumu. However, your talent is inherently EX level. To see through it would require at least an SSS level talent, which already eliminates most talents capable of discerning yours. As for the remaining ones, since we brought up this issue, it just so happens that when we go to the third location, we need to be cautious. I'll provide you with a method in advance. Sumu's eyes lit up. Originally, he was still pondering if there was any way, besides the talent mist, to prevent others from probing into his talents. After all, with so many talents, if someone were to discover them, it wouldn't be an irreparable situation for him, but it would still be somewhat troublesome. Please guide me, teacher, Sumu asked. Old Zhang chuckled. This brings us to the extreme night canopy of the old ghost Lin Yi. You can use this ability to envelop yourself, essentially wrapping yourself in a layer of the extreme night canopy. Even an SSS level ability won't be able to see through your own talent. You can use this ability regularly, but the only thing to watch out for is not to use it in front of the old ghost Lin Yi. That's also why I didn't mention it earlier. After all, Lin Yi has been using this ability for so many years and is particularly sensitive to its aura. Old Zhang added, however, even if he does discover it, it's not a big deal. I can muddle through and fool him later. If worse comes to worst, you can just reset, so it's not much of a problem. A vast plane had already appeared ahead. On the line that just emerged on the plane, countless specks of light appeared. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be firelight. That's the
barbarian giant tribe. Looking at the massive tents spread across the entire plain, Sumu's eyes lit up just as they were speaking. To be honest, the architecture of the barbarian giant tribe was extremely grand and majestic. Each tent, built with the hides of some unknown exotic creatures, stood tall, with even the shortest being at least 7 or 8 meters high. At the very center of the tribe, there was an enormous structure towering into the clouds, its edges completely out of sight. Sumu knew that the gigantic structure was the sky tower of the barbarian giant tribe, where their rituals were usually held. Xiaomu, use the polar night curtain to wrap yourself up. This is also one of the ways to use the polar night curtain. The old ghost Lin Yi often uses this method to infiltrate the rear of the alien races. Elder Zhang began instructing Sumu. Upon hearing this, Sumu quickly nodded. Alright, teacher. Sumu attempted to wrap himself up with the polar night curtain. It is not a difficult task for Sumu at the moment to simply form a layer of polar night canopy outside himself. The polar night canopy wrapped around Sumu. Sumu's aura instantly disappeared, except for being visible to the naked eye. Simply relying on sensing, it's completely impossible to detect Sumu's presence. No wonder Elder Zhang said the potential of this polar night sky is extremely high. It truly has endless marvelous uses. Fortunately, Elder Zhang is by my side. He is a close friend of Commander Lin Yi, a powerful figure who has possessed the polar night sky for most of his life. Let someone else come. Unless it's Commander Lin Yi himself, they might not be able to teach Sumu so much about the ingenious uses of the polar night canopy. Under Elder Zhang's guidance, Sumu quickly infiltrated the barbarian giant tribe. The barbarian giants are incredibly large, standing about 4 to 5 meters tall, and their footsteps produce a thudding sound as they walk. However, the purpose of Sumu and his companions' trip is not these barbarian giants. Just be careful to avoid these wild giants. Soon, Sumu and old Zhang arrived at the breeding area within the wild giant tribe. The entire breeding area was actually surrounded by rows of trees. Around the breeding area, giants standing 4 to 5 meters tall each held massive clubs made from the leg bones of some unknown alien species, patrolling back and forth. A wild giant suddenly went mad and let out a roar toward the sky. Immediately, a massive wave of air spread out in all directions. Thud! The enormous sound wave made Sumu frown slightly. The strength of these wild giants is inseparable from their enormous size. A slight movement might generate immense power. Moreover, don't assume that these colossal giants are necessarily slow due to their massive size. Some of these giants are even as fast as humans of the same realm. Humans of the same realm have very little chance of defeating such a behemoth. Roar! If such a colossal creature were thrown onto the battlefield, it would cause unimaginable destruction. To be honest, the human race should be grateful that such a species is in a neutral camp. Otherwise, on a real battlefield, this species would definitely be the one the human race needs to deal with first. Sumu even specifically asked Deep Blue to release the information about the wild giant not far ahead. Race, barbaric giant tribe. Vitality, 5,335,725. Midstage 5 realm warrior. Talent, grade D. Strength enhancement. Habits, lives in the barbaric giant tribe on the battlefield of myriad races. Fortunately, Sumu and old Zhang were not large in size, and both could hide. Thus, they successfully avoided the patrols of the wild giants and smoothly entered their breeding area. After entering the breeding area of the wild giants, Sumu finally understood why old Zhang had chosen this place as the second option. Teacher, I didn't see it wrong, did I? That's a blue-eyed mystic Jiao. This species is closely related to the dragon race. Although its strength is far inferior to the dragon race, it's still ranked over 600 among the exotic races. I didn't expect it to be captured by the wild giant tribe. The mighty ape tribe. They're at least 2 meters tall, but in front of those wild giants, they look just like little chicks. Wow, the wild giant tribe is truly formidable. They've captured so many shadow leopard tribe members. Shadow leopards are an exotic race known for their terrifying speed and exceptional hiding skills. I wonder how these wild giants managed to catch them. After marveling at the strength of the wild giant tribe. Weakness, eyes. Sumu also quickly began searching for his target. Ding, you have been killed by the Shadow Cheetah clan. Copy successful. Congratulations on obtaining the SS-level talent, Shadow Monarch. Ding, you have been killed by the Wild Bull clan. Copy successful. Congratulations on obtaining the SS-level talent, Divine Bull Strength. Ding, you have been killed by the Azure-eyed Mystic Dragon clan. Copy successful. Congratulations on obtaining the SS-level talent, Poison Monarch. In just a short amount of time, Sumu had already copied a large number of talents. Among them, the lowest talent was S-level, while the higher ones even reached SS-level. The only thing that left Sumu feeling a bit disappointed was that, after scanning a large area, he hadn't managed to copy a single SSS-level talent from the other races. This can only be blamed on Sumu's bad luck. According to Elder Shang's statement, the breeding area of the wild giant tribe is not filled with these alien races every day. Basically, every few days, some alien races disappear, and then a few more alien races appear. Like those SSS-level gifted aliens, they were very likely eaten by the wild giant tribe before Sumu arrived.
Because such gifted aliens are considered the best ingredients in the eyes of the wild giants.
Swept through the wild giant tribe,
Sumu returned to the point of making a choice once again.
Xiaomu, have you been to the 3 places I mentioned taking you to before?
Teacher, I've been to the first and second ones.
Sumu answered Zhang Lao's question.
A trace of surprise flashed across Zhang Lao's face. This feeling of having no memory at all and only being able to judge through the other party's actions felt quite peculiar, even to old Zhang himself.
However, he didn't ask much.
Since Sumu said he had already visited the first 2 places, then he would simply take Sumu directly to the 3rd place. This 3rd place is called Tianyan Mountain. As the name suggests, it is home to the Tianyan clan. The Tianyan clan's talent is very singular, but for you, it should be highly useful.
Their talent is an SSS-level ability, the Divine Eye of Heaven, reputed to see through all SSS-level talents. This time, my goal in taking you to Tianyan Mountain is precisely this talent. In the
future, you will undoubtedly need to replicate a large number of talents. Some useless talents are not worth wasting time on, but with the
Divine Eye of Heaven, searching for talents will become much more convenient. Moreover, the Divine Eye of Heaven has many other wonderful uses.